going to happen here for Rafal? Looking for the explanation. Looks to see if we keep playing the game.
I mean, this is absolutely, you know, what things come down to sometimes. You feel like you've got it locked up, and that confidence kills sometimes. It's not really what you want to see, but, you know, this is the Pokemon TCG. Anything can happen. Stories and flips can script. Flips can script. Scripts can flip.
You know what? I think it's time to invite our good pal Chip Ritchie.
We got him on standby?
I sure hope so, because
is he always standing in that booth for us at our command at any point?
He just runs over quickly, frantically washing his hands.
Oh my!
Hello, Chip.
What?
Hey guys, how's it going?
He did it.
What's going on?
So yeah, I'm kind of getting caught up to speed on exactly what happened in this game. But when it comes to the tiebreaker game, seems like you guys have some questions about how that all works.
Yes, please.
So, but the situation it looks like is that both players were at one prize remaining. Justin used Curse Blast, took a prize of both players satisfying the same number of win conditions at the same time, right? Sending us to a tiebreaker game. Both players set up and set out 6 prize cards, and we're trying to resolve game number 2. And it's the first player to take a prize card wins game number 2. That's all that tiebreaker game is doing. It has nothing to do with like a third game or anything like that. It is its own separate thing trying to resolve a game number 2. And what happened here with Rafael is that he attempted to use Ultra Ball without discarding any cards, picked up his deck, right, saw cards, and that's what we're getting into with the judge ruling here. And unfortunately, you know, I do believe he's been issued a double prize card penalty for that infraction, picking up his deck, doing an illegal deck search. And that would mean that Justin is effectively ahead on prize cards, right? He wins that tiebreaker game. So that means Justin is the winner of game number 2, and it looks like the players are now setting up for what will be the decisive game number 3.
That is why you get yourself a Chip Ritchie, everyone. Thank you, as we needed that help there to get across the finish line. And now we are ready to take this game into this match into game number 3, where it actually worked. Taking us into a tiebreaker game for Justin, got him a game win, and he gets to play one more game of Pokemon. Can you believe it?
I don't know what's happening right now. My head is spinning, but no matter what, we're playing Pokemon. We've got 10 minutes on the clock, and if there are cards and 2 players at our stream desk, we're going to see action.
Giddy up. Well, this is everything we'd love to see here. For Rafal, he's got the optimal setup, moving into that transformative start, throwing down the Wellspring. Does he have energy to go along with it? I think that's the only thing we're missing.
No energy. We'll be going first, so it's not as big of a deal as, you know, if you are going second in a certain spot to threaten that boss's orders KO. Is there nothing here?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but that's a turn. I think it's just bosses and counter catchers and
oh my,
night stretchers, yeah.
And we're going to see the game end on this turn. It's guaranteed. Rafal's got a Nest Ball in hand. As long as there's a Latios here. Oh no. Can we pull up the prize cards?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, that's not good.
It is still possible,
there's
though.
a world. Teal Mask can energy switch over. We could see all of the shenanigans. But do you even need all the shenanigans? Your opponent went Boss Dreepy Pass.
I mean, if you got a chance to end the game right now, you got to end it.
All right.
So what is needed here? Energy onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Energy switch Crispin. So how many can we just grab guaranteed pieces here?
And a way to move this Hoothoot.
Way to move as well. There is the Nest Ball in hand, and is that 4 copies of Crispin in the hand? Am I losing my mind?
I think he's ready for next turn.
I think he can accelerate energy, guys. Don't worry. So still deciding what we want off of this. And I think the pieces are here, essentially, as long as there's a way to search out.
Oh, he had Latios already.
Oh, the Latios is here.
Okay. I mean, no, well, he's just going to go fishing for the energy then. I think that's the one piece that's missing. He can go grass energy and the water energy. And then if he just switches over the energy, then he just needs to find one more. Well, is he trying to get it done with second Noctowl too? Maybe.
Well, the problem is you need an extra energy as well because you have to commit your energy you're searching from the deck.
Does he have a way to search out energy? There's one vessel in the deck.
Well, the biggest issue is we don't have another way to find Noctowl.
He's just going to rip Noctowl right now.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not there, but
That would have been cool.
Saab is still just more than good enough in this spot, no?
Yeah, this is still perfect. You still have the Crispin to fall back on here.
Finds Ultra Ball off the top, so there is life in this hand now.
Of all the cards to give him, this is one that's pretty hard to play. Loses both Dragapult, has a Night Stretcher, but it gives you one more card, and maybe it finds you a Lilies.
Yeah, and this Duskull was essentially trapped in the active spot. The only way it can move is if it evolves into Dusclops and uses that Cursed Blast ability, but it's not going to get a lot of value, and it's going to get Rafal one prize closer to closing this out. Justin's got to find something, though, off of this. If there is no Pokemon or way to draw cards from this Recon Directive, Rafal is sitting on game in hand. He's got Crispin for a water energy and any other basic type of energy, and that Torrential Pump can take the KO on both of these Pokemon. It's going to come down to this big 2 cards from Recon Directive if Justin wants to stay in this game.
Yeah, pretty devastating that it comes down to this at this point. He's worked tirelessly to get here. 2 cards, looking for a supporter. He does find the Lily's Determination.
Wow.
He will see a huge hand. However, you still need some help. I think that you don't feel comfortable unless this concludes with a Buddy Buddy Puffin and another energy. Because losing that Neo Upper energy, losing that Tricloak, it's going to be difficult, but maybe if you're able to spread these energies around, set up a few more Pokemon, you can see a way to draw prize cards.
So here we go, 8 cards from the Lilies. I think we may have found 7 ways to search Pokemon out.
I don't think he needs 7 ways.
We're going to take a look at the hand.
But he could.
Oh my gosh, it's all Pokemon and an Ultra Ball plus an energy? Are you kidding me?
I mean, Latias Badu, you can... Well, you're saw
You
blocked.
can't. You're saw blocked. You're not going anywhere, buddy.
Just give him some hope.
No hope out here, unfortunately. The question is, do you wait to play Ultra Ball this turn? You've already got every Pokemon you potentially want in your hand. Is considering getting rid of this Hawlucha. We saw how valuable that could have been in game number 2.
Yeah, it comes down to how much you need to set up this board with the width. If you can have multiple Pokemon down, then... Oh, wow, he's actually going to go Dusclops here. I'm nervous. This is... one more Noctowl means energy switch, boss's order, something that could lead to a Dracloak KO easily along with some other pieces. There's so many ways to move this Pokemon off the board. However, it is Badu moving to the active. Item lock will be established. He does not know that on the other side is a pile of Crispin.
Too many Crispin to count, that's for sure. Energy does come down onto the Dreeby, like you mentioned.
Oh my goodness, and there's no other benching here. If there is an Iron Bundle to go along with this, oh man, would this hurt.
There might be a Nest Ball in the hand, time will tell. Rafal playing this Crispin, finally putting the 3 energy in, is not even going to play anything else from the hand. Worried about the time left in the round, just taking 2 actions. Drawing for turn, using the Crispin and the effects of it, and then just using that Torrential Pump, taking 2 prize cards, as Justin is now left with just this Lily in the hand, not much else, and again, cannot threaten anything more than something like an Ichipal in this turn.
Yeah, he's really holding on to his last few decisions to make here. Uses Fezandipity, has flipped the script, can counter the Stadium, which could move away Pokemon like that Fan Rotom if you're worried about the damage. But when you see pieces like Hawlucha already gone, maybe you just go for more of that consistency. And you will see 8 more cards now.
It's always nice to make Night Stretcher a potential Jewel Seeker option if you want to, so never bad to get rid of that. But yeah, getting rid of the damage would also not be bad. So flip the script being used. We're going to see 8 cards drawn. And I mean, look, you've got Buddy Puffin. You can find some Dreepy. You've already got 1 in the discard pile. So depending on how many are left in the deck, which there are 2 available, but the big question is going to be if Rafal can put together another Torrential Pump, how is Justin realistically winning this game? Can't only rely on that Blood Moon.
Right, and for Rafal, he's already down to 3 prize cards remaining, given that easy card handed over by the Dusclops. You're almost already at a checkmate spot. As soon as you open up the board with the Area 0 Underdepths, Lily's Clefairy can basically KO any EX from that point onward. There's a lot to look forward to for Rafal. However, it does take time. This is another easy KO, but this is kind of where you need to be as you're Justin. You have to slow things down to a snail's pace.
So once again, Itchy Pollen and the energy card going on to Reklev just needs to buy one more turn of time here to get this Reklev evolved into Dragapult, to get it out of torrential pump range.
All right, Area 0.
And so the bench will be opened back up thanks to Area 0. Vitality Band is here.
Oh my gosh, Vitality Sob goes crazy. What are we doing?
I've never seen a torrential pump, or rather a Sob hit this hard. This is ultra tears right here from this Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond. Sob and also accelerating the psychic energy onto the Lily's Clefairy means that Justin needs to not only find this Dragapult EX, but also the boss's orders or counter catcher to take it out as well. And let's not forget the energy too.
And I'm a little nervous about the discard here. It was a discard of a luminous energy and of an attachment of a fire. If there's a world where you see the wrong energy type here, it looks like he only plays the one fire, so it should be okay. But you get nervous that maybe some of these start to add up. Looks like he's still got this big Pokemon here ready to go. However, does need some help.
And does have Night Stretcher from that Recon Directive, and that's where Hawlucha could come back into play. Has to make a decision between either that or the Duskull, but because the Dusclops was already used and there's only the 1/1/1 line, it's got to be the Hawlucha targeting down the Hoot Hoot. That is a potential to be KO'd along with this Lily's Clefairy. And the question now, do you risk it and play the Iono to try and find counter catcher, or do you just guarantee the Gust with boss's orders here?
Feels like he has to risk it. He didn't see much in the hand from Rafal, but also it was just enough to get to where he needed to be. He took the big KO, threatens the Lily's Clefairy. There could certainly be an answer there. It's going to be a lot, though. Energy, counter catcher, some assistance from Reklev and Pheasantipity. We could certainly see it here, and there is a counter catcher. Is the other piece there, at least an energy to go along with this?
Does have
that. Oh my goodness.
So everything here for Justin. The Iono paying dividends, disruption, plus the effect of, we've got to make sure we're being careful with what cards we're putting into our hand, but it looks like we're okay. Never want to make sure we make mistakes. We've made one already this set. Let's keep things clean for both of our competitors. Another Recon Directive. Does find Ultra Ball. That could always find Blood Moon or Ursaluna down the line. Now that Rafal is at 2 prize cards, it does become a very efficient and seasoned attacker in this spot. So now the question here for Justin, do you commit the Luminous energy? Do you keep the Psychic energy around? And more importantly, is this counter catcher's opportunity? And it absolutely is. Going after Lily's Clefairy, we're going to see a 3 prize turn, and Justin has somehow found himself back into this game to win in 2 turns.
And look at the timing on this. 10 seconds remaining. If Rafal does draw the card here, then that turn 1 as opposed to turn 0 situation for Justin could be pretty nice for him as far as getting that 1 point or 0. What's it going to be?
And I think with the judges looking over, this is going to be the last turn here. Time has been called on.
There's a Pheasantipity.
Oh my goodness. Pheasantipity plus Ultra Ball in the hand.
Yeah, Mew restart for 1. Ultra Ball could draw up, and then you see 3 more cards.
Iron Bundle. It might cut it here. If you have Blood Moon Ursaluna energy switch, it is a potential.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe why Rafal is going to hold on to this Ultra Ball before playing this. It is a consideration here.
Really tough to decide.
Yeah. Not an easy choice by any means. So we're going to see Ultra Ball be played. That Lily's Clefairy, though, is in the discard pile now, so they has to find, without any search from Jewel Seeker, the 1 copy of Night Stretcher to bring that back, plus Crispin actually needs the Super Rod as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, he would need to find all of it because he just doesn't have the pieces to close out.
Does find Blood Moon Ursaluna, right. So now we're looking for boss's orders plus energy switch. Needs a perfect 3 cards here?
I think you're supposed to use Iron Bundle first, and then if depending on if it's single prize, you can go Wellspring, and if it's double prize, you go Blood Moon. Either way, time to draw some cards.
Things are happening here. Can we go perfect?
You knocked out.
There's still a dream. There's still a way. We've got a Teal Dance.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Does find the Iron Leaves. And that means neither player will be able to conclude this game. They're working out the specifics. Justin does show that counter catcher, however. We'll see things end in a draw. We'll figure out how these players will conclude. What a set that was, though.
That was unbelievable. What a crazy game that we had there. It looks like it will be a tie for these players as they move forward into the rest of phase 2.
Applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokémon World Champions!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada, the entertainment capital of the world. And after Phase 1, Day 1 of the Las Vegas Regional Championships, oh boy, are we entertained. My name is Juan Saldana, and I'm joined by our amazing casters, Jeremy and Emily, and of course, our pro analyst, Chip. How are we feeling today, guys?
Feeling great. It was an awesome day of Pokemon action yesterday, and we are inching ever closer to crowning a Las Vegas regional champion. It's going to be exciting.
I'm feeling entertained, Juancho. And we're going to have a great Phase 2 here and eventually crown a champion. And the lead up into LAIC, it's just been very cool to see.
Been walking around some of the top tables as well, and it seems like there's a lot of different types of decks that can actually make it all the way through. I think the biggest thing is that Tord, I believe, is currently 10-0-1, so that could be, you know, kind of the storyline that we're seeing for today.
Not even surprising, really. But it's been absolutely crazy. Can you imagine? This is actually the biggest regional of all time, as well as the first regional in Las Vegas, Nevada. So much history is being made here at the regional championships. But of course, this isn't the only regional we have for the season. There's a lot of Pokemon to be played. This is only the 3rd stop this year, but oh boy, we have so much more.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that first IC coming up next weekend. Whatever happens here today is surely going to have a massive impact on the results and what players choose to bring to the Sao Paulo Latin American International Championships. Can't wait to see that, the highest level of competition we have.
No, definitely. I mean, hell, an IC a week after the biggest region of all time. Oh, the meta is going to be shifting. The meta is going to be absolutely crazy.
I mean, for now, right? Pokemon's ever growing. Who knows what's going to happen for the rest of the season? We're only 3 North American regionals into the season, and we've already seen a ton of growth in the European regionals as well as LATAM.
Definitely. With that, of course, let's go ahead and take a look at what our competitors are competing for. Of course, the championship points, you know, in order to qualify for the World Championships. And yeah, winning a regional here gives you 350. And just looking at all the, you know, the limits really. We only get 135 Masters in North America, 135 for EU. Competition is fierce. You're really gonna need to grind out those points.
Yeah, and it also lends to not only if you win, you get that auto invite to Worlds, but those championship points, you get to the travel awards for those big IC tournaments. where it was just a lot of draw passing, but that was the correct play to do. It was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and we used the word discipline a lot in that match because it truly felt like it was, right? Understanding kind of the conditions of not being able to even just take a hit into one in fear of the powerful rage being kind of fired right back to you. It goes to show that our players are really learning to play around this Mega Toolbox extremely well.
And I think that match was a great showcase of the high-level gameplay you can see at these tournaments. You know, if you see that exact matchup play out at, you know, a League Challenge or League Cup, people are just smacking into each other, getting one hit KO'd in return, right? But players recognizing the nuances of the specific situations they find themselves in really lend themselves to unique situations like that.
No, yeah, I have to agree. What about Chip? How are you enjoying the Analyst Lounge?
Yeah, it's been fun breaking things down, kind of going a little bit deeper onto the key turns of games. Also kind of enjoyed hopping in whenever any judge rulings come up and being able to add a little bit more context for the viewers at home as to what's happening and what things may look like moving forward.
No, yeah, I agree. I mean, that tiebreaker game, getting that explanation into such a oddly specific scenario, I think that added quite a bit. And honestly, one of my favorite moments of yesterday,
Yeah, the tiebreaker game was a really cool moment because it's just such a rarity in Pokemon for both players to satisfy the same number of win conditions at the exact same time. But that's what we saw happen and led to that tiebreaker game, this super unique scenario. It was really fun to see.
Yeah, I believe, let's go ahead and check out a couple of games we had yesterday, actually. Yeah, I mean, a lot of games were played, and it looks like we have Rowan Save now against Simon playing that Goldengo. Right, I remember this match. This was the key devolution, but I was talking to Rowan a little bit after this. It was one turn a little bit too early, so it really became a little bit more tense. It came down to a boss's orders and a superior, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, there was a chance Rowan could have lost this game, and this game went so long. You see 35 minutes down there off the timer for game number one. Whoever won game number one was almost certainly going to just win the set 1-0, and which is exactly what did end up happening here. Rowan was still in a really favorable position here in this game too, regardless, but yeah, it did end up not having enough time to continue forward.
And we saw the versatility of Gardevoir too, right? We've seen the Bravery Charm list do very well, and then Jealous and Guardy really kind of came in for the mirror match. And then Goldengo started getting really popular with all of the dark decks that were going around, and now it's kind of creeping back around where Jellicent's good again because a lot of the format is weak to item lock.
I mean, you want to talk about decks kind of coming in and out of the meta. We saw Raging Bolt for the first time on stream in quite some time in a very commanding position over Goldengo. So it's really exciting to see where we currently are, and I really, really want to see how this tournament is going to affect LAIC next week.
Well, if we're curious where we are right now in the tournament, I have good news for you. We do have some updated standings right now for Phase 2. And yes, again, leading the pack toward Reklev, 10-0-1. But a lot of names we know here in our top 16.
I mean, this is crazy.
Wow.
Look at the names on this list. I mean, Emily pointed it out. Toward Reklev, leading the charge at 10-0-1. Henry Chow, the most successful player last season, certainly trying to etch his name as one of the all-time greats in the Pokemon TCG. He's really pushing himself forward here at 10-1. Maybe we can see those two run into each other at some point. That would be really exciting. Liam Halliburton, a regional champion this year. So many great names.
Yeah, you got Ryuki as well. Just a ton of regional championships, ton of world placements on this top 16 list. If this was the top 16 for Asymmetrical Cut, we'd say it's one of the stacked ones ever.
I mean, also got to talk about Abana Med as well. Still, of course, how many regionals now in this final, winning the first one of the season, and it's exciting to see his just pure consistency still in that top 16.
Got to give a little shout out to my boy Caleb Gettimer down there as well at the 8th seed, 9-1-1. A new dad recently, so got the dad buff, a little bit of run good here in the Las Vegas Regional Championships.
Absolutely love it. Again, all the names we know and love. And to imagine, again, this is in a field of almost 3,000. We're still getting the same people, the same pros. Really shows the amount of skill we have in our pro players, really. With that, though, I believe the games are almost ready, but I want to remind folks at home to definitely follow the channels. Our links, Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your broadcast needs. And of course, the YouTube and Twitch /Pokemon and /Pokemon TCG. Watch with us, watch with the community. It's always a ton of fun. With that, though, let's go ahead and check out the format we have for this tournament.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And all these players this weekend with one goal: to become a regional champion, and we are well underway. Welcome into Championship Sunday. Ethan Heggie alongside the wonderful Kyle Sablehouse. And this is what dreams are made of in an absolutely star-studded city.
Yeah, this is fantastic. We've already had the competition well underway here as we are in Phase 2. Had some players already get some good news as they finished day 1 that they'd be on a hot streak, and that is continuing for many of our players out there. We saw earlier that top 16, those players that are already starting to push their way towards the top cut. They're playing for a lot of prizes out there. This could be a big payday for some of our players.
Of course, the championship points on the line, as well as the packs and money. $10,000, a nice little chunk of change for that first place player, breaking all the way down to the top 32 players. $1,000 for their troubles and effort this weekend. Lots on the line for all of our competitors.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of consistency from our juniors and senior players this year as well. So they're starting to rack up a pretty solid payday for themselves, continue to build on their accomplishments and make it towards the next event as they just keep on adding to those championship point totals.
So here we are, Kyle, round number 12. We finished that up here. We are getting into the round where players are on the brink for match points right now. Players are getting into things here. We've got 3 more rounds of Swiss today. We've got this round here, and then a couple more to go through. These players are at 10-1 right now, as we see some notable matches here. Henry Chow up against Ryuki Okada, but that's not the only important match going on inside the field.
Yeah, this is star-studded. Drew Allen was one of our undefeated players in Phase 1 up against Tord Reklev. I think that may have already happened in the earlier phases of this tournament, and sure enough, some other big names. Liam looking to build on that regional championship has to go through Charlie Locklear of all players, Benny Billinger, Caleb Gedimer, Aban still working on going to that 4th finals in a row here. This is a star-studded setup we have.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the pre-show. You heard a little bit from the other fellow co-casters. There's just so much talent, and this just speaks to the consistency of some of these players. It doesn't matter the format, doesn't matter the time period, doesn't matter the location. The same names are continuing to show up, and that really does promote the skill that these players have in the Pokemon TCG.
Yep, same names, same faces. Let's check out 2 of them now as we move into our Swiss round 12.
And what 2 names this is. One of Japan's best, Ryuki Okada, sprung onto the scene. He's been playing the Pokemon TCG for decades, but has now found himself in an absolute spot on the globe. He has made his map, and that is another thing that Henry Chow can say. Both of these players really popping up on the scene and becoming notable names within the last 5 years.
Yeah, I remember notably Henry Chow's interview at NAIC just a couple years ago, He put himself on the map there, and he really started to push forward. He has made a name for himself, especially as one of the best pilots of this Gardevoir EX deck. We've seen him time and time again show us some unique innovations. Looks like he's going to do it once more here. Maybe not as wild as we've seen before, but now for Ryuki, he's going to be using the Mega Absol deck. He also has some pretty solid success with this as well.
Yeah, coming off of a regional championship win in Australia. So he is already locked up an invitation to the World Championships. He is just playing for the glory at this point, trying to showcase that he is one of the best players, not just in Japan, but in the globe. This will be an interesting matchup here on paper. Typing is a big part of the Pokemon TCG, and Mega Absol loves staring down Gardevoir in that 1v1.
Yeah, this has been a really fun one as we've explored it throughout the last regional and a little more of our time here as we've seen the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan box deck. The interactions between these two, when you see the Mew EX on one side trying to copy the Mega Absol, use that terminal period, the mist energy back and forth, there's so many things to look out for. We'll try to keep our eyes peeled as we now look at the prize cards.
Seems pretty standard. It feels like the first time that somebody hasn't had something too detrimental prized. That mist energy, like you mentioned, it is up in the prize cards, so only one copy of that available is something Ryuki's going to have to be very notable and mindful of. There's no way to search out that one copy of mist energy. You're going to have to naturally draw into it with the help of some supporter cards, with the Mega Kangaskhan EX. On Henry's side does have a Rare Candy and Gardevoir in the prize cards. Two cards that are relevant. And I do have to wonder, you know, if that speed is going to be something that Henry's going to have to adjust from his normal game plan using this deck, which likes to be slow and meticulous.
Yeah, he's really shown us a lot of different ways to play Gardevoir. He had that turbo package, and maybe this is a hybrid of that now. As we've seen 2 Rare Candy been pretty much the staple, and he's now bumped that up to 3. However, there's nothing turbo about this. Energy Pass.
Not much going on. Do see the Mega Absol, and look at this. Who needs Arvin on turn 1? Just has the energy, turbo energize, and the Absol in hand. No sweat off of this Lily's Determination. Gonna see 6 cards, plus the 2 because of being at 8 prize cards, or excuse me, 8 cards total because of being at 6 prize cards. A little bit of a tongue twister, but regardless, Ryuki doesn't even need nothing necessarily from this. He's already set up with his end goal for this turn.
And I'm curious to see how he plays this. He's going to find some basic Pokemon. It's inevitable at this point. Multiple Nest Ball found now, but do you go with the classic approach of Monkey Dory, throw down the Dark Energies with Turbo Energize, or do you get a little greedy? You see Mega Absol, Turbo, you could get all the Dark Energies right there, right now, and maybe just run over this game, ripping Ralts off the board and all the good cards out of the hand.
We'll take the opportunity to search the deck with Nest Ball, take note of those prize cards. We'll be pretty happy to see there's no super relevant pieces in there. It's got a majority of those energy cards minus that mist energy. Of course, you can't have everything in your deck, so there will be some pieces unavailable. I do wonder if Yuki's going to potentially grab something like Latias here or Petra, and that's always the question, you know, which in this spot is a better way to make sure you can get pivoting in and out of your Pokemon as you so please?
Yeah, so often I feel like I lean on the Pecharunt there as your main way, just because you get to sneak that extra damage on the board. If you do go with a really heavy line to the Monkey Dory, you have those Dark Energies already in play, any bit of damage counters that you can manipulate seems to give you a pretty great advantage against Gardevoir.
So a player of Ryuki's caliber always wants to make sure he knows exactly what is in the deck, what is available, so that everything can be planned out from this point forward. Every decision super crucial with a deck like this Mega Absol box. The energy on the Monkey Dory does make it so that, you know, you've kind of got your energies already where you want. You don't have to put that energy on Mega Kangaskhan. And especially when, you know, the biggest downfall of this Absol card is just getting it powered up, those energy cards being where you want them to be at the start means you're going to have a little bit more maneuverability later on in the game.
Yeah, this is the ideal Pokemon to have in the active. You can always move around later on. You have that Pecharunt in combination with the Evital, free retreat, move that Pokemon around. And you have the Mega Absol that can bounce in there too and start to get pretty aggressive. He's going to choose to go with the Latias this time around and is avoiding using the Pecharunt. Maybe a nod to this as an attacker later on.
Yeah, usually don't see it as an attacker. It can scale up very nicely towards the end of the game. We are still far from that point. Turbo, Energize, finding its way into the metagame and finding its way onto Ryuki's board turn 1. Energy's put onto Absol. Terminal Darkness, or excuse me, Claw of Darkness and Terminal Period, both options available for next turn. And the big question is, Henry did not do much on that first turn, just the attachment for turn and a pass over. We know that rare candies in the prize cards, it leaves just one available. So with the resources, on deck and the potential for Henry this turn, you gotta wonder, what does that end goal look like? Is it just accepting that an Oceanic Gloom is the best you can do? Do you prioritize drawing some cards or using that call sign from the Kirlia? There's lots of options here to discuss.
Yeah, and this is the #1 option. As he has the secret box, he can look through the deck and find so many of these unique pieces. Rare Candy Gardevoir seems like it would be a great option to have at this point. And then you just build on the rest of the hands. You could go find another Lily's Determination if need be and find even more resources. Just depends on how much fodder he needs, as I think there's an Ultra Ball in the hand as well.
Yeah, and correction on my end, there are 3 rare candies in this deck list. We usually just see the 2 when it comes to Jellicent, but relying off of that and not something like the Technical Machine Evolution. So just committing that slot towards evolving the Pokemon. And that is the question, like you mentioned, Ultra Ball is in the hand, Kyle, but we just discarded 3 cards in hand from the secret box. Ultra Ball would force us to discard another 2 cards, and we can't really build card advantage here because of the ability to discard energies. If that's also, an option, we need to grab the rare candy itself. So I wonder if we can get enough fodder just from this secret box, and it looks like it's potentially considering an Earthen Vessel as that item instead of rare candy, just realizing you can't have best of both worlds, you got to pick one.
Yeah, and if you don't go for Gardevoir here, then Kirlia makes plenty of sense. You have a really great, unique attack on that Pokemon to search out some additional Pokemon with the call sign, and you get the Earthen Vessel. You can have those energies in the discard pile as long as you find a Ralts with a Chewill with the Artisan. Maybe this is just the cleaner line.
Yeah, it looks like a Lily in hand as well, so he's going to have 2 choices on what he would like to do in this spot. Ryuki's not sitting on a huge hand size right now, just about 6 or 7 cards. Will be the Ultra Ball, 4 choice, Kirlia put into play, and there is the Artisan plus the Lily's Determination. And one thing we see Henry Chow always do with this deck is perfect how he wants to sequence out those turns, waiting to use that Artisan until he sees these 8 cards from Lily.
Yeah, really smart. You don't want to overplay into this and miss out on some of these Pokemon. You know that every single Pokemon will count here, as you want to see those basics to work into and eventually find some evolutions, as Kirlia may not be around much longer.
So 8 cards for Henry, both players capitalizing off of the bonus draw that Lily's Determination gives when you are at 6 prize cards, and does just rip Monkey Dark Energy. That is an absolutely excellent find.
Yeah, really clean here. Has the Ralts to go along with this, can then use the call sign, build up this hand with all of those Psychic-type Pokemon, and afterwards he has the Fez to even follow this up. So even if there were a knockout, Fez plus Night Stretcher, you can only take 1 out of the hand with the Mega Absol.
It may not be the call sign here.
Oh.
Prioritizing keeping Kirlia from being knocked out, not having to tunnel into something like Rare Candy, forcing the boss's orders in order to take Kirlia out. There could even be some pieces already in the hand. No need to push your aggression if you've already got what it needs to be established.
Yeah.
So you do finally see the Kangaskhan come down over on Ryuki's side.
He has a pretty safe hand for this, and you also don't walk right into the Iono, which is pretty tempting for your opponent, as they already have Mega Absol. You could get a fresh hand for your opponent and then take the best resource out of it.
So the Latias Skyliner allowing this Monkey Dory to retreat for free, as Run Errand does draw additional cards for Yuki. That is essentially the backbone of this deck in terms of support. It's not a very popular card in terms of drawing for lots of other decks, but when you really can't combine anything, more powerful to draw cards, it does just get the job done.
And look at this, off of Run Errand, the Mist Energy was found. So if you want to protect the Mega Absol from that Mew EX on the other side, that's pretty much the only way you're going to work through this amount of hit points as Henry in one shot.
So now deciding what item of choice to take. We haven't seen something like the Precious Trolley be played yet. That is the A-spec of choice for Ryuki. It could fill the bench up if he decides to put some more Pokemon in play. And it is to note, Ryuki has already retreated for a turn, so if this Mega Absol wants to attack in this spot, would need to find that Petron EX to use that Subjugating Chains ability to put itself back into play. Seems like Pokegear and Bravery Charm will be the choices. Monkey Dory number 2 coming down. And this is sort of where we get into these mind games and this stalemate type period where both players understand the power of Adrenabrain and may just want to take time to get that established before they get in and start swinging.
Yeah, no pressure on Ryuki at this point, and if he is going to use Mega Absol, you want to do it at the perfect time, maybe with that hand disruption along with the mist energy. Save yourself until you can get at least 2 clean attacks with this Pokemon, or wait until this moment when you already see Gardevoir EX in play and you can take those 2 prize cards.
The Screamtail coming down, it looks like Monkey Dory potentially the target of choice if Henry wants to use that Roaring Scream attack to take knockouts. And we see the Bravery Charm, an extremely crucial card in this matchup, come down as well.
Yeah, this Screamtail has been doing absolute work throughout this tournament, and it's just what you always want to do in these situations. It's a battle of attrition as a Gardevoir player, always counting Monkey Dory Dark Energies on the other side of the board. If you can remove them, it does get a little tricky for Ryuki to find the backup Pokemon, as he doesn't recycle energy as cleanly as Gardevoir does.
Will be Iono as the supporter for choice, so those 2 item cards and the tool card grabbed from Arven, put to the bottom of the deck, so not getting use essentially from the supporter the previous turn. Pheasantipity coming down before, making sure there is at least a backbone for some draw, as it will be the Psychic Embrace 3 times onto this Screamtail. Roaring Scream now allowing 120 damage to go onto any of Ryuki's Pokemon. As we're considering putting an energy onto Gardevoir EX, we have not used Adrenabrain yet this turn. The damage counters do matter, but with a Monkey Dory on the other side, you've got to wonder, unless we're just trying to get a Pokemon powered up, is there an advantage to just putting damage on the board?
And yeah, look at this. It's actually going to be a push over to the Mega Absol, a major threat identified here, and wants to start to solve that problem. And this is a great way to do that as Henry is. When you have your 1 turn of Gardevoir, make sure that you get as many energy in play and that they stick onto a Pokemon. Screamtail will be around for this foreseeable future if Boss's Orders is played onto this Gardevoir.
And that's where the Bravery Charm is just so important, keeping it out of range from a double Adrenabrain. It would survive with 20 HP, and that would deny Ryuki from a potential 3 prize turn. Keeping yourself invested is so important, especially when this Gardevoir deck cannot gust before your opponent has taken prize cards. Targeting down that Absol can just be so powerful for the 3 prize liability that it is at the end of the day.
All right, boss man, do you think Pokegear ever finds Penny in a spot like this then? Because if you can work in the triple Monkey Dory, there is a world of pain waiting for the Screamtail. You could get the KO before even having to worry about bringing up one of these big hitters.
It does make you wonder if there is an attack of choice for the end of the turn, and that may be the consideration here for Ryuki. Am I just planning on winning the Monkey Dory war of attrition, going for another Turbo Energized instead in this spot?
So I kind of like this here too. With Arven, you could use the energy switch and combination with the Artisan to move the energy with the Monkey Dory, then still attack with the Mega Absol. But he's going to go a different route. He has the Earthen Vessel.
We may just grab another Monkey here. We've got the Artisan in play as well.
Yeah, and if you're playing against Gardevoir, this is what you'd love to see. You have everything ready for you at this point. It's just, can you get a good attack off in this as well, or do you just want to pass with the Kangaskhan again?
I don't know. You know, you honestly can just get away with passing in this spot. You move the 9 damage onto the Screamtail, or even less than that. You can just move the 8 damage there if you want. It's actually going to be a little bit of an interesting route. These players always surprise me in terms of how they want to go about this. We're going to be ignoring the Screamtail, it seems, and just trying to target down Monkey Dory. Ryuki understands how important having the advantage is when it comes to Monkey Dory compared to the opponent.
Okay, yeah, does not want to deal with the Screamtail, and rightfully so. If you don't think that it's going to be a threat, I mean, there are no Psychic Energy in the discard pile. There was already one thrown onto the Gardevoir, so sneaking in extra damage this turn involves a lot of discards.
This hand is not looking too strong for Henry. If he doesn't get a Monkey Dory down this turn, things could definitely spell disaster. He's going to wait to use the Artisan, play Iono. Both players shuffling their hands, putting on the bottom of their deck, drawing into a few cards. There is a Night Stretcher plus Monkey Dory, but don't believe we've seen any Dark Energy discarded yet for Henry.
Yeah, it's just finding all the wrong pieces of the deck now. Has a Jellicent line in there, a Super Rod, but does not have the energy to go along with this. So waited on the Artisan, did not search out anything else here, and this is a little awkward now.
Yeah, the question now becomes, how much can you commit to continuing to target down this Mega Absol? Monkey Dory guaranteed to fall this turn, no matter how you approach it. If you KO the Monkey Dory with Scream Tail, it will still be knocked out to 2 Adrenabrains, since there is 50 on that Mega Absol. And you see how every damage counter is so meticulously being placed in this matchup, the math adding up perfectly from the damage on both players' sides.
Henry, he had a game plan. He wanted to target down that Mega Absol, but with each passing turn of Monkey Dory not being taken off the board, you have to think that the favor is leaning over to Ryuki.
And it will just be another Roaring Scream, targeting down Mega Absol. Does sit at 200 damage exactly on it, so it's got 80 HP remaining. Will be at 170 HP if those 3 Adrenabrain abilities are used. And Ryuki, for note, has not attacked to deal any damage so far, has put all of his time, effort, and resources into establishing Monkey Dory. Is this the turn where he decides to finally pounce?
I mean, what if you just send all the damage to the Ralts at some point, too? You could knock this out in combination with the Gardevoir, take 3 prizes, and with Mega Absol having 180 hit points remaining, you're not at risk of being KO'd by this board at all.
Does find Boss's Orders off the prize cards. So this is an opportunity. If there is an energy card in hand for Ryuki, he could take a KO on this Gardevoir EX and also strip Henry of an important resource in his hand.
We'll see if he wants to go that route now or just continue to push damage onto some of these other Pokemon. The healing strategy is working so well for him here, but he has opened up an avenue for Henry. With this prize card taken, Counter Catcher's live, and maybe you find some way to take this Pokemon off the board, and it is the Penny now is going to preserve the hit points once more.
Just wants to make sure that he is the Monkey Dory king. He has the army. Henry struggling to get his supporters up and running. It's just so much value. It means every turn this Roaring Scream is only going to leave 30 damage on the board over on Ryuki's side, and he'll just continue to start attaching every turn to the Absol. He's in no rush to use this Claw of Darkness. As long as it's up and running, he knows that Boss's Orders will guarantee him 2 prize cards somewhere down the line.
And for Henry now, what do you do with this information? You're still looking to find Dark Energy for your Monkey Dory, and you don't really want to put any more damage onto the board. You want to just take knockouts at this stage. With the Scream Tail, you already have an answer to a Monkey Dory. You can remove at least one of those threats and try to tilt the arrow back in your favor, maybe in a few turns. But you are not handling any of these major threats.
This is where Henry is sort of at a challenge. All that hard work has been reduced and is now going to go after Monkey Dory. So a change of heart, a change of plans for Henry, targeting Monkey Dory down now. This may finally put the pressure on Ryuki to start attacking with Mega Absol.
Yeah, this is not exactly where he wanted to be. Ryuki was very content pushing the damage counters back over, and now he's left at a point where he has to make a decision. He can go in with the Mega Absol here. He has Energy Switch in this deck list. He could easily find that with the Arven. But are you attacking into a relevant Pokemon at this point, or is it just into Scream Tail? Is it just more important to get the card out of the hand at this point?
Yeah, it would also move an energy off Monkey Dory, which is kind of what he's been going for this entire game. Establishing Monkey Dory, making sure it's strong, does still have a very solid advantage. Even after losing Monkey Dory to a Roaring Scream. Yep. So we'll have to see what resources he's willing to go for. I do believe there is a Night Stretcher in hand, so doesn't need to search out some way to grab energies. The pieces are there if he does want to go with a Claw of Darkness this turn.
Of all the turns, it doesn't seem like it's the best, given that you're staring down the Scream Tail. It's already damaged, but you don't see any other clean attacks for yourself here. Attacking in with a Yveltal using Clutch and trying to slow things down just further amplifies the damage the Scream Tail can do. So maybe it is just more important to get the card out of the hand.
Get to sort of, make yourself wonder, is preserving this Absol still the #1 option now that your opponent has gone after Monkey Dory? It seems that we're going to have to shift gears at some point. Energy onto the Mega Absol, energy switch. So Monkey Dory losing its resource to assist its friend Mega Absol to power up Claw of Darkness. And we are taking a look at this hand. Counter Catcher, the first card to put to the top, is maybe deciding if there's any other resources that are worth it. And of course, smartly checking the discard pile. Does see that a solid amount of Iono are gone right now for Henry.
And this is the one turn where you really can pounce on this play because there are no Dark Energy on the other side for Henry. No way to move 6 damage counters over with double Monkey Dory, lock in the terminal period with the Mew EX. So Ryuki feeling very safe, unless it were a shocking energy switch out of nowhere, which isn't in this list. He is going to be around for another turn.
And importantly, deciding to discard Iono from Claw of Darkness. That means all 4 Iono are gone for Henry Chow. Ryuki will not have his hand disrupted for the rest of this game, especially with this Mega Kangaskhan draw engine. That could be a big piece missing for Henry in terms of disruption.
Yeah, the hand isn't great yet, but he can continue to build on this over and over again. Slow down, change the pace of this, and just move over the damage counters with the Monkey Dory again. It is on Henry to find an answer and find it quick, and it does not look great when you're staring down this many hit points on the other side.
Henry, taking account of the hand size, knows that there's no way to reduce it at this point. As mentioned, flip the script already being used, Ultra Ball for the turn. Looks like deciding if there's anything worth going for. We see this Jellicent line present in the deck for Henry, but just because of that speed and the way it matches up into some of these Pokemon, it's really not going to see use in this matchup, it seems.
It makes you wonder if Confusion is ever one of the more ideal plays in this spot. It's not great for you, but it's the difference between seeing Latias and Pecharunt is that moving Pokemon around and then incorporating the Pecharunt means that you're going to avoid these special conditions, whereas Latias, you're retreating, you're going to waste that turn. It includes Penny or something like that to reestablish this Pokemon.
Could always combine both on the bench at the same time. You retreat, then use the Pecharunt EX. Ryuki has managed his board fairly well. It feels like every Pokemon so far has had its use. The Monkey Dories have been healing the damage off. The Latias allows this Mega Kangaskhan to draw cards. The bench management so far very strong here for Ryuki, and it's given him the opportunity to keep this last bench space open. Hasn't benched Yveltal for no reason. There's no Tatsugiri or anything in this list to draw more cards. No Pheasantipity down just yet, so action still on Henry, but Ryuki is in a prime position in this game one. Henry's only taking that one prize card, and the Mega Absol still clean with no damage on it.
You could see the nerves for Ryuki. Checked the discard pile immediately after seeing that Mew EX played, and rightfully so. You want to have all the information. Am I going to be surprised in a spot like this? Can you really handle this Pokemon with 330 hit points?
Playing the Super Rod, we do see Screamtail get shuffled back into the deck. Monkey Dory does come down. It looks like nothing grabbed off the nest ball, so just playing it to fail may signal the use of Mew EX or the Mystery Garden to draw some cards. And we are going to see our first appearance from Mystery Garden on the stream, just filling up the hand. A very, very powerful stadium card. A bit of a divide in the community on whether or not this card belongs in Gardevoir, but Henry does feel that in this version, it does have a home. Wow, we're actually going to see Mew EX come in and attack without the use of a terminal period. It's going to copy the Claw of Darkness attack for 200, accepting that it will be knocked out on the following turn, but he's going to be able to look at his hand and decide what resource is worth getting rid of. And there's a couple solid one. I mean, you've got Iono and Boss, but it's no grand prize.
Yeah, I mean, this hand is not great. It's a lot of other Pokemon. I think Pecharunt is probably the most important card that we see here. Boss's Orders could always go after a Gardevoir, but we already see 2 of those in play. Yeah, it's just not much else you really need to do.
So Ryuki has essentially lined himself up to just be 2 prize cards away at the end of this turn from winning. The question does become, though, when this Absol inevitably falls, which it will. No Monkey Dories will be able to save it from its demise on the following turn. How are you taking those last 2 prize cards if Henry Chow does decide to sort of maneuver around his attackers and maybe play around Blood Moon, Ursaluna with something like a Bravery Charm on Pheasantipity? There's a lot of options still available for him, even if he's going to take a big prize deficit next turn.
I wonder if Ryuki is ever able to set anything else up for himself with this hand, but it seemed like he didn't have the resources with Mew EX in the active spot, you could just manipulate what attacks are available for this Pokemon for the rest of the game, and those energies aren't moving anywhere. They're on a free retreat Pokemon.
Even considering the Xerosic as the supporter for turn, it's just going to decide to use this Claw of Darkness instead.
I mean,
and there is nothing going on in this hand. We're going to see some cards drawn with Mystery Garden, UEX now gone, but the Pheasantipity is still available. There's really not a lot working besides that, though.
All right, and I mean, for Ryuki, he has inevitability. If this Mega Absol is handled, then he has the Blood Moon Ursaluna follow-up and a Boss's Orders in hand. He can close out. There are no Iono left. If you don't handle the Mega Absol, then there is a Boss's Orders and a Gardevoir KO. And
look at that, though. The Professor Turo scenario picks up Pheasantipity, so it removes that option off the board completely. The Blood Moon Ursaluna being telegraphed the turn before, it's no longer going to be an option to close this game out.
Right, from this point forward, then you still need to have an answer to the Mega Absol, which means damage counters go into play. It is that much more important to preserve the hit points than is there another Dark Energy for Monkey Dory?
Absol guaranteed to fall this turn to a Miracle Force. And even if there is an energy switch, which we've already seen be played, there's really not a lot threatening this Gardevoir. So I wonder here if Henry has found a way to claw himself back in. He'll put himself to 2 prize cards at the end of this turn. He's going to put extra damage on the board by over-retreating here.
The damage was more important here. He was going to be at 80 damage on him, 230. He was going to walk into a KO if there was any way to push damage over. So he's actually going to switch this over, now have 30 on the active, and just push all the damage to the active and take the KO. Wants to stay around here. He has 280 hit points and a Dream.
Henry Chow has piloted this endgame masterfully, and I have to wonder if Ryuki was not expecting the Professor Turo scenario, leaned so heavily into the spot, and now what? He's left with just a Monkey Dory with the Dark, a Blood Moon Ursaluna that's not going to be able to take a KO on a meaningful Pokemon, and Henry Chow is threatening game next turn with a Screen Tail snipe onto this Latias on the bench.
There's so much to think about here for Ryuki. Is it ever just worth it to Iono and try again? But Mega Kangaskhan will draw up. He sees a Bravery Charm. Maybe could hold on to some hit points on that Latias.
Would protect it unless Henry has a Bravery Charm of his own, but is only just playing the 1 copy, which has already hit the discard pile, was on Screen Tail earlier in the game. Are you going to see the multi-use Blood Moon Ursaluna? Could set up for a 2-turn win if he can find a way to bring back that Pecharunt, which Henry Chow smartly decided to discard a few turns back. This guy is on top of everything in this matchup.
I mean, I'm seeing Countercatcher Gardevoir and then Iono and try to keep a ton of damage on this Pokemon, but even then you can Monkey Dory heal and then move the counters.
Yeah, I think either way, you know, it's still going to have to be a Boss's Orders on the following turn. So just to sign and save that, and also did not use the run errand after Iono, used it before, is going to have even less cards to work with. We're going to see this Blood Moon swing in with that Blood Moon attack. And now the question here for Henry Chow, finds the Screen Tail. If he has a Dark Energy, this game is all over.
I think he has the Night Stretcher in hand, but did he ever see a second energy?
Yeah, the Lively Stadium is the issue, though, Kyle. It's actually going to put this Latias out of range from being KO'd from 2 Adrenabrains plus the 160 on the Roaring Scream.
But does it ever bring Screamtail up a little bit with its extra hit points? How close can you get?
Big question, how many energy are in the discard pile? We can move 2 off of the Gardevoir EX. So if there's another 4, I think the math is there. If we've got a Dark Energy, this Screen Tail will go up to 120 HP. You can use Psychic Embrace 5 times, but even with 1 Adrenabrain, you would still be 1 damage counter short. This Latias would be at 240 HP,
you're 10
and you would be doing 230.
All right.
So what do you do here? Every damage counter is mattering in this matchup. Henry's now got to think through how he can draw without the help of the Mystery Garden, without the help of Pheasantipity or Mew. Is there a world where he's got to dodge Boss's Orders for 1 more turn?
What can you find here? Nest Ball, just looking through. Can you ever slow things down?
Could grab something like Trying to think if there's a way to apply more damage on the board. There's no way to gust. Both players are at 2 prize cards remaining. There's no attacker that matters here. No prizes were taken, so there's no reason to put Pheasantipity back into play. Do you ever go for the confusion now that you have this Petron EX in the discard pile and your opponent put themselves to a 2-card hand?
I was curious, maybe even like Frillish, just a little bit of chip damage, something in there.
Oh, we've got
he's
the Night
finding
Stretcher.
Mew.
Okay, Mew EX filling the hand up to 3 cards with the restart.
Okay.
If there's a Dark Energy, which there is,
Oh,
and
wait
I
a
think
second.
that's going to
Hold
be.
up.
I
Do we
think
have
that's gonna
combos?
be game. If the Dark Energy is in the discard pile and there's enough Psychic Energy, we can use that double Adrenabrain plus the Psychic Embrace 5 times onto Screamtail. That's going to be 260 damage, and we're going to be able to KO this Latios. Let's see if those resources are there.
I don't know if he has the Dark Energy in there.
I think there was. Remember that Monkey Dory got KO'd early with that Adrenabrain over on Ryuki's side. Is it not in there, Kyle?
I'm not sure. This may have been a Night Stretcher Energy previously.
Oh, it got rotted back into the deck. Remember with that Super Rod, it brought back the Screamtail, so no Dark Energy in the discard pile. Henry Chow usually always wants to have that in there, but if that Dark Energy was just still in the discard pile, this game would be all over, and it looks like it is going to be for that Mind Bend strategy to try and buy himself an extra turn and threaten the game.
Wow, so much to consider here. Both players really right at the end. Ryuki does have Boss's Orders in this hand, but he does not have a clean attacker to get the job done so far.
And it looks like we're figuring out how things are playing out in this spot. It's like a little bit of a discussion on how the damage was placed at the end of this turn. And now the question here for Ryuki, if there is that Boss's Orders in hand, all he would need to do is find that last copy of Night Stretcher. He had played that one before to grab the Dark Energy back from the discard pile. For that Petron EX, you could draw 2 cards with the Kangaskhan, thanks to that Latias EX Skyliner ability. However, because you don't have a Dark Pokemon to switch back into, it actually wouldn't work in combination. So now the question is, do you have to take another turn off?
He has Penny in this hand too.
We're going to see this run Aaron draw 2 cards. Does find Precious Trolley. Is there a basic Pokemon out of the deck that could be beneficial to find? I'm not sure here, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. Just wants to play 2 supporters in a turn. Could easily get the job done there, but it's just not.
There's no dual brains right here. That's not how it goes.
And we're running into a situation where just Latios instead of Petron has been pretty tricky. Damage is pushed over at this point. Penny is in hand. You can preserve the hit points, bring this Blood Moon Ursaluna back up, maybe even throw down the Bravery Charm onto the Latios. He's using the trolley at this point, and what can he even find?
The tough part is either if you pick up the Blood Moon or the Latios, they're both in potential range to be KO'd by Screamtail. So it kind of makes you wonder, is it just worth keeping both Pokemon in play so that Boss this time secures you the game? But no, we're going to see Penny pick up the Latios, keeping as much HP into play. And
Dark
if Henry
Energy.
Chow can find the Dark, which is off the top of the deck, I think this might be game. We've got to calculate the HP. The Blood Moon Ursaluna, it's got the 260 HP plus the Bravery Charm, that's 310, plus the Lively Stadium is 340. So with this double Adrenabrain, we're actually just short. 260 damage can be done, and that is not the 280 HP that's remaining.
Yeah, just a little short once more. This stadium putting in so much work here. The additional hit points for these basic Pokemon really hanging on.
And that makes me wonder here, can Henry do anything to stop Ryuki from Boss's ordering next turn? Ryuki knows there's no Iono, so he knows he's guaranteed to play the Boss here. Can't gust up any Pokemon, can't bring anything else into the active spot. It almost feels inevitable.
Oh,
Is there
boy.
anything Henry can do in this position?
I think we might just roll Kangaskhan at this point then. What else do you have?
And I think he understands the Boss's orders has not been shown is the only problem. He doesn't have 100% understanding that that's the case, but he's got to assume it. Are we flipping for the win?
Oh, yes, we are. Both players with a big nod, understanding what is at stake here. You can move some damage counters over with the Monkey Dory. The Mew is ready to roll.
So we can put this Kangaskhan up to 6 damage counters on. You see this player struggling. He understands what needs to happen. We're going to see double Adrenabrain. Henry Chow's got to flip 2 coins in a row. He's making sure there's authentic dice rolls here. He wants to make sure we've got the 2-hand method going on. Come on, man. Let him roll the dice.
All right. Looking for 2 heads to get the job done here. Copying the attack of the Mega Kangaskhan. Rapid fire combo. Here we go.
We need double heads. Oh, and he flips tails. Henry Chow went for it all. He had no other option in that game. Ryuki courteously showing the boss. We could have seen carnage there at that last turn.
What a game between these players. A wild back and forth, and Ryuki Okada is reigning supreme here in the opening game. Still have plenty of time to see another great game between these players, but that was something else.
That was an absolute treat, that game. Both players felt like they had commanding spots at some point in the game, but when you're dealing with 2 of the game's best, it is back and forth. That is one to see for sure. Let's look back and see how that game broke down.
Yeah, absolute pleasure here. Both players really giving us a great show. It was the Monkey Dory War, as Ryuki Okada had everything he needed at the opening start of this game and really played patiently with that Mega Absol until he found the perfect time. There was no answer with the Monkey Dory on the other side. Got aggressive. Henry threw as much damage as he could onto this Pokemon, really tried to take it off the board and just could not find the perfect answer. Eventually did take this Pokemon out and was down to just a few prize cards remaining. And for Ryuki, just had to find those last prize cards. Could not piece the puzzle together, and it was all down to the Mega Kangaskhan, which could not get the job done as that copied attack.
And that was a pretty long game number 1. So we are in this area where, if you are Henry Chow, time is, your biggest friend, but it can also be your biggest enemy. When you win that game number 1, how things go, or when you lose that game 1, how things go, really impacts how you're going to approach a matchup like this. And we do see things get underway in this second game. New EX being the starter for Henry, it's another potential liability down the line that can really impact, as he is able to start with a Nest Ball. We do have to note, Ryuki going first, being able to play item cards and having this opportunity to play items before the potential Frillish lock is a big deal, even if it's not Precious Trolley.
Yeah, we know that Henry does play a few ways to move his Pokemon around. There's a copy of Latios if you want to move the basic Pokemon, but having a free retreater in that Mew is actually pretty great for the way that this deck is set up. Leaning on that early Frillish, locking out some of the item cards. It's not always the matchup for this, but every time you see another Nest Ball played, you feel a little bit more sad.
There is one of those Turbo Energize on the prizes, Mist Energy as well, but looks like pretty reasonable and workable prizes, so shouldn't see too much change in terms of Ryuki's strategy and approach in this game. We'll just take the opportunity to see the deck, and yeah, wow, talk about time gone. We are over 35 minutes through this round. I'm not sure we're even gonna see this game conclude, and if you're in Ryuki's spot, it just kind of feels like the approach you took last game, while being slow, felt like the right approach, and there may be no reason for you to change things up.
Yeah, you don't have to give your opponent that chance to take those knockouts, lean into counter catchers, and steal 2-3 prize KOs on Pokemon that were a little more unsuspecting. And if you just continue to build up on those Monkey Dories once more, you don't have much else to worry about.
So the choice here for Yuki, which will be the basic Pokemon grabbed? Taking note of all prize cards available, wants to see what is in the deck, what is not. Bloodmoon Ursaluna, probably one of the worst starters in this deck. It does have that hefty 3 retreat cost. It's not good towards the end of the game. It will be the Mega Kangaskhan EX as the choice, as well as an Earthen Vessel. So getting an energy drop down as well, very beneficial. We'll have to see if there is that Latios EX in the hand as well to allow this to retreat and to start firing off some errands so we can get some cards drawn and put together our plan.
It's the more resources you can find in this spot, the better. Ryuki wants to see so many cards, build up that board state once more. Just play defense. You have so many high hit point Pokemon on your side of the board. It's pretty difficult for Gardevoir to be the aggressor against a deck like this.
Wow, there is nothing else going on. We've got Penny City, and that's pretty much it for Ryuki. We'll see how that impacts him towards the end of this game. And Henry is just going fast. He is full turbo mode. Doesn't even check the deck on that first deck search, just goes, I know what I need. It's the Frillish, it's coming down. And that is big, though, Kyle. The Screamtail and the prize cards changes a whole lot about how he's going to be able to approach this matchup.
Yeah, just no targeting of the Monkey Dory for the foreseeable future here. It's going to be all about the Frillish slowing things down, and then he's really hoping to find a Ralts here. Cannot even find that. He'll think about how he handles this next turn, though, because he needs to jump into the action, and he does just that with the item lock.
Yeah, and Ryuki here actually finding those pennies to go to the bottom of the deck. So no way now to pivot this Mega Kangaskhan, and can't even play a way to search out Latias EX. We may be seeing Ryuki's pace shift dramatically into a slower end, whether he wants it or not.
And, I mean, more questions arise at this point then. You have Arven, but do you ever want to turbo energize and load energies onto a Pokemon like Mega Kangaskhan here? Doesn't feel like a great way to use your resources. And
I don't even think there's an energy card in the hand as that for that an option. It looks like a lot of junk and items that cannot be played thanks to Oceanic Gloom.
Yeah, just not much else. Actually has the turbo, but just nothing else to go along with this. Can't move this Pokemon. Did not find a way to do just that, and it's going to be pretty slow. But also, you have Bravery Charm. You have 300 HP on this Mega Kangaskhan. You can take it slow.
It kind of wonders if you want to treat this game like a stall matchup in a sense. Just preserve your Pokemon, don't give your opponent pace or tempo, and we'll see these Pokemon come down into play. So we'll continue to bench the 3 prize Pokemon. Boss's Orders in the hand, Pheasantipity for later potentially. We'll see another energy committed to the Frillish, so maybe powering up for a Jellicent down the line. Doesn't seem like a great Pokemon in this matchup. However, getting energy into play is still priority number 1 to use that Gardevoir EX later on.
Right, and Frillish still has that 3 retreat. You can move this. You can move these energies off this Pokemon later on down the road. If you do find a Ralts, that is the number 1 objective here. You need a Ralts in play so that maybe Rare Candy Gardevoir can come down the next turn.
So 8 cards and does find the Ralts. Nothing else needed. We are going quickly with the Oceanic Gloom. And yet again, a non-valuable top deck does find another Arven. So Ryuki is just going turn after turn with no progress. Just the 1 energy card on the Kangaskhan. And now the question becomes, how can Henry Chow convert this slow start from Ryuki into a fast game to win for himself?
Secret Box, Gardevoir, Earthen Vessel all sound like great ways to do just that, and this hand is certainly going to help out. Henry has all the tools that he needs, and Ryuki is just grabbing all the tools and items he can't play. That's going to work out fairly well. The only problem now is, do you have to do that in combination with the Jellicent to keep this item lock in play, as you've seen how devastating that has been for your opponent?
Yeah, the big issue for Henry is that Screamtail being prized means he really can't get the first hit into one of these Mega Pokemon because, again, no gusting options available, only the counter catchers. So are you just committing to taking the first 2 prizes onto Blood Moon Ursaluna? Is that the choice? It feels like there may be no other if that's the position we're in. And look at that, like you mentioned, Secret Box, Earthen Vessel prior to get Psychic Energies, and we are going to see that turn 2 Rare Candy after Ralts came into play last turn.
And at this point, then you can just see a few more resources, maybe some fodder with that Ultra Ball, and find even more cards with the Lily's Determination. Look at this, going for the Mystery Garden. Don't want to play that Artisan. Give your opponent access to any more Pokemon. They're struggling enough as it is.
Monkey Dory does come down, and there is the Lily's Determination. So now, if the rest of this board can look like another Monkey Dory and a Frillish, we may just be relying off of a 10-minute Frillish spam back and forth to deal 80 damage every turn. It seems like if you put Jellicent EX into play, you are just opening yourself up to a boss's orders to let your opponent set up however they want.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that card is a lot easier to find, especially with this deck, with the Mega Kangaskhan drawing all those resources eventually once the Blood Moon Ursaluna is not in the active spot anymore, but this is great. He has the dark energy. He's moving this Pokemon. He's actually got enough for KO here, and it looks like he might just cash in on that here before Mega Absol's a problem.
Yeah, it's not powered up, and there's no world where it gets powered up. So understanding this is an okay turn to break the item lock, allow Ryuki to get set up, but you could always go back into the Frillish, or honestly, it feels like it's done its job. And let's see what prize card is taken. If it is that Screamtail, which it is, that opens up huge opportunities to target down that Absol if it gets powered up with Energize this turn.
Now for Ryuki, he's going to try to make this turn last as long as possible. He's got so many resources to play through, finally has access to those items, and wants to make sure this is the perfect turn for him. However, probably doesn't end up with any knockout, any decent attack. It's going to be about stalling and holding on to these resources that are the hit points.
Yeah, may very likely see Turbo Energize, but what if it just goes on to Monkey Dory to preserve your Pokemon? You could just turn into a pseudo stall deck in a world. We'll see the Pokegear be played, so decks being shuffled, Lily's Determination grabbed. We know there's an Earthen Vessel in hand. We know there's that Precious Trolley as well.
You can see the pace from Henry. Wants every action to fly off the board at this stage. Understands that there is not much time left here. Almost 6 minutes remaining here, as Henry's trying to eye up those last few prize cards.
Pokegear number 2, it actually decides to not grab the Iono, so leaving those 2 in the deck, and it looks like does have the Earthen Vessel, but no Precious Trolley. So the question now, are you ever going to be able to win this game by fighting fire with fire, or are you going to try and just extinguish the fire altogether and make sure the house doesn't burn down in 6 minutes?
Oh, this may have burnt the house down, though. That is a dangerous benching, as both these Pokemon now in the Latias and the Pheasantipede spell out 4 prize cards in 2 turns. Bravery Charm, Screamtail, Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, all of these things lead to easy KOs. And Henry might feel a little more comfortable now. It just requires more resources from Ryuki.
Is there a world where you can lean into some clutch plays from Yveltal to buy yourself some time? There is a decent amount of energy committed onto the Gardevoir. You can go after Monkey Dory. That would limit it to only be able to deal 60 damage per turn. The Frillish could get locked in the active spot. Obviously, you would item lock yourself in the process, but at least you're negating the amount of damage your opponent can do on your board. And it looks like the Yveltal will make its show appearance right here in game number 2.
Yeah, and this is just a great understanding of what you need to do in this situation. This is not a game-winning play by any means, but it buys you time. This Pokemon can stick around for a little while. You can slow things down with the counter catcher.
And just considering going after Mew, let's not forget you can copy that Dark Feather attack, but you'll be able to lock 3 energy essentially onto this Mew EX. With the Bravery Charm, it means that Henry is essentially allowing himself to not be able to KO this Yveltal since it does have 160 HP. Would need to find another Monkey Dory plus Dark Energy to heal 60 damage off of his board, and is just going to have to use this Iono for 4 cards. This has got to be an incredible 4 cards here for Henry. Can he find Monkey Dory Dark Energy?
But next turn, he has the Professor Turo for this Pokemon. Just needs to play it smooth, play it fast, and get over to the next turn here, and maybe he's got a chance to move this Pokemon and get those energies put back into the discard pile.
It looks like we'll see the full force of genome hacking, copy Dark Feather, leave this Yveltal with just 20 HP remaining. And now the question for Ryuki, there's only 1 Monkey Dory in play. There is a Penny as well. Are we just full pivoting out of the Yveltal and trying to race the prizes back? We're going to at least heal it and keep it off the board, but what does the rest of this turn look like?
I mean, you might just see this Pokemon played right back down. Multiple cards into the hand now with Run Errand, filling up the hand nicely, and he's got the combo that he needs. This is a Pokemon that is unchecked currently by the Mew. You can bring it right back up, slow things down, but this is where Henry has been dying to see this turn. He has the Turo. He can move this Pokemon, get the energies into the discard pile, promote the Gardevoir, and now he's just trying to take a prize as fast as he can. He's down to 3 prize cards remaining. Pressure is on the Monkey Dory. If there's not a Dark Energy for this Pokemon, then you'll likely be able to take it out soon. It's just 3 there, so still a little slow there, but still could start to target down those 6 prize Pokemon, or 3 prize Pokemon.
Soon, Kyle.
We're getting there.
One day. But for now, we are in a Mega Evolution format. Fesentipity flipped the script. We are just under 3 minutes remaining. Henry Chow is just 3 prize cards away from winning this short and sweet game number 2. Nice Stretcher does bring Yveltal back to the hand. We did see Turo played last turn, and I wonder if Frillish is going to be the target like we mentioned before, and it is. So bringing Frillish up, understanding item lock is most likely going to be the counterplay from Henry, but it's not putting enough damage on the board, especially if Monkey Dory can find a Dark Energy next turn.
This is a liability, though. If you don't grab the Monkey Dory instead, there's always a world where you evolve this Pokemon. Jellicent can then retreat, and then you have those energies right back on board if you want to attack in with a different Pokemon. So a bit of a risk here. And we are flying through the board. What is happening now?
It looks like we're figuring out if there is a situation with...
Oh, he was about to see card number 7, but I don't think he actually looked yet. This does slow things down. There was about 2 minutes on the clock before we got into this spot.
Seems to always happen to us. Right in the middle of the most intense moments. We are having a judge call again. We have to see if 7 cards were drawn off of Iono. Iono is such a troublemaker.
Yeah, if he saw the card, then it's likely DPL. If he did not see it, they can always put that card back, and we can go back to the action. DPL basically spells game over.
Wow. That is absolutely heartbreaking. We've seen these huge judge calls in just the biggest of moments. You could tell these players are nervous, they're tense. This is such a huge match. Both players, you know, for how seasoned and experienced they are for the Pokemon TCG, it doesn't mean that when they're facing up against one another that they don't have nerves. They're not, on edge a little bit, and mistakes are made sometimes. Not everybody can play perfect in the biggest of moments.
Right. I mean, even though you're already an established name in the game, you want to prove yourself in spots like these. You're playing against the other person that you keep hearing about so often. This is a great chance for you to prove not only that you're one of the best players, but you're one of the best pilots of this deck that you are known for at this point in the game. There's a lot to think about here.
And wow, what a turn that was leading up to be. We just saw the clutch, thanks to Boss's orders, on to the Frillish. And those 3 cards there was a Bravery Charm, Night Stretcher, and Super Rod, as well as a Psychic Energy from the discard pile that was going to be used with that Psychic Embrace ability. The big thing to think about, though, no Monkey Dory Dark Energy, no Jellicent EX. So as things stand, the Frillish would be knocked out the following turn from a clutch. So in that position, in that spot, assuming there's no prize cards taken off a penalty here, assuming the footage is being reviewed and everything goes back to normal, when action gets passed back to Ryuki, he's going to have no items. The Pokemon he's trying to trap is going to be KO'd. What do you do in that spot when your opponent is just 3 prize cards away from winning?
Yeah, well, maybe we need to add an extra brain into this, as I know a man who might be able to help us out. Chip Ritchie, how you feeling out there? We got once again another judge call here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, here we are, gentlemen. Yeah, definitely a pretty common situation here. I mean, we see it pretty regularly at tournaments where a player unintentionally, inadvertently draws an additional card. It does feel like it happens most often off Iono, which is the case here. Ryuki, when drawing the cards for his Iono, did have 7 cards in his hand. Now, what the judges were looking at and trying to determine here is, did he pick up his hand? Did he see that 7th card? Did he, even if he didn't see necessarily the 7th specific card, if his hand went face up towards his face, that would be cause for a potential penalty to be issued here. If he counts out his 7 cards, they can easily identify, oh yeah, there's the 7, he hadn't looked at them yet. Let's put the 1 back. No harm, no foul in this spot. But if he did see that card, it is unfortunately the recommended starter penalty here is it's considered a major Pokemon TCG gameplay error. Examples include the following: a competitor draws an extra card. That is the exact instance here. And the recommended starting penalty here is a double prize card penalty, which would really change the outcome of this game if that is indeed going to be the penalty here.
Yeah, thank you, Chip. Yeah, that's what we were thinking as well, taking a look at this. Did not see exactly if he made eye contact with that card. If he did, then this could completely tilt the game. We have 2 minutes remaining here as we'll see who can close out in this really pivotal game number 2 now. And I mean, there's still a lot to think about. If we do get to this point, if we don't have this judge call interact with it, there's some things to question from Henry's side. Oh, I think he had Arven in hand when he went for the Iono, and Arven for Ultra Ball for Jellicent is a retreat. And you can attack in with the Gardevoir at that point, go down to 2 prize cards remaining. But I understand you are playing for your tournament life at this point. You're desperate to find that one additional match point, and you thought Iono was his best chance.
Yeah, like Power Press would be able to take a KO. You would go to 2, and I guess you're so far ahead at that point. The only risk would be if your Gardevoir somehow gets KO'd down the line, then your board is really not prepared as well as possible. But Henry hasn't really taken any proactive steps in this game. He never checked his deck to see what was prized initially. He's always played super fast. He's tapped his opponent's deck every time he's shuffled it. Yeah. He clearly has cared about one thing, and it's a smart thing to think about, the time left in the round. Just under 3 minutes left. Really, the big question here is going to be, if he saw the 7th card in some capacity and there's that double prize card penalty, how does that impact Henry's game plan if he just needs to take the 1 prize card? And if Ryuki is going to be item locked this turn from that Frillish, can he find a way to play around losing the game on the spot to a Screamtail?
Hey guys, I just want to jump in here real quick and add one last bit of context. And I think this is what we're seeing the judges do right here. Another issue with the way this extra card was drawn specifically is that the deck was ordered. Henry had just played Iono, so there are specific cards that are meant to be on the bottom of the deck. You know, normally when a player draws an extra card off something like a Professor's Research, just off the top, it's a simple, you know, show the card, shuffle it back in, no harm, no foul. They cannot just simply shuffle the card back into the deck because the bottom of the deck has to be that specific order due to the Iono. So what they're going to do, and what it looks like they have done, is count exactly how many cards Ryuki had in his hand pre the Iono, count those bottom cards out, then reveal one of those 7 cards that he drew inadvertently, shuffle that back into the deck, and then now his deck is in the proper order.
Perfect. Thank you, Chip. That's great information to have here. We did see Ryuki move a 1 pip of a die over to the prize cards to signify that this is a double prize penalty. Henry just 1 prize away then from closing this game out, but I don't think he was able to do much with this hand. If he had all this information beforehand, Jellicent would have closed the game out. Instead now, we'll see what Ryuki can do with these last few minutes.
If Ryuki can find another way to gust in this spot, he can actually KO the Frillish this turn with Adrenabrain and then try and trap the Monkey Dory, but is instead going to just retreat into the Kangaskhan and leave himself susceptible to a Roaring Scream to lose himself the game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, just what else can he do in this spot? He's going to play down a counter stadium, use the Lily's Determination. He has KO on Frillish, but what does that do for you at this point?
You have to leave that Frillish active. You cannot take a KO. Giving your opponent flip the script is just more cards they're going to be able to find. You are not winning the game by taking a KO. We're going to see the proper amount of cards here. 6 cards drawn from Ryuki, plus the 2 from the 6 additional prize cards being left. So we'll see how this damage is moved around. We're going to see Adrenabrain. If Henry Chow finds Screamtail, this game is over. Can he get there?
He's moving quickly.
No, just Adrenabrain into the item lock.
Oh, but with only 40 seconds remaining, he actually was able to hold on to this turn. He will still have 1 turn in time to try to figure this out. He only needs 1 prize card.
It's all going to come down to Screamtail in this spot. So now Ryuki's still under item lock. He can use this Mega Kangaskhan to draw some cards. Has not played a supporter card yet for turn. Does have Penny. So can Penny up one of these 2 prize Pokemon? Or excuse me, 1 prize Pokemon is instead going to start things off with the Adrenabrain. We're checking the resources, we're checking the discard pile, and time is going to expire here on Ryuki's turn. So Henry Chow's got 1 shot, 1 opportunity to force us into a draw.
It looks like the Penny would go on the Monkey Dory at this point. Just keep all the hit points that you can. It's just the Evital left, and he's actually going to promote this. This could walk into the Jellicent, and there's an Arven!
Finds Arven. That means if there's an Ultra Ball there, gets it! Henry Chow top decks the cards he need to get himself in the game. Evolve into Jellicent, use these 3 Psychic Embrace abilities, and because of that 2 prize card penalty, Henry Chow is going to force a draw by top decking exactly what he needs in round number 12.
Ryuki can't believe it, and neither can we. What a way to close things out here. Henry with a perfect understanding of what he needed to do to get that point in this setup. He finally earns that tie, but it was such an uphill battle. 35 minutes was absolutely destroyed in that opening game, and he was able to find a way.
Wow. Yeah, was just sitting on no resources that were going to help him. Ryuki did all he could. He even limited the total outs that could happen, since you technically put your opponent at less options by forcing the Jellicent EX out instead of Artisan or a way to find the Screamtail. So did everything he could, drained as much time off the clock as possible. But this game one was really the big show of how these decks clash back and forth.
Yeah, Henry had a pretty established idea in his mind of how to handle this matchup through every damage counter possible on the Mega Absol. And it gave us a pretty good idea of how you're supposed to win this matchup. Just take all of the energies and put pressure on them. And Henry did just that, almost was able to come out on top, but he missed out on this last chance when he copied the Mega Kangaskhan attack. This was much more conducive for Henry. Played quickly, aggressively, and there was pressure on every single energy every turn.
Right off the gate, Ryuki not being able to play those item cards early on really stunted his setup. It was just Oceanic Gloom, which then set up into the huge turn, and this was what it came down to. Had just recovery cards in hand, nothing going on, and finds the Arven off the top of the deck for the Ultra Ball and forces himself into a tie. Is now in a spot at X1-1 where he just needs to go 1-1 from this spot. If he just wins one more game, he is locked up for top cut.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're looking to do here when you're in a field of over 520 competitors trying to make it into this top cut here. Likely asymmetric. We'll see how that all works out. So many players trying to get those points, and heartbreaking for Ryuki to miss out on those 3 match points. However, his road's not done just yet.
Yeah, and this is really where Ryuki's going to be tested, I think, is that mental. You've really got to be kicking yourself in that spot. Doesn't matter, you know, if it's right or wrong. It's just the facts of the matter. You were a non-mistake away from winning. You just had to do nothing, and the game would have been won. And it's just that small mistake, the unintentional mistake that costs you. What's done is done. You can't change the past, but what's most important is how do you approach your mindset going into that game? Kyle, you've been playing for a while. Have you had to make mistakes and bounce back like that before in Pokemon tournaments?
It happens all the time, and you try to tell yourself that it's just a one-of, and you're not going to do that again. You can focus back and give your best Pokemon from this point forward, but that's probably not the case. You're playing in a very long tournament. These mistakes are going to happen. They might be really minute in this situation, or they might be massive, but ultimately it's on you to able to hunker down and get what you need done from this spot. And I feel like Ryuki's already shown us time and time again he can do just that.
What a set that was. What an absolute treat. So much to break down, and I know someone who's going to do just that. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Chip.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, great game to see. Broadcast right there, Henry versus Ryuki. Easily a match we could have seen as our finals for this tournament, but we get it to kick off the day here for day number 2, which was really, really, truly a treat. I want to break down some interesting turns from this game, kind of how we got to the spot, because game number 1, players were kind of posturing with one another, waiting for the other player to strike first, waiting. They didn't want to jump ahead into the prize race. Ryuki really easily could have started attacking with his Absol EX super early this game, start ripping cards out of Henry's hand, but he didn't want to activate things like Counter Catcher, and I think more importantly, he didn't want to leave a bunch of Monkey Dory in play, and that it almost feels like a Gardevoir mirror match, where the player who can establish more Monkey Dories is going to be favored in a lot of these positions. And so that's what Ryuki spent these early turns doing. He got 2 Monkey Dories into play, and then on this turn right after, Henry here is going to attack with this Screamtail into the Absol, deal a bunch of damage to it. Ryuki has an option, right, to heal that damage, just go in with an attack and rip things out of Henry's hand, but he's going to take it a little bit slower. He's going to establish an additional Monkey Dory here. He takes a little while to kind of think through his options. He's got Arven, he's got, of course, his Mega Kangaskhan to draw some cards, which he goes with first, and he is eventually going to get himself that 3rd Monkey Dory into play, and on this turn, he's going to be eyeing up loading the damage onto this Monkey Dory. He wants to try to limit Henry from getting too many Monkey Dories with Darkness Energies into play at a single time. And so by loading 90 damage up with 1, 2, and eventually this 3rd Monkey Dory, all going after this one, even if Henry does find another Monkey Dory and another Darkness Energy here, he can only move 6 over. Sure, he could Screamtail to KO one of the Monkey Dories. Ryuki is still going to have 2 Monkey Dory. He's still going to have this damage in play to push back over in order to get that KO. And then eventually here, he will also, in this following turn, And it does lead to that where he will take out this Monkey Dory. Henry is unable to get himself another Monkey Dory established. They both take a prize card here, and then now things get a little interesting, right? 5 prize cards apiece. Ryuki is trying to get his Absol back established again, and he had a choice here of is it worth it to attack? Can he try to establish the 3rd Monkey Dory one more time? But he's got no damage in play at this point, and from this position, Henry has a couple of options where he can, with 5 prize cards left, try to KO 1 Mega Pokemon and then 1 2-prize Pokemon, or he can try to KO 1 Monkey Dory and then 2 2-prize Pokemon if something like Blood Moon or Petrarunt comes into play later on in the game. So Ryuki is going to go aggressive here and does get a really, really nice hit as well off of the upcoming Claw of Darkness using his energy switch, finds the Iono from Henry in his hand, and this was a really big turn in the game because Iono is such a huge part of Gardevoir's game plan against so many of these decks, just limiting their options later on in the game. And Ryuki immediately is going to check Henry's discard pile, see, yes, 3 Iono already in there, and we'll be happy to discard that 4th and final copy, knowing that Disruption is not going to be coming his way for the rest of the game. But from this position, Henry still has that Mega KO into a 2-prize Pokemon KO to try to close out the game. And he's going to do that here, initiating with his Mew EX, retreating into it, using Genome Hacking to copy the Claw of Darkness and just lay a bunch of damage onto this Mega Absol EX. He knows that this Mew is going to go down. He knows it is going to be KO'd this coming turn, but he doesn't mind. He just wants to get this damage into play, and he also gets a huge hit here from the Claw of Darkness in that Petrarunt EX. He thinks through for a little while which card to get rid of, but ultimately does land on the Petrarunt because he's thinking multiple turns ahead. Ryuki here, 4 prizes left, 2 2-prize KOs. If Ryuki KOs the Mew EX, he has a pretty easy final KO to take on the Pheasantipede right here. Henry plays Professor Turo's Scenario, not a super common card we see in Gardevoir decks these days. And Ryuki probably is not expecting there to be a Professor Turo scenario in Henry's deck. So what Henry is playing towards here is trying to 2-hit KO this Absol, getting a bunch of damage onto it with the Mew, into KOing it with Gardevoir, and on that turn that he attacks it with a Gardevoir EX, he wants to use Professor Turo to pick up this Pheasantipede to get that liability out of play. So Ryuki doesn't have a easy target. Now, Gardevoir is weak to Dark, and there is one Pokemon in Ryuki's deck that can pretty easily KO the Dark weak Gardevoir EX at the end of the game, and that is this Petrarunt. That's why it was such a huge hit here. It allowed Henry to go for this play of getting rid of that Pokemon and setting himself up to be in a position where Ryuki was just going to need a lot at the end of the game to try to close things out, and it does end up being extremely, extremely close. We actually did see things come down to Henry deciding, hey, I think my best chance to go for the win here is to flip some coins with the Mega Kangaskhan, trying to channel his inner Rowan Stavino from the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Does not quite happen for him, unfortunately, but man, what an excellent game to see. And I also do want to call out a really nice pivot from Henry in game number 2, recognizing the situation. We talk about it all the time, how the clock is such a big factor, and I think Henry is one of the players who plays to it better than anyone, knowing when he needs to go fast, knowing he cannot waste any time checking prize cards. He's just got to get through the deck, try to take prize cards, and put himself in a position to be the winner of a game, and he does earn himself 1 match point for his efforts in this one after being able to fight back and make that happen. So really interesting game for sure, and I can't wait to see what other action we have in store. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We've got Swiss Round 13 coming up soon.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. So, this is our first ever regional championship here in Las Vegas. And of course, I did my research. I asked around in the local community. I wanted to know who was the best player in Las Vegas. And sure enough, I was pointed to a father-son duo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alexander and Anthony Sasso. Anthony, how are you feeling?
Very excited to be here. This is kind of incredible. So this is awesome.
How are you feeling?
Same for me.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. And this is, again, the first regional here in Las Vegas. What is that like to have a regional in your hometown?
So we have a giant Pokemon community here. It is massive. We have a Discord of like 700 members. When it got announced it was in Vegas, our Discord like popped off. It was absolutely incredible. So I think the entire community is very excited. A lot of people who were kind of not playing so much all started playing again. We did massive testing days. I did like a barbecue at my house with my wife. It was incredible. So we all got together, we tested a bunch, and I think everybody here is excited. Hopefully one of us wins. We'll see.
Amazing stuff. How about you, Alexander? Are you excited to have a regional here at your hometown?
Yeah.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Let me know, though, how are you guys preparing for the regional championships?
I am a little obsessive, so I've been preparing a little too much. Thank you to my wife for putting up with me. So I've just been testing a ton, been using the simulator, mostly with the community, though, which has been the best. We have a team at Darkside. Shout out Darkside, they're incredible. I've been testing with Yul, he's sitting over there, but he's awesome test partner. And then he cooks me every time, but we test a lot, and the testing normally goes, I lose and he wins. So.
Is that true? Do you normally beat your dad?
Yeah.
I mean, he did just beat me at the 2K yesterday, and he knocked me out of it, so that did happen.
Great job. But yeah, tell us about your Pokemon journey, however. How did how do we get started in playing Pokemon?
So I used to play card games a long time ago, actually back with my wife because we've been together forever. She played with me with Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time. I got out of the game when I had kids. I hadn't played a card game for a while. And then we were walking through Target and he was literally like, Dad, I want to be a Pokemon master. And I was just like, say less. I am so excited as an old competitive player. So
can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So the deck that I chose when I first started wanting to play Pokemon was the Miraidon EX League Battle Deck. Then after that, I just started playing a lot of Pokemon with my dad.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. You know, I'm sure someday the mom will join us as well, play some Pokemon. Bring her into camera now.
She loves Eevee. We have a dog named Eevee. I told her Eevee box is very good right now. It would be a good time for her to play.
Very true, very true. With that, you know, again, the tournament's tomorrow. Are you guys feeling nervous at all?
I think I'm feeling more excited. It feels like being nervous, but I think in my head, I'm like, I'm just excited to play. We've been testing a long time. I'm playing Goldango. I'm not just playing it because it's the best deck right now. I've been playing Goldango nonstop, so this is a good time for it. So it is very exciting.
Are you nervous? And what are we playing?
I'm playing Conqueror, and I'm excited to play in the Las Vegas Regional and have fun.
Let's go. All right, with that, thank you so much. Anyone you guys want to shout out before I do let you go?
Shout out Darkside Games. Shout out Yul, who's sitting right there, and my wife for putting up with us in all of our Pokemon testing.
Anyone you want to shout out?
Darkside Games as well, and also my mom for letting us stay up late playing Pokemon.
Oh. Of course, thank you, Mom. With that, thank you so much. We're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships.
Hello, Pokemon fans at home and here in the building. We are back at Las Vegas, Nevada for the Pokemon Regional Championships. First time ever, and we're here in day 2, in phase 2 for the Masters TCG. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Emily Foreman, and we have our players getting ready right now. So we're not going to be taking too much longer here. We're just going to take a look at the phase 1 meta and see how it shaped up into the phase 2 meta here today.
Yeah, I think for our community, we really enjoy looking at these graphics, right? Kind of goes to show where a lot of our players are currently leaning, right? This was actually the first time that Goldango being at the top in comparison to the combined Gardevoir and Gardevoir Jellicent variants together here. So it's very interesting to see how Goldango has truly found its perfect partner in the Solrock Lunatone engine here. But this is where we kind of want to look at where we are now here, Jeremy. Goldango still very much so at the top, but once again, that combined Gardevoir and Jellicent still kind of looming right there next to it.
The thing that interests me is the fact that the Gardevoir EX and the Gardevoir Jellicent EX pairing is so close for the players. 47 people on Gardevoir EX, 45 people on the Jellicent variety, and Jellicent, I think, is the one that is really the one to watch for in this metagame with Golden Go being so popular.
Yeah, well, of course, once again, get your quick look at this in because our stage is already ready to go here, Jeremy. I'm excited for our next matchup that we have coming up here because it's a deck that isn't on any of our graphics. It's a deck technically a lot of people have forgotten about, and it's actually this Joltik toolbox here going up against, of course, Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan.
True and Tran throwing hands, iron hands that is, into this meta up against Robin Schultz, former world champion, Mr. Limitless himself, and it is going to be a great match here.
I'm excited to see the way that Joltik Toolbox is going to be able to navigate around Yveltal's clutch. A lot of great item cards that we have inside of the Joltik Toolbox. We have Prime Catcher, of course, as our ace spec. We also have one copy of the item card switch here, but then again, you also have something like Iron Leaves EX, that rapid Vernier ability where you're able to bench it and it's able to go straight into the active there. So we have a lot of flexibility to get out of Yveltal clutch here, but it's really about finding some of the answers to something like a Mega Kangaskhan EX with a Bravery Charm on it, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, of course. And then you also have just the threat of weakness, right?
Yeah.
Mega Absol EX is weak to that Iron Leaves EX. And the thing we're going to have to really just watch out for is those Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EXs. That's really going to try to just decide this match.
Well, here we go, heading on into the game. And one other thing about this Joltik Toolbox list as well, Jeremy, the Mega Mawile that we were talking about kind of showing up in decks like Golden Go is actually appearing here now in Joltik Toolbox. You have plenty of acceleration in terms of energy to that Mega Mawile because you only need 2 to start chowing down here, but we're heading into game.
It does look like Truant is going to start things off. Miraidon EX in the active spot. What better Pokemon to start with than the Pokemon that you can use Tandem Unit to get all the Pokemon you need?
The biggest thing here, though, I don't think Truant really wants to go first with this deck, right? Both of these decks actually want to use their attacks in terms of the Jolting charge on Joltik to get the energy on the board. And the same thing on Robin's side, too, as well, with the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. My goodness, was that a pass? I saw the hand go, and that's actually just going to be a pass right on over to Robin.
All right. I mean, sometimes that's what happens. You don't want those Lightning Pokemon in your deck, but you do get that deck search so you can look at the prize cards. You do have Mew EX in the prize cards, which is one of the ways to actually attack down a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, absolutely. You also have, the prizes aren't too crazy on Truant's side as well, but it's going straight on over into Robin. And of course, the ace spec of choice in Robin's list being that Precious Trolley, being able to go on ahead and grab your full bench of attackers ready to go. And also just the Turbo Energize as well here. Looking at Robin's prizes though, Jeremy, I'm not seeing anything too crazy. The Petron EX though could be one of those key pieces, but still one Monkey Dory, Bravery Charm, a couple of supporters. I'm not too worried if I'm Robin.
One thing to note too on Truant's side is the switch, which is one of the ways to get out of a clutch from the Yveltal, which could come into play in this matchup. But wow, Robin starting things off the perfect way if you're playing a Precious Trolley deck, and that is Arven for the Trolley and that Technical Machine Turbo Energize.
One of the things, if you notice on the board right now, Jeremy, I mean, there's no Mega Absol coming down onto the bench this turn. And it was because the plethora of grass-type attackers that you have in this deck that can handle something like a Mega Absol. Now, granted, Galvantula isn't hitting those super crazy big numbers, but very well could with the right amount of energy attached. But also, of course, the Iron Leaves here. And now we're going to see a couple more draws off of the rapid or the run errand here, but we'll see where the energy gets accelerated to.
Mega Kangaskhan in this matchup is actually pretty great. Like, it's not going to really get one hit outside of something like a Pikachu EX, but you have Lively Stadium and Bravery Charm to really help you with that math. And with a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain, Mega Kangaskhan, its rapid fire combo can take knockouts on pretty much anything, even without a heads.
One of the big things with Pecharunt being prized as well, Jeremy, is that we can't really start our kind of poison damage kind of throwing around the Monkey Dory counters on something as small as a Joltik here too. So that's actually kind of a big part of the engine being locked away here, but we are going to see Tandem Unit for that Joltik. A couple of attackers here. I mean, we do have Pikachu EX as we can see, and that's a big kind of green light here for Truant saying, hey, I don't see a Pecharunt. That could mean that Resolute Heart is able to kind of tank a hit here from this Mega Kangaskhan EX and start hitting those big numbers.
I have to think if Truant actually just tandem unit to fail, maybe playing some mind games with Robin. Like, oh no, my Joltics are prized, my Pikachus are prized, what's going on? But having a great start here on the second turn, having the Arven for the Bravery Charm and a Pokegear, so kind of signaling the hand might be a little weak for next turn, hoping to Pokegear for something like a Crispin or Boss's Orders to get things rolling after this Jolting Charge.
And it's kind of a matter of where we go next here with the energy. We could absolutely split between Iron Hands and Pikachu. I mean, Monkey Dory and Yveltal are both great targets for an Ampu very much. Putting the Bravery Charm on Iron Hands as well wants to at least stay up and running on the bench to potentially survive something like a rapid fire combo from Mega Kangaskhan if we decide to play a little bit aggressive here. I can imagine that we're just going to put the energy mostly on Iron Hands here and then give some love on over. Oh, we're going to actually just go all the way through with Jolting Charge just straight onto Iron Hands.
I mean, Iron Hands is pretty good at taking the Ampu very much KOs on Monkey Dory, on Yveltal. Maybe you're just trying to cheat prizes that way. It's very daunting to take down these big Mega Pokemon, especially when you have to discard those energies. And it just could be, again, a sign of the hand being a little bit weaker on True inside of board.
Now we have a couple of interesting interactions here with the Lively Stadium coming down potentially into play this turn. One of the biggest interactions with Lively Stadium is actually going to be on that Pikachu EX here. If Robin were to play down that Lively Stadium and then use a rapid fire combo into a Pikachu EX, if that stadium were to be bumped, Pikachu has already taken all of that damage, which means Resolute Heart would not be applied here, and that Pikachu would actually be knocked out. So it's a very interesting kind of weird line that you actually have to play around here, but I'm interested to see how Robin is going to be able to loop that into his game plan.
That is so true. You really have to play around that Resolute Heart at all times. Usually you try to do it with that Adrenaline Brain from Monkey Dory, but Lively Stadium is a great way to work around it. Now Arven from Robin does find Bravery Charm and Pokegear. It seems like both players are going to be doing that. And having the third energy on the Mega Kangaskhan, do we see the retreat? Yeah, just take the knockout. Now, it's a one prize knockout, not going to be the best, but you got to get something going.
Lively Stadium comes into play here. I'm wondering if Robin wants to just start getting some prizes here. And the thing is about Joltik Toolbox, Jeremy, is that the deck goes fast, right? And it forces you to go a little bit faster here with a deck that we've kind of realized over the weekend takes a little bit more kind of tenacity to play rather than just kind of saying, oh, I'll wait for my Monkey Dories to go here, there, and everywhere. But taking only Lily's Determination off the prizes that Petron's not seen game plan for quite some time.
And taking a look at the list for Truant as well, I'm looking for a counter stadium. There is none. So that Lively Stadium is going to be in play this entire game. That means this Mega Kangaskhan EX is safe from Pikachu EX, at least for the time being. And that is great news for Robin. Now attaching the Grass Energy to the Pikachu, Truant did draw a Crispin off the top for the turn, had that Pheasantipity EX, and there we see the Boss's Orders. We're going to see the Ampu very much for 2 prizes here.
This is exactly what you want to see if you're Truant, right? You want to right away start targeting down these single prize Pokemon that also are kind of the engine of this deck as well, kind of the points where we're using all these damage counters. But of course, we're going to see our favorite Ampu very much hands dance here, and it will be the knockout thanks to weakness as well.
Yeah, weakness actually allowing the knockout, because if you Boss's Orders the Monkey Dory, that Lively Stadium is going to keep it in play. That plus 30 HP is really going to swing this match.
Seeing what Robin can do here. I mean, the Bravery Charm onto the Iron Hands plus the Lively Stadium, Jeremy, is putting us at 310. Now, granted, the Lively Stadium, of course, is helping Robin in keeping these Mega Kangaskhan up and running, but it's also, of course, helping Truant as well. Not too many evolution Pokemon inside this deck other than the Galvantula that we sometimes see in certain matchups here, but I'm wondering if it's going to be time to put down this Mega Mawile soon as well. We know that the first attack is going to be able to kind of go up here, but it is going to be the counter catcher onto Pheasantipity EX here. We'll see if Robin's going to be able to flip some heads.
And the crazy thing you were talking about too is with the interaction of Pikachu EX, there's no way to bump the Lively Stadium on Robin's side either. So it's just going to have 230 HP. Now counter catcher bringing up the Pheasantipity, going to need 1 heads to try to take this knockout, and it's going to be pretty important to keep up in the prize race with it.
then Robin would be at 3 prizes, and honestly, we can figure out where it goes after that here. But Arven being played for turn, and another counter coming down, or just an Earthen Vessel as well. We can just choose to start manually attaching here. We don't need to Technical Machine Turbo Energize at this point anymore. But I'm interested to see where these energy are going to start being placed, probably just onto the second Kangaskhan at this point. Once again, we have no Petron EX to start throwing around these damage counters here, so it might as well just start going to your second attacker.
And just like that, discarding that Technical Machine found off the Arven and the Earthen Vessel, grabbing those 2 energy, fighting, most likely going on that benched Mega Kangaskhan EX, save the Dark for the Monkey Dory if you need it. And this is pretty much the setup Robin will kind of have for the rest of this game. Opted not to go for the Cornerstone route in this game 1, opting for double Mega Kangaskhan EX. And one thing to note too, with Run Errand, you can only use one of those abilities per turn. So the 2 Pokemon, you won't be able to draw 4 cards.
This is kind of the uh-oh math when it comes to a big basics deck like Mega Kangaskhan EX here. So now sitting at 380 HP, but unfortunately we got to re-roll that dice because it just flew off the table here. But Jeremy, a basic Pokemon. Now granted, it is worth 3 prizes here, but that's the first heads. That's exactly what Robin needs to keep going. And this Mega Kangaskhan has no fear of getting knocked out.
It is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Truin on this turn to just try to cobble together some aggression, maybe another boss's orders, but you can't take a knockout on the Monkey Dory with Ampy very much, and taking 1 prize isn't the best.
And we're now in the weird kind of point here where Truin has to kind of take into consideration, yes, I can absolutely use Topaz Bolt. I can find ways to kind of replenish a lot of the energy onto this Pikachu EX, but then you have to start thinking that Robin is absolutely going to start playing the penny loop, right? Saying, I have 3 pennies in deck, I am going to be able to just recycle these Mega Kangaskhan, and Truin doesn't have too many ways aside if he were to be able to find another Joltik and then keep, recycling the energy here, but it just seems like hitting into the Mega Kangaskhan isn't ideal here, so we have to find the alternate win conditions. I'm thinking alongside of trying to target down this Latias EX with something like a Mega Mawile, but the thing is, the Lively Stadium interaction here, Monkey Dory is not an Ampy very much target. It really only is, an arm press target at most, and that's just 1 prize.
Yeah, it is not really the best prize mapping here in the situation for this game 1, and staring down both of those Mega Kangaskhan EX has to be daunting. And the fact that Robin is playing the bench pretty tightly as well, did have the trolley, but only has 3 prizes essentially for Truin without taking the knockout on those Mega Kangaskhan. Now, we do see the retreat to the Iron Hands EX. There is no boss order, so we're just going to see an arm press for 160 damage. This will hopefully soften it up a little bit, but still has 220 HP.
A little bit risky here sending up the Iron Hands, especially because Robin has flipped heads once. Now granted 310, it does require Robin to have a little bit of sauce in some of these coin flips here. But back on over to Robin's turn, you can already see, and at least we have the view, Penny is very close to the top of Robin's hand here. And of course, once again, it's called this Penny loop, right? Being able to just say, hey, this Pokemon has taken damage, but there we go. The Dark Energy now coming down onto Monkey Dory here. Let's do some math, Jeremy.
Oh, you're forcing it on me now? All right, 30 damage on that Pikachu EX. Now it has 200 HP left and does not have its Resolute Heart ability active. So a simple boss's orders would be able to take the knockout and put Robin down to 1 prize card left. And does look like he's going to do that here. He's going to have that Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active spot with 130 damage on it. But even with 130 damage, there's nothing on the board for Truin to actually take a knockout on it.
Yeah, this is just looking a little bit rough now in terms of the math here. Now, granted, if we are able to set up another Pikachu EX, there are 2 in the deck, and find a way to work around it there. But I mean, Robin's down to just 1 prize card here. A lot of Pokemon on this field right now can be susceptible to something along the lines of moving some damage back on over into the Monkey Dory, and then potentially hitting something like finding Boss on Miraidon, for example, and then flipping heads here. But I'm thinking it is just going to have to be Blood Moon Ursaluna time, but I think we're 10 damage short.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, the fact that these Pokemon have so much HP nowadays. And the combination of the Lively Stadium and Bravery Charm in this Mega Toolbox deck has put in so much work throughout these past couple of tournaments. Blood Moon Ursaluna is usually your closer. And it can attack for free, but I think we're just going to maybe see that Monkey Dory being brought up. I don't know. Looking at the hand, you might have to rely off this Pokegear. Oh, there is Tool Scrapper in the deck, too.
It's a big card to draw as well here. But once again, Lively Stadium turning out to be kind of the thorn in the side of honestly Truin, and a little bit of Robin, able to work around it as well with, of course, the Monkey Dory finding its dark energy here. But it's kind of, you kind of have to throw up this Blood Moon Ursaluna, excuse me, get at least something going on here. But Iron Leaves, when there's no Mega Absol, the line here of trying to get these knockouts just isn't as clear as it would be if just one Dark-type Pokemon had hit this bench.
No way to draw cards in this hand for Truin. That Pheasantipede EX was knocked out. Only having Crispin in the hand, that Pokegear was not able to find anything useful. That means this Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be 10 short. No way to grab that Tool Scrapper from the deck. Even an Arven would have been enough.
290 on the Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. I'm wondering if I'm Robin, just maybe pennying this damaged Mega Kangaskhan seems like our proper line here, but then recycling the Bravery Charm onto the Mega Kangaskhan on the bench here, and then just trying to find it. But massive find with the Monkey Dory here. Can we get the Monkey Math going enough to take the knockout? I believe we actually can.
Boss's orders in the hand, and there we go. Robin able to just completely dismantle the game one here in our Swiss round 13.
Yeah, it goes to show, Jeremy, the clear lines, even when Lively Stadium comes down, the math for Truin just kind of fell apart at the seams, right? We saw the Ampy very much onto something like the Yveltal, but that Lively Stadium actually protected the Monkey Dory for the rest of that game as well. Now, granted, we do have ways to buff the damage on Truin's side with that Iron Hands, with the Future Booster Energy Capsule here, but we weren't able to find a reliable way. Like you had said, we weren't really able to find some of these draw supporters that Truin really needed.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for our game one. A great back and forth. You had that jolting charge, able to charge up that Iron Hands EX on the second turn, but powered up Mega Kangaskhan EX able to take down that Joltik. And then here we see the Ampy very much taking 2 prize cards on that Yveltal due to that lightning weakness, but then the big flipping the heads, taking the knockout on the Pheasantipede, really just stranding the hand for Truin, unable to find anything. And with the Monkey Dory able to take another knockout on that Pikachu EX, Robin is able to really pull ahead in this game. And that Mega Kangaskhan has so many dice on it, but it does not matter because Boss's orders, double Monkey Dory able to take game one.
And I think you mentioned it really well, Jeremy, a little bit earlier, that there is Tool Scrapper in the list for Truin. Truin can absolutely find a way to at least, try and at least mitigate some of the damage here and make it so that hitting these high numbers is a little bit more palpable. But we'll see what the prize cards bring here for both players. I'm interested to see if we're going to be missing any key pieces, and not to spoil it for you, Jeremy. There's one pretty important card for Robin looming in the prizes.
Well, we got a Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active spot, so Run Errand is drawing 2 cards, finds an Arven, but is going first, so really just has an energy to attach and pass, and this is what Truin wants. Going second, having that access to Joltik, all need is a retreat and able to charge up a Pikachu EX, potentially.
Arven in hand as well, I believe, too. Drew the Pikachu for turn, that definitely helps here. Get a little bit of a deck search, but as I alluded to a little bit earlier, Jeremy, the prizes are not kind to Robin this game. And you know that Robin has an Arven in hand, I believe, for next turn, where he's going to be able to find that very Rude Awakening. Has one part of the great combo of the Turbo Energize in hand, but not able to kind of find your Pokemon all reliably. That's got to sting a little bit.
Hey, listen, Arven finds Nest Ball at least, and sometimes that's all we really need, right? Now, Truin's prizes has that Mew EX in the prize cards again, a few supporters, but a deck like Joltik really just plays 4 of every supporter that it does. You just want to see Arven turn 1, and then potentially Boss's orders for the rest of the game, Crispin if you need it, but Arven finds the Tool Scrapper, and that was one thing to note too, is if Robin knew about the Tool Scrapper, could have been trying to play around it maybe, but here, Truin revealing it, just grabbing it in the hand. Needed it last game really bad, so is just saying, all right, I'm just going to put it in the hand. Hopefully I'll keep it for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. Air Balloon, though, is going to at least get Joltik into the active. It's very interesting to see 2 Pikachu EX being benched here. Obviously, it's the correct play at this point. You want your multi-attackers set up here, and having such a high count of Crispin in Truin's deck, it just makes sense that you're going to be able to find these multi-attackers ready to go here. Like you said, Jeremy, Nest Ball is all we need. We also do have the Arven here.
Oh, we drew a Nest Ball too. So.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a poor man's precious trolley. All right, it's a trolley.
We can get 2, but
it's not precious. It's just a trolley.
Robin does have a couple of basic Pokemon in the hand already, so he could find these. He could find, you know, the bench that he needs ready to go here. But we're gonna finally see on Robin's side that's not exactly great here. Only one other copy of Mega Kangaskhan prize, and there are only 2 in the deck here. So now only having access to 1. But the thing is, you see Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX coming to the front of Robin's search here. This is another line. It feels like both of these decks, Jeremy, have kind of an answer to each other's attackers, right? You have Iron Leaves for something like a Mega Absol. You have Pikachu EX to try and hit these big numbers on Mega Kangaskhan. But then you go on to the other side here, and then you have Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon to handle Pokemon with an ability here. So it's going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, such a great point. It really depends on your opponent's turn, right? So we see Truin charge up 2 Pikachu EXs, and last game we saw all 4 energy go down on the Iron Hands. So Iron Hands able to attack into a Cornerstone. Robin sensing, oh, okay, well, you're committing 4 energy to those Pikachu EX. You saw that I was using Mega Kangaskhan EX very effectively in game 1. Maybe I pivot into the Cornerstone game plan this game.
Yeah, and I'm looking now, and I'm really kind of thinking about it. Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is weak to grass, and there is a Galvantula.
That has an ability, though.
Yeah, it's true. Not exactly the way you want to see it.
It's only tough. Iron Hands, Mew, and that Mega Mawile, and Metal Energy in the prize cards is also going to be a little bit detrimental for Truin, even with these Pikachu EX, because 3 in the list is great, but you're going to be discarding energy with that Pikachu. So we could see maybe trying to dig for Super Rod something, but that's later on in the game.
We got to take some prizes before Mega Mawile becomes this true threat here. I'm wondering how Bravery Charm is going to be coming into play, what Robin is going to choose to, you know, give a little bit more HP to. Lively Stadium as well, always looming in the background as kind of this threat here, but back on over to Truin's turn. We'll see how they want to handle it here.
Crispin in the hand will help power up both of those Pikachu EX, and we're going to see 3 prize cards taken at least, but Robin's going to be left with a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX in play, fully powered up, with Truin having nothing in play that can really take it down right now.
Well, we just hope UEX comes out of the prizes, don't we, Jeremy, at this point, right?
Well, even with that, it's just you're
true.
playing a game of back and forth. All right, 140. Hope you don't have Monkey Dory, and then if not, or if you do, multiple can get kind of out of hand. You have energy switch to kind of surprise to Adrenabrain in one turn. It's really going to be dependent on what Robin has in hand. But Truin at least doing what Joltik does, right? It's Jolting Charge. All right, play either a boss or a Crispin and take some prizes.
Just the ideal Crispin here, Metal Energy. I really want to see kind of the line that Robin wants to play, only having 1 Pokemon. I'm assuming that the Bravery Charm is going to be saved for the Cornerstone Mask, but we'll see what the tandem unit brings. And if it's 1 Pokemon that we've been talking about that doesn't have a ability, it is going to have to be this Iron Hands. We have to get a little bit creative with the prize mapping, absolutely hitting in for 160 on the arm press, but then trying to make sure that Robin doesn't find the penny loop to keep refreshing this Cornerstone.
It's a little bit awkward. You want to use that Mega Mawile to really be able to just one-hit KO that Cornerstone Mask, but you're using your Metal Energies to power up this Pikachu EX. Now, 1 metal in the deck and then 1 metal in the prize cards. If Truin takes the metal in the prize cards, you might even want to go for that Mega Mawile with something like the Arven next turn.
Mega Mawile's attack, this Gobble Down, is doing 80 damage for each prize card you have taken, not your opponent, you. So you're doing some extra damage here, but Robin is going to at least bring up this Cornerstone Mask and using the Nest Ball to find another one. And we were talking a little bit earlier, Jeremy, about, deck flexibility here, where, this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan has an answer for kind of everything. You just have to pick and find your correct lines. But of course, that Bravery Charm coming on to the Cornerstone Mask EX, we'll see how exactly it's going to be played.
Now, having the second one on the bench is pretty good, just in case this first one goes down. Now, these are the last, 2 knockouts that Truin would have to take to win the game. I don't think we're going to see a Monkey Dory really hit the board unless it's just dire straits. But having the energy on that Iron Hands EX, we might see a counter catcher just to kind of hit down. But, just boss orders, same thing. Being able to hit into that Iron Hands, it's going to take a lot to power it up and deal some damage, and then you can just hit into it again. And if you're charging up the Iron Hands EX, you're not going to be able to charge up that Mega Mawile.
We're talking about recovery here. There's only one Super Rod in Truin's list here, and if Truin chooses to use it on something like an Iron Hands, that means it's actually not going to be able to use for too much energy after that, right? We talked about one of the alternate win conditions for this game being this Mega Mawile here that would be, at massive hit points here to try and find a line through it here. But I'm interested to see if Truin's going to be able to at least get an energy onto this Mega Mawile and then play defense with it, try and protect it, because we know that Robin has a plan here.
Nestball does find that Mawile, gets it on the bench. Here we see Arvin can find something like the Super Rod, or just even Earthen Vessel get the Metal Energy. Hope to find the Super Rod Crispin next turn.
Well, the Future Booster Energy Capsule is going to be the only way that this Iron Hands gets out of the active here. And I have to wonder if we're on Robin's side here, if Robin's going to just go full aggressive at this point. I mean, Counter Catcher is technically live. Robin hasn't taken a prize card yet, and we're just going to be chasing down these Pokemon that have the ability to start attacking here. But there's that Metal Energy. Truin taking a second to try and figure out where it's going to go.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a big tell. Just grabbing the one Metal Energy off the Earthen Vessel, Robin has to receive that signal that, okay, you have a Metal prized. And the fact that you're not grabbing another energy means you're really going to have to choose between trying to power up this Mega Mawile EX or just trying to do something, right? It's not going to be as impactful. And with the Bravery Charm, Truin has the Tool Scrapper in hand. So we're actually seeing an attachment to the Joltik, and we're going to have another Jolting charge here, but really you're just giving up one prize instead of the 2 to that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon.
Giving another little bit of just another chance to look really at the deck here, maybe thin out just a couple of more cards, and you still can absolutely accelerate these energies to your Pikachus, maybe even Miraidon, to Iron Hands as well, of course, which is the obvious choice here. But you have to be very wary because, once again, Counter Catcher is live, Boss's Orders is live. That Iron Hands can very well just go down this turn, and then Joltik is just going to be kind of sitting on the bench, just essentially wasting a space. Very interesting to put the Lightning Energy here on to Mega Mawile. I mean, the second attack on Mega Mawile, huge bite, does 260 base, but there is the Boss's Order here. Now we're going to actually start stacking damage onto the Mega Mawile.
Actually, the Counter Catcher, so even better, able to Lily's Determination, draw 8 cards along with bringing up that Mega Mawile EX. Only having 270 HP, that means the Demolish from Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX will be able to 2-hit knockout this big Mega Pokemon, and then it would be tied up essentially 3-3 prizes.
I want to see what exactly this Lily's Determination brings for Robin. I would love to see second Bravery Charm come onto the Cornerstone Mask on the bench here, but once again, one of the biggest things about Lily's Determination, no prize cards taken. That is a fresh 8 cards here for Robin. There's a Bravery Charm, also finds Boss's Orders for a future turn and some more energy as well here. So Robin's hand is just going to be playing towards the board state as another Demolish is going to hit this Mega Mawile. And now, Jeremy, it's all up to Truin. Got to find a way to protect both of your attackers here.
It is definitely looking rough for how this game kind of started, and that's just the power of Cornerstone stance in this matchup. It really forces your opponent to play with their back foot, against the wall. And here we see Arvin. This is going to be able to find Super Rod at least. So Super Rod can shuffle back in that 1 metal energy in the discard.
Opting for potentially a switch as well here. So just going to use switch to playing defense, right? Using Bravery Charm onto this Mega Mawile makes sense as well. You want it to be able to take a hit, but we know from Robin's hand that Robin's just going to go full aggression at this point. We need to at least get some damage in this turn, whether it be Iron Hands going in for an arm press, because Robin can't take care of both, right? Robin can take one of these attackers down, but can't take both. Therefore, the math here just has to line up.
Bravery Charm and switch found off the Arvin. Bravery Charm on the Mega Mawile and having to use the switch because there's no Latios EX in play. Normally you see that having free retreat for everyone on your bench and active, but there is that metal energy still needs to find the Super Rod. I don't know if it's in the hand. Yeah, it's not in the hand, so still has to try to find it off the top of the deck here, and there is the arm press, 180 damage. Not going to be enough to take the knockout, but we're going to have to see.
This is a very interesting decision that Robin has to make now, going back on over into his turn. If he chooses to go for the extra prizes with Mega Mawile EX, the game is going to end next turn because that Iron Hands EX is just going to use Amp you very much onto this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon and take 3 prizes here. So now Robin's in a really kind of strange situation where what is technically the priority here in getting rid of the kind of craziest threat that we can work with. And you see the mist energy as well that Robin has in hand. And that's going to go onto the Cornerstone Mask onto the bench here. It might just have to be a retreat and hope that Truan's not going to play too aggressive, or maybe even just a Penny.
Yeah, Penny would be ideal here in this scenario, able to clear that 180 damage off the active, as well as just getting your new Pokemon up. But there is the boss's orders. This is actually going to be best case scenario for Truan. At least you can take another knockout, but Robin pretty afraid of this Mega Mawile. Doesn't take the knockout with the Demolish because of that Bravery Charm. So still sticking around here. This is the chance for Truan to try to find that metal energy. Does not find it off the top. Just a third Ultra Ball. Those are not going to be of any use here. Might as well discard those.
This is the problem with Joltik Box and this deck here. And while, yes, it does an amazing job of taking prizes really quickly, the draw supporters in this deck are kind of low, especially when you've essentially bench locked yourself now with double Pikachu. So unable to get this Mew EX, and now granted it is in the prizes, but if it wasn't in the prizes, not having access to your draw forces these very awkward turns where we can't even use an attack this turn. We kind of just have to wait and see what Robin is going to go for here, and now it's just going to have to be a pass back over.
Yeah, unable to retreat this Mega Mawile to take the knockout. And you were saying there's low draw supporters in the deck. There's 0 draw supporters in this deck. It is Arvin, Crispin, and Boz. We see that Lively Stadium in Robin's hand now. Does he have access to something like the Penny? Does not look like it, just a bunch of Arvin. But this is still a really good scenario for Robin in this match. These Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon are putting in a lot of work.
Even if Robin were to put down the Lively Stadium this turn, there is knowledge that there is a Tool Scrapper in Truan's deck as well here. So it is going to be the Arvin for turn and just potentially prepping for next turn at this point, where trying to find something along the lines of a Pokegear just to draw into another one of these pennies. It's a weird stalemate that we're in, especially with these looming threats that could just be finding a boss or finding a way just to have Mega Mawile even attack at this point would help Truan get back into this game.
It's never the best when you're finding Pokegear off your Arvin, trying to dig for something like a boss's orders, but there is the counter catcher, so we could just see the Iron Hands EX being brought up and taking the knockout, especially with Truan not doing anything on the turn. You have to think, oh, there's going to be a Crispin in that hand or something. So you might sense that yeah, you're out of metal energy right now.
No access to it. And now just leaving Mega Mawile here. I like the idea, Jeremy, and it will be the counter catcher there. And now Truant is in a real bind here. Really. I mean, there's no access to the metal energy. We're playing a very low amount of recovery here, so this Iron Hands may just be staying down. And we've already evolved the Joltik onto the bench as well into this Galvantula. We can't even Jolting Charge again here, so it is going to be a couple more prizes found for Robin here. Has he found essentially a lock?
We do have Fezandipity EX on Truant's side of the board, so flip the script for 3 cards, can maybe find Crispin Super Rod. See the Crispin, but no Super Rod here, and honestly, with the way this game has been going, it is looking like Truant just doesn't really have an out to this double cornerstone.
And it's all because 1 energy is prized. Think about that, right?
Yeah.
1 energy being unavailable just ruins the entire line here. And now Truant has to get creative in protecting the Mega Mawile, but it is just going to be the pass back on over to Robin. I want to see what Robin's going to be able to do. Finds the penny off the top as well, but you can see Robin already pushing the boss's orders to the front of the hand. Now is go time to absolutely play aggressive. Finds the Mega Mawile, able to take 3 prizes here, and a couple passes from Truant took, you know, essentially a great lead, now kind of falling behind, all because of 1 energy.
It happens. The game of Pokemon, your prize cards can make or break your tournament run. And it is looking like with both players at 9-1 and 2, a loss here would knock them out of asymmetrical cut. At least in the past it has. Earthen Vessel for a Dark Energy. Again, just going through the motions. You have this game pretty much locked up. You're going to take 3 prizes, need to take 1 more on the following turn. But your opponent is going to be left with nothing to take down these Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EXs.
I think insult to injury would just be Truant's next draw being the Super Rod, and there is another Iron Hands in hand here and a Crispin to show, but there's no energy acceleration like Energy Switch in a deck like Joltik Box to try and at least find a way to just get this Cornerstone Mask out of here, but the Demolish is going to take the math here. Now Robin only needs 1 more prize card.
This has been all Robin this entire match, really showcasing the different avenues that you can take with this Mega Toolbox deck. Fezandipity EX drawing 3 cards. Those are not going to help at all. I guess the only win condition is Robin just benching that Mega Absol or something, but with the Lively Stadium now, Pikachu can't even take the knockout.
Absolutely not, and it could also come down to the fact that if there's another pass and just leaving.
There we go. With that, Robin Schultz moving on to 10-1 and 2, still in great contention for top cut, and doing it with a deck that has really been showing off this weekend in that Mega Toolbox.
And it's flexible, right? If it's something that we've learned this entire weekend is that Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan is very, very flexible. You can only imagine how that game would have went, Jeremy, if Robin had started Mega Absol. No other choice than to start Mega Absol because it's technically a liability, but just even playing to your outs of just saying, hey, Cornerstone Mask is still in this deck. I know a lot of players have been kind of toying around with how many they're playing. You could still very much hit these decks that go faster than you, but being able to kind of slow you down. But we do have a replay for you all.
Let's go ahead and break down these 2 games. We had Truant starting off with that Miraidon EX. Didn't find anything on the first turn, but able to grab that Joltik and Iron Hands EX to charge up with Jolting Charge. Able to amp you very much on the Yveltal thanks to the weakness. Taking 2 prize cards was looking pretty good, but that Lively Stadium putting in a ton of work in the matchup where your opponent does not have any stadium bump. There was the heads flip from that rapid fire combo, taking the knockout. Then Monkey Dory helping Robin take the 1-hit KO on that Pikachu EX, moving around that Resolute Heart ability, and then with all the damage in the world on that Mega Kangaskhan EX, Boss's Orders takes the final prizes needed for that Game 1. Now Game 2 was just completely different. Mega Kangaskhan EX was still in the active spot, but you have that technical machine Turbo Energized to charge up these Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EXs, and these were the MVP for this game, able to stick around and having that 1 metal energy in the prize cards, only playing 3 total, having to use one of them with the Pikachu EX, not finding Super Rod at all to recycle that. Robin taking a good, quick 2-0.
And had some of the answers in the deck with Tool Scrapper as well, right? But the thing is, with a format like Mega Evolution, where Gardevoir, Dragapult still, taking it slow, a lot of players say, hey, you know what? Let me take one of the fastest decks in format and try and outpace my opponent. But in a deck like Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol, it's really playing to what you're essentially doing, where in a way, with some lists, maybe not in Robin's, but in other cases, we're starting to see control-like aspects come into this deck with supporters like Eerie and Zerosix Machinations here. I'm interested to see how far a pure aggressive version of Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan goes in the rest of the tournament.
Well, you kind of have 2 different lists that have been popularized. You have Ryuki with the Cornerstone less, where you have the Eerie and the Zerosic, but then you have Tord. He's running back the same list basically as Robin, where you have in the double Cornerstone Mask, you have the 1 energy switch, and you're really just relying on your matchups and then the consistency of the deck. You have double Yveltal, so Clutch really puts in a lot of work in multiple matchups. And honestly, both of those versions of the deck are doing very well in our Phase 2 today. Tord, we saw in the opening, was 10-0-1. I believe he also won that round, so 11-0-1 guaranteed. We're going to see him later on, and we're definitely going to see more of just this deck in general. It's been a breath of fresh air into this metagame. I really enjoy watching this deck being played.
And I think after Milwaukee, a lot of people didn't really see the results that they had wanted. They kind of saw like, hey, yeah, it kind of works. And then we saw a little dip of it, but now it's back in full force here. And I think the Lounge alluded to it yesterday, that this is a matchup check. This is not a deck that you can just say, oh, I'll figure out my line when I hit it. This is a deck that you need practice against, because it's resource management, right? It's making sure that you're playing to your outs in terms of your switches and which attackers you're really kind of powering up here. So goes to show that, got to figure out your proper pathing. You got to make sure you're keeping a lookout for this deck.
It's exactly right. I mean, you have Tord putting out on social media that I found the deck, I'm booking a last-minute trip to Milwaukee, and then just puts it out into social media. A bunch of people have the list, but you don't have that testing experience. You're not going to know the specific lines you need for each and every matchup, and that's why we saw people like Tord top 4 Milwaukee, and the deck was played a lot, but not a lot of people doing well. But then you have Ryuki winning Brisbane, and then just this deck coming out in full force here in Las Vegas.
Absolutely. Well, I want to hear from Robin and Wancho in the lounge, see how that last match went.
Thank you, Emily. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by our last round winner, Robin Schultz. Again, Robin, world champion 2018 here in Las Vegas competing. How are we feeling right now?
Pretty good. Of course, that doing well in the tournament, which I honestly didn't even expect because I wasn't really prepared that well, but I mean, the deck works really well. I like it, so yeah, feeling good so far.
No, yeah, the deck looked absolutely perfect. I like that we showcased it against that match, I think, because we got to see the 2 modes of it, really. You had 2 modes where you were very aggressive with the Kangaskhan, and then switched gears at the second game and went double Cornerstone. So let's talk about the first game first. Or, let's just talk about the matchup in general. How do you feel about your deck against the field?
Like in that matchup, I haven't played this matchup before, to be honest, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. For the most part, I'm following Tord's guide, which he published like a while ago, but it says that I should go Cornerstone against the Joltik matchup, but nowadays they often play mobile, which makes it more sketchy.
Yeah.
So I feel like just going aggro with Kangaskhan, I mean, it works out often enough because it's not that easy for them to. Like, they have the Pikachu, and he actually played Toothscraper, which found out in the second game. But probably no way to remove the stadium, so yes. Kangaskhan usually lives. And then if they hit into it, you can Monkey Jorik here with Pikachu. So yeah, it's pretty hard for them to deal with Kangaskhan.
No, yeah, Kangaskhan is definitely such a big Pokemon. Imagine 300 HP plus the charm plus the stadium, and then it draws you 2 extra cards. And I like that. Yeah, you mentioned it earlier when they hit into it, and suddenly it's ammo as well. It's damage with your Monkey Dory that you can move over to the opposing side. So we got to showcase that in the first game, which I thought was beautiful. And then the second game, that's when you went with Toward Suggestion, double cornerstone. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so he charged 2 Pikachus with the first Joltik charge. So, and I don't know, my hand wasn't really. Also, the tool scrubber was there, so, and I didn't have the stadium in hand, so Pikachu would always KO the Kangaskhan. So just going into the Kangaskhan strategy seemed like worse than just trying it with the cornerstones.
Yeah, I mean, in that game too, your ace spec was prized, right? So you can even, it's kind of tough to go wide with that, and even if you could, it's also it's such a tough sacrifice, I think, as well. When I saw you had to charge your cornerstone with a Kangaskhan and give up 3 prize cards, right? But then...
Yeah. As long as I don't put on anything else, it's fine, because it still has to go through 2 cornerstones. But I guess it would still be better to just give up 1 prize, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense. You give up 3, but then, yeah, if you don't put down anything, he still has to go through 2 cornerstone unless he tries to sneak in that Iron Hands, which was pretty close. I think he was like 1 energy off from being able to amp you very much for 3 prize cards, right? Like maybe hit with a Mawile into amp.
Yeah, he definitely whiffed, like, had a few crucial whiffs.
Yeah, I think he ran out of energy just because he did have to charge up a couple of Pikachus.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about your game plan then. The Mawile goes down, right? And then you have the threat of, yes, there's the Iron Hands and the Mawile. You choose, I believe you chose to gust the Mawile and just hit it first, right?
Yeah, if the Mawile goes unchecked, it just like KOs both my cornerstones, basically. So something to maybe like hit into it, maybe like live a turn, and then later I can just KO the hands which already had damage, KO the Mawile, and then was the Joltik in the game. I don't know if I played correctly. I don't know, probably made some mistakes along the way, but I don't know, it worked out. So.
It worked out, came out with the win, and that's what's important, right? And I just love seeing the play. Yes, there is Towards Guide, but there's also the factor that you showed in the first game where sometimes you just have to go on your own route, your own script. You can put on the aggression, and you definitely put on the aggression. With that, though, let's also talk about your deck choice now, and like what else have you faced throughout the tournament, and yeah, how do you feel with the deck going into something like Top Cut?
I played against mostly Gardevoir and Goldango, which are both good matchups. It depends on the Goldango list, of course. If they play outs to Cornerstone, it's much harder. Against the Mawile list, you have a chance, but if they play Mega Lucario, for example, yeah, it's not much you can do. But for the most part, it seems like people have cut their Cornerstone answers altogether, so the Goldango matchup has been really good. I know Todd has also been facing a lot of them and having fun with his Cornerstones. Yeah, and Gardevoir matchup it's actually, I think all my Tyson losses were to Gardevoir. But I played against a lot of Gardevoir, so yeah. But the matchup is generally okay as well. So some deck feels pretty good.
No, yeah, I mean, if you can sit here and say that, you have a good matchup into Goldango and Gardevoir, I believe those are the 2 most played decks, most represented decks in this tournament, and again, one of the tougher decks. It is the deck to beat, and you beat it. That's why you're here, right? Amazing to hear. With that, I want to ask you, you're world champion. You're competing here. I want to ask you for some advice. What advice would you give any aspiring Pokemon trainer out there?
Well, in this case, I guess just subscribe to Toad's Metafly. Because, I mean, that's what I just like. Listen to his advice, because he's the best player at all. And yeah, I don't know. Generally, just I don't know, play a lot. That always helps. But if you don't have time to play a lot, then yeah, just see what the better players are up to and copy them.
I like that. Play it a lot. Sometimes I like to use, websites to get some data on what to play. But yeah, thank you so much for the interview. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
I mean, of course, Todd for the 60 and the guide for the deck. And then, yeah, all the friends I'm here with. It's been a fun trip.
Amazing stuff. I'm glad you're having fun. Las Vegas is a very, very fun city. With that, I will let you go. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it now to Chip, though, to analyze that match. Take it away, Chip.
Thanks a bunch, Juancho. Yeah, great to hear from Robin, our 2018 World Champion. He's a Latin American International Champion. I mean, he's seen a ton of success in the game, and he is one of the great ambassadors for the game as well. Does so much work for the community with the Limitless platform, both the tournament platform and the resources that he provides. Is really, he's one of the most valuable members of the community. So always excited to see him at tournaments and excited to see him doing well. This matchup that we just saw play out, kind of an interesting one, pretty straightforward, honestly. It does feel like it is pretty solidly favored for the Kangaskhan Cornerstone deck, and we saw in Game 1 and Game 2 kind of two different modes for Robin, and really either way he plays it, it does feel like it's pretty solid for him. But here in the first game, just want to break down kind of this one specific turn, kind of interesting things that went down. You know, Truin goes for the arm press, laying a bunch of damage into the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Now, Robin here has a ton of cards in his hand. He's just been building his hand turn after turn thanks to the run errand ability of Mega Kangaskhan, and he knows that it is pretty unlikely that Truin plays Disruption. You don't really see Iono too often in these Joltik Toolbox decks. Every once in a while, maybe a Judge or an Iono will show up, but it's pretty unlikely. And so Robin's going to be doing a little bit of math here, trying to figure out how to best proceed from this exact position. He's got 3 prize cards remaining. Truin has got 4 prize cards remaining. So if Robin can just take a knockout over the next 2 turns, 1 knockout onto, you know, something like this Pikachu, 1 knockout onto this Latias, that is a pretty straightforward way for him to close out the game. Now the problem is Pikachu's Resolute Heart ability means that it doesn't get KO'd if it's at full HP and would be KO'd. And then the Latias does have some boosted HP thanks to the Lively Stadium that's in play, and it has 210. So Kangaskhan is not guaranteed to knock that Pokemon out. So what Robin is going to do here is actually really smart. He, instead of playing something like the Penny, which he has in his hand, he could use to pick up this Kangaskhan, fully heal it, remove all of that damage from play. He wants to utilize this damage to his benefit here. He's got that Kangaskhan with a ton of HP thanks to the Bravery Charm and the Lively Stadium, and with the use of this Monkey Dory bouncing that damage over to the Pikachu here, he is going to put that in range where it now has 200 HP remaining, and that Resolute Heart ability has been broken, so he doesn't have to flip any coins with his Kangaskhan to take this KO. And look at the numbers here, 250 HP now remaining on the Mega Kangaskhan. The only way Truin can reach that number would be with something like the Pikachu, and Robin is taking it out of play. 250 is out of range of the Blood Moon Ursaluna's Blood Moon attack, so that is not going to be an option for Truin. Now, Robin mentioned in his interview, he didn't know, he saw it in game number 2, Truin actually did play the Tool Scrapper, so there was still a small chance for him to be able to win this game, because with the Kangaskhan, after, you know, Truin takes down this Kangaskhan, with this other backup Kangaskhan that's got the 2 energy on it, if Robin has no damage in play to work with, he's going to have to flip a heads if he wants to knock out the Latias on his next turn with the Boss's Orders, or even the Miraidon, both having, you know, effectively the same amount of HP, 240 versus the 250, same amount for Kangaskhan's concerns. But because Truin is unable to find that Tool Scrapper, Robin gets to keep this damage in play, and then with another Monkey Dory, he can push all the damage necessary over to either of those 2 Pokemon and clean things up in the future with a Boss's Orders play. Yeah, really well played, I would say, there from Robin in both of those games. It does feel like it's a tougher matchup for Truin. Did what he could. He actually had a chance there in that second game. If he had just found simply an energy card, he would have won game number 2 with the Ampu very much. Did not find his Tool Scrapper here. And yeah, Robin was able to close things out on the final turn. Congratulations to him on getting to this point. You know, going to need to win another game or 2 in order to get in another game to get into top cut. And speaking of which, we got Swiss round 14 coming up, our last round of Swiss before we will determine who will be making it into asymmetrical cut and who's still got a chance to become the Las Vegas regional champion. Stay tuned, you won't want to miss it.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat.
My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the finals table, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival?
Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have 2 familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. These 2 players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Golisopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Golisopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Golisopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards, Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Golisopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Golisopod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Golisopod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Golisopod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Pramawat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Golisopod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allow Pramawat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garbodor in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Pramawat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships here in Nevada. It has been a wonderful weekend so far. Plenty of stuff to do here as we take a look at the fan experience. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Emily Foreman, and we just saw round 13. We got one more round left for y'all today.
Yeah,
and
it's and that's it.
Yeah.
It's looking to be about what, Jeremy? It could be 34 match points to guarantee the cut.
Maybe not even guarantee. We might be seeing more than 16 people in an asymmetrical cut, and it's happened maybe once or twice before, but a lot of people still in contention. There was a possibility, maybe a clean cut of 35, but with the way this last round is shaken up, it's looking like we're going to have a lot more Pokemon action for y'all after this Swiss round.
Absolutely, and it's only going to get more and more intense. Plenty of different decks still very much in it as well. Just looking at kind of what we see, we know that Tord is, of course, leading the pack with this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck, but there's also Liam Halliburton with this End Zoroark EX. Once again, the first winner of our North American Regional here. That was in Pittsburgh, still kicking it with the deck that won him that regional. And then you have things like Charizard, Gardevoir, Golden Go. I mean, it's looking to be a very interesting cut and see which decks kind of make it there. But one thing's for sure, Jeremy, I don't see Dragapults in sight.
Yeah, it is one of those decks where it's always going to be good, right? You have Item Lock with Badoo. You also have the Curse Blast with Dusknoir. But I really do think it's the fact that just Psyduck was released as a promo, that damp ability, able to really confuse people playing the Dusknoir line, and just having that safety net of not being able to just have your opponent take 6 prizes in one turn.
Absolutely.
Is very important. And we see it included in a lot of decks this weekend.
Yeah, and it's a card that a lot of players weren't really sure at one point, right? They said, well, it's here, but that's a 59th card slot for something like another recovery that we saw really kind of coming into play here. But as we can see on our screen right now, we have Caleb Gettimer and Grant Manley stepping up to the bat. Their headsets are on as well here too. So we could talk about the decks that they're playing. And it will be Caleb on this Golden Go and Grant on the Charizard EX.
Yeah, and this is actually a Charizard EX deck that is not playing a Dusknoir line. So really just relying on the power of that Infernal Rain ability, Pidgeot. You have the Chi-Yu for the Golden Go matchup. So this is looking, at least on paper, a okay matchup for Grant. And the history between both of these two players is something crazy. They have been testing partners for a while. You used to see them play the same 60, same 59 cards throughout the entire regional season, always working together along with Azul. And the fact that just Caleb was able to win a lot of tournaments, Azul was able to win a lot of tournaments, Grant was never able to win a regional championship yet, and is trying to make it into Top Cut here this weekend with a deck that we haven't seen too much on stream.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting, as we alluded to it a little bit just moments ago, there's no Dusknoir in this Charizard deck. It's really going back to kind of Charizard's inception here, where it was just Charizard, Pidgeot, and we'll figure it out. And granted, there's a couple of tech cards as well. We know that Tatsugiri, with that ability attract customers, is now back in the deck for Grant, where we're going to try and find as many of these supporters as well, going back to the fact that Lily's Determination is just popping up in every single deck just because of its massive support here. but the Chi-Yu, the single prize Chi-Yu, the Mega Fire of Envy, being able to hit perfect math onto a Golden Go EX. But I want to see if Caleb's going to be able to use the Soul Rock Lunatone engine to start targeting down some of these Pokemon like Charmander.
It is definitely going to be an interesting match back and forth either way. One thing I want to note too is Grant is very excited that he's doing well with Charizard EX, and it's probably the most excited you'll see him. And Caleb, Chip mentioned it earlier, brand new dad. So
congratulations.
Using that Pokedad energy to try to make it into Top Cut here this weekend.
Nothing like a little bit of good luck to help you go in. And as we talked about it, Jeremy, I mean, the amount of match points you need to make it into cut is kind of high here. Looking at the prize cards, though, first on Caleb's side, you'd never want to see your A-Spec prize. That's just kind of how it works here. One Fighting Gong, so a little bit one less out to something like a Soul Rock or a Lunatone or that energy, one Golden Go EX, but a superior energy retrieval, especially once we get Charizard EX up and running here. You need to be a little bit creative on how you're going to be able to find those energy to get, you know, a massive 330 hit.
Couple bosses orders in the prizes for Grant. Does play 3 copies, so at least still has access to that, along with 1 counter catcher. But this is all about trying to just have the perfect prize mapping, and we're going to have to see if Caleb is just trying to be aggressive with early Soul Rocks or not. But here we go. Round 14, our last round of Swiss before our Top Cut. Grant Manley starts that Psyduck. Not going to be useful in this matchup, and it's going to be essentially a free prize for a Soul Rock later down the line, but does have that Buddy Poffin to find a Charmander and a Pidgey. Hopefully trying to set up a Pidgeot EX next turn.
This is one of the things about Psyduck that a lot of players feel their hesitation towards, is that if you're not using it, that's a liability now that's just going to be sitting on your bench here. And especially with its hit points at 70 HP, that's a perfect point for Soul Rock to try and find a way to kind of even up the prize mapping and finding less liability to leave in the active here for Caleb. So I want to see how exactly it is going to be played around. Finding only Charmander and Pidgey off of this Buddy Poffin, no Dusknoir in the list as we talked about here. So it is just going to be a pretty okay opening. Also has another one in hand, but the pink card, the A-Spec, is going to be maximum belt here to try and hit these numbers, and especially onto Golden Go, we can actually access these numbers a little bit sooner.
Taking a look at the hand for Caleb now. There is 1 Pokegear, 2 Earthen Vessel, 2 energy, superior energy retrieval. This Pokegear is going to need to do a lot of work. No access to any other Pokemon like Gimmighoul or that Soul Rock.
Looking a little bit tough here too. I mean, you have to find a way to get your Soul Rock up and running so you can Lunar Cycle, start drawing these cards here. But doing just the deck search here with the Earthen Vessel, not much really else to work off of though. So Caleb's just gonna have to thin as much as possible here.
Oh.
But the draws aren't giving, only a Pheasantipity in hand.
Yeah, excuse me, it's not even a Pokegear. I think it's a picnic basket.
Oh, great.
That's not gonna help at all. This is not a good hand for Caleb. And usually it's Grant with the bad luck. Maybe rubbing off on Caleb.
Just a little bit here. Want to see a way that I feel like Caleb is now forced into a position where he has to bench this Pheasantipity EX here, and that's a green light go sign for Grant to start to get things up and running, especially because playing the maximum belt plus 50 versus your opponent's active Pokemon EX as well. We don't even need to take a knockout to hit those numbers here too. We already know that it's in hand here. So it is Caleb now kind of up against the wall, forced to bench at Pheasantipity, and maybe even an attachment. Maybe we want to save the energy, but only an air balloon and a superior energy retrieval, and it's back on over to Grant.
This is not what you want to see if you're a Golden Go player. You usually want to be so aggressive in the early game with the Soul Rock, with just getting your Gimmighoul so you can start drawing cards with your Golden Goes. But Grant has that Arven. It's going to be able to search for something like that rare candy that he pulled to the front. Maybe you have that technical machine evolution. And you kind of have some time now.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the times in Charizard, and one of the big moves that players have kind of opted to go for is getting rid of rare candies in a lot of their lists. But Grant's still opting to give him the choice of playing Turbo here. And you see with the Ultra Ball, it's obviously probably going to go for something like the Pidgeot here. We can get the quick search engine up and running to start getting these pieces together. Ultra Ball, excuse me, for Pidgeot here into the rare candy evolve. Already has a technical machine evolution in hand here as well, but like you said, Jeremy, I mean, it's all coming up great for Grant on this turn where Caleb is just kind of forced against the wall.
Already eyeing down that Charizard EX, has the energy in hand to go along with the evolution, so will be able to grab a Charmeleon. Does have one in the prize cards, so only able to grab the one, but still a lot better than what Caleb is putting up on the board.
Got to talk about it too. Charizard, just one of those decks that really sometimes just has it all in hand with the amount of cards. But we see the Fighting Gong for the top deck here. We'll be able to at least find the Soul Rock, but the energy attachment actually went to the Lunatone, or went to the Pheasantipity instead of the Lunatone. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a way to get this Soul Rock into the active, but one thing's for
certain. 3 cards.
Oh, we have the air balloon in hand. We can draw some cards as well here. We have to find a way to start getting some help here onto the bench, start finding the gimme goals. We will be able to at least find the Arvin, and we got to talk about it. There is some fun stuff in Caleb's deck as well. You have, of course, one of the things that's kind of tricky is the Hops Cramorant actually being played inside of this deck. It seemed to have been kind of the inclusion of the week for Golden Go. I know a lot of Golden Go's have been opting for the Mega Mawile or this Hops Cramorant. With the Fickle Spitting attack, does 120. If your opponent doesn't have exactly 3 or 4 prizes remaining, this attack does nothing. It's very interesting to see.
Yeah, might not see it in this matchup, usually in there for the mirror match to go along with your Soul Rocks, just trying to put up single prize attackers against your opponent. But having the Arvin here is great. You're able to find those gimme goal with the Buddy Buddy Poffin and grab the Vitality Band just in case you need it. But there is the Air Balloon Retreat. We're at least going to see the knockout on the side duck here.
Yeah, but the problem is, Jeremy, you take one knockout on a side duck with a Soul Rock, and you have a 2-prize liability on the bench right then and there for Grant to eye up with something like a counter catcher here. Draws into the Monkey Dory, but already has the maximum belt as well. Doesn't even need it because of the Infernal Rain into Burning Darkness here. See what the Pidgeot Quick Search has to be for. I'm just going to assume it's going to be for that counter catcher. We can play it nice and easy here, but the Charizard EX coming down onto the bench here, we can get things started.
This is kind of how you draw it up if you're playing Charizard EX. You have the 2 energy now with Infernal Rain. Quick Search is such a good ability, being able to search your deck for any card every single turn. Now, Grant is down a lot of gusting effects, 2 bosses in the prize cards, so you have access to Countercatcher and the 1 boss's orders. And it looks like Grant's just grabbing that Lily's Determination, needing a few more cards to work with, especially if something like a Golden Go comes down and boss's orders knock out that Pidgeot EX, just the perfect hand from Caleb.
It goes to show that there's a little bit more discipline that also comes with playing Charizard EX. A lot of the times players just want to start swinging as quickly as possible here. But like you alluded to a little bit earlier, Jeremy, that second Charmeleon is prized here. So Grant has to find a way to start kind of feeding the energy on over into this second Charmander here. But 8 fresh cards for Grant right now. Has an energy to work with as well. Want to see how exactly he may be using an Ultra Ball. We see the Shaman in hand, not applicable in this type of matchup, but I'm wondering if we're going to start to use the Ultra Ball to grab something like Chi-Yu and at least threaten it out.
That is the thing with this Charizard EX deck, right? Is eventually you're just going to build a board where your opponent as Golden Go can take a knockout, but they're going to get knocked out right back, and you kind of set up a checkmate scenario, especially as the prize cards start to get taken again and again. And like you said, that Chi-Yu is just so important in this matchup, being found right away with that Ultra Ball.
Mega Fire of Envy is the attack. This little fish does a ton of damage. If any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from the attack from your opponent last turn, this does 90 more. That's perfect math for a Golden Go EX. That's why a lot of Golden Go players hate to see this card coming here, but it looks like Grant is actually about to get really aggressive, take the one prize card and just invite Caleb to start using some of these resources and start getting this energy out of the deck.
You also get rid of the Soul Rock in play, so that means you have to force Caleb to do a little bit more work to use that Lunar Cycle, draw some cards, because you have to have that Soul Rock in play to be able to use that ability. You do have access to that Flip the Script now from Pheasantipity EX, so we'll be able to have Caleb draw some cards on this following turn. You see that Fighting Gong in hand.
I think the biggest thing, Jeremy, is that now that we've moved away from something like an Energy Search Pro, where we can reliably get all of the energy out of the deck, now we have to really work with our Earthen Vessels to find a lot of this energy coming through here. But flip the script for 3 cards, and you also have to note as well, it's very important playing against a big Charizard EX here that you have to be very careful with your recovery options in terms of your superior energy retrievals. You need multiple to knock out one Charizard that's completely healthy here, and one of those is actually prized for Caleb. So while yes, we could get the knockout this turn, it's all about how he plays after and using that resource management skill that we always talk about.
Quite a stacked hand for Caleb here, though. Arven, that can go ahead and find something like an Earthen Vessel, grab some extra energies out of the deck. There is, what, 3 energy in hand already, superior energy retrieval. You have the 1 on the active, so you can retreat. That is the, or you already have 4 in the discard. So Fighting Gong here, gonna find that Soul Rock so you can Lunar Cycle if you want. I think the one thing we're really missing here is Golden Go EX.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're only playing 1 copy of this Genesect EX as well. So playing down Arven, it feels like if you don't draw into it, doesn't exactly feel good to have to use the Nest Ball when you need a plethora of other things to really kind of get you started here. 3 cards, though. Can we find a way to get Genesect here? We find at least 1 Golden Go. That's kind of the first piece that we're missing. But can we be able to reach those maximum high numbers on this turn? It looks like yes. It might just be a little bit of this math here going on.
Here is the retreat to that Golden Go EX. That is going to allow this coin bonus to draw an extra card for Caleb. Started the turn with maybe like 6 cards in hand, and now is going to have like 15, something like that. It is crazy how many cards this deck can draw in a turn. 2 cards off top. Another Golden Go EX found, along with that Genesect EX, but now you don't even want to bench that liability. You already have Pheasantipity EX in play, and with these 2 Golden Go EXs, that is essentially the prize map for Grant.
Especially to benching a Genesect also is weak to fire as well. You're talking about liabilities. That's a big one right there. I don't know if Caleb wants to get super aggressive with something like a Prime Catcher, maybe onto Pheasantipity this turn. Doesn't exactly seem all but correct here, but Caleb doing the math. See what 1 more card brings off of Golden Go. I'm interested to see. Now, Artisan doesn't really help us here. We've seen so many cards this turn. The question is, do we see a knockout on Charizard right here, right now?
You were saying Caleb got the Prime Catcher from the prize cards, so you can preserve some energy, take a knockout on even just the Pidgeot EX or the Pheasantipity, kind of limit some of the extra draw Grant has for the next turn. But if you do that, you leave the Charizard EX in play. You've taken 2 prize cards now, so that's 240 damage, which usually isn't enough to take the knockout on the Golden Go, but Maximum Belt is the A-spec for Grant. So if he has an access to that through Arven, or if the Pidgeot still is on board, that is just an easy KO, and then you're still needing to find the exorbitant amount of energy on the next turn to take the knockout on the Charizard.
The thing is, we're talking about the Charizard, but Jeremy, we got to look at the Chi-Yu on the bench as well. That one's just waiting to go. You get rid of the Charizard, that's okay, but still, then again, you're leaving the Pidgeot EX available up and running to have Grant find Rare Candy Charizard once again, and using a way to cycle back in these fire energies back into the deck. But then a Chi-Yu, 1 prize attacker that really kind of puts a thorn in the side of your deck, comes into the active. We have to see what exactly Caleb wants to prioritize here, but we know for sure we're going to be attacking this turn. First superior energy retrieval down. It's the most important thing. That's only 1 of 3 available right now. The 4th one sitting at the top of the prizes.
Artisan is the stadium for Caleb, able to find another gimme goal if he wants. And I think with the Chi Yu, you have a good response against it with the Soul Rock being able to deal 110 damage with Cosmic Beam thanks to Vitality Band and that Premium Power Pro. But that is something that is for a future turn. You really want to try to just clear up a lot of the attackers that Grant has right now.
Super Rod being played right away here to just get the energy back into the deck. And like we said, with limited resources at this point, you kind of have to play very carefully around all of your draw, right? If you use your resources now, you can draw back into the energy a little bit later. Count it out for me, Jeremy. We're making it rain, I believe, all the way through the 350 damage. We will be able to see the knockout this turn. Caleb goes down to 3 prizes.
Making it rain in Las Vegas, which it's also just raining outside, so it's very topical. Taking the knockout, going down to 3 prize cards. Grant to 5, but has access to that Pidgeot quick search and flip the script. Is going to need an energy at least to have the return KO. With the Chi Yu, you see it in the hand already, so now it is all about just trying to find another Charizard.
The thing is, though, Jeremy, you look at the prizes, and another Charmander is with that Charmeleon in the prizes. And as we talked about a little bit earlier, a lot of your gusting options are also unavailable in this game. You have to think Golden Go, a deck that, you know, can be really aggressive now with the Soul Rock and Lunatone pulls ahead. And while, yes, we have an attack with this Chi Yu, you have to only imagine what Grant is going to prioritize here. A couple more draws, but has a supporter, and Arvin has the energy, but it feels a little bit awkward, especially because you know Caleb can very much so go aggressive next turn, draw a bunch of cards, potentially find boss's orders onto something like your Pidgeot, and still have the prize trade in your favor.
Your super odds are also taxed just because the Charizard got knocked out with 2 fire energy. You're attaching a fire energy to the Chi Yu for a turn. You're going to be needing to find that super odd, not only to get back something like the Charmeleon or the Charizard, but also just the fire energy so you can keep the stream of attackers going. Now we see a quick search here. What do you think Grant is going to be looking for?
It's hard to say when you really think about it, but like you talked about, I mean, Super Rod is kind of the lifeblood, the engine of this deck here. You have to find a way to kind of recycle a lot of these resources back into the deck. Like we said, we're down a Charmeleon as well, so we have to get set up here so we can use the Super Rod to do something like Super Rod back in the Charmander, and then use Artisan to rebench it here. But it is going to be Arvin for turn here, at least trying to once again set up some energy, another attacker to go with this Chi Yu. I don't believe we're going to be swinging with Charizard this turn, but we'll definitely be able to at least get set up another Charmander just in case for the turn following, but still have this Chi Yu up front.
Well, if you think about it, you probably could swing with Charizard this turn. It's forcing Caleb to find another, 7 energies to make it rain. Has the Soul Rock with the Vitality Band, so it could just be a very simple response to the Chi Yu, maybe save it on the bench for another knockout. Here we do see that Rare Candy Charizard, Infernal Rain, 2 energy on that powerful Terra EX. Oh, just the 1, okay.
I believe it has 1 in hand. There's a Mist energy in hand too. Yeah, already has 1 fire energy in hand. So is going to think about where to put this other fire here. Going to go on to the Charizard EX, but that's the thing. I feel like as we've seen Charizard EX as a deck, Jeremy, I feel like we've taken a lot of energy out of this deck, and now we're kind of playing with a very small amount that we have to divide very equally here. Oh, interesting.
Splitting the energy now on to that Charmander just found off with the Ultra Ball. There is that attack for the knockout thanks to the 3rd prize card taken from Caleb, having 270 damage with that Burning Darkness. Now looking at those prize cards too, does find one of the boss's orders. That is very important.
The thing is, though, Jeremy, I mean, Caleb can go extremely aggressive this route, use the Prime Catcher with the Soul Rock to take something like the Charmander out this turn. I think that would be your best play. And then you're preserving your Golden Go on the bench. You can also evolve your other Gimme Ghoul this turn and then keep finding massive ways to draw. I like the idea of still sending up Soul Rock as this threat here but I have to imagine that it's not as easy as I think it could be. We'll see a couple of draws though, and this is one of the big pulls of Golden Go EX as a deck, the amount of cards that you get to draw, and you can really draw a mass amount of cards before you even make a decision. It's that sequencing that players really tend to love.
Yeah, we already saw it here. 3 cards from Pheasantipity, 1 card from that Golden Go EX. Still has access to another Golden Go here, and with using the coin bonus on the bench, you have to pretty much guarantee this Solrock is going to be attacking this turn. Now you have access to the boss's orders. You haven't played a supporter for the turn, so maybe saving that Prime Catcher for the following turn. Now the thing is, Grant does have boss's orders in hand from the prize cards, has access to Quick Search, that Pheasantipity. I don't know if you're really going to be able to come back in this prize race. Caleb's going to go down to 1 or 2 cards here.
Benching the Gimme Ghoul, considering here. I like the prize mapping that you're talking about, Jeremy, because it is very interesting. Because Caleb could go down to 2 prizes and then find a way to finish off. But then, I mean, you talk about Grant has 3 prizes as well and can swing back kind of hard. The thing is, we have some superior energy retrievals in hand as well, but the boss's orders into the Charmander, as we talked about, this seems like a better line than anything here. We leave a single prize Pokemon in the active as that liability here. And like we talked about, while yes, Grant does have the 2 bosses in hand, look at the way that Caleb has now set up his board where there is so many threats here that now Grant has to kind of work around.
Now I do believe Grant still has access to Counter Catcher. Now a Counter Catcher play on the Pheasantipity EX, taking the knockout, going down to 1 prize card, trying to limit your opponent down while also playing the 1 copy of Iono in Grant's list is hopefully the best case scenario, but it's definitely going to be a tricky turn for Grant to navigate just because Caleb's hand is massive at this point.
It's a little bit interesting here. I want to seeing the Pidgey bench down, my brain goes to a line of trying to protect something with Professor Turo's scenario potentially, and trying to use Counter Catcher, like you said, Chi-Yu onto Golden Go EX here, but Grant really has to figure out to make a decision. It's not exactly the easiest line to really kind of get through.
We're just trying to thin the deck out too. This Pheasantipity is going to have to put a ton of work in finding one of the 2 cards, right? Counter Catcher or Iono is best case scenario. Maximum Belt and the Luminous Energy on that Chi-Yu. Here is the flip the script. 3 cards. I do believe Grant did find that Counter Catcher.
It's the Counter Catcher, so we can quick search for the Iono here.
This has to be best case scenario for Grant to try to make this comeback. Now it is all going to be up to the cards that Caleb draws off this Iono, the coin bonuses, the potential Lunar Cycle. Can Grant do it? Which is crazy how this game has turned out, especially with the start that Caleb had. Just not having really any supporter in the hand, but has managed to come back out in this prize race ahead for right now.
The Counter Catcher here, thinking about it as well, a lot of the times a great target is that Pheasantipity here, but why not take out one of the attackers attacking Golden Go as well? I mean, you know that you're going to get a mass amount of draw here, so it's just kind of the best of the worst case scenario here as Grant's going to play down the Iono, and now it's all up to what Caleb is going to be able to draw. I actually really enjoy how Caleb is writing down what cards are in his hand just for information, right? He has to know that he's sending 1 superior energy retrieval all the way down to the bottom of the deck and the ace spec as well. It is okay to take notes during your match, but we'll see what exactly the Iono to 2 is going to bring for Caleb. Will he be able to respond?
Yeah, with the Counter Catcher bringing up that Golden Go EX as well, this allows Grant to put up a 1 prize Pokemon in the active spot, taking the knockout. That forces Caleb to find that Prime Catcher now, along with just a way to take a knockout on something like that Pheasantipity EX on the bench. Caleb is taking a quick look at all the resources available to him that he has used throughout the game.
See how exactly he wants to play it out here. Just going to promote this Golden Go, so really committing to drawing. Has one Superior Energy Retrieval in hand and a Nest Ball. Professor Turo scenario doesn't exactly help us in terms of a supporter card, but could be great fodder here for the Superior Energy Retrieval. Artisan here to shuffle the deck as well. You absolutely can do that. There are a ton of Pokemon in here that you can use to get rid of with Superior Energy Retrieval. The math can math. You just have to find a way to get it, access it via Arvin. We'll see what the draws are going to bring on coin bonus.
I actually do really like Caleb bringing up the Golden Go EX here. It allows you to unlock coin bonus for 2 cards, as well as just trying to find your Prime Catcher, because if you bring up the Lunatone with the Prime Catcher off the Pheasantipity, you're going to have to retreat to the Golden Go to try to find it. Here's 3 cards, Superior Energy Retrieval again, so now 2 of them, 2 cards off this Golden Go EX. Prime Catcher will win the game for Caleb.
Arvin, Jeremy,
Arvin does it. This has been such an insane game 1, and it looks like Grant's luck is running out so far. Just another card off this Golden Go on the bench. And there we see the Arvin finding that Prime Catcher. Double Superior Energy Retrieval in hand for Caleb. Prime Catcher up that Pheasantipity EX, retreat that Lunatone with the Air Balloon, and just like that, Caleb Gedmer up 1-0 against his friend Grant Manley.
Grant did an amazing job of going for the most optimal choice here in using Counter Catcher there and then having the Chi-Yu in the active. But the problem is, Jeremy, when your engine relies on drawing as many cards as possible, if taking the one attacker out is great, right? That's a good one way to, you know, tack down how many cards you're taking, but then you have Golden Go EX, which draws 2 cards. Pheasantipity, that draws more cards. It just felt like the best of the worst case scenario here, and it was going to be for Grant to be on the back foot, but Caleb, of course, going to be able to draw into everything he needs.
Now, game 1 started off with Caleb not really having much access to the Soul Rock. Grant was able to take a couple turns to set up with that TM evolution. Started with the Psyduck. Soul Rock able to take a prize for Caleb, going down to 5, and then we finally saw Golden Go EX. 7 energy discarded, taking the knockout on that Charizard EX. Grant having the response, though, with another Charizard and that Chi-Yu getting powered up. There is that Soul Rock taking a knockout on the Charmander, allowing Caleb going down to 2 prize cards left, and this was the end sequence here. This Iono was a lie because Caleb was able to find everything thanks to 2 Golden Go EXs and a Pheasantipity EX. Prime Catcher, double Superior Energy Retrieval. Now we're on to game 2. Hops Cramorant in the active. Not what you want to see.
No, but the problem is, Jeremy, you don't want to see what's in Grant's hand either. It's a lot of fire energy in the hand, and technically you need it for in the deck in order to accelerate to it here too. I mean, granted, great. We have at least the technical machine evolution inside of the hand, so we can at least see the Buddy Buddy Poffin being used for the Pidgey and the Charmander here. But Grant's prize is once again 1 Charmander and 1 Charmeleon in not being able to be accessed in this game. Now, granted, Pidgeot EX is scary in the prizes. There are 2 in the deck, though, but only 1 boss's orders this time.
Listen, Emily, it's going to be all okay. Grant is going to be able to find a Lilies or the Iono off of this Tatsugiri. That way, next turn, you can shuffle all the fire energy back in the deck. It'll be a-okay. Starting out with Buddy Buddy Poffin and that TM evolution, you have the energy in hand, of course, to get those Charmeleon and Pidgeotto in play, especially with Caleb just going attach pass on that Hops Cramorant, not able to even attack until Grant starts to get the ball rolling.
Thinning the deck here using Attract Customers. Like you said, the target here is Lily's Determination or Iono to get all the energy back into the deck, but you can't ask for anything more going on your turn. Going on your first turn, going second, being able to find the Pidgeotto and the Charmeleon, and back on over into Caleb's turn.
Now Caleb does have that Arvin in hand. Wasn't able to use it on turn 1 thanks to just not being able to play supporters on turn 1, but having access to Nest Ball. I think there's also a Fighting Gong in the hand, so we could see some Soul Rock, Lunatone, maybe take a knockout. You have the energy on the active to retreat, and again, this is the power of Golden Go as a deck. It's just very consistently getting these early knockouts, early pressure, thanks to this Lunatone Soul Rock combo.
Fighting Gong in hand to find starting to draw here, but we got to talk about the prizes, Jeremy. 1 copy of Genesect EX in the deck with that metallic signal, being able to reliably find your evolution Pokemon, but it is tucked away in the prizes, so we're gonna just have to, you know, draw into it, as bad as that feels. But thanks to Solrock and Lunatone, we are going to be able to see some more cards. There is also an Arven in hand as well, so we can start to get these Gimme Ghouls up and running as well here. But the Hobbs Cramorant not being able to Fickle Spit here is very funny.
Funny, yeah. It is rough when you're starting this Pokemon that is attack for just a bunch of different matchups. You're not really going to be using here. It's going to be just, biggest thing, taking up a bench space.
Yeah.
We saw Caleb kind of just managing the bench space very well, having the Lunatone Solrock. You have your Gimme Ghouls and your Golden Goes. That's really what you want, Pheasantipity EX. So going to have to maybe sacrifice some just extra draw power throughout the game. Now, with the hand here, you also have Boss's Orders, but is that a Premium Power Pro?
Yes, it is, Jeremy. It's a Premium Power Pro that's already in the hand here. So let's do some math together. It's 70 for the Cosmic Beam, and instead of taking out the Pidgeotto here, we are going to use that Premium Power Pro to buff the damage by 30 here, and being able to take out the 1 Charmeleon onto the bench now.
Solrock getting those electrolytes in, taking the knockout, getting rid of the immediate threat that is that Charmeleon. Now Grant still can have access to Pidgeotto, or Pidgeot EX, and has Lily's Determination in hand, but not much else.
As I'd like to say, Jeremy, no Gimme Ghoul, no problem. Yeah, I mean, Solrock showing that still very much a very capable engine here, as Grant is going to use this Arven. No point of shuffling back in the hand when you don't really have Charmanders and Charmeleons and Charizards to really accelerate to, but really going to find the Ultra Ball here, Ultra Ball away some of the dead pieces inside of the hand for something like a Pidgeot, and then using Pidgeot Quick Search to find that Buddy Buddy Poffin to reestablish maybe a couple more here. But once again, looking in Grant's prizes, there's 1 Charmander, 1 Charmeleon, so now Grant is forced to use one of those recovery options that we talked about a little bit earlier to get some things back up into the deck out of the discard.
I think we're going to have to see attract customers here. That's why you see Grant shuffling up. And then Ultra Ball for the Pidgeot EX. Quick Search for something like a Super Rod to Super Rod the cards back, but then you don't have a way to grab a Charmander out. So it is just definitely really awkward here. Again, just the prize cards really hurting Grant in this matchup.
It's the fact that we're playing such thin lines, right? And I think as Charizard has kind of grown as a deck, a lot of these consistency cards that people really were kind of going for, we've seen a couple of less and less here. The crazy part about Grant's deck list is that he's playing 4 Buddy Buddy Poffins in this list, kind of going all the way back to being able to set up reliably here. We know that Pidgeot EX is the search here, but discarding your ace spec, Jeremy, that's gotta hurt.
I mean, it didn't really come in handy last game. Again, it's one of those situational ones where if Caleb doesn't take 3 prize cards, you will need it. But finding the Pheasantipity EX, you just need too many cards. Here is Artisan that can go ahead, and Artisan Super Rod is an insane draw from Grant here.
Going to be able to at least find a way to get back all of the 1 Charmander here onto the bench, but the most ideal situation would be 2. Are we pushing forward this Pidgeot here and using the Super Rod, of course? I'm pretty sure not going to be able to attack for turn, but of course the Technical Machine evolution, and it will be just a couple of quick actions here, using Artisan to find Charmander. You know that Charmeleon is right behind it, now just shuffling right back up.
This is exactly what Grant needed to try and stay in this game. Just keep the potential pressure going, force Caleb to try and find these knockouts turn after turn. And with no Gimme Ghoul in play, that means this Charmeleon is safe from the Solrock. There is only 1 Premium Power Pro in the deck. You have the Vitality Band, but that is not enough. 80 damage does not add up to 90.
Now here's the interesting part here. You can kind of see it in our view at least. Caleb is eyeing up potentially using superior energy retrieval at one point to get back some of these fighting energies to Lunar Cycle here. It's definitely kind of feels like a really rough choice, but Arven first. It's now completely safe to start setting up some of these gimme ghouls as well. Also, Artisan is in play, so could use that as well to set up one gimme ghoul, but Earthen Vessel to filter out the deck, some of these energies, so we don't keep drawing into them here, but it will be played, and now it's all about funneling all of these cycle draws and lunar cycles to really finally find our gimme ghouls.
And it's interesting, too. You had access to Buddy Buddy Poffin with the Arven, but opting to conserve the resources in hand, go for that Earthen Vessel. This Lunar Cycle is going to be big for Caleb. 3 cards. Looks like Turo, Arven, Golden Go EX. You do have at least the Artisan in play, so you can find one gimme ghoul, and I think that's why Caleb went for this play. But now it might open up Grant to maybe a boss's orders. You can even attach to the Pidgeot EX and take the knockout.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about that line. It feels kind of rough from Grant, but I feel like it might be decent here. Now, granted, it just helps having all of the energy all the way right in your hand already, but it feels weird to see potentially a blustery wind, excuse me, to get us going here. Are we going to call for family here, Jeremy?
Yeah, the one of call for family in the list for Golden Go. We've often seen the gimme ghoul split not really happen where people just playing 4 of the minor errand running, but having the 1 copy of this 50 HP gimme ghoul, able to call for family for another one. That means Grant is not able to do something like boss's orders, take the knockout on the 1, leave no chance for Golden Go EX in play, and pretty heads-up play from Caleb there.
See what the Lilies gives us here, but 8 cards. Thankfully, no fire energy in the hand anymore. Could have been spelling disaster here, but not much that Grant can really work with either. Like we said, Shaman, kind of a card that we're not using in this matchup. I would hate to see something along the lines of a blistery win. I totally understand why we would, but then we leave a 2-prize liability right in the active, and especially something as important as the Pidgeot EX, which is really the engine of this deck. You can tell it's now going to be Grant just funneling straight to the Charizard EX, and I like swinging with this a little bit more than Pidgeot EX.
Forces your opponent to have just that extra energy, and sometimes that can make all the difference. You're also getting rid of the metal attached to the active. And now Grant taking that first prize card in this game to just under 15 minutes left to go. If Grant is looking to get a win out of this match, the pace of play is needing to start getting faster.
Artisan choices, and it's all about now how safe some of these single prize Pokemon are. Now, once again, the Genesect is still in the prizes, so we don't have a reliable way of finding gold to go. Now, granted, we do already have one inside of the hand here, but we need to keep drawing ways that we can access more energy throughout the deck here. Arven also helps. There is one superior in the hand, but also something like Picnic Basket, great fodder to use to just get rid of some cards, extra thinning here, but it will be Arven. It's probably just going to be either another Fighting Gong or another Vessel, but Prime Catcher is actually the play. You think that Caleb just wants to keep a single prize board, Jeremy, where this Charizard's really swinging at pennies, not really kind of taking these massive 2-prize knockouts?
Essentially, yeah, that could happen. The maximum belt is in the discard, so Caleb is able to play down a Golden Go and have it survive a Burning Darkness on the following turn, which we could see maybe Golden Go in combination with the Air Balloon to find 2 more cards with the ability, but having access to Prime Catcher, taking a knockout on the Charmander is very important in Caleb's prize mapping, just because he's at 5 right now. Then you can just take a knockout on the Charizard EX and the Pheasantipity to clean things up.
You see the tapping of the gimme ghouls there only because they were played this turn. Caleb cannot evolve into 2 of them, but can evolve into at least 1, because Grant did take the Call for Family one, which I actually really like the split as well. It's a nice kind of unstick option if you're kind of in this pinch here. Goes to show that players really know and understand these decks.
We're going to see actually just the retreat to the gimme ghoul evolve into that Golden Go. There is the coin bonus for 2 cards, and then having access to the Prime Catcher will be able to bring back up that Soul Rock and take a knockout. And there is also the Tatsugiri, but I think you just always have to go for that Charmander in this position.
It's essentially another creative route to being able to accelerate energy to your Chi-Yu, because Charizard's not going to be able to swing high enough with 240 without Max Belt to take the Golden Go EX. So your next best option and your only option is going to be, and it's kind of forced into being this Chi-Yu. No premium Power Pro needed to knock out this Charmander here. And I just love the way that this deck has included Soul Rock and Lunatone, because now you just have great single prize attackers.
Now Caleb down to 4 prize cards remaining in this game too. A little over 11 minutes left. Grant has that Chi-Yu found off the Artisan. Again, like you said, no Charizard to power it up in 1 turn, but you can still just attach for the turn, threaten it on the following turn if this Charizard EX gets knocked out. Boss's Orders was found off the draw from Fezandipity. Night Stretcher for a Charmander. So again, just trying to establish another Charizard EX and still having access to Quick Search here.
Has to decide the best option here too. Has to show a little bit more. Maybe we go for the Iono this turn, Jeremy. Maybe we're just going to swing with the Charizard EX and once again messing up Caleb's draw just a little bit. I mean, he is technically, if we do go for a line like that, Fezandipity currently isn't in play here. Didn't actually get to see the card off of Quick Search, but it does make sense that it is the Super Rod. Once again, we're playing with a little bit more recovery. Professor Turo's scenario going to be played to get the Fezandipity out of play. I like this idea, playing a little bit more defense than offense.
With that, leaving just two prize Pokemon in play, but both of them needing a massive amount of energy to take the knockout. 7 for the Charizard EX, 6 for that Pidgeot EX. Caleb promoting that Golden Go. Does have the ability to evolve into 2 more on this following turn. And I think with the Air Balloon in hand, bring up the one that doesn't have the energy. That way you can get the most out of your coin bonuses.
Yeah, it's the sequencing, right? It's the sequencing with this deck. It's very important to maximize the amount of draws, especially when you need a ton of energy to get this Charizard EX out of play here. I think Caleb is in a great position. We're about to see 3 coin bonuses, 2 of them being active coin bonuses. That's 4. Then if he's able to find something along the lines of Fezandipity EX, find 7 cards, and still Caleb playing with this massive hand, and that's the big appeal with Golden Go. You just have as many options as you can really tailor your sequencing to.
Superior Energy Retrieval in hand to go along with the Arven. That equals another one. So Caleb could just use Lunar Cycle, draw 3 cards, coin bonus, coin bonus, coin bonus, and then Arven, if he doesn't find the second Superior Energy Retrieval, there's enough energy in the discard to take the knockout. There is that Fezandipity EX as well. So just a ton of draw power that we see time and time again with this deck.
No Lunar Cycle available on this turn, no Soul Rock
That's
here.
right.
So we have to find a way. I think benching the Fezandipity is probably fine at this point. This is the thing with starting Hops Cramorant in this matchup. That could have been the Soul Rock there, but I'm not too worried right now on this turn, Jeremy. We can bench Fezandipity, still have the Arven. I do believe we drew into the second Superior Energy Retrieval as well, but it's resource management. Now, granted, I'm looking at Caleb's discard, not seeing one used just yet here, I'm pretty sure. So we do have a lot of access and a lot of ways to get this going here, but Fezandipity about to hit the bench. Let's see 3 more cards.
And I also just mentioned I love that Caleb is spreading out his discard. It is something I always love to see as a broadcast perspective, especially with a deck so involved in the discard like Golden Go EX, being able to see that there is 7 energies in there. You haven't used that Superior Energy Retrieval yet. And it is, oh, even look at that. We got our own graphic for it.
Super Rod also being considered, wants to hold on, already has 2 energy in the hand here. Super Rod for just the energy to go back into the deck. I mean, you were talking about it a little bit earlier, Jeremy. We are ticking down time here really, really hard. 7 minutes. And Caleb, if he's able to take this Charizard out or even get a little bit more aggressive, take something like the Pidgeot out, you can get yourself down to just two prize cards left. Has Boss's Orders in hand as well here, but I mean, the routes aren't looking too clean here for Grant. The prize mapping just looking a little bit rough.
It does look like Caleb is eyeing down that Super Rod, shuffling back 3 fighting energy into the deck. This will allow Caleb to use something like Earthen Vessel to grab a couple energies, maybe even just a Fighting Gong in hand to grab one of those energies that you might be missing for the 7th discard. Last coin bonus for one Professor Turo scenario, which is actually pretty interesting. You could pick up that Pheasantipity EX and then play down the Soul Rock. You could pick up the Cramorant and play down the Soul Rock, and that allows you 3 more cards, but that's using your supporter for the turn, which you already have a guaranteed superior energy retrieval, but I think there's enough energy in the hand for Caleb anyway.
Yeah, it feels good here, but Boss's Orders is going to be played here for the Pidgeot. I really like this line. No superior energy retrievals used just yet, and not even an attach return from Caleb here. So setting up a really nice way of checkmate here. Vitality Band, because why not? Just in case something like an Iono, you don't want to draw right back into something like a Vitality Band. Now, granted here, it is going to be Caleb taking these 2 prizes, and now it's up to Grant. I mean, we know that he's probably going to be swinging with the Chi-Yu this turn, but can he go for another Iono play without Pidgeot here? I mean, granted, there is a Pidgey, but we got to find that rare candy Pidgeot to get us started.
Well, that's for next turn. You have to have that Iono in hand right now. There is, what, Ultra Ball that can find Pheasantipity EX potentially.
3 rare candy in deck, but Monkey Dory is going to be the option here.
Now, Chi-Yu does have the knockout with an energy. You can also just retreat and take the knockout with that Charizard EX, but again, you're putting a 2 prize liability in the active spot. Oh, Grant having the Iono in hand does not need a quick search for it, but no fire energy. Had that dark energy that one of tech for that Monkey Dory is going to have to rely on these 4 cards off the top of the deck to find a fire energy to attack the most optimal way.
Oh my goodness, no, unfortunately, Jeremy. It's 2 rare candies and an Artisan here.
And this is worst case scenario for Grant. You're going to be able to go down to 2 prize cards left, have potentially game on the next turn. But your opponent has 2 Golden Go, 1 with an Air Balloon, a Pheasantipity EX, and a potential to play down Soul Rock, discard some cards, and still has 3 superior energy retrieval left in the deck.
Yeah, I don't like the odds here for Grant in this game, and now it's just 2 cards, and Caleb in the same position as he was in game number 1 here. But still, I mean, you take out the attacker with the energy on it, but still 2 superior energy retrievals already in hand here. All he needs to do is just draw enough ways to discard
For
it.
the third one as well, the luck that Grant has is insane. That Caleb just having everything off of this Iono, even discarding a superior energy retrieval with the second one, and just like that, Caleb Gedimer going to 11-2-1, hopefully looking good for the asymmetrical top cut.
I think there's a phrase that we'd like to use in this game, Jeremy, that Iono is a lie. And it certainly proved that way twice, right? We saw Grant have some really rough hands in the beginning of the game, having all the fire energy in the world in his hands right there. And it's the correct play. That's the thing with a Pokemon trading card game. It is correct to hand disrupt your opponent there and bring them down to 2 cards, but each time it's led to at least 1 superior energy retrieval, but to add just the cherry on top and say, you know what, here's the second. And we talked about it, still having all of the draw available, right? You take out 1 Golden Go, which is the correct thing to do, right? But you still have 2 Golden Goes, the Air Balloon, being able to maximize your draw here with 4 draws off of coin bonus, then 3 more off of Pheasantipity. It's just looking real good.
Let's take a look at the replay for our round of 14 in Swiss here. Now, Grant started off pretty good, Buddy Poffin. next turn having the energy Technical Machine Evolution to get a Charmeleon in play, but prizing one of the Charmeleon really hurt. Then we saw the Solrock take the knockout, Charizard responding right away, taking the knockout back. Caleb having the first Golden Go EXs. 7 energy discarded, making it rain against that Charizard EX, taking the knockout back and forth. And this is just a really good back and forth, back and forth. You see even just the Solrock getting in once again, picking off that Charmander from the bench. And there we have Prime Catcher from the Arven. It's double superior energy retrieval, taking the knockout on that Yveltal EX. Now game 2 started off a little bit worse for Caleb in that Hops Cramorant, had to attach pass, but finding that Solrock Lunatone combination, not even having a Gimme Goal in play, getting a knockout with that Solrock. Grant responding with Charizard EX, has the Pidgeot in play, the energy on the Chi-Yu, and then it was up to Caleb to find the energies to take the knockout, had the boss's orders on that Pidgeot EX, only had to use 1 superior energy retrieval, didn't have any in hand. Grant had the Iono, didn't have another way to search for it, plays it, puts Caleb down to 2 cards. The 2 cards were 2 superior energy retrievals, then just a few more cards drawn, and just like that, Caleb is looking for another regional championship win this weekend.
What are the chances? What are the chances it happens? Okay, granted, yes, it happens once, right? All right, I'll Iono my opponent into superior energy retrieval. Then the second game you do it again, not only does it happen again, but it essentially guarantees the demise as well too at that point. So, wow, what a way to end our phase 2 here, Jeremy. It's heating up real good.
Yeah, I am excited to see how things shape up with our players out still playing in the rest of the last round of Swiss, to see how this asymmetrical bracket can shape up. It is most likely going to be 16 or more people, and we're going to have some people bubbling out of Top Cut. Normally we don't see that happen, but it is just due to the fact that we have a lot of people in these tournaments now, over 2,800 masters in the TCG, and it is really just impossible to kind of see how things are going to shape up.
At the top of the rankings after Swiss is going to be Tord Reklev, 12-0-2 with 38 match points, Jeremy, 38. And there's a ton of decks in this asymmetrical cut, but you're right. It's so weird to say. You very well could have had a great tournament and still bubble out of asymmetrical cut here. It's absolutely heartbreaking to think about.
These past few NA regionals in Milwaukee and here in Las Vegas, I honestly think it's been some of the best player quality in Top Cuts that we've seen. And it makes me so excited for not only our Top Cut going forward, but going into Sao Paulo in LAIC. This format has been so fun to watch. I know the players are maybe, I'm so tired of this, but wow. A lot of the best players in the game are able to just do it again and again.
Well, I want to talk to one of the best players in the game and one of the best players in our Swiss rankings right now, and that's going to be Caleb Gadamer, who's standing by with Wancho.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Joining me right now is last round winner Caleb Gadamer. Caleb, what a match. How are you feeling right now?
I'm just ecstatic to be here after kind of not taking the game as seriously as I have in years past. So just really blessed to be here.
I know you've been a little bit busy. Congratulations again on the little one.
Thank you.
I'm sure you have that new dad buff that everyone has.
At first it was looking like a debuff, but yeah, maybe I'm proving that wrong.
That's for sure, that's for sure. Well, what a match. I was very, very excited to see when you guys got paired up. Trust me, backstage, everyone was giddy when we saw table 8, I believe. Trust me, you should see how Chip reacted, really. But yeah, what was that matchup like? Again, you got it down to a 2-0, and you have a very interesting Goldango list. You have the Cramorant. Did anything come into play?
Well, let me start by saying Grant and I were roommates this weekend, so it's always disappointing to kind of team kill someone out of top 8 with you, but I'm sure you guys had fun with it. I didn't really get to use the Cramorant. Looking back on the second game there, I could have not evolved into the Golden Go off of the Prime Catcher. I kind of outsmarted myself there. It dawned on me that he couldn't knock it out with the max belt being in the discard, but I got greedy and wanted to draw the cards. I probably shouldn't have done that and just played a slower game with the Cramorant going online the very next turn, and I think that would have put him down to about 3 prizes, but it worked out. I sort of had to get lucky there at the end. It was a pretty good chance, but...
No, I like that you mentioned that, actually, because I wanted to bring up that point. Is typically Goldengo players, well, the Goldengo deck in general is you want to keep drawing, evolve, draw, right? But it looks like your build, you know, the way your mindset is at as well, is sometimes you can play these defensive 1-prize board because you have that Cramorant. Has that come into play at all throughout the tournament?
He's been kind of on the bench for a little bit, but it's been super helpful in mirror matches and all around the board against kind of the slower like setup decks. You can just buy some time with it and still create some tempo to kind of just play a much more defensive game and then evolve into all your guys at the end. The only scary part is Iono, which is kind of why I evolved into the Golden Go that turn, but I think Grant was playing 1, so I kind of have the unfair knowledge of knowing that, but had he played it there, I think that would have been for the worst, because then I'd just be sitting on my hand for the rest of the game with the 1 being gone, so I probably shouldn't have evolved, but oh well.
That's fair, that's fair. I mean, that definitely there was a lot of excitement on the stream, right? With all the whole, will he draw it? Will he draw into the superior energy retrievals? Even on that first game, right, where you needed to draw into, I believe, Gust and a superior, but then you end up drawing 2 anyway. A lot of abundance, actually. In the second game, you drew 3 superior.
Yeah, the second game there, the Iono actually worked out. So Grant was giving me a hard time for knocking out the Pidgeot the previous turn, but the thought there was, well, he either has Iono in his hand right now, and I get to keep the second boss that I drew, or he plays the Iono, and I draw a chock full of just good stuff because I had no superiors going to the bottom there. And unlucky for him, he missed the fires, so he couldn't even Chi-Yu anyways. That would have been his best play, but to be honest, there probably wasn't a very good shot of that happening without the Pidgeot. The Pidgeot was probably getting the Iono or the fire, so I really like the way that worked out, and I think you're wrong on that, Grant.
All right. Just the last couple of questions before I do let you go. Actually, just one more dissect. I want to dissect that second game again. You know, getting that big turn 1 knockout, really, with the Soul Rock plus the Premium Power Pro. Has that happened a lot?
It has. When you go second, there's always a chance of that. And that game was, honestly, I think my starts both of those games were pretty rough, but the nice thing about, you know, Golden Go is more of a setup deck, but now you have that early aggression so you can keep tempo even when you have a disappointing start just because of those 2 guys. So they're nice.
Great to hear, great to hear. And then lastly, I know you and Grant are buddies. Anything you want to say to him after winning that match?
Still back there. Hope you can come back from this one, Grant. There's many more top cuts in your future.
Absolutely love it. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
My beautiful wife, Shayna, and our baby boy, Ethan.
Love it, love it. With that, best of luck in Top Cut. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Thanks, Juancho. Yeah, great to hear from Caleb. Feeling great, I'm sure, heading into our top cut here. Just a quick little update. It is looking like it's going to be between 14 and 16 players in our top cut, 16 being the maximum, of course, allowed. But there's actually not going to be any bubbles or anything like that happening with the way things are shaping up. And as Emily did mention, it does look like Tord Reklev is going to be leading the charge, most likely the 1 seed heading into Cup. I do want to break down this game. We just saw, obviously, a really cool storyline happening here. Grant Manley and Caleb Gettimer, great friends, testing partners, people who've known each other for years in the game. They've very often played the same 60 cards to every single tournament that they both are competing in. But recently, they've been changing it up, just kind of going with more comfort for each of them. Caleb feeling more comfortable with the Golden Go, and Grant really liking Charizard in the current format. Let's get into this game here, starting with the very first game. And I think this was kind of a really big turn here. And this, I think, goes to show how important list knowledge can be in the Pokemon TCG. So Grant is not playing any Dusknoir, and I have a feeling Caleb knows Grant's list just in general because they are good friends. They were rooming together on the weekend here. And Caleb is, in theory, in a potentially precarious spot with 3 prizes remaining down to Grant's 3 prizes. If Caleb goes for a single prize KO, which is what he ends up doing this turn by using the Soul Rock to take out the Charmander that's right here, he puts himself in a situation where, well, he'll go down to just the 2 prize cards remaining. Grant can use Briar to potentially win the game. Briar, with the combination of counter catcher, since he'll be down on prize cards, could close things out. But Caleb knows that Grant does not play Briar, and he wants to preserve all of his Golden Goes. If he's attacking with a Golden Go into this Charizard, it's going to be something he can definitely make happen, but it's going to be very resource intensive. He's going to have to use multiple superior energy retrievals, and that means that if Grant goes in with a big Charizard EX at the end of the game and an Iono down to just one card, it may be really difficult for Caleb to piece together that final KO, because he'll have used a bunch of superiors this turn, and a Golden Go would be going to the discard pile as well. But by using the Soul Rock here, he's going to be able to ensure that he'll keep multiple Golden Goes into play, or increase his chances of it at least. And if a Soul Rock does go down, he's got access to another one next turn through the use of Artisan, the only stadium that either of these two players have in their deck. And it does work out nicely here for Caleb, using that gusting effect onto the Charmander, setting himself up really nicely for the end of this game, taking the KO. And even though Grant did have the Iono plus the attack with the Chi-Yu in this spot, which was his best possible scenario, Caleb has set up his board to where even if Grant does get the KO on the Golden Go, which is what he does, Caleb still has a Fezandipity and another Golden Go, and also a Gimmighoul that can become another Golden Go. Plus the Lunatone Soul Rock is still in play, so many cards can be drawn. Even an Iono to 2, pretty likely for Caleb to find the pieces necessary to knock out just Fezandipity EX. A really easy target there for him to close things out. I think one minor thing, it might be nice for Caleb to have held on to this Vitality Band this game. I don't think he needed it earlier on. Did use just got it out of the hand, but if he holds on to it and puts it onto a Golden Go later, it's actually one less energy he needs in order to get the KO onto the Fezandipity. And then in the second game here, I think this was the big turn where Caleb has the option to gust yet again, keep himself kind of on this even prize map where he will go down to 4 prizes remaining. Then he has the setup to be able to knock out 1 Charizard and then 1 Fezandipity or Pidgeot to close things out. He'll go once again after a single prize Pokemon, the Charmander, and he's able to do it while putting a Golden Go into play. And he mentioned in his interview he was a little unsure about this play. I think it was fine to just kind of keep that draw power into play. He, with the Cramorant, could have theoretically had a board where he keeps the single prize board state for at least another turn, but by KOing this Charmander, he knows that there is no chance for Grant to go after this Golden Go. There's no way for Grant to take 2 prize cards this turn. Grant is going to be forced to take a single prize KO, because early on in the game, right there we see it, that maximum belt did hit the discard pile, and by taking out the Charmander, there's no way for Grant to make a Rare Candy plus Chi-Yu plus Counter Catcher, some sort of big combo play there. And then eventually Caleb's going to close things out by going after the Pidgeot, slowing things down. Grant did Turo this Fezandipity, taking the easiest liability out of play, which I do think was smart. But Caleb, with the construct of his hand, I think made a really good call that, hey, I've got a lot of superior energy retrievals still in my deck. I feel pretty fine with gusting the Pidgeot here. It's exactly what he did. It's exactly what led to him getting the win and led him to a 2-0 victory into our top cut. Lots of really interesting stories developing for sure. We've got some of the game's great players right now in our top cut. Abanemed, Henry Chow, Liam Halliburton, Tord Reklev, Caleb Gettimer, and many, many more. Cannot wait to see what's going to happen here. Who is going to come away as the Las Vegas Regional Champion? Stay tuned to find out.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I have a very, very fun game in store. I have Brent Tonneson here, who has agreed to help me out with this game. What he's going to do, he's going to draw from this bag a deck, and he has to rank it from 1 to 5 without knowing what comes next. So I want to see how you come up with your tier list, Brent. All right, feel free, draw one. And it is... Actually, you know, I can hold it back. It is Dragapult Duster. Where would you put that, 1 to 5?
2. 2.
Okay, okay.
Really funny.
All right, we have the next one here, and it is Festival Lead. Where would you put Festival Lead, Brent?
This is a 5. I don't think we can get much worse than this.
Not gonna lie, I was hoping you would pick that one last. So far you have Dragapult at 2, Festival Lead at 5. All right.
Let's see.
And Zoroark.
I'll put this at 3. I reckon I can get worse than this. This is a pretty good day.
So all you have left is 1 and 4. Yeah. So what you could think potentially could be the number 1, Zach. Why did you put Dragapult at 2?
We can get Gardevoir or Golengo. I'll be fine with either one being number 1.
All right. Here we go. And you got... Where would you put Terrabox, 1 or 4?
Oh, this is bad. Okay, this is definitely like 4. I'm fine with this in 4, but if I don't get my 1 now, maybe I shouldn't have hedged on Dragapult not being the best deck.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Brent Tonneson thinks is the number 1 deck. And it's going to be...
Flareon. I already got second at regionals not long ago, so...
Hey,
yeah. I could see some Flareon at number 1.
Not too bad, not too bad. Well, that's Brent's official list, definitely for the Las Vegas Regional Championship. Before I let you, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to my friends, Natalie and Tim. Shout out to, I guess, my family, all the friends at home.
Thanks for playing, Brent. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
And from Japan, Yuya Okita!
私の名前はゆうやです。住んでいる国が日本です。私の好きなタイプは水タイプです。私の一番最初に選ぶポケモンはティロマツです。今年が初めてです。これまででっかい大会とかは全然なくて、16人の日本の中で行われる大会があるんですけど、その中では決勝に行ったりしたんですけど、緊張とかは全然違いました。
It all comes down to this. Staring off face to face, one match in between these players and that title.
この大会に持ってきたデッキは、竹浦イコで、なぜかというとずっと使っていて、デッキタイプがとてもアグロな方なので、BO3 でも時間をなるべく気にせずに戦えるところがあるからです。なるべく決勝まではなるべくプレーを早くして、もう時間をあんまり使わないようにしてました。
And Yuya, with us being, just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
なるべく相手が手札を、変えたりするときに強くなる場面を作ろうと思って、そういう作戦を立てました。キースです。もう山札にないというかサイドでやったりしたら一瞬で状況が悪くなってしまうような場面が多いからです。準決勝でとてもでかいミスを犯してしまったので、そこから負けるところです。
Oh wait, Yuya, oh no! Yuya misattached the energies and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the lightning energy, but instead that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place.
そのミスを犯したんですけど、それをうまく使って、相手になるべくサイドを取ってほしい状況だったので、取ってもらうようにして、それで勝ちました。
And Yuya Okita, after a bit of a misstep, claws back and wins game number 1.
相手のナンジャを打ってきたときに、そのサイドが1枚だったので、1枚でエネルギーを必要だった頃です。
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy. If that's through, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked down in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Junior Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
今の気持ちはとても嬉しいです。こうやって大会とかでやっぱり一番大事な場面とかで運が味方してくれたりする人なんだなって思いました。最初は全然回らなかったり、この敵意外と弱いなって思ってても、ずっと使ってたら使い慣れてとても強くなってくることがあるので、敵はなるべく長く使ってちゃんと回し方というか強さを知ることが大事だなって思います。皆さんに応援してくれてありがとうございますって言いたいです。
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. We're so close to Top Cut. It's actually coming up next, but we have a little bit to talk about before that. My name is Juancho Soldan, and I'm joined by some amazing people, Chip, Jeremy, and Emily. How are we feeling? What are your favorite games so far?
So many to choose from, for sure. I mean, for me personally, I know both Caleb and Grant very well, so that was an exciting one to see. It is unfortunate to see them have to face off in that situation where one of them will be able to move on, the other one won't be able to. You could kind of feel that in Caleb's interview. He was feeling a little, bummed out about that. And even as they were both walking up, Grant's comment was, "This isn't right. We should both be in cut." And it just doesn't quite happen. But that's how it shakes out sometimes.
Yeah, it really is the curse of Grant Manley at this point.
Don't lean into his unlucky thoughts, bro.
I don't know. I'm starting to believe it, Chip.
Double superior energy retrieval off Iono to 2.
He had pretty good odds, man. He was going to draw a bunch of cards that turn.
Yeah, I mean,
he did find them right away.
Yeah.
He was probably going to find them throughout the... Like, he could have... If he had not found both of them right then, he had so many cards to draw that turn, and he knew none of them were on the bottom of the deck. It was very likely Caleb was going to win that game.
But it's funnier that it happened that way. No, definitely love that match. I also really liked even just watching Henry Chow's game when yes, it did end up in a tie, but what an amazing tie, right? We really see how the intricacies of how Henry Chow would play. It probably, he's one of the best Gardevoir players out there, and I know seeing him go blitz mode with the Gardevoir, I'm like, yeah, that's impressive.
Well, it goes to kind of see all of the Titans that we actually have in this top cut now heading into it, right? All of these big names on some of their signature decks too. I mean, the archetypes that we also have, not necessarily out for Dragapult just yet, but there's a big question of, are we going to see Dragapult? We can see it in cut. Are we going to see it in top 8?
Yeah, that is a very, very good question. I'm sure we'll be able to see our top cut very, very shortly. But again, just the matches we've seen in play. Or, I want to talk about the metagame, actually. What do you think is the standout for this tournament so far?
I mean, it's got to be, I think, Golden Go. It is the most popular deck, but it's really converted extremely well here at this event as well. I mean, and we've seen that be kind of consistent. The question is just going to be, can it withstand the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EXs, of which there are plenty in Top Cuts?
Well, we saw it in the transition from Gdansk to now, where Daniel winning with Golden Go. You also have Christian getting top 4 with it as well. There was, I think, a couple others in asymmetrical cut. And we had that tournament where people were teching heavily for Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And you even see it now with toward Reklev. We saw him at the very beginning of the weekend, our first round that we streamed in Phase 1. And he is leading the pack at first seed with 38 match points, running pretty much the same 60 from Milwaukee. Just the ebb and flow that Pokemon TCG has in the meta of, okay, well, I'm going to counter Cornerstone. Okay, well, now I'm not going to counter Cornerstone because it's not very popular, but now it's very popular.
No, yeah, I got to talk to Tord a little bit earlier in the tournament, and it was really, he mentioned, yeah, I'm going to
play the Cornerstone, I'm going to lean into it even more, adding more fighting energy into his deck, right? And it definitely helped out. We even got to see Robin on stream, and it helped out in the, I believe he was up against Joltik box, right? And double Cornerstone, you are able to wall that way, as I believe, is this it? Is this, no, this is our phase 2. I was like, is this our top cut? A little bit of a jump scare there for me. But yeah, this is our top.
And I do wonder for Tord, with the second fighting energy being added, if his result in Milwaukee has anything to do with it. This game was not streamed, but I did watch it out in the field. Him versus Jackson Ford in top 8, a match where Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is very good. In game 1, he did prize his 1 fighting energy. Made it so he couldn't really do anything there. And then in game 2, I think he prized one of his Cornerstone. It was a little bit of a mess for him. So leaning heavier into the Cornerstone Mask ended up being a really good meta call for this weekend. And it's looking like it might be a good meta call for this top cut, which has Zolark in it. It has Golden Go EXs, a lot of them not really respecting the Cornerstone Mask as well.
Yeah. All right. With that, I actually have some good news for everyone here. I believe we do have our top cut bracket now. Let's go ahead and take a look.
16 players here, the full 16. I think the first time we've seen this in North America, but Emily, you guys over in Europe have seen this a couple times now, right? 14 to 16 players.
I mean, look at the names, right? I mean, you have Ryuki versus Fernando there. You have Makani Tran versus Nick Moffitt, Henry Chow, Tord Reklev. These are massive names. Aban Ahmed also writing the story. Can Aban make another finals here in North America?
Yeah, again, amazing stuff. Just top 16 jam-packed of Pokemon action. I wish we could watch every single one of these matches. I mean, I'd love to see maybe Aban Ahmed maybe find his way to another final. Has Aban just made top cut at literally every single tournament he's been to?
Yeah, his run right now is pretty nuts, to be honest. And I mean, if he makes it all the way to the finals, you get to start having that conversation about greatest runs of all time. I think he's certainly, that conversation has already been started with 3 finals in a row. But yeah, I mean, I think it comes to coming away with some victories, which he's done at least once. Can he do it again here?
Yeah, you also have someone like Summit playing against Caleb Gedimer. He is a person that has been able to top 8 a couple regionals and not really play in a high volume of them in last season. Now finally translating into another top cut here, hoping to make another top 8, but facing down a great player in Caleb.
No, definitely. I also like the spread of the nationalities really in our top cut as well. We have even folks from Japan making it into the top cut. Ryuki Okada. And of course, we have folks from the EU like Tord, Reklev, Robin.
Yeah, Chile.
That's the 2024 world champion right there as well.
Oh,
Fernando Cifuentes being in the top 16.
With a spicy take on a Mega Toolbox as well, opting for Crustle instead of Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon.
I'd honestly expect nothing less from Fernando. He loves to bring some unique spice to whatever he chooses to play.
Wow, can we suggest that as the stream match? I'm not gonna lie, that sounds really interesting.
I don't know how interesting it'll be, to be honest. Ryuki's answers to Crustle may be a little limited. We'll see, though.
Yeah, it's just no Cornerstone in the deck at all, so you're hoping on Yveltal and Prey?
Yeah, that one might be rough.
You could eat hits and then start throwing them back.
I was talking with Fernando a little bit earlier in phase 1, just because it was actually a deck that I was helping a local with for his first regional here this weekend. Ended up making phase 2, shout out to him, but playing the Crustle engine, prizing the Crustle in an important matchup, that was one of his 1 losses in phase 1.
Definitely.
So it could happen again.
Another person I really do have my eye on is really Caleb Gedimer. Just after that last match, and after talking to him on the floor, I feel like he's absolutely locked in, right? His mindset is there. He's playing Goldengo, like he could play it very aggressively. He could set up that single prize board, and of course, let's not forget, he has the dad buff. How can you beat that?
Yeah, the new dad buff is definitely potentially real. I mean, he didn't do great in Milwaukee. He had theoretically the new dad buff then.
It's too new then.
It's too new. He had a little time to marinate now, and we'll see if that's able to work out nicely for him.
Definitely. As well as, Makani Tran and Nicholas Moffitt there. They're going to face each other too. 2 amazing players. Whew.
I didn't even get a chance yet to see what all the decks these folks have been playing. Do you guys have any idea?
No, I mean, there's too many people for me to look through with the time that we have.
Yeah, there's a lot of unique stuff. It seems like I'm getting a little check right now. Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, Golden Go, and Gardevoir being the most popular 3, but there's still some other things out here. We've got a Zolark from Liam Halliburton. No surprise there, to be honest. He did win the Pittsburgh Regional Championships with the deck, so choosing to stick with it, something he likes. And then Hockenberg is playing Joltik Toolbox. We got a Joltik in Top Cut. How about that?
I'm excited about that one, especially when we're in this meta where Dragapult, Gardevoir, sometimes they need a little bit of time to set up. I mean, we saw a little bit earlier some rare candies, right, in something like a Charizard. We're not playing it as much in Gardevoir, so maybe finding a nice little run here, but I'm excited to see if Joltik Box is going to be able to at least make it into top 8.
Yeah, I'd like to see some Iron Hands action, maybe just cheat a couple of prize cards, very fast matches. I love those exciting, just, oh, does he draw the boss, get the Iron Hands set up type matches, that's for sure. But I also like the angle of just having a tanky Pikachu. I like seeing our mascot, right?
So the 2 angles that Joltik Box has, attacking with Iron Hands or attacking with Pikachu.
It's a lot of angles.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's a straight line.
I just want to see.
Literally thinking the same thing. Yeah.
It'd be 2 lines, all right? Divergent. No. But yeah, I believe we do have our match ready, actually. Ooh. So why don't we throw it to the desk?
What a match indeed. 2 players trying to show that they have what it takes to be the very best. Top 16 cut, ASIM giving us a treat. And what a treat it's going to be. 16 of the region's best coming to battle, and they are from all over.
Yep, Kyle Sablehouse, Ethan Heggie. We are so ready for this. We've been waiting a long time. We had a long phase 1, 8 rounds of grueling play for these players, and it led to 520 something players making it into our phase 2, and it's all the way down to 16 now. ASIM cut, we're gonna see who moves on to the top 8 here, and it is 2 powerhouses going at it, and it's really nice to see. Not only are these players playing very well, but they also have that patented deck that they have at their hands. It's gonna be really nice to see how this works out for us.
2 very young players in the Pokemon TCG. That has been the storyline for North America. The best representatives seem to be part of this younger age group. They have so much time on their hands to grind, and that is a good thing. Liam Halliburton and Neo both play a lot of Pokemon, and that seems to be a success factor as we see in their accomplishments.
Yeah, they just continue to show up to all these events and do well. We've seen this from Liam before the World Championships. He was grinding tirelessly on the online ladder. He puts in so many hours, and it led to a Senior World Championship. Followed that up by his move into the Masters division, and he has just been on an absolute tear. That Pittsburgh Regional Championship with almost the most points we've ever seen, as a nearly undefeated record to move through that tournament, and he's basically doing it here again with the same deck.
Neo's rocking things too. He had a very, very good run in seniors in 2023 and 2024. I remember seeing him compete over at the Oceania International Championships. Rest in peace, unfortunately. But, you know, we're moving on. We've got internationals, regional level events, and they keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Neo's a name you consistently see in that top 16, top 32, and he's looking to push forward a little bit further here now. Might be an uphill climb given the matchup here for him, but these prize cards not terribly in the way.
Yeah, of course, we've seen a lot of the Jellicent Gardevoir deck on stream this weekend. This deck list does not feature that. It features the Frillish, the 1 copy, still very solid with Oceanic Gloom, but it's really leaning into the traditional style. When the Refinement Kirlia rotated, this is the direction people went towards building this deck. You use that combination of the Drifloon, boosting its HP with the Bravery Charm, and then Monkey Dory and a lot of Psychic Energies gets the rest done for you.
Yep, and on the other side for Liam, he switched up the list a little bit as well. Has that ends Darmanitan, a 2-2 line this time around, so maybe we could see some assaulting of the bench. But here we are underway, asymmetric cut in Las Vegas.
Feels like when we're at this point, you know, players already have that top 8 playmat guaranteed. They're a win away from a medal, but there's a huge jump in championship points as well in this spot. This is what some would consider an even bigger match than maybe top 8 to top 4. There is a lot on the line here for these players.
And you've been playing so many rounds to get to this point, and sure enough, you have another great player in front of you. Just makes you want to play even better as you move forward. And for Neo, he's starting off with that nest ball. Gets a look through the deck, and he's going to find out some pretty good news. Those prize cards you can manage.
Does start the Pheasantipity EX can always be a liability in these circumstances. And one thing that has changed about the Zoroark list, like you were mentioning, that Darmanitan, a new inclusion. This is sort of how the deck was originally built when Journey Together was released. It really leaned heavily into this Darmanitan angle. And then Liam sort of started this shift away from it into the Reshiram. Now having that as an option, what does bringing this card back allow this Zoroark deck to do in a matchup that would already be favored without this card?
Yeah, well, when you just think about what this gives you access to, you only had 1 or 2 attacks beforehand with the En's Reshiram. Now you get to open it up with the Flame Body Cannon. If your opponent ever really takes those additional prizes, you can jump forward with that reversal energy and just wipe out some boards. So there's a great chance we could see that. But honestly, with this deck, you don't expect that as much. You have he's made some changes that typically go towards other matchups. So even though he loved playing against Gardevoir, these changes don't help him.
And what a start here for Liam. Has 1 copy of Arven and 1 copy of Technical Machine Evolution and just opens with the Arven on turn 1 going second. You cannot ask for more. We'll at minimum be seeing Technical Machine Evolution evolve up 2 Zoroarks into play. And that is an absolute nightmare situation if you are a Gardevoir player staring down some fast aggression on turn 2 from a dark-hitting monster.
Yeah, you really expect to see your opponent have that slower line, maybe find that Buddy Poffin and try to get a couple of these Pokemon out. Maybe that Serrano trying to find those evolutions and get the Zoroarks into play. Instead, if they're staring you in the face, you know it's inevitable that there will be some attacks coming in the near future.
And that's what's so interesting about this list is that was the engine Liam had played for the last regionals with the Serrano to search out EX Pokemon. We've gone full Lily mode, and it seems a lot of other players are understanding the power of this card. No way to search out the EXs other than, you know, an Ultra Ball, just playing that 1 copy, really relying off of these early Technical Machine Evolutions and just funneling through the deck. Because as we've seen through the history of Zoroark GX and Zoroark EX, if you get 1 into play, the whole squad is coming. They're going to start evolving as well.
Yeah, and this might speak to an understanding of more of the Gardevoir players switching over to the Frillish style. You just don't need as many item cards to get the ball rolling. Instead, give yourself maximum odds for that Lilies to draw you 8 cards over and over and over again. Eventually, you will find the trades, and then items become fodder.
Speaking of fodder, really having a little bit of a tough time deciding what to discard. Does have to get rid of that Darmanitan and the Boss's Orders, both cards that are extremely valuable, but at an absolutely excellent cost. You're going to be getting yourself all of these parts to search, including that Lily's Determination for next turn. The Artisan will be seeing double Zoroark come into play, and if he chooses to, can even bench the Darmanitan, which will be the choice off the Artisan, since it can't be grabbed through that Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, little Darmaka joining the party here, and the Zoruas coming along as well. I don't expect to see Darmanitan just yet, as the trades are much more important.
The Darmanitan is only a 1 copy in this deck. Or it's actually 2, excuse me. We saw Piper play this 2-1 line, so it's a little bit different, but really just investing more into this Darmanitan, and it's really going to have a lot of value in this matchup, because just by that Darumaka being here on the bench turn 1, Neo's got to be very careful of a potential boss Zoroark KO on double Kirlia and a Ralts on the bench. These Kirlias do have 100 HP now, and that is a nice effect to have, especially when you're staring down sniping damage.
Well, for Neo, it's starting things off with the Iono, a couple Pokemon down as well, and that Team Evolution. Really reliant on finding an energy card here. It's not asking for much, but I don't see it yet. Do you want to go digging with a Mew down?
Mew is just absolutely the delicious treat for the Zoroark. You cannot put that card in. You can't even copy Night Joker because you've got no Ends Pokemon on your bench. It really does not provide the value, and the bench is already clogged.
Wow.
Just going to have to pass the turn, and that is a big miss for Neo in a matchup that's already so tough. Zoroark from the hand, attachment, evolve. Lily, we haven't even traded or used Artisan yet, and we're going to be able to use that Artisan right now for the Ends Reshiram. there is the potential here, Kyle, for a knockout on the Fezandipity if there was a card, you know, like that Binding Mochi. Interestingly enough, though, looking at the list, has opted to go for some different tool inclusions, mainly that Power Glass, which does pair very nicely with the Darmanitan.
Right. If you're focused on trying to incorporate those additional damage to the bench, take those knockouts when possible, then Power Glass lines up so well for you. You're discarding those energies, and they can start to join right back onto that Pokemon whenever you need them. And this setup, not only does he see 8 cards with the full double evolution and energy, he has triple trade to go along with this.
This is any Zoroark player's dream. Honestly, the game is maybe not as fun as it is when you just get to draw 6 cards every single turn.
Well, it's certainly much nicer when you don't have to rely on the low hit points of Fezandipity to get you there. And this is what we see so often from Liam, just a giant hand to go along with this, and so many resources. And tossing reversal energy, I think he's making a signal here that he's not going to be losing a lot of points at this game.
Zoroark does have that potential. You know, it does play behind a lot of the game, but it's more than capable of putting aggression on. As it stands right now, Fezandipity not in range of being KO'd, can still take a little bit of damage from the Reshiram. Looks like it will just be a Virtuous Flame, 170 damage, so Fezandipity feeling a bit of the heat. Could potentially be a target later down the line with a Flame Body Cannon, since it just ate 170 damage.
I mean, this is so clean. This Pokemon had a hard time moving last turn, so put a bunch of damage onto it, have it lined up for eventual turns, and you don't really get a great benefit from copying the Darmanitan using Flame Body Cannon here to take out a Ralts, because you want to put that same amount of pressure on this turn. If you have Boss's Orders, Kirlia, Ralts, that's exactly the 2 prize cards you'd rather have.
With this Ultra Ball for Gardevoir does signal a rare candy in the hand, but still no energy cards showing up to class here for Neo. You really want to see those as your discards from Ultra Ball. It just has become so much harder lately with how these decks have been built to consistently discard those Psychic Energies if you're not finding those Earthen Vessels.
Yeah, just slightly unfortunate here. Seeing multiple copies of Iono instead of the Lily's Determination. He's only seen 6 cards, and those 6 cards just aren't getting him nearly as far, and then he's left with this decision of, you can try to limit your opponent's hand, but they're going to trade all the way back up. Let's just focus on ourselves, see if we can find Earthen Vessel, maybe a few other ways to discard energy.
And a big card would definitely be finding a Kirlia in this spot. It makes sure that this Ralts is not going to be the target of a 90 damage Flame Body Cannon target on the bench. Still, these energy cards just really not showing up. Does find 2, but there's no Ultra Ball, no Earthen Vessel to discard. So with no potential of an attack outside of, you know, collect from the Ralts, what is your positioning play here? Because it does not seem like a great idea to just hand this Fezandipity to your opponent.
Right. You don't want to give up those prize cards. Every other Pokemon you'd promote in this spot is knocked out, either the Gardevoir by the Reshiram or everything else from Dark Weakness and Flame Body Cannon. So there's not a great answer here. You're going to lose some prize cards, but what can you do? You have to focus on what you can do next turn, and it's probably Night Stretchers and drawing a lot of different resources.
He didn't even find a Kirlia, and the big issue is Boss's Orders on Liam's side will put Neo in an even tougher spot, right? Just burned through that rare candy, and I have to wonder how Neo started this turn off. Really just needed a little bit more, and I'm not sure something like the Frillish is going to cut it. Instead, going for the Monkey Dory. We'll see where he decides to commit this energy attachment, because, again, there is a good chance Gardevoir EX is wiped off the board this turn.
Yeah, there were a few other Pokemon in hand, like the Screamtail, if you'd rather have that Pokemon in the active spot. Just a simple retreat with a Psychic Energy and promote some other Pokemon. Just depends on what he values the least, and you have plenty of copies of Monkey Dory, so this is where he feels safest.
No Psychic Embrace, just 1 energy in the discard pile, and immediately Liam already has that Boss's Orders. I've got to imagine that's definitely a solid supporter to use per turn. See the Power Glass get committed to the Zoroark, so who knows here, Kyle? Could signal something down the line. It looks like is going to hold off a bit as it stands and potentially lean into a Flame Body Cannon. What it will target, though, that's a different question.
Yeah, that's very interesting. could go aggressive, but this is what we've seen from Liam so often, is wants to take that safer approach and has a really big setup, and it almost feels like you're not using the deck correctly if you don't get off at least one counter catcher at some point in this game.
Can still capitalize off the extra 2 cards from that Lily, since he is at 6 prize cards remaining, and we have not even seen the trades be used. So Liam is going to end his turn here with an additional 3 cards positive in hand. It's just going to go ahead and filter through. We don't need that Zoroark anymore. We've got 3 set up. I think that's more than enough in this spot. And what this is also doing is an active thing in the Pokemon TCG is getting rid of bad cards, and there's so much value to just making sure your deck is always filled with cards you want to see.
Well, from this point, Ethan, do you feel comfortable with just taking the Pheasantipity off the board? If you have these 3 prize cards from Liam, you've already got a Zoroark ready to go. You're saving that boss's orders that could target a Gardevoir on a further turn. Maybe it's just time to take these prizes and see if we can get there.
Yeah, I mean, how does your opponent ever come back from this spot realistically in terms of aggression? They would need to take a 2-prize knockout this turn, and Liam is threatening game in 2 turns regardless. Doesn't even need to find a boss's orders this turn, just needs boss at some point in the game. Whether it KOs the Gardevoir now or later, Zoroark is knocking out anything in the active spot outside of that Lily's Clefairy. So that may be the only answer here for Neo, is to try and hit in with a Lily's Clefairy and hope that it can hang on for a little bit. However, if you're swinging into Zoroark, you're ready for a Vengeful Flame to just KO you back, or rather, a Powerful Rage.
Well, maybe desperation mode for Neo at this point then, trying to thin down, avoid some of these resources from Liam, but he took precautions against this, saved a boss's orders, threw away 3 other cards with trade, and he's thinning his deck down as he goes. Yes, he only has 3 cards to work with, but 7 more will be seen next turn.
Neo finally does draw into these energy cards. Earthen Vessel plus Psychic Energy. There's a Dark Energy in the hand, Ultra Ball, so we can thin a little bit, but Pheasantipity was just lost due to it being KO'd, so it is in the discard pile. There's really not a great target here for Ultra Ball. And that kind of makes me wonder, you know, what is the end of turn game plan? It seems like every option is just not great in this spot.
Yeah, all the options that I'm running through in my mind, it's don't add up. There's Screamtail to try to take down some of these Pokemon that you see the end Zoroark copying, but you also have Monkey Dory, and you potentially could sneak in that Confusion, but it just doesn't do nearly as much. You know that Liam has so many resources to get out of those spots.
It's got to be targeting one of these Pokemon, I feel, either the Reshiram or the Darmanitan, just taking away a copy attacker. And maybe it is that Darmanitan. What are your thoughts on getting rid of that?
Well, if you use Screamtail, then I think you should go after the Ends Reshiram, just because there's no direct knockout lined up on the bench, given that Kirlia just evolved. But it still doesn't feel great, because you know how easy it is for that Pokemon to come right back into play.
Screamtail will be the attacker of choice. Gardevoir retreats thanks to that Psychic Embrace ability, as it is used again, and you can be using it as often as you'd like. It is just going to be the 6 damage counters placed thanks to 3 Psychic Embrace abilities, and question number 2 becomes, where are you putting this Adrenal Brain damage? Most likely on the Pokemon being knocked out, and it will be Darmanitan being KO'd. So no Flame Body Cannon, meaning if Liam does want to take 2 prize cards this turn, it will require a boss's orders to do so.
All right. With the Kirlia played down, certainly we could see another Gardevoir, but Liam has the answer number 1 already in hand. Boss's orders could clean up this Gardevoir and take 2 more prizes. Still missing the energy to get the job done there.
There is a Night Stretcher that would be able to take care of it. We did get that 1 energy back thanks to the hidden MVP Power Glass the previous turn.
Yeah.
Thanks to that effect allowing you to accelerate energy. As Pheasantipity comes down, Liam is willing to put this liability into play because he understands all he needs to do is just push his aggression in the spot. If he doesn't fall behind, there's no way he's getting caught.
I mean, this is a massive situation here for Liam now. So many ways to draw cards, so many resources to see now. Finds the energy, so doesn't have to even go further with the Night Stretcher. Has an Ends Reshiram for the next turn if it were to be targeted. Just has all of the answers sorted.
and just using that boss's orders, bringing up the Gardevoir EX. And that means as long as Liam can just attack next turn into anything that's not a Lily's Clefairy, he will be able to win this game. Understands that draw supporters are just not needed because he gets a guaranteed 7-card draw next turn. Flood the deck back with boss's orders, notably after you've used all your abilities. This sequencing's so smart here for Liam.
I am the draw supporter. I don't need your help. Boss's orders thrown into the deck once more. He's thinned down so well. He copies the right attack. He's taking the KO, and he's down to 1 prize card remaining.
And you see how fast this matchup can spiral out of control for Gardevoir. It can definitely keep afloat. It's got the Drifloon. It has the tools necessary to make it happen, but it just cannot afford to miss a beat, especially when Liam's deck is just smooth as butter, hitting every turn it needs to do, and really finding its way.
Yeah, just a lot going against Neo at this point. And with the speed that we saw the Darmanitan in this game, it just puts pressure on that you're not used to as a Gardevoir player. We didn't see those evolutions coming out early and often, so instead now, just 1 prize card remaining. You need to stick a lot of hit points in the active spot, but also, is anything going to get through an end Zoroark? It has to be a KO on Reshiram, and it has to be an Iono.
KOing Reshiram would put Neo at even prize cards, which, you know, does map out some sort of a victory. You can maybe start to use Adrenabrain and pile some damage onto one of the Zoroarks to KO it later with the Lily's Clefairy, and that is going to be the line. We are still missing a way to buff the HP, as you would be being KO'd by something like a Black Belt on the following turn. It's going to have to play the Research. No other supporter card available, but I'm just not sure if the Bravery Charm was found. And if not, it seems that another option here is just delaying the inevitable, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point where if Screamtail remains active, even takes out the Ends Reshiram, we could see Artisan for Ends Darumaka take a KO at this point. There's not much that's in Liam's way here.
So it does note that Bravery Charm is still in the deck, and there is a secret box. So Neo does have access to grab that card out, and maybe at the cost of discarding a couple resources. That Drifloon can always be put back into the deck with a Super Rod or to the hand with Night Stretcher. Will be the choice of discard. So we'll see the Bravery Charm grabbed and potentially the counter catcher to stall some Pokemon out, maybe play around, or, like you mentioned, target that Ends Reshiram and force Liam to have a way of bringing that Pokemon back with a way to Gust as well. He's just going to be able to draw so many cards as the issue. He, honestly, Kyle can just see his entire deck if he plays his cards right.
And then that was the whole plan from Liam at this point, and he feels even more comfortable knowing that this hand did not get disrupted at all. It was the Professor's Research. See the counter catcher. You can pick one of these two. I mean, if you knock out the Reshiram, there's no targetable attacks readily available, but you can also try to stick this Pokemon in the active and maybe lean on a Bravery Charm and some energies. How far can you go, though?
It's tough. He's going to have to use this Night Stretcher to grab Gardevoir. That's going to be the piece missing. It just feels like you've got to swing with the Clefairy. There's too many cards that just win Liam the game on the spot if you don't KO this Reshiram. You lose to an Air Balloon, you lose to a Pecharunt, you lose to even an Energy and an Energy Switch. There's just too many options. So understanding that, going into the Lily's Clefairy, we'll be using 2 Psychic Embrace and then healing that out so it is out of range from a Virtuous Flame, notably just having that 180 HP remaining. However, it is always a risk to leave damage on your opponent's board because of the fact that Monkey Dory can heal it. Liam is not playing 2 like usual, he's just playing the 1 copy. And Neo could definitely be afraid of that in this spot. Going to just use double Adrenabrain, take the KO, leaving no damage on Liam's side. But if he has these pieces here,
well, there's 9 draws to see a boss's orders or any other combination that gets the job done here. Moving this active Pokemon certainly should do that. Plenty of energies seen, but where is the boss? He shuffled them all in, and he does find it. He's got the answer. Boss's orders, Night Stretcher, copy the Reshiram, and take the KO to close out game number 1.
When things go smoothly, it's very hard to stop this Zoroark deck. Gardevoir, definitely a deck that can struggle into this if it does not find the right pieces, and Neo just did not have anything going for him in that first game. Struggled to find the energy cards, struggled to capitalize off that turn with the technical machine evolution. Lots of good things to think about as he looks to approach this second game with a little bit more confidence and a little bit more finesse.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how things went down here in our opening game of this match, and it was all Liam all the time. He had a fantastic setup. TM Evolution into multiple Zoroark, immediately evolves into another Zoroark, the Darmanitan, and sees a Lilies, and it just leads to prizes after prizes after prizes. Closes out on a 3-prize KO on a Pheasantipity, then removes the Gardevoir. The last stand here was the Lilies Clefairy, and that is not going to be enough when you see 9 cards a turn.
So Neo on the back foot in this spot. You're down game number 1. You've got 50 minutes plus on the clock, plenty of time to play out 2 games. What's going through your mind as you're shuffling up for game 2 in a matchup that really is not as favorable or suits you well?
Yeah, I mean, you saw no energy. You had a Pheasantipity down and couldn't find any of your other resources. And you still were able to take a prize, see a little bit of what your opponent's deck was. You got all the information. So now take that and see what you can do with it here. Well, well, well. That's a starting Pokemon.
And MUEX, not what you want to see in this matchup. It's really just another huge liability, as Liam does have 2 Zoroark EX in the prizes. Not great, not what you'd love to see. A couple things hanging out, as well as that 1 copy of Monkey Dory. Who's going to be going first this game and does open with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, so still will open some options next turn to get some Zoroarks into play and start drawing cards.
I'd go as far to say this is a bad set of prize cards for Liam. You can't work too well with this. Sure, you can set up that end Zoroark, but if Neo smells blood in the water, he sees that these Pokemon aren't evolving as quickly as last game, or the board isn't going as wide, maybe he gets aggressive and starts to take out the draw engine.
Does have the energy for turn, committed to the Zorua on the bench. That's all she wrote, passing the turn over to Neo. The MUEX starter is not great, but does open with Earthen Vessel. So at minimum, getting himself closer towards his goal of getting a bunch of Psychic Energy in the discard pile. I wonder if these draws are a little bit better here for Neo, if he's going to lean more into Drifloon as an attacking option in this matchup.
Well, if you see the energies like he does here, then maybe that helps you out. It's all about finding the Psychic Energies in the discard pile to go aggressive with that Drifloon. You need to hit some pretty high numbers, and it's just not going to happen unless you get those cards there. Unfortunately, I don't know if we saw any other ways to discard past this Vessel.
Taking opportunity, of course, to check the prize cards, see what's available. A very reasonable set, I would say. Of course, having those Ultra Ball prize can be tough, finding those Gardevoir EX late on in the game. The big question is, what supporter is to follow? Does Neo have something like an Arven to grab Secret Box and the Technical Machine Evolution and have that be a potential option? What does the end of this turn look like? Because to be honest, Kyle, if it doesn't look like putting 2 Kirlia into play, is there a realistic way where Neo can easily keep up against Liam's Zoroark deck?
Yeah, we're asking a lot, but maybe Arven can deliver in this spot. We saw the energies. We know the Secret Box is there. If you can find TM Evolution, you can use the Artisan and a Nest Ball, get out the other Ralts. We should see all of the Kirlia ready to roll from this point.
None prized, none in the hand from what I believe I saw. Just got to keep 1 Psychic Energy available. The only annoying thing would be that you'd have to use Technical Machine Evolution on the MUEX, and that may be why he's straying away from using that, as it will actually be fodder of discard for that Secret Box.
Yeah, I mean, you have rare candies in your deck for a reason. You can always lean on those cards to assist you there. However, you had a chance to get these Pokemon out and protected. You're staring down an opponent who has shown you that they can have turn 2 Darmanitan ready to roll. Now, maybe you don't feel as nervous this time around, being that it was just 1 card played, but this is, oh, well, okay. That's why you play 1 Frillish. You can sneak that in, and maybe the item lock will help.
The Oceanic Gloom, this is just so strong all by itself. You don't need to have the 2 Frillish, you don't need the Jellicent EX. Just slowing down in a spot like this can be so powerful. And now that Liam has shifted away from this Serrano build, is going to be relying a lot more on Technical Machine Evolution. to really get himself set up, and there's nothing really going on in the hand, Kyle, at all.
Yeah, I mean, a false sense of security, possibly. And Neo just didn't do anything game one, but also didn't give up this information. And it seems like Liam potentially was a bit surprised by this Frillish. Not like he got punished or anything by the way that his hand was set up. I don't see the items, but he just didn't have much of anything.
It doesn't even have the Monkey Dory. Let's not forget that card is prized. So this Oceanic Gloom damage is going to slowly start to tick up on the board. Could even take knockouts and start to just put Liam on a clock to top deck out of this situation. Otherwise, Neo can just start attacking only when his board is fully developed and ready to go.
Wow, I mean, he is all in on this Frillish, though. Look at the rest of this hand. He didn't really do too much else. I think he may have just found a top deck supporter, though, to go along with this. I don't know if the Lilies was there before all this.
There or not, it will be played. Shuffling in, drawing 8 cards. And depending on what Neo can find here, we'll have to see if he wants to continue staying slow in this spot or speeding things up. Is there a fine line between both, do you think?
I mean, it just depends on what his hand gives him at this point. If you find a way to speed up this game, maybe you do put on some pressure and try to take out the Zorua. However, right now, you're pretty set with having this Frillish, slowing things down, taking this knockout whenever it shows up for you, and then you can try to start that race with the Drifloons, Bravery Charms into the Zoroarks.
Monkey Dory coming into play. Off the Artisan. See the Ralts in hand. We'll see a second Ralts hit the board, which does occur. No energy cards, no Curlia, Rare Candy Gardevoir, that's not an option. So while Neo has slowed the pace of the game down, and he's not doing much in response, it feels, no board development going on that turn, except for a couple basic Pokemon hitting board.
Okay, well, this was an interesting top deck to see the TM Evolution thrown into the hand now.
Yeah, that attachment of the reversal energy, it does provide one colorless energy regardless of which Pokemon it is attached to. So even attached to that Darumaka, it can still use that technical machine evolution attack.
Yeah, worked out very well here. Did not need much else, and will have the evolutions here to get the ball rolling. Just a simple trade, and this is what Neo was trying to avoid. Did not want to see these Pokemon. Was hoping the item lock would help avoid it. But for now, he knows exactly what he's staring down.
So it's now Neo who's been put on a clock in this spot. Slowed down time, but it seems that it was for nothing. Didn't really able to capitalize that previous turn with Liam just draw passing, essentially, getting more Pokemon into play. And if these Ralts do not evolve in this spot, there is always the threat of that Flame Body Cannon taking another KO onto 2 Pokemon. You cannot let Zoroark run away with the prize race. You will never get that race back.
And look at this. Just that top deck completely changes the pace of this game. Iono being used against the hand that was previously completely locked out. And for Neo, he needs to find some help here. He's really looking for Rare Candy, and sure enough, he has Rare Candy, Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel.
Wow.
This whole hand plays.
All the doors now opening up for Neo with Gardevoir EX coming into play, or the potential thereof. Question now becomes, what is your attacker of choice? Adrenabrain would put this Darumaka in range of an Oceanic Gloom KO. Do you continue to just invest in this slow strategy you've developed, or is this the time where you're ready to just put on the gas?
I don't dislike a play where maybe you have that Gardevoir and then try to take a KO on the active Darumaka with Monkey Dory damage, and then use a Screamtail KO on the Darumaka on the bench, clear both those Pokemon, and then try to work in multiple Drifloon KOs on the Zoroarks. However, that's a few turns ahead. It takes a bit of finesse to get to that point, and we'll see if he even has the time, because Liam will start drawing a lot of resources soon.
There is the Dark Energy Adrenabrain now online. We can see the Mew restart for 2 cards. Is holding on to a supporter card. Does find Dark Energy for the next turn.
Hey.
For a new Monkey Dory, that's always a nice piece to have. We'll check the discard pile. Psychic Energy's not a problem anymore. Now the question becomes, where do you put these energies? The big thing you've got to think about is the potential of Gardevoir EX being KO'd next turn. And does that mean leaving extra energy in play or extra damage in play can be useful? It seems that Neo will just conserve those energies, open up options for him next turn, and use that Oceanic Gloom to take a KO. So while Liam has established these Zoroarks, he's still going to be slightly limited in his total potential this turn because of that item lock.
I think I almost a little more liked an idea where you can take the 20 damage, move it over to the benched Darumaka, and then go double Monkey Dory on the following turn, KO that one, and keep the Oceanic Gloom in play with the double attack into the active. However, you do run into some situations where the Darmanitan surprises you. If this Pokemon moves out of the active, then the attacks start flowing, and Liam is pretty close at this point. He already has the Ends Reshiram, just needs an energy to take a knockout here. He's going to start drawing through.
Will be capped at those 2 trade abilities this game, though, because of that Zoroark EX, 2 copies rather, being in the prize cards. So not as much dig as we saw the first game. Those extra trades every turn really putting in a lot of value to thin out the deck.
Ooh, but does see the Dark Energy and a Pheasantipity in hand, so
wow.
Will continue to draw up, and these are some nasty resources. Finds Boss's Orders to go along with this.
So this is the question now, what do you go after this turn? Is it a hopeful find of the Darumaka, the Darmanitan? It looks like no Darmanitan found. Pretty difficult when you're not using TM Evolution and cannot play that 1 copy of Ultra Ball.
Well, you have Boss's Orders. I think you just take this Gardevoir off the board with the Air Balloon on the Reshiram, really thinking ahead too. Just does not want to run into a spot where that counter catcher Frillish slows him down. Liam takes 2 massive prize cards here too. Both Pokemon already waiting to be evolved on the board. This is everything he wanted.
And the question then becomes, how worth it was putting Gardevoir EX into play that turn? We burnt a rare candy Gardevoir, and it was for what? Just to put an extra 3 damage counters in play. Now Liam has the prize lead. He's up 4-5, and there's a very solid chance here that Neo is not going to be able to do anything but just item lock for 20, and that's going to be it. Mew EX is also a huge liability still on the bench.
Yeah, these prize cards will forever be there for Liam. It's hard to move this Pokemon if you're Neo. Just the 1 copy of Turo, and that's in a world where you're already seeing a lot of resources, have a pretty big hand to work with. It's just 5 cards now. Does have a choice between Lilies and Iono. Seems like every time we make a choice, it's not working out, though.
And now that Lilies is going to have even less value because of that prize card being taken, sometimes trying to get ahead in the race is how you fall behind. It can work both ways. Zoroark, just such a tricky deck, really showing how it can just manipulate the prizes, be aggressive when it wants to, spread damage when it doesn't. And now look at this board here for Liam. He's protected. He's got the Pheasantipity, all of these Zoroarks into play. And no matter how Neo searches this out, if he cannot get Rare Candy Gardevoir again into play this turn, I fear he's going to fall too far behind.
Well, as Neo then, it seems like your options are pretty limited. With the Ultra Ball, you can evolve into Kirlia here. You have Artisan to thin out, find that Ralts if you want to add it to the board. And then from there, I think you're just using the Iono, even though it doesn't feel great. And you use the Monkey Dory, put some confusion into play, and hopefully Liam does not have the energies to turn around and attack with a new Zoroark.
Just so many ways to potentially pivot. Liam did add the Turo to this deck last minute. With the bench being full, we know we talked about bench management in a sense. There is no room for Pecharunt. Liam has already burnt that Air Balloon. It is on the Reshiram. There is a copy of Ends Castle in this deck, however. Liam playing a really interesting split of 3 different stadiums in this deck. Really talks about his visions and creativity for the Zoroark deck.
Yeah, when you draw as many cards as Liam does, you can afford to include these one-of copies of just about everything. We see the energy, so Monkey Dory attack is possible. Frillish doesn't seem great. I don't know what else really gets you back in this, but we do see the counter catcher. So let's hold off and think about some other ways to slow this game down.
Problem is every single Pokemon outside of the Pheasantipity, which has a 1 retreat cost, can easily pivot out if there's something, again, like that Ends Castle or even Professor Turo scenario. Liam, I believe, didn't show the Ends Castle the previous game, so Neo, you know, the biggest disadvantage you have as a Gardevoir player against a rogue-ish deck like Zoroark is not knowing card counts. Liam never really plays the same 60. He's always mixing it up, always playing new innovations, and it looks like it's actually going to be an item lock angle yet again. We don't need as many energy for Lish.
Ethan, there's a Turo in hand.
Oh no.
There's just no way around this.
Not even gonna draw cards right away, just gonna show I have it off the Iono myself.
Flex on them, okay? You're in top 16, you're working your way through one of your favorite matchups. He will draw cards later.
Too excited, he couldn't wait. He just had to play the Turo down and show them. That's some swagger right there.
What if it's just strictly correct because he wants to thin down with Artisan?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe he's just on another level.
He's a little bit built different, I would say. That's pretty fair. So then the question now becomes, do you need to rebench Darumaka? Can you just prevent a stalling situation with the Petron in this slot, or is that Flame Body Cannon still just so powerful here?
I mean, you're drawing 7 cards a turn. I think if you limit the amount of Pokemon that could be stalled upon, then that helps you, but you know that you have the castle and your opponent probably doesn't have that information, so I don't dislike having that Pokemon in play.
There's always the option to just leave it open this turn. Maybe that's kind of the best balance of both worlds. Nope, doesn't agree. Darumaka comes back down. He went a little bit of journey in and out, and now we are going to see the Virtuous Flame being copied with the Zoroark. Taking another prize card, does find another Zoroark EX. There was one put to the bottom of the deck with the Iono the turn before. So now Liam having access to another of that card. And while Kirlia was put into play last turn and Gardevoir can come down, it again begs the question, is it too little too late with there being the Mew EX in play and any Pokemon being knocked out to a big Virtuous Flame? What can you really do to stop Liam from routing a victory in 2 turns?
I was fairly comfortable the Drifloon was in the discard pile, and I think we just saw it flash there from Liam, but the Bravery Charm is in hand. There is a supporter with that Iono as well, so few nice cards to have, but just the order of operations not there. Maybe you restart for 1 and try to hit a Night Stretcher just to have that resource and use the Bravery Charm.
Liam now thinking about which Pokemon to bring up. You see him very hesitant to bring up the Reshiram, just wants to make sure he's not missing something. You know, it's already got Free Retreat. If it gets KO'd, you'll still have the Darmanitan on the bench. That's always a potential option. And we haven't seen an excessive discard of the Night Stretcher. So Liam just wants to make sure when you're in a commanding spot like this, you're not throwing games when you otherwise would have things pretty much locked up.
Well, from here, there's not much else that Neo can really do to disrupt his opponent. You've used Iron Bundle, you've moved his Pokemon, it's still a Free Retreater sitting in the active spot now, and there's not an answer readily available. It has to be Iono into the Gardevoir play, maybe a restart for 1 to try to see if you can find a little more help here.
It is a Super Rod.
Okay.
So Gardevoir EX can be brought back into the deck alongside that Drifloon, which we saw get discarded early on.
This is the game where if you Super Rod the Gardevoir, then you find Night Stretcher instead, right?
Well, the other issue, too, is we used Iron Bundle, so that Drifloon one-hit KO potential is no longer there.
Right.
So now the question becomes, what is the play? You've got an undesirable Pokemon and a KO in the active. If you do it with Gardevoir, you're setting your opponent up to just win the game in 2 turns. Doesn't even need double boss. So what will this situation look like? Does find the Gardevoir that was still remaining in the deck off of the Iono to 5. Liam put down to just 3 cards. The big question, though, still remaining. What do you attack with this turn that's going to get you back in the second game?
And what do you attack into? If it's Screen Tail, the removal of Darumaka doesn't do anything. I don't know if you can get to any relevant numbers that would impact a Pheasantipity at this point, and you need to draw some prizes here pretty soon if you want to have any chance.
With the Psychic Embrace to the active Gardevoir EX. So now Neo can pivot into another Pokemon. You got to kind of slowly go through the options. All right, copying the Reshiram with Mew, never happening. Kirlia, never coming up. Monkey Dory doesn't do anything. So by process of elimination, the Screamtail will be the choice, and now it becomes the question again. You are essentially sacrificing another prize card here. You know Liam's going to go down to 2 prizes, and with having 2 EX Pokemon in play that both are KO'd by Zoroark, you're not going to be able to avoid boss's orders, winning your opponent the game. So with that in mind, what gives you the best shot of your opponent not finding that card seems to be the thought process here for Neo.
Yeah, and for Neo, if it were to involve taking away the attackers, we wouldn't have seen that Iron Bundle. So instead, maybe this is just an angle where you clear off the end Pokemon and then try to take those big KOs at the end. If there's nothing really else to target at this point, then what does Liam attack with here?
It's going to be Darumaka being targeted again. But yet again, the problem still exists. Liam can go down to 2 prize cards guaranteed this turn and just play boss's orders next to win. So this turn here for Liam is going to just draw a bunch of cards, has triple trade now available, flip the script, and importantly, we'll see how well he thins his deck out of cards that are just not boss's orders and energy, since that is all he really needs to make things happen, and just going absolutely rapid fire with these trades.
Oh, I don't know if we've seen it just yet, but does have energy, can take a knockout at this point against the Screamtail. He's going to see, I don't even know if he can see another card at this stage, but...
Does have another Zoroark EX in hand, I believe. Was taken off the prize cards, maybe considering not putting that Pokemon into play since it can be trapped. Liam just thinking really heads up in this spot.
Yeah, and this is another just great place. Just play more cards so that the next time that you have these resources and draw through, you have a better chance to find boss's orders. He does not have the POW pad this time around. That is stuck at the top of the prize cards. I'm sure that would be a welcome find for him, but he will see boss's orders most likely after this next knockout, which is probably game ending because Neo needs to find yet another Iono if he wants to prevent that.
Yeah, simple statistics, right? 66% chance that he's going to find one of 2 cards that gets him closer to boss's orders. So having that knowledge means, you know, with a very good prize draw, you can just afford to wait to build up this big hand because you want those boss's orders potentially in the deck. Does find it off the prizes. So as things stand, Liam just 2 prize cards away from advancing into a top 8 cut at another regional championship this season. As action is back on Neo, facing the music, facing the lights, with 4 prize cards to take at a huge disadvantage, and there's just so much Liam is threatening on the following turn, even re-establishing that Darumaka again.
It's just been an uphill climb. The only thing that you can really do at this point is try to find that Iono. You have Pheasantipity. You can make a giant Drifloon, stick a single prize Pokemon in the active, and just hold on for dear life. Hopefully, Liam does not have an answer to take a 2 prize KO, and then maybe you can rinse and repeat with that Drifloon once more.
It's just considering if there's the available space to put this Pheasantipity into play. You'd only have 1 spot remaining. It's just considering the options. There is a Bravery Charm and the Lily's Clefairy. And with this Lily's Clefairy being grabbed, it does mean if another Monkey Dory is put into play, double Adrenabrain plus a Full Moon Rondo would be able to KO this active Zoroark EX without leaving damage counters in play outside of that 20 from the Pheasantipity. That could be the potential of what Nia was thinking about. Also, maybe eyeing up this Screamtail. The problem is you can't have best of both worlds. The bench management's going to be really tough, especially with Liam being only at 2 prize cards left.
Yeah, and there's just no other copies of Iono left at this point. There's so few resources to cling on to. He has really been burning through, and this is nearly a deck out at this point. Just 3 or 4 cards remaining.
Is there another Monkey Dory plus Dark Energy? That would be able to knock out the Pheasantipity on the bench. As it stands right now, that is also potential. We see Dark Energy in the prizes. So if there is one in the deck, that could potentially be there. Looks like the last one is in the discard pile. So if there is a Night Stretcher plus a way to search out Monkey Dory, but looks like not. I mean, we'll see the attachment from hand in the retreat.
Yeah, manual attachment here onto the Gardevoir. Basically locks out any of those plays, has to give up on that line, and now moves into the Screamtail. Is there any world where you can set up for that 2 prize attack? I mean, you might just have to attack into the Fez for not knockout at this stage and accept that maybe Monkey Dory can clean it up for you later on.
We'll see the Screamtail come in and do its best. Its almightiest 5 Psychic Embrace abilities used. See that Screamtail go up to 100 damage on itself, 10 damage counters. So with the Monkey Dory, we could see Pheasantipity fall. But Liam is just sitting on exactly what he needs. He's got the boss's orders in hand off the prize cards. There was no disruption played. Fezandipity will come down, but it's to no avail. Boss's orders, Liam Halliburton in swift succession wins these 2 games and advances into the top 8.
Yep, nothing left to do but smile and sign the slip for both of these players. That was a pretty tough game for Neo. Just not much that he can really do in that match. And I mean, credit to Liam. He understands the matchup so well. He did change his deck list up a little bit, but he was able to completely show a different side of this Zoroark deck, and it seems like it's just as good against Gardevoir as always.
Take a look back at this set, but like you said, Kyle, all Liam here really put the power of this deck on display. We saw some uncommonly used cards see some effect. That Power Glass coming in clutch to accelerate some energy cards. This deck has just continued to go through an evolution. It's going to keep getting pieces as well. So get ready if you're a Zoroark fan. This deck's going to be in the spotlight.
Yeah, it's definitely a great time for Liam. He has loved this deck, and he continues to see great success, as we've seen so often from him. This is his play. You find boss's orders, you put them back in the deck, and you find them again, because it is the best card, and it always wins games. And sure enough, he does it once more.
I think Boss's Orders is underappreciated as a card in the Pokemon TCG. I think we've just become so accustomed to it at this point. You know, we had Lysander for years, then we had Guzma, and now we had Boss's Orders all the way from the start of Sword and Shield. We're going to continue to have it, and it is just the best effect in the Pokemon TCG outside of taking extra prize cards. And lo and behold, in the format, those are 2 great effects that exist.
Yep, and that was all she wrote. Liam Halliburton, pretty swift 2-0 there to move into the top 8. He is back in another top 8 here this year, and maybe it's his time again. I didn't see the rest of the bracket for him, but if it looks anything like that top 16 game, it might be smooth sailing.
There are a few cornerstone Ogre Pawns in the format. That's not a great matchup for sure. We've seen some players adopt the Okie Dokie EX as a way to kind of deal with those walls that exist. I feel like all of, if not most of the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan box decks, I guess that's kind of the name we're giving it, yeah. Mega Box, you know, if you want to go ahead and coin it, the term, I'll take a little bit of credit for it, but it is playing now heavier Cornerstone, and you know, you can maybe get through the 1 Cornerstone with the Darmanitan.
Yeah.
Getting through 2, especially when they have Penny and Monkey Dory in the mix, does seem like a little bit of a difficult task for sure.
Yeah, there's not much that you can really do in that spot, but we'll see if it even looks like that for him. So often you can just attack into all the other Pokemon. It just takes a really nice setup for them, and I'm sure we could see that from either a Ryuki or a Tord at any point in time. Just depends on if that ends up being on his side of the bracket.
We'll see what happens in terms of updates from the other matches right now. If we do get updates on some things, it looks like it is 1-1 Henry versus Matthew right now. That looks like we are kind of getting updates on the things that are happening. Bon and Bodhi look like they're in a pretty close set with each other. As we kind of mentioned going into this top 16 bracket, we just continue to be impressed and dazzled with the consistency and the talent of a lot of these competitors.
Yeah, well, if you are focused on the young gun of Mr. Halliburton, the Cornerstones are on the other side of the bracket.
Okay.
So there is a world where he doesn't see that until finals, and that would be another fantastic run for him. But you got to play the cards.
Yeah, you know, he wants to be generous. You know, he's already got his automatic invitation, so he wants to give, you know, an automatic invitation to someone else. That would be, you know, a little too greedy to, you know, just, I don't know, win 3 regionals in a year, do something like that. You know, that would be, you know.
I mean, he's already a world champion. Is he just going to do that in the finals of the Worlds?
Just scoop it up?
Yeah, he's like, I've been here. It's your turn, buddy. No, I don't think so. I don't think he's got that in him.
Oh boy, it looks like we do have updates here right now. So Bon and Bodhi are in game 3 currently. Tord up 1-0. Ryuki has advanced to top 8. Summit has advanced to top 8. And then we've got game 3s for both the Makani Moffat set, and then Henry Chow and Matthew are also in game 3. So Tord Reklev coming to America twice, and he has made back-to-back top 8s. We're going to see if he can take it a little bit further this time.
Yeah, well, we have our winner interview lined up. Jeremy Jowen going to walk us through that one as we see how Liam Halliburton feels after that top 16 win.
Thank you, Kyle. Ethan, I am here with our winner for our asymmetrical cut, Liam Halliburton. Congratulations, another top 8. You already took down the first regional in the North American season. How do you feel?
It feels good. I wasn't as confident in my deck this time. It's definitely a lot riskier, a little more high rolly, but you know, I'm glad to see that's paying off right now.
Yeah, and sticking with the Enzor now, it's at least in the matchup, you're very confident going into Gardevoir. Is that how you've been feeling throughout this entire weekend?
Yeah, for sure. This is only my second Gardevoir, so not as lucky as Pittsburgh in terms of matchups. But I mean, I feel like Zoric has an insane ability to show resilience and put up a fight in every single game. Especially when your opponents make mistakes. It's a very tricky deck to play against, and a lot of people, like, it's not that popular that in practice against it. So I've seen a lot of mistakes this weekend, and I've been able to capitalize.
And now we've seen Zoric kind of change throughout this meta week by week. You are playing the Enstar Manitan this weekend. We have seen it without it. We've seen Mega Absol, Okidogi. How do you feel the Enstar Manitan has positioned you this weekend?
Yeah, I think in the current meta, a lot of the decks they're really, really strong. So it's really difficult to win these long games against like other decks like Dango, even Gardevoir, and pretty much all the other decks. I'm like blanking right now, I'm sorry. But I think with my idea for this weekend, I want to try to play the Darmanitan and just try to run people off the board, try and go really, really fast and prize trade. It's been working out so far. I'm not sure if it's the best direction, but it feels good.
I mean, it's gotten you to top 8, right? So it at least has to be doing something right. Now, going into the field of Golden Go being the most popular deck in the metagame, did that scare you off Zoroark maybe at any point leading up to this tournament?
I mean, it's definitely scary. It's a big consideration when you're building the deck. But I think this current list, across my event, I'm a 7-2 in games against Dango.
Wow.
I think the Darmanitan gives you some really good chances and a lot of cool prize maps in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself. You go 7-2 in games versus one of your worst matchups on paper, essentially. Now, is there any decks left in the top cut that you are kind of hoping to avoid? Maybe you don't really care. You're just going with the flow. You already got your Worlds invite from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to say. I think,
keep it close to the chest.
Yeah. In case anyone I might
Liam's confident. All right, that's all I have to say, right? Now, what does winning the first event in North America do for the trajectory of your season? You get $10,000. You got your Worlds invite. Does it make you like push harder to try and go for another win, multiple top 8s? Like, what's the mindset going?
Yeah, my goal for every event is to win. But it's always nice. I think even though that's true, of course you're aware of all the milestones that like you hit along the way, right? And it's not always easy to like, you know, when you go into the last event of the season, you still need your invite. It's hard to like push that out of your mind and just focus on winning, right? But so winning the first one, it like sort of, I mean, it guaranteed like takes that out of your mind, which is really good for your mental if you're trying to win.
And does any part of you just look towards the World Championship and be like, all right, I'm already won Worlds once before, trying to do it again in the Masters division? Is that just in the back of your mind this season so early on?
That's my goal for every season. Getting a second Worlds win would obviously be insane. First repeat, right? Or second repeat after Jason, right?
Now, any shout outs you want to give going into top 8? You've had a great weekend so far.
Yeah, sure. I'll shout out everybody who's helped me so far. Bon and Henry first and foremost. Then everyone we test with. Drake, MD, Mema, T, Bradner, Zing, Jishen, and then Falcon, Cheesecake, Meal. All that.
That is a stacked group for sure. Well, I am sure we're going to see you again. You are just preparing for your top 8 match, so we're going to take it away to Chip Ritchie and break down that last match.
Thanks a bunch, Jeremy. Yeah, congrats to Liam getting into top 8. What a sick start to the season for him. First place at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships and trying to make yet another deep run. Let's get into this match here that we just saw on the broadcast. Of course, the matchup is pretty solid for Liam. One of the big reasons that he wants to play this deck for the event is because he knows how good of a matchup Gardevoir is, or how confident he at least feels in it, and how popular the deck is. And he knew he was going to face it many times throughout the event, and probably in Top Cut if he gets to that point. Now, for this game, you know, it did seem like things were going a little rough for Neo in both game 1 and game number 2, but I want to talk a little bit here about playing to your outs. In this position, Neo is obviously in a pretty bad spot. He's got 5 prize cards left up to Liam's 3 prize cards left. So pretty big disadvantage, but he's going to be the one attacking here. And what he's done this turn is he has, you know, put damage onto this Gardevoir EX and pinged 20 damage over to the Pheasantipity EX. Now this is really, really smart setup here for the future turns, because now that sets it up with the Pheasantipity having 190 HP remaining, as you can see right here. With 1 Adrenabrain from a Monkey Dory, he can then use his Scream Tail to 1-hit KO Pheasantipity to take 2 prizes. So he's going to take the 1 prize KO here this turn. He has a choice here of the 1 prize Pokemon he wants to KO, either the Darumaka or the Zorua. And I think taking away the potential options of the Darumaka makes sense. That is the play that he ends up going for here as we get through this turn, taking that Pokemon out, and he's setting himself up to win the game in just 2 turns. Now, it is pretty unlikely that that would happen because Liam has got 3 prize cards remaining. Liam's prize map here is pretty straightforward. KO this Scream Tail, and then KO either of the two prize Pokemon on the bench through the use of a boss's orders. But up to this point, Liam had already played a boss. There actually was 1 in his prize cards, and there's always a chance that your opponent has multiple of those types of cards prized. There's also a chance that those cards get hidden to the bottom of the deck from earlier Ionos. The big problem for Neo in this exact spot is that he was actually out of Ionos. If he had Ionos still available to him, I want to say that I feel like this spot is actually reasonably winnable for him. It's still like probably less than 50% chance for him to come out on top in this spot, but if he has access to Iono, this spot does really not feel that bad to him. And as we get through that turn, you know, Liam does take a prize, and it sets up, you know, Neo set up with that Monkey Dory damage for this exact situation where he is going to be able to move that 30 over here from this, using this Monkey Dory, throw it over here to the Pheasantipity and be able to 1-hit KO it with the Scream Tail. And if Liam does not have a boss's orders this turn to just win the game, Neo has put himself in a spot where he can close things out with a Drifloon and a Bravery Charm, getting through a Zoroark for his final 2 prize cards. And by playing Research this turn, he had very few cards left in deck, loved his chances of being able to find that combo. Unfortunately for him, after the attack here from the Scream Tail, after he puts all of these energy cards into play, Liam is going to very quickly flash that boss's orders that he has got just waiting in the hand. But Neo, you know, I got to respect the playing to your outs. You never know, your opponent could have one of those bosses in the bottom of the deck. One of those bosses, of course, could have been in the prize card. So congratulations, of course, to Liam on his run so far, getting into the top 8. And he, I know, is someone who is always looking for the win. He just wants to accumulate as many titles as he can. Sure, the top cuts are great. Sure, the cash. Sure, the championship points are all nice bonuses as well. But he cares about the win. He wants to become a regional champion. We'll follow his story along through this top cut and see who it is that's going to come out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're still live here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and I have Jeremy Jalen with me. Let's play my little game here, Jeremy. You're going to be ranking the decks 1 to 5, but you don't know what deck is coming up next. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, let's go. Go ahead, pull one. Let's see what you get first. I'm curious to see what you would consider your number 1 deck. First one is Mega Absol Box.
It's a good deck. It's the deck I've been playing at locals the most. Okay. I'm giving it number 2.
Number 2, that's pretty high. All right. Well, let's see what you get next. I'm curious to see what you think would be a number 5 deck, number 1 deck. As
we found the number 5 deck.
That's supposed to be the last pick.
we pulled the festival lead out of the Applin bag, you know. Number 5.
All right. So you have number 2 and number 5. There's only 1, 3, and 4. So number 1's still open as you pour.
We found number 1. It's Gardevoir. Gardevoir is amazing.
That's not fair. You're getting really, really lucky with your pulls. The obvious number 5, obvious number 1. So what is it, just 3 and 4 now? All right.
Ooh, we got number 3, Dragapult Dusknoir.
Okay. Dragapult Dusknoir at number 3 seems a little low for me, but hey, that's still pretty good. All right, as this is the number 4.
I think I did pretty good here. We got Marnie's Grimmsnarl, number 4. Yeah. I'd say so. Loses the festival lead, but
I put festival lead number 4, Grimmsnarl number 5. No, I'm just kidding. Well, thank you so much for playing, Jeremy. Let me know if you agree with Jeremy's list here. We're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
I got into the Pokemon TCG about 13 years ago in 2010. Me and my siblings always used to have cards back then, and then we met a friend who actually played the game, and they went to Pokemon League. So we started going to Pokemon League, then we started playing in tournaments, and then kind of carried on from there until I am here. I got into the more competitive side of Pokemon just kind of gradually as I just played more. Started going to League, and I started playing the smaller tournaments back then, Battle Roads and City Championships, now the League Challenges and League Cups. As I got better and better at the game, and there was more and more on the line as the game grew, and there was more prize money and bigger accomplishments to achieve. I just wanted to try and do the best that I could in the game and see how far I could go. One of my earliest memories regarding Pokemon is probably my first regional win back in 2010. I won my first regionals in the Masters when I aged up. The game is so much different now, but yeah, probably back then, just when things felt a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more casual, but still winning back then as well, which was pretty cool.
And now, your San Antonio Regional Champion, 6-time Regional Champion, Azul Garcia Griego.
International champion, international finalist, most recently that World's Top 4, and this does not even include a 6-time regionals winner.
My ideal starter Pokemon probably has to be Squirtle. What Pokemon type would I be? These are tough. If I was a Pokemon type, I would probably be Dark. A big thing that I guess I've learned as far as being competitive goes with Pokemon TCG is it's a lot easier and efficient to do it with a group or a team. So that's why I really hold that to a really high standard, and I hold me and my team to a really high standard. And I think it makes a huge difference to have people you can work with and not just kind of go solo.
What is it that keeps you being so consistent as you're preparing for these events, you're placing well? What's your recipe to success?
The team, Grant, Caleb, Kid, and Jishan this time as well. So yeah, just the squad.
Everyone that I've looked up to in the Pokemon TCG are mostly all retired. Jay Horning and Kyle Sugovich were 2 players that, when I was coming up in the game, I looked up to just because of their consistency in the game and how often they were able to put up good result after good result. Was always something that I wanted to try and replicate. I didn't just want to show up to a tournament one time and win and then not do anything for the rest of my career. I want to be able to consistently compete at the top 8 after top 8, try and get as many wins as I could when I get there.
Now, the lucky thing for Grant here is he doesn't instantly lose.
Right, but where's the boss's orders?
Just needs brings up that Giratina, and Azul GG becomes a 6-time regional champion here in San Antonio.
My number 1 goal this season is to just win as much as possible. The reason I keep competing and staying competitive is because I really love the Pokemon TCG, and I'm just a very competitive person. So I'm just going to keep going to everything, keep trying to win as much as possible, and just see what the future brings.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. It has been amazing games so far through our Phase 1 and Phase 2. Now we are into our top 8 after watching an asymmetrical cut. Liam Halliburton taking the win. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Emily Foreman, and it has been such a great weekend. A lot of amazing Pokemon being played throughout just all of our games on stream. I've been loving it so far. How about you, Emily?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the stories are writing themselves at this point, right, Jeremy? You have people that are, we started with such an international top cut, right? And now we're starting to see the field narrow in just closer and closer and seeing who's going to be able to take that crown, how the meta has developed from the back-to-back EU regional weekend coming into this weekend and then going into LAIC weekend next weekend. It's interesting to see the flow of Mega Evolution as a tournament format here, and I think we're seeing it very prime and well in our asymmetrical cut, now going into officially our top 8.
Well, let's take a look at our updated bracket for the top cut and see how our players have shaped up toward Reklev, getting the win over Ethan, Aban Ahmed getting the win over Bodie Robinson, Ryuki Okada taking down the former world champion in Fernando Cifuentes, and Hawken Berg taking down Christopher Butler.
It's Joltik box and tie, Jeremy. I'm very interested to see how far Hawken is going to be able to take the run here. Christopher Butler, a Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. Now, though, you kind of have to play one of the final bosses, if you will, of the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck here with Ryuki, who, of course, won Brisbane with this deck. So I want to see Hawken is kind of my underdog story going in, especially with the deck like Joltik Box that wasn't on our graphic, and honestly, it hasn't been in the conversation in terms of turbo decks in quite some time.
And of course, we saw Liam Halliburton just dismantle that Gardevoir matchup, doing Zoroark things in that matchup like always, only playing 2 of them this weekend compared to that win in Pittsburgh, running into 7 of that matchup. Meanwhile, Caleb Gedimer lost against Samut, and now Samut finding himself in another top 8. I think that's at least 3 top 8s for a pretty young career in the Pokemon TCG.
I think that's what Ethan was really talking about with our last match, that the grand quality of some of these younger players in Masters is getting more prestigious, right? Both of these, all of the players that we see, multi-regional champions, having these amazing runs here. So I want to just see how much Summit can also push forward, especially going into Liam Halliburton. Also, once again, a regional champion this season, not too long ago. And maybe, you know, miracles do happen.
And then, of course, you have Makani Tran up against Nicholas Moffitt. They are in Game 3, last I was updated, and Henry Chow up against Matthew. And they are also in Game 3, so waiting on a couple of last players to fill out our top 8. But, wow, just look at the talent we have here already with these 6 players.
Yeah, Summit also, once again, one of the only, as weird as it says, the Dragapult is officially back into top 8 as well. Tor did take Ethan out of contentions there, who was the other Dragapult in an asymmetrical cut here. So Dragapult's going to be able to come back into the conversation of some of these top 8 decks. But Jeremy, we have kind of a very nice variety of decks offered to us within this top deck, or in this top 8 here. It's still kind of feeling like dark type rules right now, especially with Mega Absol and Zoroark EX still in the conversation for going all the way. But I really just want to see if Dragapult's going to be able to put its foot down and say, hey, listen, I am still very much here.
We're really going to have to see for that. And right now we only have 1 Gardevoir guaranteed in cut in Aban. Meanwhile, Makani and Henry trying to add to that number. But again, they're up against some tough competition. Golden Go EX for Makani, and Matthew is playing a Charizard Pidgeot.
Dark types rule if it's one thing, but we know Henry Chow knows his perfect sequencing around tons of these matchups where he feels maybe a little bit at a disadvantage for. But the thing is, you never know what could happen inside of the Pokemon TCG. So I would love to see Henry and Taban kind of make it to the finals. That would be a crazy finals to see, you know, essentially the Guardy GOAT of last season and the Guardy GOAT of this season really kind of go at it.
Yeah, honestly, isn't it a rematch of Monterey, the
Yes.
the first regional we had in LATAM, and which honestly, speaking of Abon, insane run, right? Like, is there anything he cannot do right now in this season for Pokemon? It really just goes to show that a lot of the testing partners that these players are having really just help lift each other up. Abon, every time in the interviews, he's like, yeah, shout out to Henry Chow. He is the Gardevoir king and is just helping me do so well.
It's one of the things about North America as well. A lot of these top players are usually training with each other and pushing themselves to go further. And then, of course, what great testament it is to essentially that training regimen when you and your testing partner are making it so far.
Again, we are still waiting on the last players, but this bracket is shaping up to be a glorious end of our tournament, and I am honestly so excited for our top 8 match. So we're really just waiting on a few players to get started, but I don't know. Looking at this, what do you think is going to happen? Is it Tord's tournament starting up #1 seed, 38 match points, hasn't lost a game or a match yet this weekend?
It's hard to say, right? So if you look at just the players that we currently have within this top 8, just of this season, right? So let's just look at the last scope from September to now. Abon, regional champion. Ryuki, regional champion. Liam Halliburton, regional champion. And Tord ever just came so close at the first EU regional of the season, that being Frankfurt, and then fell short to not being able to draw that Neo upper energy, which was such a heartbreaking moment here. And ever since then, it feels like Tord has really been kind of on this vengeance tour, going everywhere to try and play his, you know, essential creation here, this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck, to try and find the win. I would love to see a Tord Reklev win here. Of course, he's one of the most decorated players that we have in the game. There's always a conversation about who is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Tord's name has never not been mentioned in that conversation here. But like we've been talking about, the storylines here, multiple current regional champions within just first 3 months of the season, Jeremy, the talent and the just level of player that we have in just all of these regionals is exceptionally high.
It really goes to show that this is not the end of Pokemon TCG. This is only the beginning. We are growing far and wide, and like you've been saying, it is truly a global game. We have multiple different countries in top 8 so far, and it's going to be insane.
It's one of the things that I've really learned in my time spending in Europe, because I'm half over here, half over there now. It's really cool to go to a regional and play, you know, 5, 6 people from 5 or 6 different countries, right? And to see players traveling, I know there are some EU players aside from Tord from the UK that are here as well. Daniel Powell, I believe, came all the way here to Las Vegas. You have to talk about all the Japanese players that have actually, you know, made the trip on over, that are using Las Vegas kind of as the pit stop, right, to get that last couple's like inches of research before heading over to Sao Paulo here. But my goodness, Jeremy, we have this is such a treat.
I'm so excited.
This is a battle of titans, right? Toward one of the greatest players of all time, going up against North America's current GOAT, one of the only players right now in the first 3 months of the season to have 4 digits in terms of championship points.
I'm really just speechless, and
yeah,
it's part of my job to not be. And I really just cannot wait for this game. Both of these players have already matched up this weekend. Tord is 1-0 against the Bond and has beaten 2 Gardevoir with Jellicent and 1 Gardy without Jellicent. And Abon is 0-1 to Absol, being Tord.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup when you really think about it, but just to kind of talk a little bit about Abon's accomplishments just in this, you know, first 3 months, right? Monterey regional champion, second at Milwaukee, second at Pittsburgh, right? 3 finals in a row, as Chip was saying a little bit earlier here. What is the probability of that happening? One, and two of ever happening again, right? And Aban, of course, just so consistent. He's second not only in North America, but he's second global in terms of championship points right now. Aban having a masterful season right in front of him. But of course, I mean, Jeremy, you're going up against Tord Reklev. The accomplishments are right on the screen. 5-time international champion, 3-time regional champion. I mean, the finalist from Yokohama, but just these 4 pieces of information that we have on the screen just does not describe Tord's whole entire story.
There's so many accomplishments for Tord that we had to change the graphic just to try to fit all of them in. And we still are not able to do that. Tord has also been a mainstay in Norway throughout basically his entire life, just living and breathing Pokemon TCG. And it wasn't really until that first international championship win that he really broke out onto the global stage. And ever since then, he has not looked back. It is one of my favorite statistics, at least in international championships, that Tord has a better percentage to make top 8 in the ones that he's played compared to someone random making phase 2.
That's crazy. I didn't even know that was a
It's like 45% of people or whatever can make phase 2. Tord is like 54% on making top 8 at internationals.
Well, Jeremy, we are in Las Vegas, so you know what? I'll take those odds whenever they're offered to me. But I am, like we said, this honestly, it's an honor to be able to cast a match like this between 2 players that are so decorated in their accomplishments. It feels not necessarily like old guard versus new guard, right? But just kind of the person that's having this hottest run in North America right now easily, but you're going up against, honestly, the final boss of this deck, the creator of this deck, Tord Reklev. I cannot wait to see what our players bring to us because, look, they're in high spirits, we're in high spirits. I think everybody in the crowd is in high spirits. It's been a great event. We'll see how it finishes out at the end of top 8.
I think I know why Tord is in high spirits too, and that is because he won the opening coin flip, is getting to go second, and hopefully can get that combination of Arven for that precious trolley and that technical machine turbo energize, which we have seen time and time again catapult this mega toolbox into multiple victories.
Want to see how exactly Aban's going to be able to maybe maneuver the Jellicent EX to try and turn off some of this hit point buffs that Tord does play in the deck. I know we talked a little bit earlier about Lively Stadium. Tord is playing 2 Lively Stadiums in this list and 2 copies of the Bravery Charm, but we have to get a little bit creative here. We'll see how it's going to all go down, Jeremy. I'm excited for this one.
You're telling me, Emily. I cannot wait. It looks like our players are ready to get their prize cards out. This is going to be pretty big. Got a Mega Absol in the prize cards. That missed energy could be pretty important to block something like that Mew EX to copy Absol. Penny, Boss's orders. Double missed energy, actually, so that's huge. And then meanwhile with Aban, got that Monkey Dory, the Mystery Garden, that is a stadium that could try to bump that Lively Stadium, and a Night Stretcher. These Gardevoir decks are definitely a little bit light on the recovery upon having, what, 2 Night Stretcher, 1 Super Rod, so that could be something to look forward to.
I think it's very interesting. I feel like we haven't really talked about Mystery Garden a lot during this tournament just because it's just one of the cards that Gardevoir can live without, but we're jumping right on in, Jeremy. Like you said, we got Aban going first.
I got a quick peek at Tord's hand as well. There is an Arven and that technical machine evolution, so I think it also goes along with an Earthen Vessel, so going to be a pretty stellar turn from Tord, but Aban starting off having to Ultra Ball away Pheasantipity EX and a Psychic Energy. Now is going to take a look through the deck. Best time for this is to prize check, see what you have prized.
And when we were looking at Aban's prizes, right, the Mystery Garden being prized isn't even a big deal. Having 1 copy of your technical machine de-evolution, not a big deal. 1 Monkey Dory maybe further down the line, especially if Aban really wants to start throwing all these damage counters back at Tord, could be a big thing. Iono and an Ultra Ball and one copy of Night Stretcher. We were talking a little bit about the recovery here. So when you play 2 Night Stretcher and a Super Rod, you know that's what Tord is going to be looking for the most with a lot of his Claw of Darkness, finding a way to just stunt a Bon from being able to reestablish a Gardevoir EX, reestablish some of these Ralts and the Curlias too. But still, I mean, for the prizes for a Bon, not bad.
Not bad. Is able to get a Ralts in play on turn 1. Not really much more you can ask for going first as a Gardevoir player. Interested to see the rest of the cards in the hand, though.
Gotta figure it out. Already has a Curlia in hand and
Double Rare Candies, or no, Ultra Ball, Rare Candy, Super Rod. It's not a good hand.
It's not great. No draw supporter to go with, but here we go. Right on over into Tord's turn. And honestly, Jeremy, I'm really loving just the draw of the energy right there was actually pretty massive. Now, Tord already had the Technical Machine Turbo Energize in hand, but you need an energy to do that. So Arvin going to be able to find our missing pieces, but my goodness, I mean, for Tord, this hand is great.
Now, with the other Mega Absol EX in the prize cards, it could have been a little bit tricky having the one in the active spot, but thanks to Precious Trolley, Tord will be able to get a combination of Petrant and Yveltal or Latias just to be able to get that Mega Absol to the bench and charge up something like a Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy, use that Turbo Energize, and power up that Mega Absol EX. But again, the thing we'll have to keep an eye on is the fact that both of the myths are prize. That means Aban, if he gets a good setup, you can see double Monkey Dory, Mew EX, Gardevoir, and Terminal Period is a real thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see where exactly we're going to go in terms of the what I've been calling the snowball fight, where one person uses Monkey Dory to throw these damage counters over to one side and then throwing the damage counters right back. It's going to be really important in a matchup like this here, but Tord going to have just the full suite, the full buffet here in Las Vegas of all of his basic Pokemon that he is just throwing right down to the bench. And a couple of different attackers here, right? The Mega Kangaskhan, so you can use that ability, run errand, keep drawing cards. The Petron EX, using that subjugating chain so you can get out of the active if something becomes stuck here. Latias EX, of course, Skyliner, that free retreat, Monkey Dory, and Yveltal. So we have a ton of options, and Tord, once again, a masterful showing of what this deck can really do.
And honestly, unless Aban top decks something on the next turn, this game can get out of hand quickly. There is that Earthen Vessel discarding Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, finding the Fighting and the Dark. That means the Fighting is going to get attached to that Mega Kangaskhan EX, retreat, Turbo Energize after a run errand, and Tord will be off to the races. Aban has that Ultra Ball in hand, can go fetch something like Mew EX to try to restart, or can even, you know, Rare Candy Gardevoir, but there's what, one Psychic Energy in the discard? You're not really going to be doing too much.
We need to come down to something like a full refresh of the hand at this point, right? I would rather not even see Aban go for something like Rare Candy Gardevoir when you see the full buffet, essentially, of attackers ready to go, especially because you know Tord has the Technical Machine Turbo Energize already in hand, a Bravery Charm to go with here, but it is going to be the free retreat thanks to Latias EX Skyliner. Run some errands and draw some cards.
Typical Sunday, you know.
Yeah.
Bravery Charm on that Mega Absol EX, boost the HP a little bit more. And we're going to see the Subjugating Chains bring up that Yveltal, poison it, so it's going to start building up a little bit of damage, maybe help out Tord hit those numbers on something like a Pheasantipity EX.
I'm excited to see kind of how Tord wants to, you know, throw all the energy onto the board here. Also always looming the threat of the Monkey Dory. And this is kind of this weird triangle of a battery going on here, right? You have the Petron EX to poison the active Yveltal, and then you have the Monkey Dory to throw the damage counters over here. But I have to look at the hand here, Jeremy. It's giving Curlia, but I think you're right. It is going to be going on over into the Mew EX and hoping for a draw into a Lily's Determination.
The draw for turn was that Clefairy, and just straight to the discard. Aban does have Super Rod, so can put back that Pheasantipity and Lily's Clefairy EX into the deck that were discarded with that Ultra Ball, and a hope and a prayer. 3
cards, what could they be? I mean, your probability of drawing into supporter can be high. I mean, you do play for Lily's Determination, for Iono, but there's also, you know, sometimes a very unlucky draw of what could be something like free energy for whatever reason here. But we'll see how this Mew EX is going to treat Aban here as he gives up the hands. Please, please, please. Can he find
Big
it?
3 cards. We got an Arven. Lilies, there we go. Aban is now able to play the game here in top 8. Lily's Determination shuffling the hand, drawing 8 cards. Both players laughing. They know what's going on.
And honestly, we said that there were multiple draw supporters. So the Arven, not necessarily the worst thing to find here. You still will be able to find another option there. Maybe, I mean, you wouldn't even be able to go as far as something like a secret box, right? But we could find something along the lines of Ultra Ball, Night Stretcher, other item, or Nest Ball, of course, just the most obvious choice here. But Lily's Determination, definitely our best possible outcome. 8 fresh cards here. Let's see what Aban's going to be able to find. I saw a Ralts as well. Jeremy, oh, okay. Also a Dark Energy as well for that Monkey Dory in the active.
It's definitely a little too late, though. This is going to be threatened by that Mega Absol EX on towards bench, but able to just attach it anyway. Toward realistically would want to go for that Kirlia or the Mew EX to get it off the board, especially with no missed energies available.
A lot of options here for Tord. Has the Pokegear, could very well just free retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan and run some errands and draw some more cards here. And that's going to be the option from Tord. What he's looking for, though, not quite sure here. It is just 2 more cards. Finds the Arven. I'm not quite sure if we're going to be seeing a terminal period this turn. I mean, this would be great knowledge for Tord after Aban has drawn 8 fresh cards here. But Aban hasn't really shown his hand too much with the way that he played out the rest of the turn there. Just attached, kind of played it a little bit more conservatively, just attached to the active. But here we go, Pokegear. What is he looking for, Jeremy?
Boss's Orders, maybe? This is definitely a turn where Tord could just pivot and try to clutch. There is the Mew EX on the bench, which is a very good target for that attack. But you also have that Monkey Dory in the active spot. And with Aban and the way that this Gardevoir deck is built, there is no Boss's Orders. So you're not able to really maneuver out of the active spot outside of something like that Professor Turo scenario. And always using just the 1 copy is never the best this early on. And we could also just see another Turbo Energize here toward playing it down. Of course, just to make sure not to draw it, but Aban's not really doing too much anyway. I think it would be better if there was another Mega Absol on the bench.
Absolutely, I agree with you, but it is unfortunately stuck at the top of the prizes alongside those missed energies like you were talking about, Jeremy. The genome hacking itself, right? A lot of players don't usually see it coming, but Mew EX has been a very reliable attacker for a long time in a lot of decks, right? And of course in Gardevoir as well here. Checking the hand just a little bit. I mean, Monkey Dory, I think I see a Lively Stadium. The shadow on my screen is just a little bit interesting. There's the Boss's Orders for next turn. But the question is, are we promoting Mega Absol right here, right now, just to get some information to go on?
We are. This is such a good play from Tord, able to just apply a pressure early. Now, looking at the hand, there is a lot of supporters for Aban. So usually you just try to strip the 1 supporter in the hand, hopefully strand the hand a little bit, but having that Gardevoir EX in hand could be pretty juicy to discard as well.
The thing is, as well, I think Tord is looking for some of the recovery, too, and that's the 1 Super Rod in the deck that has already been played. We talked about how Claw of Darkness is usually going for something along the lines of using the recovery here, but I actually really like the fact that Tord just getting rid of the Gardevoir EX. He has to draw into it, though. So now Aban back on over to his turn. There's an Earthen Vessel. We can grab some energy, but I'm seeing an Iono this turn for sure. Or Lily's if he has it.
Or Professor's Research.
Or
There's
that.
a lot of supporters in the hand for Aban. Does seem like Lily's Determination is going to be the choice, though. Again, you see the most amount of cards. Aban does have the Earthen Vessel to get some Psychic Energies and then maybe discard it with the Professor's Research, but you're also discarding a lot of resources that you might need for the next couple of turns in this game. Now, this Lily's Determination is going to be pretty big. 8 cards, but Aban needing a lot to work with here.
I like I feel like the moment that Lily's Determination came out and came into this format, we saw a lot of players kind of shy away from using Professor's Research, but I actually really like the fact that Aban is using both, right? For the purpose, like you said a little bit earlier, of using Earthen Vessel and then being able to use Professor's Research, but also Lily's Determination gives us the option to actually pivot away from it. We'll see what the 8-card hand gives us here. Now, I do see an Earthen Vessel, and I do see an Ultra Ball, and a Gardevoir EX, so we're starting to kind of pick the pieces together. I also do see a Frillish there, but it's really up to Aban on how he wants to kind of stylize this turn. Nest Ball for Fezandipity, we're definitely going to be seeing some cards.
I mean, honestly, this hand is probably best case scenario for Aban. A lot to work with. You have that Gardevoir EX. You have the Earthen Vessel into the Ultra Ball just to stock your discard with those Psychic Energies. Remember, Psychic Embrace, you're able to cheat in a bunch of Psychic Energies into play, damage your Pokemon, use Adrenabrain to get that damage to your opponent. But when you only have one in the discard, you're not doing anything as Gardevoir.
That's the problem, right? But Fezandipity going to give us a couple cards here, drawing straight into the secret box here. So forget Ultra Ball at this point, Jeremy. What we could do is we could find a way to use Earthen Vessel and getting rid of the Frillish to find those Psychic Energies and finding a perfect secret box, discarding 3 Psychic Energies to find that item, tool, supporter, and stadium.
Well, we're going to have the Ultra Ball here, discarding both of those Psychic Energies, eyeing down that Monkey Dory. Again, this Pokemon is so important in the matchup. Both of the players are playing 3 copies in their deck. Adrenabrain is so important to try to just manipulate the damage, especially with an attack like Terminal Period. There is a Rare Candy Gardevoir into the active spot, saving the Kirlia on the bench for later. And with 3 Psychic Energies now in the discard, Aban's able to retreat, get some damage in play, and we might see the Mew attack, I believe, maybe even just a Mind Jack. Mind Bend.
Wrong card, wrong card.
Yeah.
Still, though, I mean, I wouldn't mind having Aban now get some information from Tord. I mean, 200 is a good stack amount of damage. Now, granted, this Mega Absol does have 320 hit points onto it, but we don't see another reliable way of getting up another attacker here. So it is going to be Aban moving some of these damage counters here and copying, of course, the Claw of Darkness. He gets to rip a card out of the hand as well. That Boss's Orders is going right into that discard.
You see there, Tord got the Mist Energy from the prize cards, but unfortunately, you're not able to attach an energy after already attacking and allowing this genome hacking to copy that Claw of Darkness. And honestly, information is one of the biggest things in the Pokemon TCG, especially with the lack of kind of hand disruption a lot of these decks are playing. And the Boss's Orders going to the discard. Now this Mew EX is not going to be long for this board, but Aban has a response with Night Stretcher, and potentially we could see some Sparks fly next turn.
Thing is, I mean, we have 1 energy on the Yveltal here, but giving up 3 prizes doesn't usually feel good, Jeremy. So back on over to Tord's turn. I mean, I would like to see potentially Lively Stadium give, I mean, some of these more basic basic Pokemon a little bit more time, and Iono as well. I mean, both players actually have seen each other's hands. They know exactly what they're working with on both sides here, but it's really up to this Run Errand to kind of guide us through to our next turn.
A retreat into that Mega Kangaskhan EX allows Tord to use Run Errand, draw a couple cards. There is 2 Pokemon, can't really bench those down. You have a full bench, and now Tord has a decision to make. You can clutch the Mew, but with the prize card already taken, that allows Aban to use Counter Catcher.
The 1 copy of Energy Switch is technically available with Arvin. You could do something along the lines of using Dark Feather to hit for weakness, using a single prize Pokemon onto the active. And that might be the play from Tord. I do see it at the bottom here, but it could be Bravery Charm onto this Yveltal, and now starting to have Yveltal not use its first attack, but actually use its second. Would be a little bit creative here, but I am still very much worried about this Mega Absol here. Now, granted, we don't have a second Monkey Dory set up on Aban's side here, but I'm not quite sure if we want to be swinging with this Mega Absol EX, so it feels like Yveltal is a pretty good, counter to it.
you're keeping up in the prize race. You're able to take a knockout on the Mew. You know that Aban is going to be at least a little stretched for those recovery cards, that Night Stretcher in the prize cards, although Aban having the one in hand. You also have that single prize attacker in the active spot.
It's also Super Rod down as well here too, so one...
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, so we're kind of already trimming a little bit low on the recovery here, but it is going to be the attached to Petron EX for turn here. The energy switch on over. Instead of Yveltal, we're going straight into the Petron EX. Like this option as well, going to be using Irritated Outburst. Also has Bravery Charm in hand, and then maybe the Lively Stadium. That's going to give Petron a bunch of HP.
Well, you can't use the Petrant right now. Irritated Outburst does 60 times the number of prize cards Aban has taken. Aban has taken 0 prize cards. So you're going to have to attack with this damaged Mega Azul EX. But the thing Tord is preparing for is the 3 prize cards that Aban is going to take off this active Mega Pokemon. And from there, Petrant EX can take a knockout on pretty much anything that Aban plays down.
Considering putting down the Lively Stadium here, but I think it is just going to be the information. Jeremy, does Tord take the secret box? I feel like that's my favorite thing to take here, but he was eyeing up the Iono at least, maybe considering, but that's also...
All 4 cards are amazing to take, and
true.
I think Tord is realizing that. Already seeing the Super Rod in the discard, I think he has to go with the Night Stretcher, especially with this Mew being able to be recovered. It's rough. You can have an argument for all 4 cards.
Yeah. It would be such a world to not see the secret box. Like, oh, let's not take your ace spec that you're probably going to play next turn. But like you said, all of these cards have some sort of significance here, and you can tell Tord kind of pondering the decision.
This decision could make or break this game 1 here for Tord.
It's so hard to say. It's either the secret box or the Night Stretcher. The Iono? Really?
Well, you see the Iono in the prize cards as well. So, there's the Night Stretcher. I do think this is probably the best case scenario. Now Aban is down to 1 Night Stretcher left. If Tord knew it was in the prize cards, you take it 100% of the time, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And just like that, Tord down to 3 prize cards remaining. Aban with 6, but has 3 screaming at him on the board.
Only 100 left onto this Mega Absol here, and gotta be wondering, after Aban's last turn, right, Jeremy, where we got a ton of Psychic Energy now to work with, and a ton only being 3, I thought a little bit more here. You see the Earthen Vessel and the discard, and you're like, all right, we're totally back in this. What are we even swinging with this turn? It's so dangerous to put this this Gardevoir EX up into play here. Granted, we have now a couple of options with this Nest Ball here, and I kind of want to see Aban use the Iono this turn, maybe?
We could see it. It looks like Aban is going to start things off with the Pheasantipede into the secret box. And you really have to do that just because you don't want to discard your counter catcher. You don't want to discard that Iono because, again, you have cards that are prized that you might need. And just like that, we're getting another Psychic in the discard as well. Earthen Vessel seems to be the item that is being eyed down by Aban. Artisan can go ahead and fetch something like Scream Tail, maybe for easy knockout. There is, what, 130 essentially left on that Absol, 120 thanks to that poison damage. So pretty easy cleanup with something like a Scream Tail. But then you left damage on Tord's side of the board, so Tord can Monkey Dory and kind of manipulate things that way.
And also, Aban doesn't know this, but Tord has the boss's orders in hand as well. And like you were alluding to a little bit earlier, Tord already has the backup attacker in this Petron EX already ready to go here. So this Gardevoir EX is actually in a ton of danger with Tord's hand right now. But Secret Box being used, finding the Bravery Charm, the Rare Candy as well. Maybe going to try and reset up a Gardevoir. Maybe that's kind of what Aban is trying to think of. But now Aban has practically 1 recovery left in the prizes here, but I think you're right, Jeremy. It's Scream Tail time.
Screaming out into the void. Hope it works. Monkey Door is not going to be able to do enough damage to take a knockout. It really just does seem like it's going to be Screamtail. Now, Oban can Bravery Charm to kind of put it out of range of an Adrenabrain from toward the following turn, so at least have a little bit of buffer there, but already having that Petrant EX powered up is scary. You're down the Night Stretcher and the Super Rod, and yeah, bringing up that Petrant, taking the knockout here seems pretty strong from Oban. You still have that Mega Absol fully damaged on that bench, so pretty much anything can take a knockout there, and here we see an Iono going to put toward 3.
3 big cards as Tord looking through the giant hand, and that's one of the things about Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan. With Run Errand, you are able to draw a ton of cards here. Tord is going to go down to 3, like you said, Jeremy, but I want to see how exactly Oban's going to try and play defense here, going into what will be, you know, finally some prize cards for him. And if he takes from the bottom, we'll be able to at least get his final recovery option here, but there's a key word in that, final.
Yeah. It is definitely going to be a tricky game state to navigate for Oban through the rest of this game 1. Now, we are already almost 25 minutes into this game. Both of these players still have very much of a chance to win. It could be anyone's game, but at least from the way things have been shaping up, Tord has been in control. There is the retreat after the double Psychic Embrace to that Screamtail. 50 damage on that Gardevoir EX, but that's not going to matter too much. Any of the Pokemon are going to be taking a knockout way past that HP. 5 energy on the Screamtail. There is the Adrenabrain, going to move 30 damage. You just move it to the Absol, to the Kangaskhan.
Yeah, that's one of the things about this, quote, monkey math that we've really been kind of focusing in on. Sometimes just leaving damage on the board. And that's kind of been a big thing with this tournament is players don't want to leave the damage on the board for it to be just thrown back here. But Bon is going to opt to bring it to the Mega Kangaskhan here and going to be able to take 3 prizes on the Mega Absol. We know that Tord does not have another Mega Absol currently in the deck here, so he's got to get a little bit creative.
I actually really like the play from Oban that turn. You bring up the Petrant EX, not to knock it out, but to stop Tord from just being able to freely use Mega Kangaskhan EX and run errand for 2 cards out of this Iono. Just limit the amount of cards Tord is able to draw, and hopefully there's no boss's orders in the hand, and this Screamtail can kind of clean up. That Mega Kangaskhan EX is looking pretty weak in the face of another Roaring Scream.
Granted, Tord, I believe, was Iono'd into the Penny here, but to use Supportive Return for Penny doesn't exactly feel too great. Counter Catcher isn't live because Oban just took 3 massive prizes here. So Tord going to retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan, run some errands here. I think we want to see boss's orders, but Lily's Determination, Night Stretcher, we could get back the Mega Absol at this point.
It might have been too far gone for Mega Absol. We could see something like the Night Stretcher for a Dark, just so... Does Clutch even take the knockout, right? Yeah, it does. Okay.
So it could be Night Stretcher back for the Dark Energy move with Monkey Dory back over, and then Clutch.
Well, no, you need a attach, but there is the Petrant EX to the active. Still has the Yveltal available to him. I definitely don't think you want to sacrifice that Petrant EX to something like a Gardevoir on the following turn.
Drawing some cards here. Tord putting forward the Night Stretcher and will be using it, but like you said, making a choice here, has to get rid of the damage counters on the Yveltal and force it back on over to the other side here. Adrenabrain onto the active Screamtail here, and it's going to be Petron EX as the one that's going to be attacking. Usually this is a great endgame finisher attacker, but I mean, Tord's been forced into a very awkward kind of position with it, but going down now into 2 prizes, that Gardevoir sitting on the bench, even the Pheasantipity too, that could be something, that could be an alternate win condition here. It's all up to Oban, but one thing's for sure, Tord didn't leave any damage counters on his side of the board to really play with here.
All right, I'm trying to do math in my head, but my head is not working right now. Oban promotes that Kirlia to the active spot. I'm trying to think, does double Monkey Dory along with the Screamtail help out? Now, looking at the prize cards, that Night Stretcher was taken by a Bond, so it is in the hand. That means Screamtail is available to him if he wants, but is there another Bravery Charm? It's a lot of things you have to go through here. Countercatcher is active.
Could it be another turn of Iono? I mean, there's a ton of psychic energy in the hand for Bond, but I mean, a Bond doesn't really know what Tord has available to him, and the hand is giving a lot of energy. I don't doubt that we'll see a knockout this turn, but I mean, there's a lot of kind of clutter in this hand, and I'm not quite seeing the option here, but it is going to be the countercatcher onto Latias.
Now, with Monkey Dory and Screamtail, that is going to be enough to take a knockout on the Petrant EX on the bench. But then again, Bond's going to go down to one prize card remaining. Attachment for the turn to the active Kirlia. We're going to see an Artisan. What is left in that deck? A lot of supporters and pretty much nothing else.
I believe that was the last countercatcher in the deck as well here. So Mystery Garden being played, being able to draw for as many psychic Pokemon you see here, and it is going to be the Iono coming out from a Bond. So Tor gonna just take a quick look at the hand before it's just sent to the bottom here. Wonder what the play is from a Bond here.
Serendipity to go along with that Iono, but again, most of the deck is just Pokemon that you're not going to be able to use and supporters that you can't use because you already played that Iono. There is the Retreat, 6th energy in the discard there. 80 damage on that Screamtail. Now Bond can attach an energy and move the 30 over, and then with the Roaring Scream 160, we'll be able to take a knockout on that Petrant EX. And now Bond going down to one prize card remaining. Toward drawing Boss's Orders, has Penny and Iono in hand. No real attackers in play. Did a Bond do it?
Bond really clawed this game back. Really, I mean, the tenacity here to try and find a way to really get it started. I mean, the thing is, I mean, a Bond's on one prize card. Even if you were able to clutch and take a knockout here, it's just going to be moving Gardevoir EX into the active and then seeing a Miracle Force for that game. I'm wondering if it is going to be trying to find something along the lines of clutch. I mean, we have 2 more cards to draw with Run Errand. We also have the Boss's Orders here. Maybe we boss the Pheasantipity and then go for a clutch and hope that a Bond doesn't have an answer to that while we power up the next attacker to go with. It's just kind of interesting.
How are we doing that with the no dark energy in hand?
It's a great question. With 2 cards that we're going to find right now. Night Stretcher.
Yeah, but with Night Stretcher, you're going to be forced to use Penny to pick up this Mega Kangaskhan EX. There is no Petrant to be able to promote that Yveltal after retreating. That means no way to get that Kangaskhan out of the active spot. We're just going to boss and hope that there's no energy left in the deck for a Bond, but honestly, with the last look, I don't think there was any energy in the deck. No, there is a dark. Okay, there we go. And just like that, a Bond able to steal game 1 out from a pretty aggressive start from toward Reklev. What a game.
Yeah, that was really close the entire way through here. I mean, Tord starting off with the Precious Trolley, having that perfect Absol math, and being able to really accelerate all these energies around, but a Bond, the believe in this deck Gardevoir, being able to find the draws, the right timings on Ionos. I mean, once again, this is one of the best players in the world right now, 2nd in the world in championship points, and definitely playing like it.
It is a battle of plot armor at this point for this top 8 match. Is it one of the greatest of all times, or is it one of the greatest of all times right now?
And both of these players, right? Tord looking to get that regional championship, Abon looking to find another way to get another finals underneath the belt. 4 finals in a row, Jeremy. It would be absolutely insane. Not quite sure how it's going to be.
Now we are going to take a look and hear from the players here and see what they're talking about.
While you're talking. 2 things at one time.
Seems like they're done talking.
I was about to say, I was like, this is really nice shuffling. Jeremy. I know some people either love or hate the sound of a riffle on a very pretty deck, especially one like Tord playing multiple alt-arts from Mega Evolution, that beautiful Latias CX. But we'll see how this one is going to play out here. I mean, looking at Tord's starting hand, I mean, he's got some options here. I've got to see what the prize cards are going to give us, though. These usually are what make and break a game, especially when you're playing limited copies of your recovery there.
Now you would have to assume Tord is going to choose to go second yet again, playing a deck with Precious Trolley, Arvins. It's always the correct choice, and Abon starting off with that Frillish, something we didn't see at all in game 1. Abon just having to discard it to try to really get set up, and now we might see just a completely different game plan.
I feel like Abon is back to where he started with game 1 with this hand of just clutter and clog. I see an Ultra Ball with, or maybe it was just 2 rare candies and Jellicent, right? But we're not really focusing on Jellicent in a matchup like this. But let's take a look at the prize cards while Abon does this first deck search here. A couple of supporters stuck in the prizes here, but it's the Mew EX that I am kind of worried about. 1 copy of Monkey Dory. Professor Turo's scenario, especially into a deck like Tord's with Yveltal kind of moving with the clutch, that could be one thing. Countercatcher as well, showing prominence in every game in the Pokemon TCG, but especially when Tord is playing so aggressive, you really need the access to that to start making your comebacks real.
It really isn't the worst prizes, but this is a very bad 6 cards for Abon to have prize. Just the importance of Monkey Dory and Mew in this matchup, it really goes to show that Abon will try to need to figure something out this game. And wow, run errand into energy, turbo energize is pretty crazy. Has the Nest Ball. Tord is able to at least get a Mega Absol EX powered up this turn, and he hasn't even used his supporter yet.
Biggest thing in the prizes for Tord, though, is going to be that 1 copy of the Pecharunt EX sitting at the top of the prizes. We saw this a little bit earlier with the trio of Yveltal, Monkey Dory, and the Pecharunt EX being able to throw the poison damage counters back to the other side of the field, but also the free mobility that you have playing a Pecharunt EX, promoting the free retreat Yveltal into the active here. Tord doesn't have that, and while, yes, we have found a great way to, essentially draw into the Technical Machine Turbo Energize here, I don't see this Mega Kangaskhan a way to leave the active right now, other than that Penny in hand, actually, for next turn. But right now, I mean, what a top deck from Tord.
Being able to Turbo Energize, charge up that Mega Absol EX is the least amount you want to do. You want to be able to apply that pressure next turn, especially with Abon not having any bench Pokemon. We could just see a very quick game 2. Again, that depends on if Abon has any supporter in the hand. Now, we do see Ultra Ball. There is that Jellicent as well in hand. So Abon at least has something. But choosing not to use the Ultra Ball turn 1 really goes to show that he knows a game plan that he wants to do.
And the thing is, Jeremy, Abon can't do what he did last time of Ultra Balling for Mew and then finding the Lily's Determination off of the Mew. That brought him back into the game. It's really now about, all right, well, now I feel like I'm forced to evolve into Jellicent EX here just so maybe I can take a hit or 2, just give myself some time to reestablish the board here. But it's, I mean, we find Geralt's, right? But what else can we do with the hand that we have?
Attack? Yeah, that's all we can do. And now it is back to Tord Reklev. Gonna start things with run errand. Does he find a supporter? There is that boss's orders. Can go ahead and use that, or just use that penny to get that Mega Kangaskhan out of the active spot. Tord is now gonna have an attach 4 turn Claw of Darkness, be able to take the knockout on that Jellicent EX, as well as strip a card out of Aban's hand.
Reestablishing the Mega Kangaskhan as well here too. Has the boss's orders like you were talking about, Jeremy, but can only use one supporter per turn here. So why not grab some information for the next turn? I mean, you can tell it's going to have to be the Super Rod, the one copy of actually the rare candy here, interestingly enough, and that's just going to be a quick game too from Aban. You can see kind of the both sides of the coin of, wow, the luck of the draw. I'm able to top deck the Lily's Determination, kind of has the swagger there to show it, but then there's the other side of the coin of, all right, like I know when to scoop, I know when to go next. Tord gonna take it back. We're heading to a game 3 in this top 8, Jeremy. It could go either way.
I wouldn't have it any other way, and the biggest thing to mention is the fact that since Aban won the first game, now we'll be able to take away going second from Tord here in this game 3. That means Tord's going to have to work a little bit harder and maybe have to be a turn behind with that Turbo Energize.
See how Tord wants to handle going first, like you said. I mean, even with something like not having your Petra run, still having the penny in hand was very, very key for Tord's turn 2. That Mega Kangaskhan was stuck. There was no way of finding Latias EX to use Skyliner to retreat for free here. So honestly, both players kind of having to work with odd hands, but Aban just nothing to show for that last game. And now we're heading into a game 3. Wouldn't have it any other way.
You want some good news, Emily?
Tell me.
We have plenty of time for this game 3.
That's great, because I feel like all weekend it's been, all right, well, it's game 3. It's 6 minutes left. Play as quickly as you want, but we got to finish, Jeremy. It's top 8 time.
37 minutes, plenty of time. And we have some updates from our top 8 here. Ryuki up against Hawken in game 3. Liam versus Samu in game 3. And Nicholas Moffitt 1-0 against Henry Chow. Now we are at our own game 3 here. Tord Reklev going first. Starting things off with an Earthen Vessel, discarding that Lively Stadium. We'll be able to find a couple energy cards here. Did you get a good look at the rest of the hand, Emily?
I didn't. I'll tell you one thing, Jeremy. I mean, going first, I didn't really like it at all. I mean, we have double Monkey Dory, and that's really it until next turn when we can use the Arven that Tord has in hand. But let's take a look at Tord's prizes. Yet again, another Mega Absol. Just loves to kind of stay a little sleeping in the prizes here, but also Cornerstone Ogerpon EX there. One copy of Technical Machine Turbo Energize, though, is the big kind of eyebrow raiser here. But there are 2 in the deck, so he does have access to it. But Tord going to do a very quick deck search. I don't think these prizes are too bad at all.
I have to agree with you, Emily. Now, granted, the Mega Absol EX, we kind of saw that in game 1 where Tord was forced to charge up the Petra EX just because there was no other real attacker in play. And Tord might be forced to do something like that in the following turns. But look at both of these players. They have such great sportsmanship. They know each other back and forth, have played a lot throughout all these tournaments. Not wait to see who will come out on top in this heavyweight showdown.
Passing on over, doesn't even want to bench the second Monkey Dory. And that's the big thing, right? With turbo decks kind of falling out of favor in a lot of these formats, saying, you know what, I know you're not going to knock out my lone Pokemon here, but there's the Lily's Determination Aban was needing last game. A fresh couple of cards for him. Also does bench the Latias EX as well. Kind of important, especially when you're kind of weak to the dark types too.
Yeah, two prize liability Pokemon in play that Aban really just does not want to bench this early in the game. And now the judges are stopping. I think they're counting the number of cards Tord has played.
Used Earthen Vessel, so he is +2. I didn't see anything.
Did Tord not draw for turn?
Like adamant. The important thing is about to happen, and they're like, pause the game.
All right, well, we are going to have to wait and see what is going on, but I really hope it is nothing too big, as this game 3 is shaping up to be a stellar one.
Like you said, a couple of updates from the field as well. I think my favorite update is got to be this Ryuki versus Hawken match happening, the Mega Absol EX versus the Joltik Toolbox, kind of the underdog story that we have inside of our top 8 right now, where a deck that we really just did not talk about. But one deck, I mean, we can just really kind of talk about the rest of the decks in our top 8 because we do have that kind of figured out now. I'm just looking at, I want to make sure my math is correct. Two Gardevoir EX and Jellicent. So not a 1-in-1, both playing Jellicent. What do you think about that when a lot of players, I mean, we were saying a little bit earlier, players are kind of going 50-50 split, but Jellicent actually coming out on top this weekend.
It really is just due to the fact that Daniel ended up winning Gdansk with Golden Go EX. Just also with it being at the top of the meta breakdown, both in Phase 1 and Phase 2. It's such a good deck. It's so consistent. It draws a ton of cards. We see it have so much comeback potential again and again on stream. Its one weakness, other than fire, is item lock. And so I think that, along with Jellicent EX being so good into the mirror match where they're not playing Jellicent EX, it kind of gives just that version of Gardevoir the edge, especially this weekend.
And we're also talking a lot about recovery options, right? A lot of players are cutting those recovery options because if you're in the mirror, you're playing against Jellicent, not going to be able to use them. So very interesting to see that Jelly Guardy, as we like to say, is coming out on top here. Also, 2 of this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck in Tord and Ryuki, Brisbane regional champion Ryuki with the same deck coming here in full force in Las Vegas. 1 Golden Go, 1 and Zoroark EX, played in, of course, Liam Halliburton's hand, our Pittsburgh regional champion, but also just the lone Joltik.
Yeah, who would have thought? Not me.
Not me either, honestly. I'd like to see it personally. But also Summit with the Dragapult, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen Dragapult in a top 8 in quite some time. So I'm interested to see. We definitely have, I think this is a healthy balance of decks within our top 8. It's certainly, you know, very different from what we've seen in the past. But thank you all for your patience. We're making sure that we're playing the game to, you know, true and correct. So we'll see how this judge call turns out.
It's also important to note that with both of the Mega Toolbox decks that are in top 8, they are pretty different lists.
Yeah.
Toward leaning in to that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, even adding that second fighting energy, really hoping that that carries throughout a lot of the matchups that he's been playing. And walking around, watching him play throughout this weekend, they definitely have. And then, of course, Ryuki opting for the Eerie and the Zerosic, just being able to play that more control-style version of the deck. Claw of Darkness really putting in a lot of work. And honestly, the consistency that we've seen from Ryuki throughout these very few tournaments that he's played in throughout these past, this season and the past season, where, you know, winning a tournament in Europe and then going on to win EUIC, and then winning a tournament in Brisbane, and now potentially having a shot for this tournament and maybe even LAIC.
Well, the judges are telling the players what is going on, and I think the rest of us need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So we're going to throw it to Chip to feed us some information. Chip, let me know. What's happening here?
Yeah, hey, y'all. So it does look like in game number 1, during those last couple of turns, Aban accidentally drew too many cards off of the Mystery Garden that he used before he played Niono, kind of in those last turns of the game. And so he had 6 Pokemon in play, but one of them was Fezandipity. He discards a Psychic Energy. He draws 2 to get up to 6 cards in hand, but he should only draw till he has 5 in hand. So it does look like there was too many cards drawn, and obviously a little bit of a unique situation here because that's something that happened in game number 1, and we are currently in game number 3. So a lot to kind of unpack. The judges are going to talk through exactly how to proceed here, and we'll have to get an update on exactly what penalty is issued. There will certainly be some sort of penalty, but in the way that it happens, we will just have to see. And I do believe we have the clip as well here. Mystery Garden being used from Aban. He does draw 2 cards, and you'll see when he picks up his hand, that is 6 cards in the hand. I think it's like Iono, an item card, and a Darkness Energy. Yep, sure enough, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. Unfortunate for sure. I think just trying to play quickly and make sure that, you know, no mistakes happen, but unfortunately it does look like one happened here in this instance. And It does look like play is resuming, though, so hopefully we'll get word on the ruling, and you guys can take us through the rest of this game.
I appreciate it, Chip. Such great knowledge that you're able to drop on us just at random times throughout this entire weekend. And I'm glad you got to use the slow-mo on the replay for that draw there. Now it does look like they are resuming play, and it does look like a double prize card penalty has been placed on Aban, so that means Tord only needs to take 4 prize cards to win this game 3. That is going to be huge in deciding what is going to happen.
While Aban does his deck search here, I'm really loving the 6th role that we've added, the analyst role, right, to give us and the viewers just a little bit of context here. Chip doing a great job this weekend. It has been really helpful, and sometimes this kind of lull of who knows what's happening, we need to know what's happening, and especially the slow-mo too. I was saying a little bit earlier, I was like, let's get like a sound bite on the slow-mo as well. That would be really funny. But still, I think it is just going to be the Frillish here, as Aban now has to play very carefully. Now actually opting for the Frillish. Maybe we're going to try and lock Tord out of some of these options here.
Well, you already have the Latias EX in play, so that Pheasantipede EX can retreat for free. And we did see Aban play that Lily's Determination, finding that Frillish through the nest ball. But is there even any Ralts available to Aban, or is this going to be a pretty slow start for this game 3?
I'm interested to see if Aban has an energy in hand, because Oceanic Gloom here can actually stop Tord's setup completely, and we know that he actually already has the Arven in hand, so that precious trolley that Tord is going to be relying on may not be able to actually be used.
And this is why being able to steal going second from Tord is so important in this matchup. Aban having that Oceanic Gloom to item lock toward Reklev, and that shuts down that precious trolley. And because of that, and honestly because of the way Tord has drawn his hand, there's not much basic Pokemon to charge up with this Turbo Energize.
That's kind of unfortunate here too, because, you know, Tord having the opportunity to keep going here, but Oceanic Gloom here was used. Can't play any item cards from the hand. Aban just, you know, making sure.
Like, this is an item, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
I mean, I see a Blood Moon Ursaluna in hand. That would be a weird Turbo Energized target, right? We get some energy on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and then we start using Blood Moon.
Listen, Tord only needs 4 prize cards. If you put 5 energy on a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and start taking some knockouts on that Pheasantipede or that Latias, Tord could be cooking.
It's certainly an alternate win condition that I don't know if anybody truly saw coming here, but we got to at least get another Pokemon down, and that is going to be the second Monkey Dory, the Bravery Charm here. And I mean, with no Monkey Dory on Aban's side, I think we are safe to just say, you know what, I can keep these 2 damage counters for now.
Ralts off the top of the deck for Aban. Such a great draw here. Had the Arven, so we'll be able to use that, potentially find another Nest Ball to be able to get a second Ralts in play. But honestly, he just needs to keep the item lock up for a little bit until you get that Gardevoir, and having that Secret Box available to him is going to be very good.
I think, as weird as it is, that was the only play and quite possibly the best play you could do there, stopping Tord from using that precious trolley A-spec that we've been seeing all weekend, really gathered the buffet of attackers and buffet of battery that we could see here. But it is going to be just another Oceanic Gloom here. No item cards for Tord still, but draws into at least the Petron EX, so we can start to get something going here. We do have 2 Adrenabrain that we could sling some damage counters back here, but I mean,
you call this something getting going? There's nothing going on.
I'm trying to look at the bright side, Jeremy. That's what we have to do sometimes, just look at the bright side.
Unfortunately, Petron EX is a dark type Pokemon. No bright side there. We're going to have an Adrenabrain move 30 on to a Pokemon to Aban's side of the field. Potentially that Ralts. Oh no, just moving to 20. And I think we're just going to see another pass, yeah.
Ooh, okay, interesting. We have the Jellicent EX that we drew into here, but I know Aban does not want to give Tord a very fresh hand. He really hasn't done too much with it, so potentially lining up something with the secret box this turn, and it looks like he will be considering it. Does have Rare Candy Gardevoir that just in hand here.
No, that's the Jellicent.
Oh, that's a Jellicent, excuse me, but could potentially find it off of our Ultra Ball, or if we want to just use something like Lily's Determination this turn, just fresh hand.
This secret box discarding double Iono Dark Energy has to hurt if you're a Bond, but you need to start doing something here. Eventually, Tord's just going to build up enough damage with both of these Monkey Dory to be able to take a knockout and hopefully find something. And again, Tord only needs 4 prize cards to win this game 3, so Aban needs to apply the pressure as soon as possible.
There's the Ultra Ball. I'm thinking a discarding of the Ultra Ball, the Bravery Charm here, but just showing the judges what Aban pulled off of.
I was very scared that Aban was discarding the Lilies with that Ultra Ball, but
no, just to it's just for show. Just, you know, once again, we want to play very clean here. But it is going to be Rare Candy Gardevoir this turn, and the evolution into the Jellicent EX as well here. And there's Lily's Determination for a fresh 8 cards, Jeremy.
Now Aban looking for Earthen Vessels, energies, ways to discard energies, because there is 0 Psychic Energy in the discard. Only 1 in play on that Jellicent EX. Now, having the Oceanic Curse, Tord is still item locked, and you're not going to be doing damage to Monkey Dory anymore. But Aban would definitely like to have some Psychic Energies to start attacking.
Drew into 1 here. Not much else to really go with it. I mean, you have a Dark Energy.
It's not even a Psychic Energy, it's Dark Energy. And just like that, we got a Power Press for 80. That's going to put that Monkey Dory up to 100 HP, or 100 damage, leaving it with 60 HP left.
This is so tough because Tord drew into the Gust option, and that is going to be the boss's orders here. So he will be able to at least move the Jellicent EX out of the active and then use his Precious Trolley and, of course, the Earthen Vessel also in hand. But the thing is, we don't have that second part of the puzzle anymore, being the Technical Machine Turbo Energize here. I feel like Tord is kind of stuck in being forced to clutch here, I think, Jeremy, with no Psychic Energy in the discard here. We can't accelerate to the Gardevoir EX to get it out of the active, so now it's up to Yveltal to really kind of hold its own.
And this is the one risk of this Jelly Guardy, where if you decide to evolve into that Jellicent EX, you still are item locking, but it is through an ability now instead of an attack like the Frillish. So this allowed Tord to top deck that boss's orders and unlock the Precious Trolley. Now, is it enough? I'm not sure. Like you said, it might just be clutch. Tord did boss up that Gardevoir EX.
And now we're kind of seeing Tord's conundrum here of, hey, I want 4 Pokemon off of the Precious Trolley, but this second Monkey Dory, while it's wanted and needed in a lot of decks, Tord actually doesn't want it right now. It's actually locking him out of finding both Mega Absol, Latias, and Yveltal here. I feel like he is kind of forced into going to kind of this dark type scenario that we have. The thing is, we do have Pecharunt EX at least to use Subjugating Chains to bring Yveltal up into the active, and then that has free retreat. So it's not necessarily terrible, but actually going to opt for the Latias here.
Okay, this means no clutch play for Tord. Does have the Earthen Vessel, so discarding that Blood Moon Ursaluna that's been stuck in the hand, we'll be able to find a couple Dark Energies. Now, honestly, Energy Switch in the hand can allow Terminal Period for Tord to take the knockout on Gardevoir, thanks to both of those Monkey Dory in play. Do we see the one of the last 2 cards in hand being Energy Switch?
Could be, and that would be massive here. Once again, Tord, because of the double prize penalty, does only need to take 4 prizes here. And for something that was, you know what, I don't want double Monkey Dory. Actually, now it's actually led us into a really great line here toward moving very quickly here. Looking through the discard, I'm still trying to see if there's an energy switch here. Going to free retreat thanks to Skyliner into the Latias EX. There's the Arvin.
Already played the boss's orders for the turn, though. Energy on that Mega Absol EX.
Where we
double Adrenabrain.
Could it just be the 4 onto the active Gardevoir? No, I mean, we don't need to. We could start kind of chipping down the Jellicent, and Tord just saying, all right, just throw it there. I guess I want it there. And then a pass right back on over to Abon here.
Now
One Professor's Research.
Abon having his own Monkey Dory, plays the Professor's Research, discarding a ton of resources, but it's just because you need to get that Psychic Energy in the discard. Abon does find a Psychic Energy Earthen Vessel. That means this Dark Energy is going to get brought down on the Monkey Dory. This is the last Dark Energy in the deck as well. And now with 2 Psychic in the discard, that will allow this Gardevoir EX to retreat back into the Jellicent if Abon wants.
The question is, Jeremy, what do we do after that, right? Are we just going to stack some energy onto Jellicent and go with the play that we did before, just putting 80 on this Mega Kangaskhan and throwing that threat out there consistently? I mean, Gardevoir has 6 damage counters now, will be reduced here, but that Monkey Dory on the bench on Tord's side still has a ways to go here, but it is just going to be moving some damage counters, and I believe the attack back onto this Mega Kangaskhan here, but now it's looking a little bit strange. And once again, Tord only needs to take 4 prizes, and there are multiple 2-prize Pokemon that can absolutely just give this win to Tord.
Big run errand there. Tord trying to find boss's orders, has a penny in hand, but again, with the 80 damage on the Jellicent EX, you're not going to be able to terminal period there. And with no access to item cards, there's no way to really power up that Claw of Darkness this turn. Double Adrenabrain, moving 60 damage over to that Jellicent. We're going to see that penny bring up that Mega Kangaskhan EX. Latias EX to the active spot, still has access to retreat for free. Now Tord is unable to use Run Errand again. It has a restriction of only 1 Run Errand ability per turn.
Just a pass back on over to Abon here. I mean, Tord playing defense, that's what he essentially needs to do here. But now that Abon found that found the Professor's Research a little bit earlier, now we're back stuck into the same position where it feels like this Jellicent is kind of forced to be the front man here, and not exactly what you want to see, but could also be eyeing up the Mew EX for genome hacking this turn, Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty good to me. You have to do something, right? You're allowing Tord to build up damage on the board, move it over with Adrenabrain, draw some cards with Run Errand, Penny, and then just get that ever so crucial attachment on that Mega Absol EX. Essentially, Tord negated Abon's last turn, and here we see attachment from the hand to the Gardevoir EX and Lily's Determination for 8 cards. Crazy to think that both of our players still have 6 prize cards remaining, and Lily's is going to be drawing 8.
This was the thing that we really learned about Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol, as this deck has come into fruition, is that sometimes it's a real, you have to think a lot with this deck. We used the term patience yesterday, disciplined was the big word, and that's kind of what this deck has really kind of shown to us here. So it is back to Abon using Lily's Determination, 6 prize cards. We know we're going to finish this game in this game 3, but I mean, even with a double prize penalty for that helps Tord here, Abon is still, very much still in this.
We have the retreat from Abon. 3 Psychic Energies. Psychic Embraced on to Mew EX, Adrenabrain moving 30 damage over to towards side of the board, going to be on that Mega Kangaskhan EX. Not really going to work with the math there, and Aban flipping for that rapid fire combo from the genome hacking and getting tails right away. And this is probably the turn for Tord here. He's going to have access to Rund Aaron. A boss's orders would be amazing. You're no longer item locked, so maybe something like Energy Switch can come in handy. That Night Stretcher that was just drawn, you have access to the Poke Gear. I think Tord is feeling it this turn.
6 damage counters already on the Mew EX, essentially given as essentially a treat here for Tord. But I think our best line could just be the Arven for the Energy Switch, and then using our Adrenabrain before that Energy Switch. The Run Aaron didn't give us too much to really work with here, but I think our best option definitely is going on ahead, taking the Mew EX for sure, right? But then setting up another Pokemon with double Adrenabrain, Latias, Pheasantipity, Gardevoir EX, right? For another terminal period, because if Aban is going to swing with this Jellicent with this Jellicent here, that is a prime target for just Claw of Darkness to end this set.
Tord definitely has a ton of options in his hand. Is going to start with one Adrenabrain, healing 30 from that Mega Kangaskhan EX, moving it to that Jellicent on the bench. It now has 170 damage. Tord is deciding between, what, Penny and Arven in hand. Looks like Penny up the Monkey Dory. This will allow Tord to use Adrenabrain yet again, or just, you know, attach that Bravery Charm Dark Energy to that Mega Absol EX. Now we're going to see a Claw of Darkness. And that's going to mean Tord's going to go down to essentially 2 prize cards remaining until being able to move on into top 4 here. And keeping that Mega Kangaskhan EX in play is going to be a great source of damage for these Monkey Dory moving forward, as long as Aban does not bring it up to take a knockout.
I think another big point here, Jeremy, is yes, of course, the 6 is there for terminal period, but I actually think just Claw of Darkness here too, just to once again get the information from Aban's hand, take out some of the supporters here, and that is going to be the play. We'll see what exactly he's going to go for here. Maybe Iono. I think that's definitely our best option. Tord gets to keep the hand that he's been working with so beautifully here. Look at all those Pokemon in the hand.
Yeah, I think it is always Claw of Darkness here, and with Aban discarding 2 Iono off Secret Box and the 1 getting discarded here, look at that discard. 3 Lily's Determination, 3 Iono. There is just 1 of each left in the deck to be able to try to draw what Aban needs. Has the Lilies in hand, but again, you want to disrupt Tord as much as possible. And I honestly think it has to start with Monkey Dory, Mew, but you have Dark Energies trapped on the Jellicent EX, 1 in the discard. You need a second Monkey Dory if you want that, but then your bench is full. It is not looking good for Aban here in this matchup.
Well, starting with the Artisan there, we could find that second Monkey Dory like we were talking about. I believe drew right into the Iono as well. Or was there a second one in hand? I wasn't quite sure here.
I think Aban did draw into the Iono, which was pretty crazy. Going to be able to draw 6 cards toward getting 4. Again, even though that double prize card penalty was awarded to Tord, still has 4 prize cards left, so you draw 4 off Iono.
It's crazy to think, Jeremy, how this game went, even at a double prize card penalty, just 1 Oceanic Gloom completely stopped Tord in the tracks as well, not being able to use the Precious Trolley to get completely set up here. And now Aban has a lot of things to consider here. It feels really bad to swing with this Gardevoir EX, especially because it's weak to Dark here. It's about trying to trap something, but unfortunately the Petron EX is ready to go, and Latias as well.
This is so scary for Aban. Might even be forced to attack with something like Screamtail this turn, just put up a 1 prize Pokemon. But again, you still need to play around Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory on Tord's side of the board. There we see that Screamtail. Gardevoir retreats, and again, both of those energy were attached from the hand, I believe, so that's why there's no damage on that Gardevoir. Maybe it was a Adrenabrand off and I missed it, but there is the Psychic Embrace. 6 damage on the Screamtail. There's the Adrenabrand moving the 30 over the Mega Kangaskhan. And then there is the boss's orders from the hand that Tord shows, and just like that, taking down Aban. No finals in the books for him. It is now Tord Reklev moving on to yet another top 4 with this Mega Toolbox deck.
And honestly, even though our Game 3 turned into a little bit of an interesting kind of scenario, I mean, Games 1 and 2 were so fun to watch here. Now granted, Aban not making finals, but Aban still making top 8. That's multiple top 8s. 4 now in a row, still nothing to kind of turn your head up at. But of course, Tord looking now to write his own narrative, saying, hey, I really want this win here at the largest regional of all time here in Las Vegas. But let's take a look at the replay just to see how it all played out.
Game 1 started off pretty strong for Tord, having the trolley with that Turbo Energized to be able to set up the perfect bench, and then being able to Claw of Darkness pretty quickly against Aban. Aban trying to claw back with that Serendipity, finds the Gardevoir. Claw of Darkness back with the Mew EX, but then the Night Stretcher getting discarded. Super Rod already being used, but then we see Screamtail with that Bravery Charm taking the knockout on that Mega Absol EX, and there went all of Tord's attackers. Petrant EX followed suit with a second Screamtail and able to take Game 1 of Aban. Going into Game 2 now, there wasn't really much happening. No cards really in hand to try to draw for. Aban had just that Jellicent EX, and Tord with the early Claw of Darkness, thanks to that Turbo Energize, able to take it down. Now Game 3, and Tord was able to finally play that Precious Trolley after the Jellicent EX getting evolved, and a top deck boss's orders really just changed the entire landscape of this game. Of course, with that double prize card penalty as well, allowing Tord to take the knockout on a second 2-prize Pokemon to seal up that top 4.
Joining him in top 4 is going to be current season 2026 regional champions, both Ryuki and Liam.
Wow.
That's crazy. No, really, Jeremy, like really think about it, right? You have Liam Halliburton, Pittsburgh regional champion, Ryuki Okada, the Brisbane regional champion, just won it 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's so close. Honestly, the storylines are just getting closer and closer. I know the lounge yesterday was saying Zoroark EX wasn't a good pick for the weekend, but here it is in top 4. I mean, once again, the dark type attackers are really kind of coming out and showing out here. It's really exciting to see what, I mean, the matchup, especially for something like Zoroark EX versus Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan, it's really weird to even picture it.
Oh, for sure. And then we have the last top 4 as well. Nicholas Moffat up against Henry Chow. Both of these players amazing in their own right. And Henry, of course, the Gardevoir king, right? And looking to make yet another deep run with the deck. Has to be the favorite Pokemon at this point, right? And it came in.
Just
Henry won in Game 3 against Nicholas Moffat. So now Henry Chow, Ryuki Okada, Liam Halliburton, and Tord Reklev. Wow. Can you ask for a better top 4?
4 different decks as well going in. Oh wait, no. Nope, it's 2 Mega Absol, 2 Mega Kangaskhan.
They're different enough.
Yeah,
all right?
honestly.
They're different enough. This is just such an amazing top 4. I cannot wait to see how this top cut finishes out.
Yeah, is Henry Chow going to be able to kind of get through some of these dark type attacks and show that Gardevoir is still at the top? I mean, for a lot of people, they were saying that they didn't really believe in Gardevoir and, you know, it's just too much Golden Go. Let's just all move to Golden Go. But the Gardevoir believers are still very much here. And, you know, Aban may be, you know, out of contention for, you know, becoming the regional champion here. But it's always nice to see Henry Chow saying, you know what, I got it. Kind of like that meme, like, get behind me, I got it. Here we go, I'm going in now.
It's my turn now.
It's my turn.
Wow, what a match that we just saw. 2 amazing players. And honestly, it might be a hot take, right? But I think we're going to see more from both of those players throughout this entire season as well. It's not going to be the last time we're going to see a Bond, right? Going to top 8 of LAIC maybe? Who knows? Just keep it rolling. And what a spectacular finish for him this weekend.
You know, Jeremy, I'm really not that good at math, but the probability of making it to top 8 in every regional that you've entered in 3 months out of how thousands and thousands of players, it's got to be a very, very, very small percent. I would love to see if somebody could do that math for me, because it's got to be like 0.0001% or something, maybe even lower than that.
It has to be something, but
it's got to be crazy.
I think for what, the 100th time we've seen Tord being interviewed in the lounge for being a winner, let's go ahead and take it down and have Ethan talk to him.
Thanks so much, Jeremy and Emily. I'm here with a very familiar face, and for good reason. Mr. Reklev, congratulations on making it to the top 4. You've truly embraced the fun of the Pokemon TCG. Is that how you would describe your journey with what many would consider an archetype that you built yourself from the ground up?
No, I mean, I'm just here playing Pokemon, having fun, flipping coins in Vegas, so I mean, it's perfect.
So sort of talk to me through the last time we saw you up until now. So you went and took a spur-of-the-moment trip to Milwaukee. You came to the regional championships. You started off 2 wins, and then you lost 2 matches. And then you just went on an absolute winning streak. You made top 8, and then we had a little bit of a break, a couple weeks in between. How did you sort of revamp or approach this deck after seeing the results in both Europe and Australia?
So I feel like the deck is pretty much a counter deck to the metagame again. So I feel like it's a little bit feast or famine. Either you go to the higher tables, you hit the matchups that the deck is designed to have a good shot against, and you know, you can have a great run like I've had this time at the very least. Or you can start out a little bit more shaky, like I did in Milwaukee, and ended up on the lower tables with some less familiar decks again, and my deck isn't the best equipped with, you know, the more random stuff again, but I've been, like this event, I've been really fortunate with the matchups, and my cornerstone choice has been paying off in buckets. I hit so many Goldengos with close to nothing against the stones,
So you and Ryuki Okada both playing the same deck. And I think that's a point maybe that hasn't been touched on a lot, is over the last couple of years, I know you and some of those Japanese players have started contacting each other, preparing for events, and it's also been an introduction to a lot of players and fans from this region to see that Japan really has a lot of top-level talent. Talk to me sort of through, you know, how you guys have been bouncing ideas off of each other and what that sort of partnership has looked like in Pokemon.
But yeah, so if you've been following me for the past year or so, year or two, I've been traveling a lot to Japan recently to play here in their Champions League events, which has been a blast. Even was lucky enough to play in the Japan Nationals, you know, last summer. And, you know, through all these trips, I gotten a lot of new, really high-level players, friends in Japan. So we've been, like, there's a little bit of a language barrier, but, you know, we talk a little bit before events and talk about what we think is good for, you know, the weekends and so on. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun just, you know, developing friendships with people from all over the world. And, you know, especially Japan, where the game is from, is, you know, really surreal experience.
Absolutely well put. Well, Tord, you've still got a little bit more work to do. Definitely celebrate making top 4, but I know you want to take it all home. You've got 2 more wins in front of you. We're going to let you get ready and set for that top 4 match. It's a stacked top 4, so it's not going to be easy. And speaking of a stacked matchup, that was a stacked game we just saw in top 8. We're going to take a look at some analysis from that last set.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan. Yeah, great to hear from Tord, one of the best in the game of all time, and love to see him continuing to succeed at a high level. Yeah, let's go ahead and hop in here and take a look at that last game. Kind of unfortunate how things happened right at the end of game number 1 with the gameplay error, and that leads to game 3 not really quite playing out in the way it quote-unquote should have. Abon obviously had to really kind of change his strategy, but I want to talk about this first game, kind of, you know, putting that gameplay error to the side and looking into what Abon's overall strategy was in this matchup. And at this exact point in the game, I mean, it seems like Abon is really far behind, right? 3 prizes to 6. but he's built up quite a bit of damage onto the Mega Absol EX, and he's kind of formulated himself quite the game plan here. And what he ends up going in with here, as we can kind of get into this turn, is the counter catcher play onto the Petrons. Now, normally, you reserve those counter catchers to target down, Pokemon you want to be KOing that turn, take a big threat out of play. But in this exact instance, that's not why Aban's using counter catcher. He is using this counter catcher to limit the access for Tord to his own Kangaskhan on the next turn. That is Tord's only draw power in play. You see there's no Fezandipity here on the bench, so the only way Tord will be able to draw cards is through the Mega Kangaskhan. So by using Counter Catcher to bring the Petron to active, and then eventually using this Scream Tail to target down that heavily damaged Mega Absol EX, Aban will make sure that after this Iono that he's playing, that Tord will not be able to draw that many cards. And that is kind of the name of the game here for Aban, is just limiting Tord's access to what he has available, all his cards. And as we see, Aban is able to get him with this Scream Tail and take the one-hit KO. And also another thing I want to point out that he did this turn that I think was really cool, that let him threaten the win on the next turn, was by using this Monkey Dory here and moving the damage from this Gardevoir over to that Mega Kangaskhan. He puts it up to 60 damage on it, so that on the next turn, he's actually threatening game by using 2 Monkey Dory, if he can get another one into play, and also Mew EX. He can bring it up potentially and take a knockout, or and just like not have to worry about flipping any of the coins. That's kind of the gist there. And then as we get through the end of the game here as well, we see the exact same strategy for Aban on his next turn. Even though Tord used Penny, picked up that Kangaskhan, reset that damage, Aban went for the counter catcher play on the Latias. Feels a little silly, right? Latias has free retreat thanks to its Skyliner ability, but this is what Aban is trying to do, limit Tord's access to the cards that he has available. And this is where that unfortunate gameplay error happens here in the turn, where before this Iono, Aban draws just too many cards off the Mystery Garden. I don't really feel like this had that big of an impact on the game, so I don't think you should worry too much about that result. And obviously, Tord does eventually end up winning this set regardless. But this was Aban setting himself up really, really nicely to try to close out the game and target down that Petron so that he goes down to just 1 prize card remaining and leaves Tord with really no options at all. 3 supporters in the hand off the Iono, has to go for a boss stall play, and it did not work. And Aban was able to win that first game. Really cool to see how Aban approached that matchup, in maybe a more unconventional way, using his counter catchers not to be aggressive after prize cards, but using them to slow his opponent down in future turns. Very much looking forward to this top 4. Extremely excited to see which one of these 4 incredible players are going to be able to come home with the victory. I mean, this is probably 4 of the top 10 players in the game right now competing at this event. People like to talk about luck in the Pokemon TCG. I prized this, or I got so unlucky with what I drew off Iono. If you need any more proof of the skill in the game, just look at these 4 players, look at their consistency for the past 12 months, and then you'll realize that these players have really separated themselves from the pack, and there's a lot to still learn in the Pokemon TCG. Stay tuned, top 4 coming up very soon.
Even in Swiss, when I was losing, I had Lily every turn.
That's true. You need at least that, right?
I have 6 damage counters on me.
Sure. I mean...
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I have a quick game to play with Tord Reklev here. I'm going to make him rank decks 1 to 5, but he doesn't know what deck is going to come up next. You ready, Tord?
I'm ready. Just to be sure, though, 5 is going to be the worst, and 1 is
the worst.
Well,
Cool. All right, you got this, Tord. What is the first deck? And it is
Ens Zorark. I think this deck is pretty solid. I don't think it's, the absolute best deck we have, but it's definitely one of the better ones. So I'd probably say, like, I'm not sure what else is in the bag, but I'm probably relatively safe with like 3 on this one.
What if it was Zoroark GX?
Ooh, that's a 1 for sure.
All right, 3 for Zoroark EX. All right, next one. And you got?
This one is Dragapult Dusknoir. Ooh, this one is really good. Like I said earlier, I think that the only deck that can really rival this in terms of like power level is probably just Gardevoir. So, I mean, if I hit Gardevoir in the bag, then I could put this at 2. But if I don't, then this should probably be number 1. So, I don't hate putting it over Gardevoir, even if we hit Gardevoir. So I'm gonna put this at 1.
All right, number 1 for Dragapult. So 1 and 3 are now taken. Dragapult's number 1, Zoroark's number 3. Ooh!
And I think it's Gardevoir EX on the next one, which is like fair enough. We can put this one at 2. I think that's really fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty happy about this still.
All right. So Gardevoir now at number 2. Now you only have 4 and 5 left, but I feel like it's a very, very. You have a pretty solid list so far. All right.
And there we go. I hit the Mega Absol box. All right. I mean, I still think this deck is really good. I think that it sometimes could still be like maybe the best play for events, but it doesn't have like the same inherent power level as like the Dragapult and Gardevoir. So we have to put this one now at 4. I think I would have liked to switch this one with Zoroark, I think, but it's no shame to put it, slightly below either. So
right.
I think this is fair. Yeah.
Right, number 4. So now, Tor, this is going to be what you think is the worst deck for the format.
All right, I hit Terra Box as the last one. You know what? Actually, I was one of the first people to play Terra Box in events because I was lucky enough to go to Japan and play the brand new format after rotation there. And I think this deck is really good. It's really fun, very aggressive and all. But recently I can't really shake the feeling that this deck doesn't have a great game into either Gardevoir or Dragapult. So with both of those two being such crucial matchups in the format, I think that it does hinder the deck quite a bit. And this deck can definitely take, the last spot here, sadly. And I would be completely okay with that.
Ouch. Terra Box at number 5. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that is Tord Reklev's list. Thank you so much for playing, Tord. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Tell me if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands high, come stand with me. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start, I know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first bash, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
and again and again.
Knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, yo, I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say.
Let me hear you say
it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to see who our first of 4 will be to advance into the finals. 4 matches, 2 matches between 4 competitors, and we will see who our finalists will be at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. If you've been along with us through the ride or are just joining, my name is Ethan Heggie. Kyle Sablehouse, the Wonderful, is alongside with me. Big praise, but it's for a big match, and we're going to have some good times here.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we have come to expect, and we are so privileged to continue to have such great players here in our top 4. Oh, I mean, you can't go wrong on either side of the bracket, but we're going to give you an absolute treat.
Yeah, what a bracket this is. This may be the most stacked top 4 we've ever seen at a Pokemon TCG Regional, and this was the biggest regional championship so far in the history of the Pokemon trading card game. So not only are we seeing 4 of the best names in the game, but they were whittled down from a field of over 3,000 players.
Yeah, and we've seen this from all of these players before. They have such huge accomplishments. Ryuki Okada, he's done this time and time again now. Just over the last 2 years alone, toward Reklev, easily one of the biggest names in the game. He's done this on the international stage so many times now. Liam Halliburton, a senior world champion, and Henry Chow with the, 4 regional wins it is now. It's ridiculous what he's been able to accomplish with Gardevoir. So all of these guys, well deserving of a final spot. We'll see which 2 make it forward.
And this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck still finding its way into the spotlight on the front page of every edition, it seems, for a regional championship. Ryuki Okada won using it in Australia. It was on the back burner a bit in Europe, but it seems to really be the top-level representatives. When they are in attendance, they are here in Top Cut.
Yeah, a lot of great names, a lot to look out for as we move forward. And the matchups get ever more interesting as we move forward in this. Toward Reklev and Ryuki, both known for this deck now. I don't know who to give more credit to at this point, but maybe we'll find out who the real champion of the Absol box is.
Again, these players are so accomplished. I keep saying this over and over again. Ryuki Okada's been playing this game for upwards of 15+ years. Really didn't travel outside of Japan up until recently when these events became more accessible to players from outside of TPCI. And what an absolutely accomplished final last 2 seasons he's had. He's an EUIC champion, won a regional last year, he's won a regional this year already. So he's already locked up for a world championship invite. Toward on the other end, he's done it all.
Yeah, it just never ceases to amaze as we look through the accomplishments. You just can't list them all here, but he has those 5 international championship wins, and he just continues to build on that. We know that the goal for him is the world championship, but he gets pretty close, and he shows off that he's in the prime form in all these regional events.
Both players consulting each other before the event, sharing lists. Got to talk to Tord a little bit, and he showcased how Ryuki did make some changes after receiving the deck list over, so maybe a little bit of insider information here. And I wonder how one big difference card can make the difference. To start with, Ryuki is playing that enhanced hammer. That can make a big difference maker in this matchup.
Yeah, we've seen this inclusion in some of the other lists. Tord, he chose to forego it now a few times at this point. But in this matchup, when you see that mist energy and you know what Absol is capable of with the terminal period, you do not want to be on the receiving end.
Not at all. And this matchup will be really interesting to see as a mirror how these players decide to navigate the damage on each other. Are they only going to be using bosses' orders the turns that they attack? Will they try and just flood the board worth of damage, stall and trap things and force Penny or Pecharunt to come into play? Lots of different dynamics. Both players with the intricacies and ability they have will put on an absolute show for us this weekend.
Yeah, the prize map can also be really interesting in this matchup. You have to take some of those single prizes. Do you just go after the Petarunts, the Latiases, or do you take out all 3 prize cards in those Mega Pokemon? It can always be a real pleasure to watch these guys navigate.
So we'll see who's going second. Of course, always a big advantage. This Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Absol deck. Can we just call it Mega Box? Is that an approved term for this deck? Again, it's a little bit of a mouthful.
I'll allow it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we have Terra Box. Let's go Mega Box.
I like it. Box, different options. Seems good.
Oh,
and cool.
What option does that leave you?
And cool. One person cannot get their Pokemon into play, and one person cannot get their energies into play. Kyle, which is worse?
Yeah, I'd like going shopping. Shopping's pretty nice, but you also want to listen to music, so this is a real toss-up.
These are not music discs. You cannot tell me these are music discs, Kyle. We're not going to let that slide.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, pal.
There's nothing to say. Absolutely devastating, though, for both players, and you can see they are ready to go. Ryuki just wants to get things started, and why shouldn't we have to wait anymore? Let's get into this top 4. What a treat we have, and what a match this will be. Tord going first.
Mirror match.
This is the absolute opposite. You have every way to search your energy prized to accelerate it, and you just have all the energy in your hand. This hand is just Quarterstone and 3 Darkness energy. It doesn't even matter if Tord has Arven energy energizes when there's no Arven to find anything on the following turn.
This theme deck looks great from Tord.
How much can I purchase this for?
Well, it depends. We'll see if it increases in value here, but he might be in trouble as we see the Arven turn 1, but we also know something you don't know. There is a pink card sitting in the prize cards there for Ryuki.
So the question now will be, does Ryuki have an energy card in hand or a nest ball in hand? If either of those pieces are there, can still see that Turbo Energize fired off. You just can't search out both, right? You can grab either the Earthen Vessel off of the Arven, or you can grab the nest ball. The Precious Trolley is gone. So the choice is here, Kyle. If you can only power up one Pokemon in this spot, assuming there's only one way to search, you get one Pokemon to choose. Is it always just Absol, or is there another route where you can maybe mix things up in this matchup?
Well, I feel like you always want to lean on the Mega Absol for that disruption that you have against your opponent, but sometimes you go for the Kangaskhan and you just want to see more draws. Set up a impenetrable board on the other side and have your Monkey-Dories be ready for anything that can come your way, because your opponent's fairly limited when it comes to their attack power. If they have to attack in and leave damage counters on board, you're lined up for that Mega Absol later in the game.
You see that nest ball pipped up on the top of the deck. It looks like just considering if that will be the choice. Turbo Energize, the easy selection, assuming it's not in the hand as the tool card. So we know what Tord is sitting on. I'm very curious to see what Ryuki has to his disposal. And whether or not this Dark Energy will go on Monkey-Dory, or if something like Latias can come into play, if there's a better place to attach this, since both players will actively be trying to avoid putting damage into play, since it can just kind of bounce back and forth depending on what their board looks like.
Looks like Ryuki already has the Turbo Energize in hand along with an energy card and goes for the second one.
Yeah.
But that's never a bad play, because you could honestly just have 6 energy in play in the first 2 turns and watch Tord set up energy pass over and over again.
So it will be the Absol as the choice. And we are going right back in. So opens with the energy means Nest Ball. Energize is a combination to get things kicked off and rolling. Has another Monkey-Dory as well, and I'm interested to see if we're going to see these energies get split or all committed to this Absol.
Well, if you listened to him a few weeks ago, it would always go on the Monkey-Dory, but I think things have changed. Ryuki has learned the ways of the Mega Absol and is leaning into the aggression here. This is something we did not see as many players that listened to Tord on his initial speakings of this deck. It was all about charging up the Monkey-Dory, slowing things down. Now you have this chance. Get in, get aggressive, rip their hand apart.
And no rip off the top of the deck for Tord, is just sitting on a Monkey-Dory, Cornerstone, and 3 Darkness energy. What do you do in this spot? You're going to 100% telegraph your hand is weak. It's just going to be the attachment to the Absol and a pass of the turn over, and a big door opened here for Ryuki. If you can find the boss's orders, this would be an excellent situation to just go in and target that Absol down, set up for the 2-hit KO, and put pressure on before your opponent, but I'm not sure that resource is there.
I mean, there's a few things that you worry about in spots like this, and it's typically your opponent holding onto a card like Pheasantipity, but you have Mega Absol. If you attack into this Monkey-Dory, take the prize card here now, you might just get the information that, yeah, this hand is actually as bad as you think it is.
And you know, Ryuki has Iono in hand, but really just does not want to play it in this spot. Is just considering picking up this Pokemon, refusing to retreat the energy off. We're going to see the Claw of Darkness strike first into the Monkey-Dory. Understands that Tord hand is weak. But there's not a great
It's as bad
choice.
as you thought it was.
It's bad, and even worse, you can only discard one of these cards, so you leave Tord with a Darkness Energy to attack in response and start stripping your resources away, plus gets the first hit into the other Mega Absol. This aggression here from Ryuki, I have to kind of wonder if the payoff will be there.
I mean, there's still a world where he finds the perfect answer. If you find Enhanced Hammer and Energy Switch and Energy, the Monkey Dory combo to take out the other Mega Absol with Terminal Period is live. What did he find? It was Iono to go along with this.
I mean, it's going to help out Ryuki as well is the biggest thing, since Ryuki's also not sitting on much, so
Yeah,
both
I mean,
players getting a fresh breath of life here.
I mean, Arvin, along with Energy and maybe one other card, could get the job done for Ryuki. He could see the perfect answer here to answer the Mega Absol that Tord does not have access to.
Ryuki, you got to count your cards for me, please, before you draw. I do not want to see another heartbreak in terms of Iono draws. And you said that is all fine and well, but how likely is that in this spot when you're about to get one of these cards discarded from your hand? It seems pretty unlikely. You need energy switch.
Pretty severely unlikely.
Okay.
Give me something to dream about.
No dreams here, just nightmares. We are not in a peaceful zone with Mega Absol around. I would not be able to sleep well if it was perched up like Tord's art version was.
Yes. Yeah, this is a dangerous place to be, and this first attack really does speak volumes. As well, this hand is actually pretty Absol-proof.
3 supporter cards, the Mist Energy. It's not great right now, but who knows if that card will be useful down the line. As it stands right now, if Ryuki doesn't top deck here, the Arvin really isn't having too much value. It doesn't change a whole lot. Those Lilies are a lot worse in terms of value, since you're only going to shuffle and draw 6. So will it be the Pheasantipity instead? Very interesting choice there.
Yeah, I think at this point you just go after the value. Oh, that is an Energy Switch. He's actually kind of close.
Yeah, the Enhanced Hammer is missing is the problem.
Yeah.
If there was a Dark Energy in hand, that would be it.
I mean, he could absolutely go fishing for it at this point. He has the Lilies to draw, or shuffle draw 6 here.
And we can honestly use the Energy Switch right now and just take the Dark Energy off of this active.
Yeah.
We would just need to find Dark Energy in our 1 copy of Enhanced Hammer, but if we high roll and hit it, I mean, what really is the downside?
I'm Blood Moon Ursaluna waiting for you, but other than that, this is great.
Well, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it's not going to even be able to attack, right? You'd go down. Oh, you would. That Mega Absol just seems so powerful until you remember it's a 3-prize Pokemon, and then you still remember it's powerful.
Half the game falls apart.
Yeah.
All right, well, not into the super risk. Wants to hold on to the Energy Switch. We'll see if the rest of the cards would have played out here for him, but if you're Ryuki, just an energy attachment onto any other of your Mega Pokemon probably feels like a win here.
Sort of in a sense, but honestly, Kyle, how are you attacking the turn after here if this Mega Absol goes down?
Finding energies will be the tricky spot here, and with the Fez discarded, makes it even more difficult.
So we will see the 6 cards from the Lily's Determination.
Energy Switch, or the in the Night Stretcher. Is there an energy in the discard pile?
Oh my goodness. Is there Earthen Vessel potentially? No, and you see
he's just one off. He actually was just there.
We'll see the Enhanced Hammer. I
There's
don't think there's an energy though.
There's no additional way to see draw here. There's no Petra Kangaskhan. Oh, he was so close.
Still gonna just go ahead and get rid of the Mist Energy.
Wait, no, there almost is Petra Kangaskhan. He's got Petra in the discard pile with Night Stretcher. He just doesn't have a Dark Pokemon to flex back into the active.
Yeah, can't retreat. That Absol does have a 2 retreat cost. You would need something like, you could do it with the Latias as well, but it's just too many pieces to ask for off the 6-card hand.
Right.
So what do you choose to do? It will be the Latias, so could potentially see Ryuki decide to just take the turn off, go into the Monkey Dory, and hope to, down the line, use that Terminal Period to take a KO while not giving up the 3 prize cards in return. But we are going to see the Night Stretcher get played, so here comes Pheasantipity. Bravery Charm down, wants to potentially protect that. It's no good on the Latias since it is weak to Dark-type Pokemon. And instead, we're just going to see a swing here. Finds Boss's Orders. and just a bunch of energy in the hand, but that's really not great because the mediocrity is honestly okay here for Tord, since his main objective is to just swing and remove this Absol out of play.
He justified using the Mega Absol because the answer was going to be right there in the hand. Unfortunately, you get the bad news either way, that you're going to be knocked out next turn. There's an energy for the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and you're probably not even handling the boss's orders, which probably needs to be taken out of the hand.
It will be the boss's orders.
You have to. You're walking right into Blood Moon if the Mega Absol is ever handled on the other side.
So action back on Tord. Losing that missed energy does mean he technically can fall an energy behind in this spot. Earthen Vessel will be used, discarding the Psyduck. We'll search the deck and see what is available. Now, there are no energy in the prize cards as it stands for Tord, so it's not something necessarily to be concerned about in terms of resources. 6 dark energy total, so we'll have a couple to grab off the Earthen Vessel, but after that, we're starting to run a little bit low on these resources, always something to keep track of.
Yeah, one difference in the lists that we see here is the additional fighting energy on Tord's side. So he's got the full 10 count, and Ryuki with just the 9 and that one single fighting that we see attached to the Mega Absol.
So we'll probably see that fighting come down onto Absol. It's better than using another of those dark energy since the Cornerstone doesn't get a lot of impact in this matchup.
Yep, you always want to leave that dark energy for energy switching purposes too. Maybe Monkey Dory plus Blood Moon Ursaluna math sometimes gets you where you need to be.
Interesting here, Tord did top deck Mega Kangaskhan for the turn, and I do have to also wonder, is this a spot where you place that Mega Kangaskhan down onto the bench? Do you want to have that as a potential draw next turn? There's no Latios down, so you would probably be banking off of your prize cards for some assistance in making that happen. It is going to hit the field, so thinking ahead about how that could help provide a little bit of draw power.
Has to surrender over the hand, and I mean, they're all fairly solid resources at this point of the game. The problem is Ryuki has no energy in play. he had to sacrifice these prize cards over to the other side with Tord now, and not even a Blood Moon Ursaluna is lined up. This will be a slow approach, and he's just going to see his hand picked apart even more from here.
Ryuki's in the tank right now. He looks like he is going through it. There's an energy switch. Potentially looking to see what the other cards are. Boss's orders gone. Prize cards taken. And we are really relying off this flip the script if we want to do anything in this spot.
And rightfully so. There should be some more wiggle room for Ryuki at this point in the game, but energy cards onto Mega Pokemon has to start happening pretty soon here. He keeps just finding one piece of the puzzle. He's got an Arven this time.
Yeah, but what do you attack with here? There's no attacking option. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, you're just waiting until you can set up your own Pokemon to combat this Mega Absol. Unfortunately, it takes 2 turns no matter what you do.
And the question is, can you wait when Tord is essentially guaranteed to take a prize card next turn? If he has a Darkness energy, that means no matter what is promoted, it can just be KO'd by a Claw of Darkness. Looks like Pokegear, the item being used right now, so scouring those top 7 cards, seeing if there's a supporter that can help him out. The Iono does definitely benefit Ryuki pretty solidly in this spot. However, there's no Mega Kangaskhan down at this point. No other way to draw cards. Phesantipity's already been used, so what are you realistically expecting to find off of this to propel yourself into a more powerful turn following this?
I mean, it's so dangerous to play a Mega even at this point. It's just a Dark Energy and a Monkey Dory, energy switching, and Tord would be able to close this thing out with Terminal Period into that 3 prize Pokemon. So instead, you have to focus on promoting a single prize Pokemon here and redirecting all of your attention to Blood Moon Ursaluna. This Pokemon could take the knockout on the Mega Absol, get you down to 2 prize cards remaining, and maybe some Pecharunt, Latias, Boss's Orders plays can get you over that final straw and take those prizes.
So energy is found here for Ryuki. This Blood Moon Ursaluna does hit the bench.
And this makes sense if you think that Tord would ever pass over on a turn. If you're just waiting for him to take 1 prize, you have to get that energy attached to the Blood Moon now.
Which is the case, Blood Moon slowly getting powered up. That seasoned skill ability means it just needs one more energy card attached for now and is actually just going to pass with this Latias EX active. So Tord, if he wants to, can go down to just a single prize card remaining. And there are a pair of Pokegear in the hand. Looking for some sort of assistance in this spot, not much else going on.
Yeah, the shuffle might be the most important part of this Pokegear because every energy that he had was shuffled, placed on the bottom of his deck.
That Earthen Vessel, yeah. I mean, I have to wonder, you know, is there that last Earthen Vessel available? Looks like there are two, and there's only been one played so far, so it could be a great target off of Arven to reestablish some energy in play.
Yeah, if you could find that, that'd be nice help. It's funny that he's had access to energies the entire game, and yet that's the only thing I really think he's considering at this point. Just there's not much else that you need to focus on. You have the Mega Absol taking apart the hand. Ryuki has to play down all of his resources so they're not discarded. So he's telegraphing every play from here on out, and that just means you just need bosses and energies if you want to keep this thing moving.
He's considering just ignoring this Latias and going after the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Is going to just grab the boss's orders from Pokegear and now decides to play Nest Ball. So potentially having that information of boss's orders impacting him to do what many would consider kind of a missequence, right? You want to sometimes grab those basic Pokemon out of the deck. However, that could change depending on some cards you find. So Tord obviously doing everything with a purpose. He's really looking for a specific combination here.
I think this is intentional. You use the Pokegear knowing 4 energy are on the bottom of your deck. Then you have a better chance of finding that ideal supporter. And now you use the Nest Ball, find that Pokemon, shuffle up, and if you do get to draw, perhaps with a Pokemon like Kangaskhan, if you can work that into the mix, you have a chance at seeing some more of those energies.
Pheasantipity does come down into play. Now, no knockout was taken last turn, so can't use Flip the Script. Just a little bit of protective measure, it seems. So here we go, Pokegear number 2. So boss's orders, Arven, neither of those supporters that Tord would like in this spot. We'll see if something else does come up. And it is going to be an Arven, so does decide to take boss off the first, Arven off the second, and we'll see if that Earthen Vessel is just the choice in the spot.
Yeah, that seems like an ideal call here. Just attach that energy to the Blood Moon Ursaluna, thin out one more resource. You can get those energies into the hand, take the knockout on this Latias, take one more card out of Ryuki's hand, and you're holding energy boss's orders with Blood Moon to try to close this thing out if Ryuki ever were to take this knockout.
The one piece that is so far missing right now, there's no Latias or Pecharunt down on Tord's side, so there are some weird things Ryuki can do by bringing up a certain Pokemon like the Blood Moon on the bench and swinging into it to try and buy time. All things that these top-level players are going to be thinking about. You just kind of open up so much for your opponent if you knock out this Absol, since the Kangaskhan can come up, Pheasantipity can be used, the Latias can... There's just so many things that kind of open up a can of worms. So Tord's playing everything out, thinning from the hand. We know he has that boss's orders. It's public knowledge. And Ryuki is sitting on absolutely nothing in this spot. Just 2 Pokemon will have to rely off this Flip the Script. As the Night Stretcher goes down, Blood Moon Ursaluna comes up. At minimum, this knockout is guaranteed, but Ryuki's going to want to find some way to disrupt because that boss's order's glowing in the hand here for Tord.
Absolutely telegraphed, and it had to be at this point for Tord, and the answer was right there in front of Ryuki. He's going to scoop things up. He knows that if he wants to win this, it's going to be in the next 2 games as Tord is up 1-0.
You can see how impactful it was to be the first person to swing into a Mega Absol, threatening that 2-hit KO, using that Claw of Darkness, and putting on that pressure in terms of the prize race. A lot of intricate things to think about through that match.
I mean, the plays were all there. If he wanted to go for it all, he was just a dark energy away from having the answer to that Mega Absol. But
do you ever, if you are in that spot, if you had a time machine and can go back, are you just ripping it there?
I didn't see much of a reason not to. You're going to be in trouble if you don't take this Pokemon off the board. But we'll see what it looked like for everyone at home as we jump into the replay. It was a Mega Absol party from the get-go.
Both players kind of having to traverse their early turns a bit awkwardly. That Turbo Energize was in the prize cards for Tord, 2 copies of that, and then Ryuki had the turn 1 Arven, but lacking that Precious Trolley, had to sort of re-navigate his board. It seemed like things were in his control, but once this Absol was just able to stay up for too long, things just got out of hand.
Yeah, just not much else that Ryuki was accomplishing there. When we saw that early enhanced hammer play from Tord, it was on there on the very first turn. Maybe if there was a play from Ryuki to just enhance hammer earlier, you could avoid the Mega Absol even getting that first attack off, avoid Tord getting into your hand and making that disruption, and especially getting that 200 damage down.
So Ryuki will have the opportunity to go second again. Big advantage in this matchup. First person to use Turbo Energize. You can threaten boss on turn number 2. So we'll see the setup for both players. Looks like basic Pokemon here for Ryuki is Tord. Traverses through the hand. Anything of note you see here, Kyle?
It looks like Tord has the ideal starter in Monkey Dory along with Energy. For Ryuki, the choice was Blood Moon Ursaluna or Pheasantipity, I think. So not his favorite, but look like both players have a little play in this hand. Should be a good one here in game number 2 of our top 4.
Good luck. I agree, Mr. Ryuki. Let's get into things here. Pheasantipity to start. Tord, Reklev going first. There's the Mega Absol, as well as the energy attachment. Really all you can ask for in this spot. Follow-up supporter.
We've seen this before.
I've played these games before, Kyle. That Latias EX is in the prize cards for Ryuki, as well as the Enhanced Hammer, and for Tord, having 2 of those bosses' orders prized can definitely be a big deal.
Yeah, counter catcher double boss. That's just pretty limiting. If your opponent just continues to put the wrong Pokemon in the active spot, they can slow things down tremendously. Ryuki, we'll see what his plan looks like. These prize cards aren't terrible. The one enhanced hammer copy is pretty unfortunate. We know how that can play a role in this matchup, but he's got the Nest Ball. He's got at least one way to move this Pokemon if he includes Petrarant. We'll see what else can be added.
You know, the Latias being prized is awkward since it makes it so Precious Trolley won't allow you to use that Turbo Energize with the Kangaskhan since you can't switch out of the active spot. And you definitely would rather put your energy card onto something that's not the Pheasantipity since it's really not going to get any value.
I mean, you could. You just don't. You just have to include the Evital in your setup, which is
rather essentially, right?
It isn't great, but yeah, you can get there.
So still taking the opportunity to make sure he understands what is available in the deck. We haven't seen if a supporter card get played yet, and we'll see how Ryuki, knowing that Latias is unavailable, maybe shifts how his bench is managed, and if it does force reliance on something like that Petrarant EX. So here we go here, Absol coming down. I wonder if there's a bit of a lack here, is considering going back into the deck. There is the Turbo Energize, it does have Mist Energy. You would obviously prefer to put your Mist Energy on the Absol, but maybe a little bit of fear driving Ryuki's decisions. Wants to just make sure he does not miss an energy. Otherwise, this will be a huge setback in his setup.
I mean, this is basically what he wanted to do on the first game as well. The only problem that he had was after his initial supporter, he could not find the boss's orders. He could not get that first attack into the Mega Absol on the other side of the board. And it looks like he has a much better chance this time around, as not only does he see 8 cards, but he thins 2 Dark Energies out, and he'll just be an energy and a boss away from getting there.
8 cards thanks to Ryuki being at 8 cards thanks to being at 6 prize cards. So I'll get those numbers right one day. Does find a couple supporter cards.
There's no energy in that hand.
No energy in that hand, so looks like it was a smart decision to do so. And who needs Precious Trolley? Just find all your basic Pokemon right off that draw. Key point to note, though, did not find the boss's orders there off those 8 cards.
Yeah, and also with the Mist Energy as the attachment, energy switch onto the Mega Absol by way of Petrarant, no longer a way to get that 3rd energy. So we'll have to find an actual copy of a net energy to help out.
Tord will have his 2nd turn begin right now. Oh, top deck Trolley, hello.
Pink card.
Throwing it down on the table, nice and playfully.
Ryuki gives him a little clap. And
we're having high stakes, but we're having fun at the end of the day.
That's right. You know, it's just Tord Reklev 1-0 on the other side of the table. Give him a free trolley.
Like this guy needs that assistance, man. Come on. So we will see Trolley. And what the lineup here, the starting 5 will be for Tord. Latias, Kangaskhan seem like pretty solid inclusions. Could preemptively put Pheasantipity. We saw Monkey Dory was really not shining at all in that match before. You know, I kind of wonder if you need to put down more than one in this situation.
Yeah, the threat of one really helps a lot because then any damage left on board just means energy switching, terminal period can clear Pokemon out that you're not expecting to fall. But you do need to at least have one of those threats. And I think the problem for Tord last game was just, obviously the setup wasn't great, but no Turbo Energize. He couldn't accelerate energies if he wanted to. And you don't have time to attach energy to Monkey Dory when you need to get aggressive with this Mega Absol.
So just debating, making sure everything is correct. And it will be Petulant, Monkey Dory, Latias, EX, and Mega Kangaskhan. The 4 cards of choice. And now with that combination of Latias and Petulant, it means this Kangaskhan can always come up and draw a couple cards before going into Absol if it does want to attack.
Which is always nice. We know that Tord loves his resources, wants to see as many cards as possible, but this is also something that Ryuki was considering. He knows this deck was going to get popular, and he added a copy of Xerosic's Machinations to his list, just in case Tord gets a little too greedy and fills that hand up.
So interestingly enough, going to use this Mega Kangaskhan to start things off. Does have an Arven in hand, so with the bench now being full thanks to Precious Trolley, this Arven can guarantee a TM Energize by grabbing that Earthen Vessel and grabbing the Energize itself. I do wonder now, after using that Latias to free retreat, if the energy attachment for turn will go onto this Kangaskhan.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about your other options to promote, I don't love any of them. I think that the Kangaskhan energy attachment is not what you want to do, but the fact that you accelerate 2 energies with the Turbo and then can just penny this Pokemon later on means that you're not going to lose out on too much else.
Yeah, if you have the penny, then it's honestly okay. You lose the energy drop essentially for the turn, but sometimes the Monkey Dory getting knocked out does line up pretty nicely into the prize trade, right? 1 plus the 3 for Mega Absol, and then the 2 KO on Latias. So I could see arguments both ways. As long as that Energize is being used at the end of the day, energies on Absol means something's going right.
And we could see Tord lean on the hit points of his Pokemon now because he has access to 2 of those Pokegear in hand.
Wow.
And this is aggressive.
We are going energy on each monkey in this spot without a doubt. And now this puts the pressure on Ryuki. He cannot safely swing in with the Claw of Darkness into this active. I have to say here, Kyle, I really like this line gear from Tord.
Yeah, it makes your opponent have to have an answer at this stage. And if you choose to ignore this, an energy just means that he's going to start taking apart your hand.
And that poison damage as well ticking up, meaning Pheasantipede not safe the following turn. The Adrenabrain can just move damage counters off. And now all of a sudden here for Ryuki, board's looking a little bit weird. We've only got 2 energy on this Mega Absol. Monkey Dory is not being threatened, which means we're not threatening Terminal Period as well. And I have to say, Tord having that top deck of the Precious Trolley allowed him to take what is a very aggressive route this turn.
For Ryuki, thankfully does have that Earthen Vessel this time around. It's hard to find the energy when he looked for the cards with the Lily's Determination, but has those. Other piece missing if you wanted to find a way around this Mega Absol would be the boss's orders, but he's going to have the Arven this time. Maybe he can play a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, looks like Technical Machine Turbo Energize, the potential tool of choice. Bravery Charm has not been used yet. Could always protect something like the Petulant from being KO'd from boss's orders next turn. It is going to be Nest Ball. Shuffling the deck up, so potentially waiting to play that. If this Pheasantipede had a Dark Energy, I could definitely see grabbing Latias as a potential option to preserve that later for Energy Switch, but the Mist Energy is never going to do anything on this Pheasantipede. Retreating it off, honestly, pretty okay. There's not really a lot of downside to that.
I think we might just see a mirror play here. The Petulant could bring the Absol up to the active, the Turbo Energize is there, and Nestball could find Monkey Dory. He could just set up the exact same situation, except Ryuki has Xerosic's Machinations and Mega Absol as follow-up. He can just destroy a hand afterwards.
Okay, looks like we're just going in with the 1 Monkey Dory, but as long as you've got 1 set up on your previous turn, you know what? We don't need Monkey Dory. That card is terrible anyways. We're going 2 energy onto this here.
He wants to calm down, rightfully so. It's like, I got excited.
Kangaskhan's getting in there. I already know what's coming. Now he's in the tank. He's thinking to himself.
I mean, you didn't answer Mega Absol. You still don't have the answer. It has to be Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense.
Yeah, otherwise you can just, I mean, it's not confident, right? Energy Switch does exist, but you'd feel a little bit better about swinging into this with, you know, Claw of Darkness instead.
Right.
So here we go. Action on Tord. Look at those energies in hand. He's got more than he can count at this point. Will we just see this Absol swing in? If there is a boss's orders, that would also incentivize potential play on Tord's side. Is going to be able to use this cool combination, Latias to retreat, using the Mega Kangaskhan's run errand ability to draw 2 for the top of the deck, and finds 2 Pokegear. I've got to imagine Boss here would be an excellent find for Tord to put the tempo in his favor.
Yeah, he found Penny. He's had the Pokegears. He's been holding these since the last turn, but he's going to add even more supporters to his arsenal now. And he's not threatened by the other side. This is exactly what he's got going on. The unfortunate part is, if he wants to ever take prize cards, he's going to need to see the bosses and pull up those prize cards, because it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, somebody has decided to not show up to work today. Unfortunate, you know, the boss has got to take a day off every now and then. It's going to be right now, though, in top 4.
In top 4? Yeah, come on.
That's like not showing up to work on Christmas. That doesn't work out, does it?
Oh, we'll see if anybody's
Do you believe
there.
in miracles? Do you believe in a little bit of Tord magic? I think that might be the 6th card here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was close. It's not a boss, and it's not the 6th card.
I don't think that counts as close.
It's all a matter of perspective, and you know, Iono could add disruption, which means drawing it to boss for later.
Oh.
So it's all about how you think about it.
I like it.
So
I don't think Tord likes it.
I would say I'm not an expert in reading body language, but it doesn't seem like the body language is someone who's very content with their options now, which then leads it down the rabbit hole, right? You got to follow the pipeline in the Pokemon TCG. If plan A doesn't work, what's plan B? If plan B doesn't work, what's plan C? Are we on plan C at this point, or is plan A sort of now just getting into the second plan B?
We're on plan C, and plan C might just be passing with a weird Pokemon in the active, because I don't think you want to attack in this spot. You don't want to be the instigator when there's already Monkey Dory in play, and you have no way to clear off anything on this board.
I wonder if you could promote the Absol again with Poison. That way it ticks to 4 going back into your turn. Ryuki's Absol is going to go to 2 on their turn, which then means if there's 6 counters in play, you can manipulate that since you have the monkey advantage to be able to terminal period next turn.
Yeah, it would be 1 short on Ryuki's side of being able to capitalize and use terminal period. So if there were ever a turn to do it, it'd be right here. But afterwards, it does get tricky, as you're mentioning.
So it will be a Lily for 8. Both players playing very passive, not wanting to take prize cards. We have not seen an energy drop yet for this turn for Tord. So depending on where he wants to put this here, it could start to power up the Kangaskhan. Does find the Earthen Vessel. The
What
bench
energy?
is full.
He's got the Vessel, yeah. But I mean, where do you want to go with it from here?
Is it just better to have it on a big Pokemon like Kangaskhan so it's essentially a safe target to energy switch off later?
Yeah, there is just the 1 copy, but knowing where that energy is, or being able to even threaten the Kangaskhan as a attacker at some point, pushing energy off of a Monkey Dory and going for that big swing KO that isn't expected. It's always a decent threat.
So does end up grabbing the fighting energy. I wonder if he's going to decide to place that on the Kangaskhan, since it's better there if you kind of have a meaningless energy drop, and that will be the case. Goes onto the Kangaskhan, and now the last choice here for Tord. Do you bring up Mega Absol? No, it's just going to be a pass of the turn. And Ryuki finds the boss's orders off the top of the deck. That's the perfect card here if he wants to try and be the first one to swing into Mega Absol or target down one of these Pokemon on the bench to take the first prize.
Yeah, considerations now, since the poison damage didn't tick up like you said, Ryuki doesn't have to worry about the terminal period coming back to get him with his poison damage. So boss's orders, even with the poison ticking away, is fine. You can target Monkey Dory, clear this Pokemon, and still take a free card out of the hand. I think this is a safe line.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want here for Ryuki. You know this Absol is going to be safe, and you are more than okay to put it in harm's way if it means you're taking the first prize. Now routing very nicely. 1 prize on Monkey Dory, 3 prize on a Mega Pokemon EX, and 2 prizes on either the Pecharunt or the Latias. Plus, like you mentioned, Kyle, stripping a valuable resource away from Tord in a spot where he's already going to be looking for some ways to come back in this position.
Yeah, he's been looking for some help. Oh, man, and there was a boss's orders. I don't know if Ryuki knows how important that is, but you have to think when your opponent uses double Pokegear, searching for an answer, and then Lilies at the very end of it, maybe the boss is a pretty key resource.
Other honorable mentions include energy that was found off Earthen Vessel. Is considering maybe getting rid of a Stretcher or Nest Ball. I mean, Nest Ball is strong. Tord is sitting on a really large hand, and I feel like you've got to assume he's got at least one way to search a Pokemon out. There's got to be more value in that boss penny or energy, I feel like.
Either Ryuki is not considering his own prize map with this decision, or he's just thinking about the resources because he's just really worried about another Monkey Dory coming down. He does not want access to a double push terminal period on the other side of the board, and Tord still has access to that regardless.
Kangaskhan comes up into the active spot. Card drawn for turn as Ryuki does strike first in game number 2. Tord got to keep a lot of those powerful supporters. Now a plethora of choices here. Arven, Penny, Boss's orders. Now, no Pokemon is currently in threat of being KO'd in the active spot. Tord's got to figure out if he can maybe take a different approach, go after these tag team Pokemon potentially, but it's so scary when your opponent already has a Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy, and even if they don't, Energy Switch can make that come out of nowhere with there being damage on their board.
I mean, yeah, these Megas, they're huge, and you're typically not going to work your way through them by way of just attacking through multiple times. It's going to have to be the terminal period or working around them, unless you feel like you can get lucky with the Kangaskhan rolls. And for Tord, I mean, he's got everything he needs. The energy's there, the boss's orders. If you want to target down the Monkey Dory, you can take that off the board and once more threaten that you will be the person pushing for terminal period.
Pheasantipity making its entrance onto the battlefield. Flip the Script is active thanks to Pokemon being KO'd on the previous turn. We'll see 3 cards drawn. Yet to use that Run Errand ability on the Mega Kangaskhan does find the Mist Energy, and that could be the piece that allows Tord to feel somewhat confident to go in and attack, especially with something like the boss's orders as well.
Yeah, that's a really nice find, and it isn't always the answer, but when you're playing against Ryuki in Game 2 and his prize cards look like this, you know that you'll be okay this time around.
Yeah, and Tord doesn't know that the Enhanced Hammer is prize. That's a huge piece here. That shuts off Ryuki for having any one-hit KO answer to this. Now, if Tord knew that was the case, he would not be playing his cards down any faster than, he is in turbo speed, if you've ever seen Tord play in turbo speed. But because he's unaware of this information, he's still got to be feeling a little bit weary here and maybe considering if Iono is a better choice as a supporter. Gonna use the Arven for now, though. Grabs the Bravery Charm, grabs the Counter Catcher, and that means we're going to be seeing this take a knockout onto one of the bench Pokemon. Which Pokemon, though? That is the question.
If you want to go for Fez, you can at this stage. You have damage counters on your side of the board. You can just move one of them over with the Monkey Dory, save another counter if you want to target something else down the line. And 200 damage is 200. This is a nice find, and maybe you remove a card that either gets access to a Night Stretcher or a big supporter.
Claw of Darkness for Tord Reklev, taking the prize lead, going down to just 4 prize cards remaining. And it will be another tough choice of what resources to get rid of with Claw of Darkness. It looks like a couple of Arven in the hand. Oh, the Zerosic you see him putting out. What's that doing here, man?
I told you to take this out of your list. What are you doing?
Zerosic, Arven, Penny, those seem like the 3 choices to think about. Going through the discard pile, going through the hand. Trying to see what resources could get stripped on his end. It's sort of this back and forth where you take from me, I take from you, and at the end of the day, we're both poor.
How much can Ryuki really read into the situation as Tord shuffles around his hand, looking at your hand to discard a card? It's a lot going on, and he says, you know what? I think I'd rather keep my 8.
The Zerosic will be discarded. Mega Kangaskhan comes into the active spot.
Counter catcher found.
Counter catcher is active now. Oh! We got a storm. Ground yourself, Pokemon. You can't leave us yet.
You thought Energy Switch was cool.
Watch this.
Check this one out.
I think we're all resolved here. No cards were flipped over from the top of the deck. I think we're all okay.
Yeah, the last time I saw a Monkey Dory spin like that, I was a sad lad.
Return to sender, buddy. So now if you're Ryuki, is this the start of Boss's Orders mind games where you could slowly build up enough poison damage in play? This is just getting so strange here.
All right, energy is available now with the Earthen Vessel, so can go a little further, has attacks ready with the Mega Kangaskhan or the Mega Absol.
Yeah, there is a guaranteed KO with the Kangaskhan if Ryuki wants to try and preserve the Mega Absol down the line.
And target Fez and remove those 2 prizes. Although every time that Ryuki just copies what Tord does, he's a step behind. It's weird how that works.
Yeah, I was going to say, weird how the logic in that works. Arvid actually the choice of the supporter for turn. Instantly, the Bravery Charm gets pipped up from the deck. Wondering what that other piece is. We saw he already has the Counter Catcher in hand. Is there a lack of energy cards? Is preemptively grabbing the Energy Switch a viable option? Many choices here for Ryuki. And it is going to be the Pokegear 3.0. So maybe looking to find Boss, just like Tord did on that previous turn, to follow up on the next one.
Yeah, and it's not as valuable a resource when you're looking at a Mega Absol on the other side of the board. It could be anything. It could be any supporter in your deck. And having that discarded doesn't mean that you don't have access to that card later on. Mega Kangaskhan could easily draw right back into that resource for you. He's going to protect the hit points. Ryuki knows that Monkey Dory is no longer an important piece of the puzzle here. He's going to take the 10 damage and throw that to the other side and take this knockout. And he's threatening with a lot of hit points on his side of the board now.
Yeah, and importantly, now down to just 3 prize cards left. So if Mega Absol gets KO'd, that's just the game. The game is over at this spot. Tord Reklev still at 4 prize cards. Has to take 2 knockouts as we look at an absolutely massive hand here for Tord. Already has a Boss's Orders gone. Actually, the Counter Catcher was played the previous turn, correct? So no Boss's Orders played yet. There is still the 1 boss in the prizes, the 2 Boss's Orders in the hand. So while you are leaving your opponent with the Boss's Orders, you're not disregarding that as a play for them. Is it still just worth chipping away at that resource, or would you rather go after, I guess the only other realistic option is that Darkness Energy?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I see right here is it's a boss or an energy. The rest of the pieces don't seem nearly as important. You're going to play around most of those other resources, and all the Pokemon seem fairly useless at this stage of the game, unless Ryuki just doesn't think he'll be able to find enough bosses, in which case you can go after Monkey Dory pieces.
Will be the Darkness Energy discarded from the Claw of Darkness. Now Tord sitting on a large hand. It does contain a lot of pieces that will not have a super strong effect, like those Pokemon that are already in play. But Mega Kangaskhan can come to the active spot. Boss's Orders is available. And while Tord cannot win this game in 2 turns as it stands, he can definitely put himself in a position to win in 3. However, Ryuki feels like he's in the driver's seat with how this board is built up and how he's ahead in the prize trade at this spot on just 3 prize cards remaining. He could just afford now to maybe start swinging into Mega Absol from this spot.
Yeah, it's been really clean from Ryuki. He has not had to surrender very many of his resources to get to this stage of the game. If you look through, it is just the 1 copy of Boss's Orders here. He's not holding one in the hand, so no risk from the Mega Absol, yet he still threatens it. Why? He has access to his Mega Kangaskhan to draw more resources. He could find access to the Fezandipity to see even more cards, and at some point he will find bosses and stay just 1 step ahead of Tord.
Run Errand used yet again. Does find Night Stretcher from those 2 cards. We did see the Dark Energy discarded. We do also see the Monkey Dory in the hand. Will be the Dark Energy coming back? Is there an opportunity where another monkey is established? It looks like it will be the case. And Boss's orders on the other monkey Dory, trying to deny terminal period as an option at the end of the game where it can be the most impactful.
And list knowledge becomes pretty important at this stage of the game. Ryuki is running out of energies here. That is Dark Energy number 6 as you look at the board, and that is all of them as this Pokemon's knocked out. If there were decisions to be made with Night Stretchers, they all have to go towards energy at this stage of the game.
So is there an opportunity where Penny could be the MVP down the line? Tord essentially is evening things up, but Ryuki has got the same board as Tord, just energies in a little bit of a different places. No Monkey Dory down in play, but there's still those 6 energy in play. The Absol's powered up, the Kangaskhan is raring to go. And so we'll see the hand here from Ryuki. It is a couple Penny and Pokegear. Latias an option as well as Nest Ball. And all of these options do seem decent. I'm not sure about Penny in this spot, but the Nest Ball finds Fez, the Gear finds a supporter. What are you choosing here? It seems pretty difficult.
I mean, the easy answer is clearing the Pecharunt with a Pokegear boss is the scariest thing. I would remove that card from play. Don't give your opponent a way to go down to 1 prize card remaining to clear off one of these 2 Monkey Dory that can't be double pennied away in the next few turns. And Ryuki is going to try to find that answer right here, right now. Mega Kangaskhan and his draw for the turn. He's not even looking yet. Okay, I like this.
Full confidence. We're going to open this up like a booster pack here.
And
oh,
secret rare?
No secret rare. Does have Nest Ball in hand still, so we can grab Pheasantipity EX if it's in the deck.
And he's still safe to do plays like this. He can rebench the Monkey Dory. Any Night Stretcher leads to the energy to push the 10 damage counters, the 10 damage away to clear off a different Pokemon like that Latias if he values that instead.
Looks like the Pheasantipity is actually in the discard pile, so Nest Ball really not going to get a huge amount of impact. No Boss's orders, so smart choice there, paying off from Tord potentially. So the Nest Ball will still be played. And now what do you find here for Ryuki? You've got Yveltal, it's the top card, but there's no realistic way you can successfully trap in this matchup. You've got the Pecharunt, you've got pennies, you've got all sorts of ways to get out of trapping shenanigans.
Doesn't seem like there's enough damage to move over and try to take a risky flip line at any point. Running right into the terminal period would be pretty treacherous. Penny to pick up energies at some point may be a viable option. You could bring those back up, start attaching either to Pokemon like this Yveltal or the Pecharunt as the prize cards start to get a little steeper.
And we do have an update from out in the field. Liam Halliburton has beaten Henry Chow and is going into the finals here. 2-0 in that set with with Zoroark, EX, and Zoroark at that. So now either of these players, if they have information about this, they're going to be feeling even more confident because that matchup is extremely solid. It's going to actually just be the pass over here, preserving these Pokemon. And hold on a second. Tord is in a potential position, if he can find Boss's orders this turn, to bring up Pecharunt EX and maybe flip heads on a Kangaskhan. If you can remove that Pokemon, your opponent can't take both 1 prize Pokemon out of play at the same turn. It is something you've got to think about.
Why don't you just go after the Mega Absol and flip like 8 heads? Just win.
Is 1 greater than 8? I didn't think so, buddy.
He's Tord, okay?
He is Tord. He does have plot armor. You've got to add that in when you're doing your calculations. So right now, Bravery Charm pushing this up. He's thinking about it.
I think he's thinking about drawing 2 cards, and then we'll figure out the rest from there.
1 step at a time, 1 small leap.
Considerations here for how you use Pecharunt. Can you afford to include this as the damage counters start to tick up? He'll have 2 on his Mega Absol. There will be 3 in play on the other side. He's still safe from terminal period. Therefore, let's see 2 cards.
Fighting Energy Penny from the top of the deck. And so now for Tord, he's got to wonder, what potential plays exist down the line if Penny is the choice of supporter next turn for Ryuki? Is there a viable way that Tord can get through one of these 3 prize Pokemon before Ryuki can just take a 2-hit KO onto one of these Mega Pokemon? And I honestly am not sure. This game could just come down to if Ryuki can penny up this Pecharunt EX.
Yeah, I think the prize card now signifies that he's thinking very similarly, and he might just try to remove a resource like that from the hand as opposed to forcing Ryuki to play that card or taking a risk with a coin flip.
We are actually going to penny up the Mega Kangaskhan.
Oh.
And puts down the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So that is a consistent way to be able to take a 1-hit knockout next turn on Pecharunt. So now really relying on Penny to save Ryuki from the spot. You've always got to remember, though, if you're playing Penny, you're not disrupting the hand and you're not gusting.
That's true, and here's the news.
Oh, as a pass, we're going back and forth.
Oh, wow. I mean, he would have seen that Ryuki has multiple Penny, and that this game is just going to get even more wild as we move forward.
And now we have entered a pseudo stalemate in this spot. Both players do not want to hit into another Pokemon because it will spell disaster and doom from terminal period. So the question now becomes, how can one of these players either break the stalemate or who cracks first?
Doesn't seem like a great call to attack into this Pokemon ever.
Kangaskhan will be retreated into.
Boss's orders, that changes some things. There's no energy, however, for the Monkey Dory. This would be a knockout onto just the Pecharunt at this stage. You could go down to 1 prize remaining.
Question, though, here is how many Boss's orders is that for Ryuki?
That'd be number 2. I think we've only seen one other. There have been none discarded.
That's Tord. That's Ryuki. Thank you, team backstage. I like being able to see the numbers. So 1 for each player.
You could have just believed me.
That's hard sometimes, Kyle.
Fair.
I feel like you've got to. You have to assume at some point, and maybe you feel a little bit better about it with the mist energy, that you've got a solid advantage here if you play the boss and swing, because you're still technically in the same stalemate with your opponent.
Yeah, I think this is great from Ryuki. He knows that there's no way to move this mist energy. He can take a knockout, whether it be 1 prize or 2, and he values removing the Monkey Dory at this stage of the game, and I can't fault him for it. You get a free card out of the hand from Tord. You've seen so many resources from him already. Hit points, buff him up.
Lively Stadium, it's getting hype. As the Pecharunt subjugating chains brings Mega Absol to the active spot. We're going to see a Claw of Darkness. Take a look at the hand, and one of those boss's orders are going to go to the discard pile here, Kyle. That will leave Tord with just 1 more gusting option outside of a counter catcher, which can be played this turn since Ryuki will take the prize lead.
He doesn't know which way to go about it here. If you think you're going to close out the game this very next turn, then you limit options instead. He's going to take away the resource, however, and that means that he knows that drawing into Iono, dropping this hand low, and maybe not seeing a Dark Energy on the other side could be disaster for Ryuki.
It may come down to just Ryuki having boss's orders. If Tord does have that Ionos, you are protected by that mist energy from the terminal period. Ryuki Okada still has that enhanced hammer in those top 2 prize cards. Tord does not know that, but there is actually no way for Ryuki to find it here.
And the other cards in Iono too, if you ever were to find any cards to help out. I mean, clearly the boss is the big one here. But for Tord, hand disruption seems pretty important.
Yeah, you can combine that with the Claw of Darkness as well.
And this is a situation where Ryuki cannot play around this. He has been thankful to not always have the boss's orders in hand in these situations, but now you could draw into this resource by way of Iono and not have a choice. It will go straight to the discard pile.
So just looking through the discard, seeing what options are available. That is boss number 2, and with there now being 2 boss's orders down for Tord, he has to swing into this Mega Absol. If he does not, it feels like the doors just start to shut. And Ryuki's gonna build up enough damage after this turn to be able to use 2 Monkey Dory and start to apply some pressure with boss's orders plus terminal period.
The problem is you walk right into Penny in that spot, and if that Pokemon's pushed up, Mega Kangaskhan is a very similar threat to the Absol at this point of the game.
So either Penny or Boss would both be good draws here for Ryuki. You're gonna be able to take a card out of the hand is the biggest thing. So the Absol comes back up active. It is currently poisoned. And the big thing to note, Tord without having that mist energy may just be looking to buy time to build up damage to then target the Kangaskhan down instead. I have to wonder here for Tord, this game plan, how many turns is it stretched over? Are you trying to survive until that happens? It may be the exact case by picking up these Pokemon slowly but surely off the bench.
Yeah, just removing the 2 prize options. He can take 1 off now, remove the 2nd later, keep the Blood Moon around, but even now, just with the Lively Stadium, you still get to hang around for a little bit unless Dark Energy is found for the Monkey Dory.
And here we go. It looks like this is the time and opportunity. We're gonna see the attack here from the Absol, but Ryuki is sitting on double Penny in hand. He's got the answer here if he wants to pick this Pokemon up.
Yep, he's been holding these resources, waiting for a situation, and here it is. But does he even want to attack in? He will see, and he's got the bad news of double Penny waiting for him. There's a free retreat option in that Latios as well if you need to ever go for an additional roll. But there are some big draws waiting for Ryuki on the other side of this turn. If he can find a boss's orders here, he can make this close out with a Dark Energy too. I guess he needs the help because of the Lively.
It is another Arven for the draw for turn. So is there ever a world where you retreat first before playing the Penny? You would discard those energies, but
and then
you would allow yourself to still be able to Pecharunt into whatever into like a Yveltal, for example, instead.
Well, yeah, you could find perfect answer of Energy or Night Stretcher in combination with Boss, and you just win the game outright with the Mega Kangaskhan.
Even just with the
But if you miss, then you just Penny.
Absol. Exactly. You really don't need all of these energies. It looks like we're gonna use the order not incorrectly, but differently. It seems that we've committed to attacking with Kangaskhan this turn. If we find boss's orders here, the game is over for Ryuki. Does he find it? Does not.
He countered the stadium, but he doesn't have the boss's orders, so he can't knock out the Pecharunt there. He has all the other supporters to go along with this, but he has the Watchtower of all cards.
And does get to preserve that mist energy again, so can reattach the mist to this Kangaskhan and actually protect that from a terminal period if he wants to swing in here.
Yeah,
I feel like you've got to put that mist energy down. It's your only lose condition. Thinking about actually not doing that, are we just going to wait to use boss's orders to win this game? That may just be his option here.
I mean, he's holding on to the counter stadium right now. Does he even want to play that card down? Because
thinking about the Watchtower, it would shut off his own run errand.
Shuts off
But it
your
would also
opponents.
get discarded, you know, with something like the the Claw of Darkness as well.
Forces your opponent to have the Penny right here for the Pecharunt. If Tord has that resource, then he has to pick and choose, though.
It's just a pass of the turn over.
Oh, he's just going for it. Let's go. Oh,
wow.
Oh, no, he missed. He's going to only deal 200.
There's no mist energy on this active as long as Tord has a Penny.
Dark,
the game is over. He can terminal period this active, and Tord Reklev in a back-and-forth game 2 squeaks these out and is going to the finals.
Oh, what a big risk from Ryuki. He had the energy too. He picked up the mist energy and chose to play the dark on the Monkey Dory. Wow, what a epic game here. Tord Reklev makes his way to the finals once again.
He's actually going through the motions at this point, and you've got to give respect and dedication to both of these players. They want to just explore every option and talk about the game. Absolutely great sportsmanship from both players. Ryuki Okada fought hard, fought valiantly, but it was not enough as Tord Reklev emerged victorious.
I mean, we went over every line that you could think of in this match. We'll revisit it once more as we see this epic conclusion from our players, but it was a pretty wild start. Tord Reklev just throwing energies on the board and hoping to disrupt the hand, and somehow, some way, that was enough in game number 1. He just attached and attacked and was able to remove just enough resources from Ryuki to set up these final spots.
It turned out the first player to attack into the Absol was the one victorious. The game played a lot less aggressive in game number 2. All gears shifted down. That top deck, Precious Australia, really allowed Tord to have this powerful turn early on. Power up these Pokemon, prioritize the Monkey Dory. Yuki Okada was really the one to go super aggressive in this spot, kept using boss's orders to target Monkey Dory down. And it was resources slowly stripped away from both players, thanks to the Claw of Darkness, that eventually allowed Tord to put himself in this spot where he forced the penny out on Ryuki's side. Ryuki did find it, but it was really that last turn, not playing that mist energy down, and finally breaking this back and forth stalemate that it seemed both players had purposely been avoiding for so long.
If you don't play the mist, you certainly don't attack, but there was a world. If he rolls enough heads there, he is going to move on to game 3, and we have a chance at seeing Ryuki Okada in a finals once more. But that was no longer the case. Tord Reklev with the easy answer in the penny will close things out. Terminal period. Pretty good attack. I think that's why we avoided it at all costs for the entirety of the match.
Do you remember Yveltal GX?
Yes.
Doom count?
For 4.
That was a GX once per game attack.
4 is tricky though.
And Monkey Dory makes it even easier.
Yeah.
I'm not saying power creep exists in the Pokemon TCG, but I'm saying that power creep might slightly exist in the Pokemon TCG.
Noted. With my bad hand.
you wanna write with? Is that your non-dominant hand?
Yeah, my dominant hand's my left hand. Yeah.
I didn't even know you were lefty.
You know nothing about me.
I know the important things about you, like how we just went through this match and how we have a final coming up. That is extremely unfavored here. Tord, after winning this matchup, is now going into probably, in my expert opinion, and I'd love to hear yours, a 75-25 matchup, 80-20 even. There is no answer for the cornerstone in Liam's deck.
Yeah, it can be really tough. I did speak with Liam about this beforehand. I think he's like 101 against the cornerstone decks. But this is a Tord Reklev on the other side, okay? So we'll see if the numbers maybe fluctuate a bit. I appreciate you looking for my opinion. I've got one other opinion I'm looking forward to. Chip Richie! Where you at, brother?
What's going on, gentlemen? Yes, thanks so much. What a game that was between Tord and Ryuki, 2 of the players just at the top of the game. Really a treat to get to watch something like that play out. I want to walk through just the early turn here of game number 1 and kind of an interesting decision here for Ryuki and how it maybe backfired early on in the game for him and led to him eventually losing in that very, very first game. So in this position, Tord has done nothing for the entirety of the game. Ryuki has the ability to, excuse me, he has the ability to attack with his Mega Absol EX, use that Claw of Darkness, take a knockout on the Monkey Dory, and rip a card from Tord's hand. The problem is, if Tord has the response of an attack with this Mega Absol, Tord is going to get the first hit into a Mega Pokemon, which is really what's important for this matchup. You know, getting that first hit on. There is, of course, always the risk of the terminal period. Of course, that was a huge piece levied in really both of those games by both of those players, just the threat. But Tord is already protected from this early mist energy. Ryuki does play the Enhanced Hammer. Tord maybe doesn't necessarily know that. But Ryuki goes for the attack here, and Tord actually doesn't have anything in his hand, it seems like at first, right? But whenever we see the reveal of his hand, and you can tell here from Ryuki, let's just rewind it here, those emotions, he does not really want to do this. He does not want to be the one initiating here, but Tord's not done much. He's kind of just crossing his fingers and hoping that Tord is really not sitting on anything, and Tord actually has like the perfect response here, which is very simple. just 2 Darkness Energy. Because he has 2 Darkness Energy in his hand, he has the guaranteed attack with the Absol. And then as we go forward through this turn, you know, Ryuki does think through things. Tord goes to draw for turn and draws what is possibly the best singular card for him to find. Maybe Lily's Determination would be slightly better, but I think Iono seems pretty good in this spot. That's exactly what he hits. And immediately, Tord jumps right back into this game by getting off the attack. Now, one other thing I did want to point out was something that actually happened here in game number 2, and it was on an attack from Tord Reklev here, going for the Claw of Darkness, getting to rip a card from Ryuki's hand, and sees the reveal of the 0-6 Machinations. A difference between their 2 lists, but a big deal in this mirror match. You can see right away Tord having to debate, looking at the hands, trying to see which of these 3 cards would I keep if Ryuki was able to hang on to the 0-6. If I don't discard this card, what would I keep? How impactful would it be to me? But look at Ryuki right here. Look at how he is staring at Tord, totally focused, totally locked in, trying to get a read on Tord's emotions to maybe allow that to influence how he moves forward. You know, if Tord feels okay about the 0-6 Machinations potential, if he leaves Ryuki with it, maybe Ryuki doesn't actually play the 0-6 that turn, if Tord's like feels like he's content with it. So really, really heads up from Ryuki. Reading the opponent is a really important part of the Pokemon TCG. What a great game to watch from these 2 players. Really easily could have been the finals match, and honestly, we could totally see these guys face off at any tournament in the future, in Top Cut or in the finals. But speaking of finals, we do have one coming up. It's gonna be an exciting one. Tord Reklev facing off against Liam Halliburton. And if you'll remember a couple of seasons ago, Tord Reklev won the European International Championships with Charizard EX. And Liam posted online, the Orlando Regional Championships was the week after. He posted, you know what, I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm not going to stress it. I'm going to just listen to what the best players do. I'm playing towards 60. And that's exactly what he did. And he won the Orlando Regional Championships just a week later. And now those 2 players are going to be facing off here in this final match. Really excited to see how it's going to play out. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back very soon.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and I wanted to get insight from a Poke-parent. Joining me here today is Kathy O'Brien, mom of Callan O'Brien, who's playing right now in top 8 here. It's just right behind me. Kathy, how are you feeling right now?
Very excited, a little bit stressed out, just hoping for the best.
Amazing to hear again. Wanted to get your insight as a Poke parent. How did Callan get into the game?
Well, he has an older brother, Jesse, that plays in the senior division. And Jesse got into it first and then was playing it so much at home that Callan just wanted to learn the game. He didn't know how to read yet. He was still starting out with math, but he got a lot of help from his brother, and then they've both been competing ever since.
I love that. Just more backstory too. Callan is actually our Milwaukee regional champion last season, so he's been doing pretty well since learning the game. With that, can you let me know, how does he prepare for events like these?
Well, he and his brother practice with each other, but they also test online with friends that they've met through these tournaments from all over the country and the world, which is really fun for them to keep those connections in between like the live events.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. And one last question for you, Kathy. You know, Callan's playing right now, right behind us. When he does eventually watch this back, is there something you'd like to say to him?
Yes. Cal, we are so proud of you. No matter the outcome of this match or any, we know you work hard and you do a great job and you're passionate about the game, and we support you all the way.
I love that. A supportive Poke parent. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an amazing interview, Kathy. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
He goes on the ice beam!
Wow.
He goes on the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Feels the boy. He feels it. He knows it. It's Feels the boy in 2023 World's Spectator. It's Feels the boy in 2024 World's Commander. It's Feels the boy, your 2025 World Champion. Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Die is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier.
Rillaboom, Woodhammer.
Oh,
no,
survive!
Pick up the KO. Now the Counter X Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, Semifinals.
Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge
I don't think it's going to take it.
And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO. And Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chiyu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
今の気持ちはとても嬉しいです
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Hello and welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships here in Nevada. We have had one weekend for sure. People are going to be talking about this weekend for a while now. I am Jeremy Jolin here with Emily Foreman, and we have one stellar finals match for you today.
My goodness. I mean, you got to look at what the accomplishments both of these players are bringing into this finals. It's a classic North America versus Europe showdown here. Liam Halliburton, the Pittsburgh 2026 regional champion here just 2 months ago. It feels so much longer going up against Tord Reklev himself here. Tord looking to get that first regional of the season underneath his belt. He was in this exact position in Frankfurt just back in September, and here he is finding himself again trying to punch his ticket to San Francisco, Jeremy.
It is gonna be pretty intense finals. But I also did an interview with Liam earlier, and he was talking. I was saying, what decks are you kind of worried about left in the top cut? And he wanted to keep it close to the chest. The reason is there's no Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX counter in this deck at all. You got what? Ends Darmanitan? That's it?
Yeah, and I don't see something like a Flame Body Cannon or a Backdraft going enough for a one-hit knockout there, with Tord not having some sort of backup plan, that being Penny to really kind of go with it here. Liam is going to have to just get creative, but you are going up against the man, the myth, the legend, the creator of this deck archetype, Tord. But Liam, of course, no slouch in of itself, already has taken down a regional this season with this Zoroark EX here. This deck has becoming very versatile over the past couple months that we've seen it. Players have been able to make great adjustments to the matchups, to the meta that it comes face to face with here. And now it's all about, can you find a way around Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX?
It's kind of the reverse that we saw Liam in the finals of Pittsburgh, where he's the one that had like the 80-20 matchup against Aban with that Gardevoir Jellicent, and now it's him with the almost 10-90 matchup against Tord with the Cornerstones in the deck. And we'll have to see how many hoops he has to jump through to try to take down another regional championship this season. Now, Tord has that second, like you were saying, in Frankfurt, as well as a top 4 in Milwaukee with this deck. He chose to fly out last minute because he believed in this deck so much, and the fact that pretty much running back the same 60, now he sees himself in the finals, and wow, has the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX in the hand to start things off.
Really want to see a way that Liam is going to be able to work around this here as well. I also want to see, now granted, Tord could very well just go into this control style play of, you know, just having Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon and saying, all right, now what? Or maybe he might be willing to, you know, Claw of Darkness with Mega Absol, try and take some options out of Liam's reach here. Prize cards going out, Jeremy.
Boss's Orders, Night Stretcher, 2 Dark Energy, that ends Darmanitan and Artisan for Liam. Meanwhile, Mega Absol EX, Boss's Orders, Nest Ball, Energy Switch, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Night Stretcher for Tord.
I feel like Tord has just had one Mega Absol to play with this entire time. How many times have we seen Mega Absol hiding in the prizes for Tord? But like you alluded to, Jeremy, don't need it in this matchup as much if he wants to choose to play with this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon here. We'll see how exactly Liam is going to find these routes, but could it be as simple as that? Fist bump, we're heading into finals here in Las Vegas.
Everyone get excited. We have a finals here of 2 heavyweights in the Pokemon TCG. Tord starting things off with the Mist Energy on that Cornerstone, benches the Munkidori and passes the turn. But again, this is all really Tord needs, just energy attachments, passing. And as long as you can get and build to the Demolish, things are going to be looking pretty good. Liam now has doubles and Zorua for the bench, Nest Ball to go along with it. Kind of what you want to see as a normal Zoroark start.
You can't ask for anything more than to already have parts of the draw engine in your opening hand without having to burn your supporter for it. Now, granted, I think I did also see a Technical Machine Evolution in the hand, but no energy just yet. Liam is going to be finding out that his prize cards aren't too crazy here. A couple of dark energies, but that copy of En's Darmanitan sitting up there at the top. Now, granted, there are 2 here, but I have to say, Jeremy, I am really happy that En Zoroark EX players are starting to play the Darmanitan again. I think it's an extremely flexible attacker for Zoroark to copy, either that Flame Body Cannon or, of course, Backdraft as well. Also a very, very great attacker into something like Gardevoir, into something like Raging Bolt. So this deck is very flexible, but the Lily's Determination just going to give Liam a fresh hand.
It really is just due to the fact that Golden Go has been so popular. There was a lot of debate online leading up to these last couple tournaments throughout the weeks, where how does En's Zoroark attack this meta now with Golden Go being so popular, with it being such a bad matchup? We've seen in the past Toadscruel as a card to kind of counteract superior energy retrieval and the like. And Liam is 7-2 against Golden Go today, or this weekend.
Wow.
Must have been putting in a lot of work.
Did Liam whiff the energy attach? I believe he did,
wow.
Jeremy. That is a massive loss there.
no.
And that is going to just be the pass back on over to Tord. Unfortunately, the technical machine evolution wasted here. And now back on over into Tord's hands here, can just attach the dark, whether it to the active or the Monkey Dory, but we also have a Lily's Determination. We could see something along the lines of refreshing the hand, and beautiful 8 brand new cards for Tord.
What's better than 1 cornerstone? 2 cornerstones.
Crazy thought.
Tord did have that Earthen Vessel in hand, could have fetched out that fighting energy, but he has time, right? Now, I don't know if Tord fully knows the deck list for Liam, but at this point, with a bunch of friends playing other people and just throughout this entire tournament, there's a lot of kind of scouting going on and hoping to figure out what your opponent is playing. And at this point, it might be too little too late for Liam.
And that's a crazy thought to think, even with just, this is turn 2 for Tord, right? And just having 1 Pokemon being the end-all here. Precious Trolley is drawn alongside with the Lively, the Lively Stadium as well here. Tord debating, but the big thing is, Jeremy, we want to make sure that we're not over-benching, right? Because if there's no real point of actually benching anything else.
Is Trolley even a good A-spec? Come on, what's going on? You're not even going to play it? So Buddy Poffin for Liam off the top. Gonna fail that. All the Pokemon are into play that you can really get into play with that card. And again, Liam's going to need to find some Zoroark EXs just to try to draw some cards, but really he's going to need to find an attacker. And I don't know. I think it's lost.
I think one of the big things about Zoroark EX has been what type of build this deck has been playing, right? The Cyrano was a great card that we saw in other Zoroark EX decks where you're reliably able to go grab those EX Pokemon out, but Liam has opted to not have that in his deck this weekend here. So it is going to be the Iono. Instead of 8 cards for Tord, now it's going to be 6 for both players. Can he find another Zoroark EX? I'm still not seeing it, Jeremy.
Liam finally found an energy, has that Ensdar Manitan along with another Ensdar Maka. We see the energy go on the bench, and that's gonna be it for Liam here. Just gonna pass the turn back. Now it's up to Tord to find a fighting energy. Earthen Vessel was put to the bottom of the deck, but also just drew one with the Iono. So we will now start seeing Tord being able to use Demolish. We could even see a slower turn where Arvin gets TM Turbo Energized and you power up the benched Cornerstone, and then you just have 2 threats going on.
It's just the confidence at that point, right? We could start taking some prize cards, but then things like Countercatcher forcing Monkey Dory into the active takes away from some of these attaching for turns that you can do. I like the idea here because Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon saying any Pokemon with an ability can't hurt me, but still, at this point right now, Tord very much in the lead, and Liam just has to figure out. I mean, Jeremy, in Liam's position, Ensdar Manitan, does it really kind of help in this situation at all?
I mean, you're doing what? 80 damage, discarding your energies, and then you're most likely just getting knocked out coming back into your turn. Now here we do see that Turbo Energize attach from the hand to that benched Cornerstone, and now it is fully powered up for that Demolish. Liam finally finds an Zoroark. Pokegear top 7. Only supporter, the Professor Turo scenario. That's not what you want to see. I don't believe there's another supporter in hand.
Having to sift at this point now. Do finally find one Zoroark EX here. So trade is online technically. Can start sifting through this deck. But the question is, what are we realistically looking for here that's going to be able to help us down the line once Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon starts its onslaught?
I also do love that Tord grabbed the Precious Trolley again with the Arvin and then just didn't play it again. And wow, we see the Ensdar Manitan being discarded with the trade. Liam doesn't really, or I guess he does know the other ones in the prize cards, but there's just no real hope. And I guess maybe the best attack is the Ends Darumaka, the Flare for 50.
That feels uncomfortable to think about, Jeremy. I don't know how much I like that quite literally at all. I mean, Earthen Vessel being played, which for what seems to be the obvious target of some more energy out of the deck, but more specifically the fighting energy to go onto the currently active Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. But I mean, do we just start swinging into Zorua? Do we?
I believe there's a boss in hand for Tord, and we could even see just Liam scoop up the cards. If he sees boss's orders on the Ends Darumaka, attach energy to the active. Yeah, there's a Night Stretcher in the prizes along with Ends Darmanitan. The one prize Liam might be able to take is on the Monkey Dory.
And even then, Tord can easily play a penny and just scoop it up there too, and then you're stuck just between a Cornerstone and another Cornerstone here. Energy attachment, definitely just going to go onto Cornerstone Mask here. And like you said, Jeremy, is it just going to be boss's orders?
Again, Tord doesn't even really need to. So here's the Demolish, taking the knockout. Blood Moon Ursaluna taken from the prize cards. What can Liam cobble together? Here's Pheasantipity EX. Flip the script, 3 cards. Does Team Rocket's Watchtower negate Cornerstone's ability?
No, unfortunately not a colorless type of Pokemon there, Jeremy, but I even think it could be a little bit risky even to try and flare into the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. Now that Pheasantipity is down onto the bench, that is an easy Adrenabrain Monkey Dory ability right back to that Pheasantipity, and then using Demolish to take the prize cards there. But Lily's Determination, once again, giving Liam a fresh hand of 8 cards here. But still, the question is, what are we realistically looking for when the wall is stacking higher and higher?
Another Lily's Determination to draw 8 again. I believe this supporter will allow Liam to draw 8 for pretty much the entire game. That's because he can't take a knockout.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Brand new 8 cards here for Liam. Another Ends Darumaka energy, so you can start attacking for nothing.
Interesting play here.
I love it. You got to assert the dominance, still attack anyway. Night Joker, copy Night Joker.
My question is, Jeremy, now do we get a little bit more aggressive if we're toward here? Boss's orders still in hand. Has the Night Stretcher, Lily's Determination, a couple of Dark Energy in hand. I can only imagine that one of those is going to go onto the Monkey Dory this turn if Tord so chooses. But he's set up essentially he's not doing too much because he doesn't need to, right? He found his exact win condition into this deck.
There is the Demolish. Tord doing his best construction work or cosplay here. Trade, discards that Enzora, draw 2 more cards. Energy found. Black Belt, it's not going to do anything.
Not quite here, especially when you can't really use the Ends Darumaka as well. The Duranitan traded away here, but Petron EX hitting the bench right now. It's really all, I mean, we're not going to, I was about to say, we are going to be able to retreat this Enzoroark EX into the Pheasantipity here. Now Liam using potentially a Nest Ball, and will be using it.
Monkey Dory being eyed down. All right, that's the one way Liam can damage this Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn EX. A lot of Adrenabrains, turn after turn.
Not exactly.
Do you think Tord has a response?
A little bit. I think he has a Dark Energy of his own, and this is kind of what I was alluding to a little bit earlier. Yes, you can absolutely move the damage back towards active Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn, but then he's just gonna move it straight back to Liam. There's a Pheasantipity in the active, or Tord can get aggressive with the boss's orders this turn as well onto the and Zoroark that's already damaged onto the bench here, but there's the Dark attachment into the boss's orders as we expected here, moving the damage straight to the damaged Pokemon in the active, thus leaving Tord without any damage counters on his side, and Liam not being able to throw the damage back here. It's a weird stalemate. It's a very quiet and very meticulous finals.
Usually stalemates, both players kind of have some advantage, right? I think this is a slaughter going on right now. Tord just having all the momentum here. Liam really was just hoping to dodge every single cornerstone in top cut and almost did. If you look at the bracket, Liam kind of had the perfect run of avoiding all of those decks. Unfortunately, meets up against the creator himself, Tord Reklev, in the finals.
And some of, like we have been talking about this whole weekend, right? Some lists of Absol, Mega Kangaskhan have been actually choosing to cut this card, right? But Tord putting the card back in for Golden Go, which has been really at the top of the meta share. But I can't imagine that Tord was really thinking about the Zoroark matchup when he was deciding about putting this card in the deck for the weekend.
I would hope so. It's one of the best cards against Zoroark, and we even saw Ryuki, his winning list in Brisbane, didn't play Cornerstone, but then opted here this weekend to include that Cornerstone Mask Ogrepani X and doing very well in top 4, losing to Tord like we saw. Nestball, maybe find another Monkey Dory, and just put things ever more so out of reach.
I think Liam also kind of learning the lesson there of even just moving some damage counters on over to Tord. Tord just has the setup to be able to send the damage back and continue the onslaught here of just playing so defensively, stacking the wall higher and higher. And now it is all up to Tord. I mean, Lily's determination not going to give him a fresh 8, but instead 6 more cards.
Can you have a more perfect board in this scenario?
Absolutely not.
I don't even think Tord needs anything out of these 6 cards.
I'm trying to stay positive for Liam, though. Like, I'm really trying to think of, like, okay, what is technically the go-around, right? Like, is there a way that Liam's going to be able to at least take out a Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon? But
no.
Things like En's Reshiram, the energy requirement is different. That's without an ability here. En's Darmanitan requires a reversal energy, but it's not going to do enough, and you have to discard the energy after you use something like a Flame Body Cannon, and then you're not knocking out any of the Pokemon, which the Monkey Dory can just send right back to you. And a Bravery Charm on top here for Tord as well. Just this Cornerstone is just now sitting at 260 hit points, and demolish, I suppose, Jeremy?
Maybe, yeah. I think it would be pretty good. Oh, we're just going to have the passing now. I don't even think Tord's going to attack again for the rest of the game, potentially, unless there's a boss's orders included with it. All right. There's a chance. Team Rocket's Watchtower shutting off that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Energy switch onto that Blood Moon. We can get there.
So let's do the math, Jeremy. We have 2 dark energy in the prizes.
You're not able to take the knockout because of the Bravery Charm.
And then the double Monkey Dory moving all of that damage back to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. But we already have, what, 4 energy in play. 2 of them are in the prizes as well. That's 6. That's 1 left in the deck. Andor could be in the discard here. But it's just a pass back on over to Tord here. Pokegear. I want to see if Tord's going to get aggressive at this point, if he is able to find another boss's orders. This could just be a pass back and forth here. There's boss's orders. Monkey Dory?
Monkey Dory, you can maybe put some damage on the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX just to kind of prevent the one case scenario that Liam can potentially maybe take a knockout. But again, if you're putting damage onto Liam's side of the board, that might help this Blood Moon Ursaluna actually take the knockout. So Monkey Dory being targeted.
If it's one thing that I've really learned through playing the Pokemon TCG is that sometimes you may want to take out a 2-prize Pokemon, but a lot of the times you really just want to take out the battery that is Monkey Dory. In a lot of these decks, this card has been polarizing. A lot of decks in our meta have just included it. I mean, we saw Golden Go lists with Monkey Dory in it this weekend. It's such a polarizing card, really, and you're doing a lot of math with it, but it's able to help decks hit really high numbers. It is a very interesting attacker. It's a fun attacker, as I like to say, because you got to flip out of confusion. But in some of these more interesting cases, Monkey Dory always just seems to be the card that's going to kind of make things work for you. The Power Glass actually being attached onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And I think Tord's going to get a kind of whiff of what Liam is cooking up here. But there's not many cards left in Liam's deck.
Yeah, you see that here with the Pal Pad, bringing back double Iono, shuffled into the deck, hoping to strand Tord with nothing in the hand, but everything on the board. And the big thing with Watchtower, too, you're also shutting off the ability of the Blood Moon. That means you can't attack with the free energies. There's no energy switch in this this version of Zoroark for Liam. So just manual attachment. The Power Glass is going to have to put in a ton of work. And there's just the pass of the turn.
I mean, at least you're not stacking on the damage onto the Cornerstone to be thrown back, right? I mean,
yeah, sure.
You're telegraphing you're telegraphing the play. Tord holding on to the Lively Stadium here. Liam does only play one copy of this Team Rocket's Watchtower that he probably did not include in the list for this scenario here. But if he did, he just seems to know here. But Arvin being played for the turn. Another Bravery Charm. Probably could assume that's going on the other Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Maybe a Monkey Dory want to make it a little brave here. I'm interested to see when that Lively Stadium is going to come down, either now to just, make sure if Liam wants to get a little bit more aggressive and take out a Monkey Dory, maybe we just want to protect them a little bit more, or if he's going to use it as a way to bump the Team Rocket's Watchtower when that comes into play. Tord does play 2 Lively Stadiums. We could see that happen, but this is this is a time. This is a finals for sure, Jeremy.
This is a time of all time. This is a finals of all time. And we have a secret box here. Liam looking for that stadium. Iono and counter catcher? Not even the stadium. All right. I mean, again, we don't have enough energy.
Not yet. After the Power Glass gets finished with it, though.
Just so it can get knocked out next turn?
Come on.
Come on.
Iono probably going to be played at this point. I mean, Liam doesn't really have too many cards left in deck. I believe 3, 4. Night Stretcher, though, being played. Just for another Monkey Dory, so we can start putting the damage counters back onto Tord's side.
Oh,
Counter catcher, and we're going to get aggressive.
We're going to get some prizes here. And prizes, I mean 1.
1 is better than none, Jeremy.
You can Subjugating Chain that Zoroark to the active spot, copy the Flare on the Monkey Dory along with maybe a Dark Energy attachment to Adrenabrain and get that math just right. There's a Night Stretcher.
There's the Watchtower.
Energy on the Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain to the active, and now, hey, we're going to see a Flare. I love it.
They're just figuring them out. Yeah, I mean, they're figuring them out, the math out on screen here, but moving the damage counters back on over to Monkey Dory here, and 3 damage counters there, and it will be copying the Flare. Liam Halliburton definitely has to get a little bit creative here. What has certainly been an interesting match so far, but Tord's hand not looking too great. But once again, the question poses to us, the top deck of the Nest Ball is great, but I mean, Liam can absolutely go for the second Monkey Dory, but does Tord put down anything for the rest of the game?
I would hope not. That is the lose condition for Tord, right? Just over benching. There is the Demolish, 160 damage on that active End Zoroark EX now. If there was an Ends Reshiram in play, it would be doing a lot.
It's very fair, but unfortunately, the Cornerstone stance on this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. No damage to a Pokemon, or from attacks from a Pokemon with an ability. And we all love that end Zoroark EX trade.
No, it would be doing a lot to the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, well, all right.
Liam did get the boss from the prizes. Retreat thanks to that air balloon for free. Brings up that ends Darmanitan. There is a Night Stretcher. Oh yeah, reversal energy on to the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Eventually, it'll get there.
I've never seen a Blood Moon Ursaluna not only have a Power Glass on it, to be quite honest with you, but also reversal energy.
Oh, I've seen it.
So we're checking the discard file here, seeing what Liam has kind of used already. Liam not going to put down the Team Rocket's Watchtower just yet here. So just saying, essentially, see what you got in the hand. But this is definitely a very patient finals. Like we said, that this is just the optimal play from Tord. If you're doing anything else, you're doing this deck a disservice, because this deck is all about countering what's in front of it, and this is just how you win here.
And how you win is passing the turn back. There's the Ends Castle free retreat. Boss's orders will allow Liam to take another prize card. This is crazy. Liam going down to 4 prize cards here, and I think that's probably going to be the last prize card taken. What, 3 cards left in deck? We're going to trade. All right. Oh, 4 cards. Okay.
Yeah, copying Flare once more for the knockout here. Liam is going to be able to take 2 prize cards. And now it's back on over into Tord's turn. The penny for the draw. Tord, only 2 prize cards left to take in this game here. And Zoroark does have 150 damage, or hit points left. And Demolish only does 140, so we have to be a little bit of math, 10 away. And now back on over to Liam's turn.
Iono in the hand. Boss's orders, Night Stretcher. Unfortunately, Blood Moon Ursaluna is still 2 energy away from attacking.
Not seeing an energy switch in the hand or in the deck for.
Yeah, there's 0.
Yeah, none here, so we can't even get creative with it. I don't even know if we have access to any more energy that's in the deck, because the last 2 dark energy are currently in the middle of the prize cards here. But Iono is, oh my goodness, 2 reversal energies, Jeremy.
Yep.
FC, we've hit this point of the tournament. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend for a lot of these competitors, largest regional of all time at this point. And who knows, the next time we may see all of you, it'll probably be another largest regional of all time, the way that the game has been growing. But is going to be the retreat here, and then just another pass back on over to Tord.
Yep, Adrenabrain putting 30 on that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. Now that there's not a rival Monkey Dory on Tord's bench to Adrenabrain it back. Tord with a couple Iono in the hand. And again, this is maybe decking Liam out at this point now. Drawing an extra card because there's 4 prizes left.
Look how many Boss's orders he just drew into, I think that was 2. But just the knockout from Tord, demolishing his way through this game number 1.
Oh, I think Liam's forced to trade here to try to find the Night Stretcher for the last energy. Nah, just passes the turn. All right.
It's back into Tord. Can he just find a copy of Boss's orders here? I mean, Lily's determination will at least let him see more cards than he currently has in the hand. And you definitely are not benching anything else other than these 2 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpons here. So Lily's determination, but if it's one player that we know is patient and has just enough discipline, that has been my big word of the weekend, discipline to play this deck. It's definitely Tord. Like we said, this is the win condition of his deck into Zoroark EX here. 6 cards. We'll see if he'll be able to draw Boss's orders eventually, but nothing too great in the hand there for this matchup. So might just be another demolish and pass. Can't find the Monkey Dory, can't find the darkness energy that was.
Oh no, the last card is Night Stretcher in the deck. So there's just the scoop of the game. Finally, this game one is going to toward Reklev. 1 game away from winning the largest regional we have ever had.
It's definitely very interesting because we know what Tord's correct line is into this deck, and even starting the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon gives him such a huge advantage here. Doesn't have to kind of mess around with pennying things out with something like a Mega Absol or Mega Kangaskhan even here. But unfortunately for Liam, missing the energy and kind of having to waste a Technical Machine Evolution there to get the deck up and running. We got to check the replay. Too much stuff happened here, Jeremy.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. Demolish.
Yeah.
All right, now it's Liam's turn. I only think Liam used trade like once, maybe twice throughout this entire game. Oh, there's another Demolish. All right, we got the retreat. Finally, the attachment to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Oh, Demolish. All right, we got Zorark. Oh, this is the play of the game for Liam. Copying that flare with Night Joker, taking the knockout on back-to-back turns on Monkey Dory. Oh, Demolish.
I will have to say, I do have to give Liam credit here. There is creativity in his decision making, though, being able to say, you know what, I do have this Pokemon, or this Stadium Team Rocket's Watchtower that does turn off the ability of colorless Pokemon. I can just slow attach to the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and if there weren't 2 Dark Energies stuck in the prizes, maybe we could have seen a Blood Moon or 2 coming out throughout that game here, but it's definitely a very long road for Liam to make it back here, but our competitors are having a good time. I think they can see the board state in front of them, but I definitely give Liam a lot of props for still trying. I still think he's playing great into the wall that is literally right in front of him.
Emily, guess what?
What?
Demolish.
Thanks, Jeremy.
There is a win scenario, right? Like, what can Liam do to have a better game 2?
Well, not miss the energy off of a Lily's Determination and having to waste your Technical Machine Evolution. That was...
I don't think that mattered.
Okay, listen. I'm really trying to figure it out here.
Toward prizing both Fighting Energy or both Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX.
Ooh, but I mean, I'm looking at Tord's opening hand. He does have a basic, but it's not the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. It is going to have to be a different Pokemon that he's going to be putting forward here, but Liam is going to mulligan. No basic Pokemon in the hand, so that's going to be an extra card going on over to Tord.
If only Tord played a supporter like Penny in multiple counts to pick this Mega Absol EX back up into the hand. And with the way the match goes, Zorark's not the fastest of attackers.
No.
It is really good to see Liam in high spirits. I guess that's going to happen when you already have your Worlds invite.
Listen, that is very fair. That is very, very fair.
And if you go into the finals with the resolve that you already can't win the $10,000 and you're settling for the $7,000, that's pretty good in my book.
I feel like so many players in North America, Abon and Liam, have been just having the craziest first 3 months of the season.
Yeah.
It's insane to see them both reach multiple regional finals. And let's take a look at the prizes. So there goes, Jeremy, that win condition of the Team Rocket's Watchtower. But the thing is, I mean, Tord doesn't have a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, doesn't have a direct out to it in the hand, but this is going to allow for Liam to at least get parts of the setup here. Now looking on over at Liam's prizes, yes, the Team Rocket's Watchtower is there, but one recovery option in the Night Stretcher, Lilies and Boss and Nest Ball, nothing too crazy. But on Tord's side, that Bravery Charm, not great. But still, like you said, Jeremy, if there's a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, what are we worried about?
Exactly. Tord eventually will draw into that Precious Trolley that he did not use in Game 1 to find Monkey Dory, Cornerstone, and essentially that would be game over yet again. Arvin does find Buddy Poffin and that Technical Machine Evolution, so this is going to be a great start against any other deck.
I'm interested to see, while we're going through the deck, how this finals and this matchup really kind of sets the stage for LAIC next week. I think a lot of people were kind of turning away from Zorark. They said, well, it's taking care of Gardevoir. or Gardevoir has figured out its way around it, and you know, it's now let's all just focus on Golden Go. But clearly, in the largest regional of all time and the largest regional of this season, it still has a foot to stand on, right? It still can make it all the way here in very capable hands, but it's a pass on over to Tord. And like I said, Jeremy, I mean, we don't have a direct out to Precious Trolley here, but Lively Stadium going to come into play, make that Absol just a little bit bigger.
Lily's Determination, a fresh new set of 8 cards for Tord Reklev here. Hoping to find Precious Trolley, Nest Ball, something to grab that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX and get it on the bench. And hopefully, you know, attach an energy to it. The next turn, maybe attach another energy. Perfect hand would be having that Technical Machine Turbo Energize as well.
Well, get what you ask for here. Ooh. Double Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Quite a different tune from Frankfurt when Tord whiffed that Neo upper energy, the heartbreak there. But Tord certainly being rewarded here. My goodness, sometimes the deck just speaks to you and says, oh wait, hold on, I'll help you out here in that Mega Absol. Well, yes, still very much in the active. Here comes that Enstar Manitan being evolved here, but Lily's Determination being played for the turn. Jeremy, I mean, you've been very forward about Tord's game plan here. Can Liam do anything now that there's 2 that have hit the bench?
Is there an energy in Tord's discard pile?
No.
Oh, then no. Backdraft does 30 times the amount of energy in your opponent's discard pile, so 0.
All right, hold on. We found a couple of End Zoroark EXs, though, so we can trade. We can see some cards here. We do have the End's Castle as well, so we can get this End Starmanitan out of the active here and bring this End Zoroark EX into the active. And granted, hold on, Jeremy, we can actually put some damage on the board here, but I don't know if you saw Tord's hand, aside from the 2 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon that, you know, seem to have been kind of the big winner here. There are some Monkey Dories there, too, so we can start sending the damage back real quick.
As for right now, the Cornerstones aren't really being threatened too much, so you don't want the liability of a Monkey Dory down on the bench without having a fully powered Cornerstone. I think the best case scenario here is trying to draw into that Turbo Energize just so you can fetch out those fighting energies. Iono from Tord here. 6 cards for both players.
Technical Machine Turbo Energize is the target here, just so we can start accelerating that energy. I don't think we're able to find it, but I don't like the consolation, or I like the consolation prize as well for Tord for next turn. I mean, the penny there, got a couple of trades here for Liam. Finds an energy. Like I said, we could absolutely attack this turn if we wanted to. We have the Power Glass in hand, but does that attack really kind of go with the game plan of being able to get rid of these Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and especially because even if Liam does attack this turn, Penny's just going to come right down next turn.
This is the time where Liam needs that Blood Moon or Saluna with the Power Glass just to try to build up energy while Tord can apply pressure. And then hopefully the Watchtower isn't prized, but we know it is.
Yep, there's the Penny going to be taking Mega Absol EX out of play here, sending forward the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX and putting Liam right back into the situation he was in game 1, staring down at the wall. He has to find a way out, has to find a reliable way to start charging up this Blood Moon Ursaluna. And like we've essentially figured out, our only option is this Blood Moon Ursaluna Power Glass, but we don't have the Team Rocket's Watchtower to shut off the ability.
Liam can't even attack with the Flame Body Cannon from the End Starmanitan because the reversal energies aren't active. Tord hasn't taken a prize yet. And really just Liam cannot do anything. There's not even damage on the board for Monkey Dory to move around. Tord has that Poke Gear. Might bail him out of this Penny hand. Oh, Penny for your thoughts?
Why not another one here? And it's not even like Tord is trying this, right? I mean, all he really wants is an Arven to go back into the play. Earthen Vessel, right? Could find an Earthen Vessel, Technical Machine Turbo Energize to really get it going here. But as we've been saying this entire time, Tord is playing to his deck strengths of just saying, hey, I have an answer for your deck no matter what is put in front of me.
It really just came down to the meta call that both of these players made for the weekend. Tord opting to do the run back with the same basic deck from Milwaukee, knowing that people are lessening their counters for Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawnee X. And then Liam running this Zoroark deck without a real counter to Cornerstone, thinking, yeah, no one's going to play Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawnee X.
Well, we see the End's Castle there, so that means End Zoroark EX has the free retreat. We do find the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the pass, and we have some energy stacked on here, but once again, there's that Team Rocket's Watchtower that turns off the ability of Blood Moon Ursaluna is in the prizes.
Flip that top deck emoji. We top deck that Technical Machine, Turbo Energize. Fighting Energy going to be able to come down onto the bench for Tord, and we're going to start demolishing. No top deck emoji? All right. I just am so impressed with Tord throughout this entire weekend. We opened the weekend on stream in phase 1 with him, and now we are closing it out. Tord has not lost a match this entire weekend. 12-0-2. Going to be 13-0-2 very shortly.
I believe now it's 14-0-2, something.
Oh, 14-0.
That's what the pairing said.
It's the 0-2. That's all we
Yeah,
really. The zero
actually,
in the center. That's really what matters.
Yeah, and this was essentially his. Honestly, it is very poetic that he is in very well positioned to take this final with the deck that he did create here. But it is going to be another trade here for Liam. I mean, we can see that the energy is being attached to Blood Moon Ursaluna here, but without the Team Rocket's Watchtower, it's such a weird conundrum that Liam is really in here.
It does threaten Tord a little bit because we do not see that Bravery Charm on either of these Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawnee X's. So a Blood Moon could potentially take a knockout, but again, that one-of copy of Team Rocket's Watchtower is in the prize cards, but Tord doesn't know that. 4 energy, we're almost there.
Off return, Mega Absol still. I mean, as much as Tord is in this commanding position here, he has seen kind of this lack of being able to find the fighting energy reliably in this game. We saw the Technical Machine Turbo Energize being used now, but the thing is, if he's going to retreat here, he is still going to have to power up this Cornerstone EX that he's going to be having to take a retreat off of, or a retreat cost off of here. Just a pass here.
And this is going to be probably the most telling, where Liam has a chance, if the cards were available to him, to actually take this knockout. And when he doesn't, Tord is going to realize, oh, I just don't have to ever attack again.
I think Tord is content with doing that as well, Jeremy. I mean, it's just the pass back and forth here. Such an interesting matchup. You never really kind of expect to see it go down like this. Pokegear 3.0 is pulled. So could be potentially seeing that Arven that we've been missing. Tord has a lot of cards in hand, and he hasn't seen an Arven just yet. Now there's Lily's Determination, another whiff on an Arven here.
That's fine. This grabs 8 cards. All we need is fighting energy. Could even not play it. Nothing really matters at this point.
Penny still, of course, you want to. Yeah, I was about to say Lily's Determination going to be shuffling the pennies back into the deck as well. But the thing is, with no Team Rocket's Watchtower, these Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawns are just not going to be taking any damage. Tord could draw into his copy of Lively Stadium and Bravery Charm, bump the End's Castle as well, so taking away that free retreat from the End's Pokemon on his bench here. But it's just been kind of a big struggle.
What is this, VGC, and they're out of attacks? All right, we got the Arven for next turn. Still no way to find the second fighting energy, but I think Tord's fine with that.
No bravery charm though. So these Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawns are still in need of a little bit of help if he is able to find an option or go around here. But Liam still going to be looking through this deck here. One energy left, Pal Pad, the secret box is still in there.
There's the, I was playing for the plan the entire time, and it's not available. There it is in the middle, that Team Rocket's Watchtower hiding for Liam in what could have been the turning point of the finals.
Jeremy. He just looks so stressed out. I've been trying this whole time to try and keep it positive and be like, okay, well, maybe if we attack with this thing, right? Or maybe we attack with this thing. But Liam having this rude awakening that the one win condition in his deck for a matchup like this is just not available. Tord hasn't taken any prizes, so we can't do something like the Flame Body Cannon here on the Ends Darmanitan. Liam tapping over to his prizes. Tord, smile on the face. This is also what playing Pokemon is about, having a good time.
Are you having a good time, Emily?
I mean, I am, honestly.
Me too.
Listen, I love casting, but this is definitely a polarizing type of game where, you know, it's just, well, the one thing that you could do is not available, so now what? And that's kind of the joy of figuring out how decks kind of work around each other. But okay, moving, putting down Petrarump, moving Zoroark EX into the active here. Moving a little bit quick though.
How much poison damage can we build up in 31 minutes?
At least 3.
At least 3? Okay.
I'm not wrong when I say that though.
All right, yeah, and we'll check back into it.
Oh no. Still though, I mean, Liam has the secret box in hand, but what do you do?
The pass to build up poison?
If we see 3. Okay, Arvin here finally, like we talked about a little bit, going to be at least able to grab a Bravery Charm, Earthen Vessel, start to see the demolishes go. But Liam at least did get set up a Monkey Dory, right?
Sure.
Come on.
Can we see the Arvin for Precious Trolley and then just not play it?
Thinning is winning?
Oh, yeah.
Usually.
Always. It does look like Earthen Vessel is going to be the option. Discarding that Turbo Energize, finding a Dark and a Fighting Energy. Fighting Energy is going to be attached to the active. And then the real question, Emily.
Yeah.
Attack or pass?
Pass? I'm going to say pass. I think Tord is very disciplined.
Oh, we found a card better to discard than that Turbo Energize. Psyduck, that's not doing anything.
I'm kind of happy that Psyduck saw a big inclusion rate during this weekend. I think a lot of players were either very pro Psyduck or very, you know, it's just, it's a waste of a card here. But especially with the Dragapult Dusknoir numbers kind of feeling like they're going down more and more recently, I think there goes to show a lot of respect still for the deck when players choose to include it in their 60 cards.
I mean, we've even seen it affect the game to where Charizard Pidgeot that Grant was playing didn't play any Dusknoir and was playing the Psyduck itself. And we have no Demolish here, just the pass of the turn, 2 damage on that Zoroark. Liam's going to move it over and get to the 1, so...
There's 3.
Hey, well, no, there's 1 on the Zoroark.
Come on, man. 2 + 1 is 3. I at least know that much math.
Quick math. I am really happy that both of the players are at least able to have a good laugh about what is going on in this finals. The most fun finals we've had in a while.
Come on, come on. I want to see if we could at least, I mean, Tord does have the boss's orders to the front of the hand, and he is going to play it onto the Monkey Dory here. So we are going to be seeing a prize card be taken, Jeremy. Maybe that might be the green light for Reversal Energy if Liam hasn't kind of funneled it away here. But Tord is going to be able to take a prize card now. The stalemate in prize cards is finally over, but the question is, what will it do? The Reversal Energy off the top deck here.
Top deck.
Is he good?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm glad the crowd's loving it, honestly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to.
I was worried that the crowd might not
You have to
be
take
like
it on the chin at this point, you know?
I'm trying.
That subjugating chains brought up. That ends Zoroark EX yet again. 2 poison damage counters now, but no Monkey Dory to move the damage. I'm not sure how many cards are left in Liam's deck, but I can tell you one thing. It's not enough.
Very fair. Once again, back and forth toward pass completely. Oh, he's going to play the Precious Trolley here. He'll grab some Monkey Dory. I mean, there are... No, he wouldn't. No, look at Tord. There's a couple Monkey Dories he just immediately threw to the front, right? I mean, the damage counters have now been kind of at least sent, so we can send them back if we truly choose to.
There's a chance, Emily. All right, Liam
Come on.
has a Pokemon that he can take a prize card that is on the field, and then for some reason takes the middle right prize card.
Yes.
For that Team Rocket's watchtower. We can see some fireworks here in Las Vegas.
Now, I will say, Jeremy, you technically don't, you can take your prize cards in any order that you want to.
Exactly, yeah, sure.
So maybe, you know, you just kind of.
Yeah, it's going to happen, I swear.
Maybe you just feel it, you know what I mean? You just have this feeling, right? That you'd be able to do it.
That's what happens.
Come on. It's Lily's determination, though. Tord not going to be able to draw the full 8. Unfortunately, he has taken a prize card here. But Monkey Dory Dark hitting the bench. And now probably just another pass. Or actually, no, let's move that damage on over somewhere. Ooh, to Blood Moon.
Oh, yeah. Tord knows what's up. What do you think Liam's outs are?
Finding a knockout onto the Monkey Dory and then just being him and picking up the Team Rocket's watchtower that's not at the bottom of the prizes.
Just the aura battle between both of our finalists.
Come on. I mean, Tord has aura, right?
A lot. Yeah, like I would think a lot of people out there would agree with me. Thank you, random citizen.
I'm glad you guys are having fun in the crowd as well. Wait, hold on. All right, we're going to see an attack here. Ends Russian Ram EX
please.
is going to hit the bench here. Night Joker copying Virtuous Flame here. Will he take the Team Rocket's watchtower? I have bad news for you, crowd, and everyone watching at home, no matter which platform you're on. It wasn't. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Boo.
Jeremy,
this is what happens when you have a really hype TCG and Go finals, and then you come to TCG after everything is over. It is a party here.
Jeremy, can I be honest with you? It is such a relief to hear that people have a good time, right? I know for me when, you know, you were explaining this to me like in the back and you were saying, hey, like it's going to be Cornerstone, you know that, right? And I'm like, oh no, what do we do now, right? There's a counter catcher.
Oh, both players are at 5 prizes. It's not really going to help. Tord just thinning out the deck with that Arven. Demolish. Oh, Professor Turo scenario. Could we see the Blood Moon EX being picked up? No. All right.
I was about to say
all the turns of just attaching for naught, but there is the Night Stretcher, Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, Adrenabrain, 30 damage on a Cornerstone.
Massive. Oh, crowd, you guys are making this so much better, honestly. Shout outs to you guys in the crowd. Thank you all so much. This is what playing Pokemon is about, Jeremy. Having a great time with your friends. Look at Tord. He's like, yep, come on, demolish here and there. Honestly, I have to give Liam props, though, for still, of course, being in it. Still trying, right? If he's able to find another prize card,
Can you call it trying at this point?
Jeremy.
Listen, at a certain point, I kind of want to go home.
No, come on. Don't say that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, crowd. I'm sorry.
Don't say that. Okay, Ends Castle, though, going to bring up the undamaged End Zoroark EX, and there is just the pass. And the pass back.
Demolish.
Or the demolish, excuse me.
How many cards are left in that deck for Liam?
Now I think 1.
All right. Trade?
Yeah, go out on your own terms. That's my
100%.
favorite thing. When I play TCG live and I have a Professor Turo scenario in hand and nothing else, I go out on my own terms.
Hey, hold on. There's 90 damage on this active Cornerstone Mask Ogrepani X.
How many more Adrenabrains?
Oh, you're doing that to me now?
Yeah.
All right, it's actually, what, 4?
Thank you. Oh, okay. Boss's orders here.
Oh, the crowd does not like this. Toward Reklev, public enemy #1 right now.
You can't say that about Tord. My, do our heroes, you live long enough, you become a villain. There are no
100%.
cards in the deck. Play the Iona, Liam. You gotta. Reversal Energy, Black
Yeah!
Belt, Pal Pad. Okay, hold on.
We're
Jeremy,
cooking.
we got a
We're
game.
cooking.
Crowd's loving it. Iono as well. We'll be able to trade again into an Iono.
120 damage left on that Cornerstone. 120 damage about to be dealt by Liam. 2 cards left in the deck. Can Liam grab that Team Rocket's Watchtower from the prize cards?
It's a 50-50. It's a 50-50. Is he going to take it? Jeremy, this is what we've been waiting for here. Waiting on confirmation. Woo! It! Hold up, Jeremy. I think you owe Liam potentially an apology. Potentially, you may have to sign the apology form. What if we see a game 3? Jeremy?
Could not imagine. Oh, yeah. The Darmanistan doesn't do damage to the bench because of the Terra.
Oh. Oh. Still ends castle in play.
Notable
Retreat?
newer player Tord. Sometimes won't know these interactions, right?
Honestly, Masters has grown just so much over the years. These first-year Masters coming into making finals here. Tord Reklev from Norway all the way through. I mean, Jeremy.
That's my name.
Thanks. Can we see, I guess, finding Monkey? Where are our, what is our status on recovery cards at this point, right? I mean, Liam's traded away a lot. What are the chances we get Monkey Dory Dark Energy, Adrenabrain into Blood Moon? Takes us to game 3, right? Finals, biggest regional of all time, woo!
Yeah, I mean, Tord's going to have to take a look at this discard pile. How many of the recovery cards have been used? 3 Night Stretcher in the list for Liam. Is there a Super Rod? I do not believe so. So just count those Night Stretchers. There's only the 1 Monkey Dory in the list. 7 Dark Energies. There's 3 on the Blood Moon, 2 on the Zoroark.
What's crazy is that if we still had Monkey Dory in play, there was totally a line for game 3. If.
Yeah.
Okay, if.
That's why Tord bossed the monkey the turn prior.
That's fair, but for a matchup that we've seen where Tord is just saying, hey, here's this Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon, you have to give Liam a lot of credit, right? He's been very creative with a lot of his lines and outs, black belts into Reversal Energy and Darmanitan here, right? It goes to show he really is the master of his own deck himself here too. I mean, this is also a 2026 regional champion too in his own right, making his 2nd finals in 3 months here too at the largest regional of all time. So definitely a lot of praise to be had here. I know this match is a little different of a tempo, as you know,
well,
to
speaking
put it
of
nice.
tempo, Tord needs to watch his pace of play, Gonna have to try to worry about that. Nest ball for Monkey Dory.
Yeah. Or just a deck search too. Still have Penny and, I mean, Lively Stadium, I guess. If the Monkey Dory were to find a way back onto the bench, you add some more health onto this Cornerstone Mass. There's the Arvin though for turn.
Failing the Nest ball, playing the Arvin, Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher bring back Cornerstone Mask Ogrepani X. Can we get a cheer from the crowd? I feel so powerful right now. It is insane.
And the thing is, too, now that TCG is the only game left here, we can really hear you guys through the headsets, too. So.
100%. Oh, double Night Stretcher for the fighting energy. Things are getting
what, Jeremy?
serious.
Are they? Yeah, they are. Like I said, I'm happy Liam is still staying in this, seeing some of the lines that could be played as potential outs, but it just doesn't feel like enough here. Toward plenty of time here to power up this.
Listen, without the Bravery Charm on the bench Cornerstone,
yeah,
we can see just a boss's orders
That's
with an
fair,
energy
see?
attachment.
Lines. There are lines, Jeremy.
Demolish.
Come on.
Speaking of lines, Liam is taking a look at the resources left. He knows the 2 cards left in the deck. It was pal-padded back. I actually don't remember what he pal-padded back.
It was Iono and Professor Turo scenario, I believe.
Oh, not a boss's orders.
Mm.
It's probably one in hand. Oh, no, there's 2. Yeah, no, there's probably 1 left. Oh, no, it's in the prize cards. No!
Has to, I mean, at this point, right, Night Stretcher, I want to say for the Dark Energy, onto Blood
Needed
Moon
the
versus
energy.
Luna. I guess it's Team Rocket's Watchtower time. We have it in the hand. Free retreat thanks to the Ends Castle here.
Have you seen this before? The
No.
5 energy Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
With a Power Glass.
With a Power Glass. Team Rocket's Watchtower now can attack into this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX.
And the crowd goes wild.
Iono is the supporter for Liam, drawing the 1 card from the deck along with 2 cards from his hand.
Mega Evolution format has certainly been a treat, hasn't it?
100%. And it's not even Halloween anymore.
We have an IC next week, too.
Oh, yeah. If we can see this again. Blood Moon for 240 damage. This Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX is almost knocked out. But this isn't Horseshoes.
Monkey Dory on the other side drew into the Dark Energy on Tord's side. I mean, technically.
The good thing with Liam is he's able to just recycle this Blood Moon Ursaluna again and again with the Petrant EX, subjugating chains along with that air ballooned Zoroark on the bench. If Tord doesn't actually get energy on this benched Cornerstone, Liam could come away with this game.
And then you owe him a big apology.
I mean, is he going to win the next game?
You don't know that.
I mean, true. There
You
could
were
be,
coming into this saying that this matchup was, but Liam has certainly found the lines possible.
He's found the 10%.
Listen, and that's okay. It's not a 0, right? It's 10. Always a chance.
There's 0 in there at least.
That's the magic of the Pokemon trading card game. You just never know.
It would be so crazy.
It would be nuts. Seeing a game 3 in, dare I say, it might be a little, crazy to say, a very polarizing match.
Yeah, I think Wancho would have to make the recap script a little bit longer if Liam does take this game and the match. Nest ball from Tord. Seeing what is available to him. No way you grab the Fez, right? Draw 3 cards. Unless there's a penny in hand.
Liam could use one of these Professor Turo scenarios to get one of these damaged Zoroarks out of play as well here, too.
Oh, no. It actually could happen.
I'm telling you it could
insane.
happen. This is why you don't ever really, sleep. Draw for turn here for Liam. Secret box, but Liam has full knowledge of what's in the deck at this point, right? I mean, there has to be maybe 10 cards at most available in play. Maybe a little bit more, but the question is, what can he do with what he has here?
Has Iono been telling the truth this entire time?
For the first time ever, Iono does not lie.
Yeah. Nestball for Enzora. Really just trying to set up multiple Enzorark right now. It's very good. Ends PP up.
He's moving quick. He's got a plan. The scratch for the knockout?
No!
We're getting creative here. I love to see it, honestly. Hey, hold on, Jeremy. You might be signing this apology for him. There is no bravery charm.
Wow.
We are going to a game 3. Say you're sorry, Jeremy Jallin.
I am so sorry, Liam.
Say you're sorry.
Wow. Finding that Team Rocket's watchtower, leading to the Iono to 2, toward Reklev not having it. We have a game 3 here. Can Lightning strike twice here in the desert? What is going on, Emily?
Well, it was raining in the desert yesterday, so it could be, you know, and that was crazy. But once again, Liam Halliburton knows this deck inside and out to be able to think of the line with Ends, Darmanitan, Reversal Energy, Black Belts training to get the knockout, not even being able to damage the Cornerstone Ogerpon on the bench. We got to check a replay because this one was crazy.
Boss's Orders taking the first knockout on the Monkey Dory. And then there was the Boss's Orders, Night Joker, Virtuous Flame taking the knockout on the Monkey Dory. And then there's the Boss's Orders, Demolish, taking the knockout on the Monkey Dory. I sound like a broken record, but then we have the Reversal Energy, Black Belt Training, taking the knockout on the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, finding the Team Rocket's Watchtower from the prize cards, 5 energy on a Blood Moon EX, doing 240 damage, then the Scratch, taking the knockout, toward needing to draw something and has 3 Pokemon in hand. We are going to a game 3, and that was probably the most fun I've had in a match so far.
May I do the honors, Jeremy?
Of course.
Give it up for our competitors going into the game 3 here, the largest regional of all time. Liam Halliburton, yeah, come on. You got to rile them up a little bit early. Wow, that's a big crowd. You got to rile them up a little bit earlier. I want to rile up the crowd once or twice, you know, big treat. I feel like this is it's a great bonding moment, I think, for the casters, the crowd, and production, everybody, you know, in the back, as we are going to be seeing the fist bump heading into game number 3, and Tord having his ideal start as Liam Halliburton going to go first. There's that Cornerstone. Come on. It's Tord Reklev, everybody.
The Aura battle.
True.
Double Buddy Buddy Puffin in hand. Looking at the prize cards, Black Belt's training, there is, what, 2 copies? No, 1 copy in this list, so we're not going to see that, the Reversal Energy, or a 1/1 Ends Darmanitan line, along with the Night Stretcher. These prizes are terrible for Liam. At least the Watchtower is in the deck.
Okay, well, you know what else is in the deck as well, Jeremy?
What?
Power Glass. So we could very well still see, we have the Petrant EX active, so we know Liam's line of consistently using the Zoroark with the air balloon to get the free retreat, to be able to Blood Moon over and over again and bypass the effect of using Blood Moon Ursaluna's attack. So we got a line. Thing is, Tord also wasn't able to find that Bravery Charm to protect the Cornerstone Mask on his side here too, but I think that was just a pass on over. But Tord does have the precious trolley, Jeremy, and is he going to use it just for 1 Pokemon, or is he going to grab his Monkey Dory now?
Most likely Monkey Dory is going to hit the bench, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was just another Cornerstone. But again, we saw the difference in game 1 versus game 2, the power that you have of being able to just kind of cancel out the Adrenabrain from Liam with your own. And taking a look at the prize cards, Boss's Orders up at the top, couple energy. So the energy going to be the biggest thing. The Boss's Orders probably the second, but there's, what, 4 in the list? It's bound to happen.
Very true here. Tord doing the deck check, and as we're going to check on his prizes in a matchup like this, as long as we have 2 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon and some fighting energy accessible, Tord's going to be pretty happy. But also, of course, a little bit of the nuance, right, of like, okay, do I have my Bravery Charms here? It is not just putting, as we saw from last game, right, it's not just putting forward this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, because we know Liam got sauce. He understands how to kind of work around the abilities here and find his own way through. But, I mean, Precious Trolley, yep, for 1 Pokemon.
As that Lily's in the hand. Bravery Charm onto the bench Cornerstone. And we're going to see Lily's for 8 cards from Tord here. 10 minutes left to go.
Oh, boy. Are we going to finish in 10 minutes?
No.
Great.
Yeah.
So, Jeremy, walk me through what happens in Masters Finals when we run out of time, because there has to be a winner.
Yeah, no one is going to walk away from this table with a tie. It is going to come down to good old prize cards taken. If both players are at the same amount of prize cards, it then goes to whoever takes the first prize.
Technical machine evolution for Tord here would really be massive, because now we're really playing for that line here, but unfortunately does not find it here. Has a Monkey Dory, though, and a Penny as well, and if he wants to play very defensively, could consider that down the line too, but here we go, on over to Liam's turn. He's got an End Zoroark EX. We can start sifting through the deck here. What are we looking for?
Got the Power Glass.
Dark
got the energy. And it is actually unfortunate that Liam discarded that Ends Darumaka with the 1/1 line in the prize cards. So if he decides to go for that kind of same route again, we'll be forced to use one of those recovery cards in Night Stretcher. Buddy Poffin fetching out the remaining Ends Zorua in the deck. Liam sees another Zoroark EX available to him as well. So this is an energy to the active, a technical machine evolution, and both Ends Zoroark are getting evolved on the bench.
Back on over to Tord here. Didn't have too much in the hand last I remembered. For a card that gives you 8, right, Lily's Determination, best supporter come out of Mega Evolution. We haven't really seen it pay off too much. Tord has been whiffing a couple energy here and there. Hasn't been all magic for him here coming up, but the draw for turn will tell us differently here. Just another Monkey Dory. He does have a Mist energy to attach as well here, but obviously he wants to start accelerating, starting to use Demolish here, getting things going.
I mean, if Liam were to somehow have a chance, it would be having Tord have a hand like this. Penny, Boss, a bunch of Pokemon you don't really want, couple energy, just the energy to the active and pass the turn back to Liam. Now has access to multiple trades. 2 down, does find the reversal, discards that, Ends Zoroark EX, finds the Watchtower, has a Buddy Poffin, but that has simply no use anymore.
Has to think about what to do.
Petrant the Zoroark into the active with the Air Balloon, retreat to the other one, and pass the turn back to Tord. What does he draw? Yveltal, that's not going to help.
Has the Dark Energy. Yveltal going to the front of Tord's hand here. Could get a little bit creative here, but I think Tord just wants to start at least stacking the damage on Liam's side of the board here. So Tord really considering it, will potentially just be the Demolish here.
With the amount of time left, I would be shocked that Tord benches any other Pokemon.
All right, hold on, Jeremy. I mean, Blood Moon Ursaluna came into the hand, and the Team Rocket's Watchtowers in the hand as well here. Liam moving pretty quickly.
Just to pass the turn back. Really, Liam's hope is that Tord is forced to bench something like a Monkey Dory. And that way, when time is called, Liam can just boss his orders. And Night Joker, copy something like that, ends Reshiram EX, or ends Reshiram and take the knockout. Finally, Tord draws into an Arven that is going to find that Turbo Energize to get that benched Cornerstone powered up, along with a Pokegear to hopefully find a good supporter on the following turn. And now Tord also has just the ability to demolish, and then if Liam doesn't find the Monkey Dory Dark Energy, you can boss his orders, demolish, and then take those 2 prizes again. I think we're going to see that more towards when time is called, because I honestly don't think either of these players are going to take a prize before the 6 minutes are up.
It's that big word that we've been talking about all weekend, Jeremy.
Demolish?
It starts with the D. Discipline, right? Discipline we're talking about here, right? Tord not choosing not to use Demolish last turn, but instead just playing the board as it kind of lies here. But it's 2 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon versus Liam's plethora of a hand right now. Jeremy, entertain the thought for me here. Does Liam at least bench the Blood Moon Ursaluna and start just manual attaching to it?
Maybe.
Okay.
Liam didn't last turn. I don't think I see a reason for it this turn. Again, I think once time starts dwindling down a little bit, then we might see Liam make more of an effort to be able to do that. But again, if Liam benches down the Monkey Dory and then tries to start moving poison damage around, Tord has a boss's orders, takes that knockout, and that's game over. Granted, this is all with time running out.
6 prize cards in 4.5 minutes?
No, just take a prize.
Oh yeah. We have to come to come to terms that we are going to go into. I don't know if I've ever seen kind of a finals like this where it's going to go into well over overtime.
Listen, if you've been around as long as I have.
Jeremy, you keep calling yourself old. I'm not even doing it to you.
Liam passes the turn back to Tord. Both Cornerstone are just 1 energy away from being powered up. Tord has been very patient in not using that Demolish. Passes the turn back yet again, under 4 minutes to go. Liam moving that Blood Moon Ursaluna to the top of his hand, has that reversal energy, attaches it to it.
It's really just not as simple as Tord is, set up with these Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and that's really it, right?
Energy for turn, though, that means you're going to have 3 going into your next turn. It's not going to be enough. There's no energy switch in the list.
I don't have a good view on Tord's hand right now.
Well, he has it set face down.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I don't know if Tord has drawn into Boss's Orders or if he has he does.
Boss's Orders Pokegear.
He does have Boss's Order in hand, so I think our option right now is Professor Turo's scenario, this damaged Zoroark EX.
If Liam doesn't, that is it for the finals here.
Hourglass onto Blood Moon Ursaluna here. I really think it's going to be the Professor Turo scenario. The damage, the damage and Zoroark EX, taking away that win condition for Tord here, moving up the Pecharunt EX, using the energy cost to retreat there, and now we are going to be seeing the Power Glass into the active here.
Passing the turn, gets to attach an energy to the active Blood Moon. But again, Blood Moon takes 5 to attack, especially because Tord hasn't taken any prizes.
No.
Season skill's not active. Pass the turn back. Power Glass attaches the 3rd energy. It is now Tord's turn. No way to take a prize card this turn, so it's going to guarantee Liam another turn at least.
I could have never guessed that this was the way that the tournament was going to end. Really.
Oh, with 75 minutes in top 4 and then over 75 minutes in finals?
Going into what will definitely be turn 2 in finals.
Old time rules are back, everyone.
Oh, the crowd seemed to like that one. Still, though, I think Liam is making a great case for the play here. And once again, I think Tord might need something along the lines of using Iono, putting down Lively Stadium, and then hoping that Liam can't read trade into the Watchtower, finding the Bravery Charm Lively Stadium, so then Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon gets a big health buff there.
7 cards for this Pokegear. What supporter is Tord looking for? How about 3 pennies?
Well, he finds all 3 of them.
I heard those are in a shortage nowadays.
Penny throw.
Liam shaking his head, seeing that penny.
I'm just thinking, right? We pennied this turn on Tort's side, and then really what has the Iono in hand already? Penny, the active Cornerstone, having the Bravery Charm Cornerstone come up into the active here. A Mist Energy, and now Tord has a very well-powered Cornerstone using Demolish here. Liam, Professor Turo's scenario used. There's only one in the deck. Does have a Pal Pad? Or was that traded away? Well, there it is.
Professor Turo's scenario getting shuffled into the deck. There's 3 energy on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Looking at the list, there's no way to power it up in one turn.
It's even just such a liability to put down Monkey Dory for Tord. It's really just this one Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. And even if he were to reestablish a second one, the energy, like the acceleration time you would need, you can't put down a fresh one. You only have access to one Bravery Charm here. It's actually going to be the Iono that's going to be played.
Yeah, you have to Iono Tord and hope that the deck with 4 Boss's Orders does not draw into a Boss's Orders. Tord showing he had the one in hand. Both players are getting 6 cards for this game 3. Next prize wins 140 damage on that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
Make it exciting. Tord not going to show us what he drew off of the Iono. Retreating to the End Zoroark EX. And at End's Castle, that does have free retreat here.
Flip over the cards one by one, Tord. Come on.
7 cards. It is Intense. Penny, Lively Stadium, Iono, every supporter but the one you want. Double Lively Stadium, Energy Switch.
Oh my lord. Pokegear.
Hold on. The energy in the room has excelled here. 14 cards Tord is going to see. Can he find the Boss's Orders right here, right now, to get the retribution from Frankfurt to
Boss's Orders from the Pokegear. And just like that, Tord Reklev punches his ticket to the World Championship with a deck that he created. Wouldn't have it any other way. What a finals that ended up turning into, Emily. The crowd going insane. I think this is one of the biggest crowds we've had for a while. Wow. Did you think the first Las Vegas Regional Championships would end like this?
My brain hurts, Jeremy. My goodness, what an exciting way to end it.
I have to give props to Liam Halliburton. That was amazing play in the finals. I can see why you were 1-0-1 against Cornerstone throughout this entire weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at that replay. We got a lot to talk about. Game 1 was all Tord. It was a lot of Demolish back and forth. Monkey, Dory, Adrenabrain back and forth. Demolish yet again. Liam trying to go for that Hail Mary shot with that Blood Moon Ursaluna, powering it up, trying to have that Team Rocket's Watchtower, and then Tord able to just have enough Boss's Orders to be able to take these knockouts. And then we go into Game 2. Game 2, Tord starts that Mega Absol EX, is able to Lily's Determination into double Cornerstone Ogerpon EX. Then Liam has the one glimmer of hope, taking the knockout on that Monkey Dory. But then the play of the game, able to use that Black Belts training in combination with that reversal energy to take the knockout on the first Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. And then finally grabbing that Team Rocket's Watchtower from the prize cards. A 5 energy Blood Moon EX was able to take the knockout and then again take a knockout on the last Cornerstone that Tord had. And this Game 3, it was a lot of passing back and forth, nothing to go. Iono did not find Boss's Orders for Tord. Then the last card from the Iono was that Pokegear, trying to find Boss's Orders. And the third card, Tord slams it down. And I loved that finals.
What a fun time. I think this was a bonding moment between the casters and the crowd, honestly. The crowd.
And chat at home, you know?
Yeah, true. Keeping the spirit of the game alive. But as we check our final standings, toward Reklev sitting at the top as he does, winning the largest regional of all time here in Las Vegas, Nevada. But coming in a close second, Liam Halliburton with this N Zoroark toolbox. You got to see what a top 8, the star-studded roster here.
And a great variety of decks as well, but there can only be one. And for most of the history of Pokemon TCG, at least recent history, it has been toward Reklev.
It's true. What a finals, Jeremy. what a way. Mega Absol EX, Mega Kangaskhan EX going to get its second, I believe, regional crown. Ryuki Okada getting the crown for it back in Brisbane. So take a look at the deck analysis. Our meta share from day 2, only 31 players playing this in phase 2 here, only 6%, but a strong 6%.
Oh yeah, and I think we're gonna see that number bump up a little bit. We have seen that it does have good counterplay against Golden Go EX, but it's also just metagame dependent. If they're playing those counters to Cornerstone, you're gonna have to adapt. And we saw Ryuki do that in Brisbane, and then the format shifts back again. Now it's Tord's turn. What is gonna happen in Sao Paulo? I have no idea.
Well, let's take a quick look at our caster predictions from the start of the weekend. Now, I believe one of us did pick Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan to go all the way.
Hey, look at my picks right there, you know?
I mean, that's, yeah.
Monkey
Come
Dory,
on, man.
Technical
You
Machine, Turbo
really
Energized.
you really took a risk there on that one.
It's Monkey Dory's world, and we're living in it. It took the reign over Gardevoir.
I mean, I was kind of cooking with the N Zoroark EX. I mean, I thought that the deck was going to and has been getting creative, so I kind of had a little inkling there. I did not expect it in any way to kind of play like it kind of played the Black Belts training. I really enjoyed the inclusion of that. But I'm really happy to see that, you know, Wancho getting it right, you're also getting it right, but, you know, you picked a very easy route to get it right, but, you know, very interesting way to see how it's all played out here. I think Ethan was really cooking with the Hero's Cape, right? We did see it in Gdansk, players playing the Hero's Cape just to buff up that HP of Mega Absol EX, making it so difficult to take down in one hit. But still, I think all of us, right, had the right idea of what decks were going to be very popular and very strong, but it will be Wancho winning the caster predictions this time around.
Whoa.
Okay, and
sharing.
Yes,
all right.
come on.
We are just finishing up here in Las Vegas, but let's go ahead and take a look at what we have for the rest of this season for y'all. And again, this is the third North American regional of the season. We have Sao Paulo in a week, not even, and then just many beautiful cities around the world, all culminating with the Pokemon World Championships, Pokemon XP in San Francisco. I truly cannot wait.
If it goes anything, these first 3 regionals have really set a very high precedent for the rest of the season. It's only been 3 regionals. We haven't even hit our first international yet, Jeremy. I'm excited to see where else we go in the rest of the season because we still have places to announce as well here before it all ends up in San Francisco at the World Championship. And Pokemon XP as well, I am super excited for that one.
And such a beautiful city that we are going to be going to in a few short days. Sao Paulo, Brazil, Latin America International Championships for the 2026 Pokemon season. You do not want to miss this tournament. Be sure to tune in. If anything, this weekend proved that.
Yeah, and the next EU event as well, our last event in the 2025 calendar year, going to be in Stuttgart. Beautiful city there, but we pick it right back up in North America after a little break so everyone can enjoy their Decembers in Toronto. I'm so excited for this regional location. It's one of my most favorite ones, going up to the Great White North of Canada there. But Jeremy, wow.
Yeah.
That's the best way to describe, you know, the hour and a half, maybe even longer that we just shared in the largest regional finals of all time. We both got just so excited at the end. We're screaming over our ending calls together. What a way to welcome you back to the desk. I mean, can you ask for anything more?
Not really. Tord winning the regional championship, it's always great to see. And just the fact that it ended that way, where Liam actually had a real chance to win this tournament with not having a real way to counter Cornerstone.
Well, it's not just Masters champions that we are crowning here this weekend. We are going to be crowning, of course, our juniors and our senior division champions as well. Want to make sure that everybody is going to get some screen time here today. So I'm excited to see how that meta actually shook up as well.
Yeah, it really is great to take a look at the younger division and see what they're cooking up. There's a lot of talent there, and we've seen it in these first-year Masters and young Masters going in and just really showing up in these very large tournaments.
Well, I want to see the video because Wancho's standing right by.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live right now here in the Las Vegas Regional Championships, where right now, right behind me actually, is the finals for the junior division. We have two absolutely amazing trainers, William Bailey from Oklahoma versus Alessandro Borja from Ecuador. And boy, despite their age, these kids are quite experienced. Let's start with William. William is playing Mega Absol. He's only 11 years old, but has been playing the game for 7 years. 3.5 competitively, if you'd like to count. He's a former regional champion and owes his success to his coach, his dad. He's looking to win due to the consistency and power of the Mega Absol box. He feels confident going into this finals, and he has a couple of cool techs with his 2-2 Crustle line, which should definitely come in clutch. His opponent, though, Alessandro Borja from Ecuador, traveled 9 hours just to play in this competition. He is also 11 years old with 3 years of experience playing Joltik box. He placed 3rd in Baltimore last season and has found himself in the top cut 3 times. He decided to play Joltik box because he feels it can adapt itself to any situation. He's looking to use Joltik to power up specifically Pikachu, but just in case, the Joltik can also evolve into a Galvantula to hit for weakness. Alessandro is ready for this finals, but we're gonna have to wait and see on which junior will come out on top. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce to you your Las Vegas regional champion in the junior division, Alessandro Borja. Alessandro, congratulations. Amazing stuff. Great job, Alessandro. How are you feeling right now?
Me siento bien.
He feels good because he won the regional.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. What advice would you give someone who wants to be a champion just like yourself?
¿Qué consejos que se dará a alguien para que esté en tu lugar como campeón?
Que sigan sus sueños para que ganen muchos torneos de Pokémon.
To follow their dreams so they can win lots of regionals in Pokemon.
I love it, I love it. And one last thing, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Alguien que mande darle saludos.
A mi mami, a mi papi y a mi hermana.
His mother, his father, and his sister.
Amazing stuff. Again, once again, your Las Vegas regional champion in the junior division, Alessandro Borja. There's still a lot more regional champions to crown, though, so don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live right now here in the Las Vegas Regional Championships, where right behind me, the players are playing their final match for the senior division. Yes, we have 2 absolutely amazing and decorated players battling out to become the Las Vegas Regional Champion. On one side, we have Nathan Osterkatz. Nathan is a 9-time regional champion, as well as a 3-time international champion. So he is no stranger to the final stage. He is playing Dragapult Charizard But right now, he's looking for his 10th regional win in order to match his idol Wolfie Glick in the VGC. He had a little bit of a rough start into the tournament, but then started to get 2-0 in his every single match. He loves playing Dragapult, but is leaning into the power of Charizard EX to close out his games. He's looking to lean into his rare candy package as well, and his A-Spec unfair stamp. Owes his success to his friends and testing partners, Omar and Cohen, as well as his parents. On the other side, we have Polaris Altarez, who has been playing the game for 9 years, is also an international champion and a regional champion, as well as making top 8 at the Yokohama World Championships. He is playing Gardevoir Jellicent, took advice from his dad about what to play, and was led to the deck that Henry Chow and Aban Ahmed decided. He thinks it is good into the metagame and does a lot of testing in his dad's shop, Tabletop Village. Thinks this matchup is 50-50, but is confident he can swing it into his favor. He also wouldn't be here without his mom and Lola. With that, only one can be the Las Vegas regional champion. We're gonna have to wait and see who's that gonna be. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce the Las Vegas regional champion for the senior division, Nathan Osterkatz. Congratulations. All right, Nathan, how are you feeling? 10th regional championship win.
I'm feeling really good. That's a pretty crazy accomplishment. I never really thought that I was going to get there, but it's once I got close, I think once I got like 7 or 8, that was something that I have really wanted to do. So I'm really happy.
Absolutely phenomenal. Again, 10 regional championships wins, 3 ICs. We're just looking for what? World championship win next. So that finals match, tell us a little bit about it.
So I was playing against Jellicent Guardy, my friend Polaris. The first game, I had like a really small hand, and I had like 1 Dracloak and an energy, and it wasn't very good. And I was like, watch this, I'm gonna top deck Lily, and I top deck Lily. And then I got really lucky. I like drew into my 1-of Charmeleon and was able to get like multiple Draclooks and a Charizard set up, and a Monkey Dory. So I just knocked out his Gardevoir, and then he was like too far behind on the prize race to do anything, and because of the monkey, he couldn't really do like a Demo play or anything. So, yeah. And then the second game, he took like 3 mulligans, and my hand was really good, and then his hand was like horrible. And he prized his Mew. Like I got super lucky. He prized his Mew, so he had like no way to draw. So I just butted him for like 4 turns until I got everything that I needed, and then I knocked out his only Ralts, and there wasn't really much he could do.
Amazing stuff. Sounds a lot of fun.
Yeah, then the outs, I was kind of just sitting there memeing with him, and suddenly he just destroyed me. Dude, Liam is so cool, man. He's so cool. Like that was
everyone was watching it, really, right? It seems like you guys were having a blast, and suddenly, oh nope, there's his trap, his bear trap, really, right? But yeah, can you tell us a little bit about the match? What were your favorite moments?
I know there was quite a lot of fun banter in there, and you know, it was kind of wild. I managed to play, you know, for like almost an hour, and I still didn't see, you know, the combo that would, you know, destroy me. So, and like couldn't figure it out throughout this whole event either. That they had, you know, the stadium that lets him attack with Blood Moon. So, you know, it's probably on me, but we're in Vegas, and it was a pretty good show, right? So I'm happy with that.
An absolutely amazing show, Tord. Probably one of the best finals, for real. With that, any advice you want to give us, any aspiring Pokemon trainer out there?
I mean, play more Pokemon. It's the only way to get good. And I play a lot of Pokemons, and I'm having a lot of fun with the game, so I'm happy I get to stand here.
So much Pokemon, so much Pokemon. Sometimes you even fly all the way across the world just to play some Pokemon, right? With that, Tord, anyone you want to shout out?
I mean, shouted out everyone already, but friends, family, everyone that supports me. It it really means the world. And you know, I haven't won an event in quite some time now. I got pretty close a few times, but it feels really good to, you know, actually get the full win this time. So, you know, eternal grateful. Thank you so much, guys.
Amazing stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, your Las Vegas regional champion, Tord Reklev! All right, awesome, Tord. Feel free to celebrate with your friends and family. Definitely deserve it. With that, all good things must come to an end. It's been an amazing past couple of days here in the biggest regional of all time and the first Las Vegas Regional Championships. I just want to remind the folks at home, just one last time, don't forget to check out all the links, Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your stream needs. And of course, our YouTube and Twitch/Pokemon. Definitely watch as a community. With that, that was the Las Vegas Regional Championships. It's only a couple more days until LAIC. We'll see you then.